It was a quiet morning, and by the time that the sun came up, there still hadn't been a large-scale appearance of monsters. Karl was still dutifully watching, but there was nothing. Their area was only 5 kilometers in either direction, and he could see it all from here, but the spawn hadn't happened at the same time. Slowly, the others woke up, and everyone turned to Karl for the morning update. Nothing major to report. Ray has a working agreement with a group of box tree spiders to look after the tree and the webs while we're away, but the spawn hasn't happened yet. I don't see much of anything out there. There were a few small signatures we didn't get to yesterday, but I haven't seen any influx of monsters yet. He explained. That's fine. It's not a precise thing. They will show up at some point today. We just need to keep watch on our area and keep the numbers down. If that means we leave later in the morning, we will take advantage of that to get a bit more rest. Can you send Hawk out to scout the edge of the surrounding regions as well? Just in case everything spawned outside our area. If he sees anything, we can radio it to the other teams, so they're not caught by surprise. Bob suggested. I think so. From 1,000 meters in the air, Hawk can see quite a distance, and he should be able to tell if there are any large monster groups moving through the surrounding zones. 5 kilometers isn't all that far for his eyesight, though he might not be able to track mice from that far away. That made Hawk laugh a little. Indeed, 5 kilometers was too far to find mice from. But it was close enough. He would have no problem finding goblins and wolves. Ogres couldn't hide from him even from 20 kilometers away unless they could hide under the canopy of the trees, and on one side, that wasn't even an option. Hawk headed up to get a proper view of what was going on in the area, while Karl heard helicopters in the distance. The others didn't seem to notice, but it was more than one, and they were coming from multiple directions. Hey, how often does an area like this get supplies and reinforcements? Do they cycle through a portion of the people every few days? He asked. No, why? Normally, there wouldn't be any more activity in the area until we leave. Doug replied. There are multiple helicopters headed in this direction. Some from there, and more from here and here. Karl explained, gesturing toward the noises. Can Hawk see them well enough to tell us what they look like? Doug replied. He can't see them at all. I can hear them, though. If the seniors from the academy had either a really good or bad time, they might account for one or two of them, but they're coming from multiple directions. Karl informed the others. That is strange. Perhaps there was a delay with some of the teams. Can Karl see anyone else in the area? Humans, that is. Bob asked. 3 groups of humans are active in the distance. The ones we met yesterday, one between us and the camp, and one more on the far side of those, further down the river. I can see their campfire from here. Karl relayed that and Bob nodded before answering. There should be another group beside us, but there isn't. It might be groups showing up a day behind. They might have just reused the same helicopters, so not everyone got picked up on the same day. To keep this level of control on the area needs a lot of people, and there are only so many elites. Once they feel that it is under control, they will move us further apart with larger areas to cover. The surrounding teams were essentially hunting blind, as they had no reliable way to find the monsters within their zones, and they wouldn't trust Hawk directly, but Bob had the answer for that. He relayed the scouted directions that Hawk had given them in relation to the other groups, and they adjusted their search patterns to find the monsters that had eluded them. None of the zones had nearly as many monsters as yesterday, and with Hawk scouting, they could keep a constant eye on their zone for the moment when the spawn appeared. Doug smiled as Bob relayed another set of directions, moving a team just a little to the left to let them stumble upon a hidden enclave of lizard men. The beasts were just as shocked as the humans, as they had thought that their hiding spot was imperceptible. Perhaps from ground level it was, but it was easily spotted from the sky. Hawk was loving his new role. He got to send people to go fight with whatever he wanted them to, and then watch the outcome while he looked for more targets for him. It felt like he had become a king. The Royal Hawk, deciding the fate of the soldiers on the ground. But maybe that meant he was a general. Could he apply for commander rank because he was a good commander? It certainly sounded logical to him. Karl just did his best to keep the bird on task, and not let him forget to keep scanning their own zone along with the occupied surrounding areas. There was one side of their own zone that had no guards right now, but it also had very few monsters. If there wasn't anyone going to that location, then Bob fully intended to have his group cover it tomorrow, but for now, it was an insignificant threat. The zone was on the far side of them from the nearest populated areas, so if they were going to threaten the towns, they would have to pass by the area that the group was protecting. But the few monsters there weren't showing any signs of motion, they were just settling in to live daily lives, hunt for food and build camps. Then, just after lunch, the sound of helicopters returned. 3 of the large transports were incoming toward their position, flying slowly over the forest, as if scouting the area for threats. Team Mackenzie, this is Extraction 4, come in. Please report your position. The radio requested. That made no sense at all, and Karl quickly called Hawk and Ray back to their spaces before the incoming helicopters could mistake them for threats. This is Bob Mackenzie, we are at 18, 3002 degrees north, 64, 8252 degrees west, currently engaged in ranged scouting from an elevated position. Bob replied. Prepare for extraction. We are relocating you to a priority zone. The pilot replied. Understood. There is a suitable clearing next to the largest ironwood tree in the area. We will meet you there. Bob looked at the group and shrugged. Yesterday, this was the priority area. They know how heavy the attack was and that we almost lost a team, but today they're relocating us. I don't know what's going on, but I get the feeling that it's time to pay back a bit of our debts. Karl frowned. Pay back our debts. Doug smiled at him. Inside joke. The politicians and billionaires all act like we owe them for funding the academy, so every time they send us on a mission to nowhere, we refer to it as repaying our debts. The twin mages nodded. Non-optional missions, they're officially called. Most elites get sent on one every 2 or 3 years. This will be our 4th, but we've just got that sort of luck. Aren't we already on an emergency call-out? Karl asked, trying to make sense of this dispatching system. We are, and it makes no sense that we're being moved. That's not standard procedure, so either we were specifically requested, or something so extreme happened that this location no longer counts as an emergency. It could be that today's spawn appeared in a different location, possibly closer to a town, or that the danger level of certain areas is much higher than yesterday, and they need more hands. They should tell us when we're on the chopper, but they won't say it over the radio, in case they panic the other teams, or leak information to foreign spies. Doug explained as he packed up his kit to head down the ladder. In seconds, they were ready and headed down the ladder, just as the helicopter came into sight. It was nearly impossible to miss their location, in the tallest tree for half a kilometer, next to a clearing, and the pilot brought it down for a smooth landing with the rear cargo door already open. If they had needed a sign that this was a rush operation, that was it, and the moment they were all on the ramp, it began to close, and the pilot brought them back up into the sky. It was a good thing that the beasts could all return to Karl's space from a distance, as trying to round them up would have taken more time than this pilot was willing to wait, but the pilot wasn't the real concern here. The Overlord rank general standing in front of them was. Welcome aboard, elites. I am certain that you have questions that can wait until after I have finished briefing you. He began. We have reviewed your combat logs, and have determined that your group was misclassified. Our records show that despite still having a member at the official awakened rank, and no commander rank leader, your group has displayed combat prowess that is in line with a combined low commander rank scenario. Such a threat has evolved in the region, and you are being tasked to take it over, with other teams being sent to fill your zone, as well as the empty zones near you. Here's what we know so far. We have confirmation of the priority target Ettin Mage, but it is not at the ascended rank as first believed. It is a commander rank monster. The regular military units have been positioned to contain it, which has left holes in the defense, which still contain a number of commander rank threats, including ogres and hill giants. Your team has both a Beastmaster and a Golem Mage, who our data suggests should be capable of handling ascended rank threats unaided. So, with that in mind, we upgraded your team status. Is any of this unclear? Karl shook his head in dismay, while the others answered verbally. No, General. Excellent. You will be under the leadership of the Bureau of Public Safety once you reach your target. We are only the transport and bearers of good news today. Now, expect heavy combat from the moment that you arrive. The spawn today was heavier than usual, and the teams were already relocated. The General announced. The whole thing sounded like a bad joke to Karl, but there was still a chance that this could work out for them. High-grade food was vital to the rapid growth of the beasts, and commander rank meat wasn't easy to get. A few giants and ogres would keep Ray and Hawk stocked for months, and they would just need to find something suitable for Thor. If everything went as anticipated, Karl believed that they could make it fully into the ascended rank before the mission was over, and then he would be considered on par with the rest of the team, not a charity case or a burden the next time that there was a mission. As they approached the area, Karl realized that the General hadn't been joking about being under heavy attack from the moment that they landed. His sharp eyes could see that there was a group of giants tracking the helicopter, running through the woods after them as the pilot announced 30 seconds to the landing zone. We've got giants incoming from the south. Bob, do you want Thor with you? Karl asked as the door began to open. Do it. Don't send Hawk outside until the helicopter leaves, though. Let the monsters chase just one flying target. The warrior agreed, determination flashing in his gray eyes. The General looked shocked when Karl called Thor out onto the platform beside their lead warrior, and even more shocked when Ray came out to stand beside him at the back of the column. Go, go, go. Bob announced, jumping from the helicopter 5 meters from the ground. Karl grabbed the mages, one under each arm, while Doug jumped on Thor's back as they leapt from the vehicle, right into a grassy clearing, where they could see the giants approaching. Doug hopped off Thor's back, and the Cerro spun around to smash an earthquake with his tail, causing the giants to stumble, while the mages called out the golems and erected barriers over the group, Thor and Ray included. Ray darted into the trees, moving to flank the attackers, while Karl threw a flurry of rend attacks at the slow giants, and Bob created a circle of light around them that caused the giants' skin to bubble as if burned when they entered. He took the brunt of the first attack with his shield, nearly knocked to his knees, while Thor was slid backward as he parried with his upper horns. But then Ray was on the giant attacking Bob, clinging to his back and tearing out his throat with lacerate, before fleeing from any retaliation by the other monsters. The giant dropped his club to hold his throat, trying to keep the blood inside until he could heal, but that left his stomach open to Bob's counterattack, which tore apart his lower belly. The wood golems moved up to join the fight, and Karl watched as the helicopter faded out of sight. That should be far enough that anything wanting to chase it was already gone, so he called on Hawk, and used Shred to deflect and slow the attacks of the giants. It was more effective than trying to cut through their thick hide, as his personal attack power was a bit lacking, but with Hawk on the scene, that was about to change. Fireballs flew from the enraged bird into the small group of hill giants, blinding them and burning their faces, so they were defenseless as Shred and Ray's lacerate came for their necks and knees. Cutting the tendons and the leg joints caused the giants to crumble down to a manageable height and would prevent them from fleeing, while the exposed throats were a perennial favorite target of Hawks. There was more crashing in the trees coming from behind them, and Karl turned to see a 2-headed ogre coming their way. Shit, I think that we found the Ettin Mage, he called. Doug looked back for an instant and frowned. Take care of it. That's not the one they warned us about. It's not even full-grown yet. It was 4 meters tall. What did the cleric mean it wasn't full-grown? But Karl turned to face it, using Ren to deflect its first attack over his head, and then the attacks from the second hand cut deeply into its side. Doug was right, this was an awakened rank beast. The skill had left it bleeding and gasping for breath through a collapsed lung, until Ray made her way over and claimed the heads as a trophy. Colonel Lady wanted heads. She reminded Karl with a smug sense of victory in her mind. Good job. Now, help Thor before someone breaks his scales. That was unlikely to happen. The giants hadn't broken the barrier over him yet, but the twins were looking tired from the mana they were using to keep the barriers and golems active as the giants smashed them apart. Bob had taken another down, and Doug had cast a spell over Thor that made him glow with golden light. The warrior's next attack shattered the knee of a giant, and then the ball of Thor's tail flattened the creature's face as it tumbled to the ground. That left only two of the creatures, which were surrounded by the golems, and desperately trying to keep Hawk and Ray away with wide sweeps of their clubs. It was a losing battle, and with a solid kick from a golem, the two giants collided, and their timing was thrown off enough to allow the beasts to finish them off. Hawk landed in a nearby tree, and Ray skittered over to Thor to drape herself over his back for support as she caught her breath. Well, that sucked about as much as I had expected. 7 Ascended Hill Giants and 1 Awakened Ettin Mage, was it? I see that you've already collected the heads, but we can loot the others once we have had a chance to get our bearings. Bob announced. Karl was about to sit down, but a shiny rock in the hand of the Ettin Mage caught his attention. He pulled the massive fingers apart and found a wand with a large ruby on top clutched securely in its palm. It looked to be very well made, but he couldn't read any of the lettering on it. Ladies, I have found a wand. Take a look and see if it's any good for you. He offered as he finally managed to remove it from the death grip of the Ettin. There was a pouch full of coins and rocks at its waist, but nothing else of use. Still, it was a wand, and that was better than anything else they'd found so far. Danny passed it to Donnie, who was better with barriers, and she carefully examined the inscriptions. Now this is a find. It's a wand of fireball. It has limited uses, but it is rechargeable. Think of it like prepaid magic. She explained. Ray pulled the Ettin's body into her space and strung it up in a web for later, while the rest of the group began to disperse and check the bodies of the giants. We're in the loot now, boys. Doug laughed a few seconds later. He had pulled a bag from a giant's waist, revealing a large amount of gold in the form of crude coins, as well as a magical dagger that would be a proper sword in the hands of a human. Meanwhile, Bob had removed 2 magical rings from the giants, and a pair of gauntlets that no human could wear. The mages were the only ones who could properly identify the items, as they were the only ones who could read the language of the inscriptions, but anyone could sense that they were magical items. Thor was uninterested in the majority of the loot, but there was a spiked helmet on one of the hill giants' heads that he was staring at with longing. Is the helmet magical? Karl asked. It is, but it's huge. Unless we need a new cook pot, it would be a real pain to try to bring it with us. Doug replied. I want it. Thor insisted. Karl walked over, and intending to humor his sorrow, he removed the helmet from the giant's head. Thor thumped his tail down into the helmet and gave a soft bugle of joy as the impact seemed to mold it around the ball of his tail. A half-dozen more hits, turning his tail as he did, and now his spiked tail had spiked metal armor around it. Well, that's one way to do it. Bob laughed. If it makes him happy, armor is armor. Doug agreed. Metal smashing tool, Thor declared. Karl continued to search the bodies, piling up the gold and gems that they were carrying. It would be split between the group members when they finished the mission, and 10 kilos of gold was no laughing matter. You could buy a very nice house in the city, or 3 in a town like Karl grew up in with that much gold, and that didn't even count the gems. If they were going to keep sending him on missions with rewards this good, Karl wasn't going to complain at all about being asked to fight. With the rest of the loot sorted, Karl picked up the metal gauntlets that one of the giants had been wearing. He was admiring the craftsmanship when Doug came over and pointed to the inscription on the cuff. Gauntlets of Bestial Strength. That's why that first attacker hit Bob so hard it nearly folded him, he explained. Karl stuck his hand inside, wondering what it took to activate the ability. Then, with a flash of golden light, the gauntlet shrunk, and the second one appeared on Karl's other hand, perfectly sized to his body. What was that? How did you do that? Doug gasped. Karl could only give him a confused look and marvel at the power that he could feel flowing from him to his pets through the gauntlets. His own strength felt massively improved, but the effect wasn't just on him, it was increasing the strength of his partners as well. Well, I guess I'm keeping these. You can take it out of my share. Karl laughed in delight as the feeling of overwhelming power flowed through him. The loot was quickly divided among their bags, with Karl and Bob carrying the gold, while the others each picked an item to either wear or put away. The wand of Fireball was hung from a belt, while oversized rings dangled from necklaces, which the others assured Karl was close enough to activate their abilities. These weren't major magical items, they all increased strength, the only thing that giants truly valued. But when compared to the base strength of a petite mage, it was a considerable increase. The extra strength would make it easier to move through the woods, especially with their gear on their backs, and it would leave them less exhausted at the end of the day. I think I found the hiding spot of the ogres. There is a cave over here, carved into a hillside, Hawk informed Karl after a few minutes of searching. Well, we've got our next target. There is a cave in the hills that Hawk thinks is ogres. Are we all ready for this? Karl asked. The group collectively sighed and prepared to move out. They were going to have to put in work to clear a zone in half a day, as it wouldn't be safe to rest overnight if they didn't. Normally, it wouldn't be an issue, but there was the underlying knowledge that they could come across a commander rank beast in this area. It was explicitly stated when they were assigned here. None of them had much experience with that, and never before in a group that didn't have a commander rank leader. Bob followed the direction that Karl pointed, and then spotted Hawk circling over the cave. That was enough to guide them to their target, with Ray and Thor sticking close to the group, in case there was something that Hawk missed or failed to mention. As they approached, the stench of unwashed bodies assailed their nostrils, and the sound of arguing in an unknown language slowly became audible. Golems first. Attack them and draw them back out, Bob whispered as the cave came into sight. There were definitely either giants or ogres in there. The only question was how many and how strong they were. Ray settled into the grass next to Karl, who was hiding behind a tree like the rest of the team as the golems approached the cave. The stomping noise of the large wood golems was unmistakable, and Karl heard the roars of rage that something dared to approach the cave that the monsters had claimed as their own. A massive club came flying out of the cave entrance with such force that it knocked a golem to the ground and continued on to shatter a tree to Karl's left. Shit. I think we found our commander rank giant, Bob whispered. Ray, circle behind the cave entrance so you can attack the back of whatever comes out. Getting hit with one of those clubs won't end well, so wait for the last of them to come out, and make sure you can retreat up the cliff if they turn on you, Karl instructed. The golem was rapidly repairing itself as Danny poured mana into it, and Donnie had layered them with a fresh barrier, while Doug cast that enhancement spell again, making the golems look more complete and armored. 6 giants rushed out of the cave, bent over at the waist to fit through the entrance, and the golems attacked, striking them with vine whips while Hawk attacked from overhead, raining shred attacks down on them. The last one out was half-grown, only a little larger than a lizard man, or twice the size of Bob. That was Ray's sign to attack, and with a deft pull of her web, she roped the monster by the throat and pulled it up into the air, out of the reach of its kin. It couldn't even make a noise as it was abducted, but the giants were too busy to notice anyhow, as that was the moment that Bob chose to charge. Forward! He shouted, charging with Thor at his side. The mages and Doug didn't leave the trees, but Karl moved up into the open, where he could get a clear line of attack on the giants while they were engaged with the oversized wood golems. Multiple rend attacks kept the giants annoyed and distracted, so they couldn't focus on the incoming forms of Bob and Thor. The muscular scaled body of Thor slammed into the one on Karl's right, and a twist of his head took the giant's legs out from underneath him, dropping the massive monster on its back, where it was pummeled by a golem, while two more tried to push the attackers back so it could regain its footing. But that left them vulnerable to Hawk, and the wounds were rapidly adding up, weakening them. The first of the golems was smashed out of existence a few seconds later, and the largest of the giants turned on Bob, smashing at him with its club. He rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the strike, but keeping his guard barrier intact. "Ray, when you see an opening, help Bob." "Hawk, help Thor," Karl instructed. Thor was fighting two giants, while two golems worked to kill the prone giant, and the last golem was barely holding on in a 2-on-1 fight against the giants. Karl focused on that fight, putting all his power into Shred, which shimmered with power as offensive optimization, altered the spell to better cut through the target. The strike caught one of the giants across the face, blinding it in one eye and leaving a gaping slash from its ear to the middle of its chest, but the creature didn't seem to even register the pain, and the wound was slowly closing already. That wasn't good. If he couldn't do enough damage, it would just heal and keep fighting until the mages were exhausted and the golems dropped. A shrill shriek filled the air as Ray came hurtling past Karl's face, and voluntarily headed for the cliff. She twisted at the last instant, but Karl could see that she was injured and limping on the left side. A glance left showed that the Commander Rank giant was in much worse shape, and she had nearly torn his heart from his chest when she landed on his back, but the giant had managed to grab her and throw her before Bob could stop him. Green healing light glowed around her body as Doug took action, and a barrier shimmered back to life around her body, bringing the bloodbath spider back into the fight. She launched herself off the rock face back at the giant, who turned to swat her away, only narrowly missing when she used her web to pull herself to the ground. The move turned his back on Bob, and the warrior glowed with golden light for an instant as he drove his blade into the creature's chest from behind, using the gap in the creature's armor that Ray had torn. The blade sunk in up to the hilt, and silently, the creature toppled over forward, landing on the grass with a thump that seemed to freeze time for an instant as the others realized their leader was dead. With him gone, they had lost their strongest chance at winning, and now there were two more attackers free to rescue the beleaguered golem, while Thor fended off the attacks of two others. Both his lightning barrier and Donnie's magical barriers were being broken and renewed every few seconds, but the giants were bruised everywhere and limping, while bleeding from multiple puncture wounds. The prone giant was finished, and the fight was over in the next few seconds, as the survivors of the giant clan were surrounded and torn apart by golems and lacerate attacks. "Head count," Bob called. "No injuries in the back lines," Doug called back. "Minor wounds on my side," Karl replied. With a smile and a sigh, the warrior sunk to the ground, still enveloped in healing light. Doug made his way forward, looking much older than he had a few minutes ago, a weariness that could only have come from mana exhaustion. "The mages are barely mobile. We need to find a safe spot to hide for the night," the cleric informed his brother. "Get them loaded onto Thor if we have to. Staying here is too dangerous. We will go a kilometer or so, and then find a spot." "Can Hawk scout for us?" Bob asked. Hawk had already started, so Karl nodded, and began to check the giants for loot. There was absolutely nothing on them but their weapons and crude armor, which was now utterly destroyed. There might be something in the cave for them to take, but Karl got the feeling that these giants didn't have much to take in the first place. "I will check the cave and meet you here in a minute. Thor, help the ladies onto your back." "They need the help to get to camp," Karl informed the others. Doug gave him a weary thumbs up as he collapsed back to back with Bob, not even having the energy to go back to where the mages were sitting. They had come much closer to death than anyone was willing to admit, and even one more minute of combat would have left the casters comatose, while the front line was left on its own with no healing and little ranged support. Karl checked the cave and gathered the few coins that the giants had collected. There were numerous trophies in the cave, along with rancid meat and an incredible number of bones, but nothing of real value. He shook his head as he returned to the group and noticed that Ray had moved the Commander Rank giant into her web as a trophy, and then helped the mages up onto Thor's back. "How are you still mobile? You burned as much mana as I did, and I'm half dead here," Doug asked as Karl helped him to his feet. "Refreshing lightning. It's Thor's specialty. It recovers stamina and mana, with a slow healing effect. While I burned a lot of mana, I also recovered most of what I used. I don't have a skill that uses significantly more than the lightning barrier recovers, so it takes a while before I'm burnt out. Thor is the same way. He can go half the day at full output if he doesn't get hurt too badly." Thor was still limping, and some of his scales had cracks, but he was in better shape than the mages, who looked grateful for the lift. Karl slung their packs across Thor's upper pair of horns, and Bob helped Doug get mobile again. The casters had taken the worst of the exhaustion, while Bob had taken a heavy beating. Ray was still in rough shape, and she retreated into her space to rest and recover, while Hawk scouted for a good spot to hide for the night. They were just starting to leave when one large ogre with a stupid smile on his face walked into the camp, holding a dead iron-tusked boar by its hind legs. It looked very proud of itself, and it was calling out for the giants, until it finally registered what was going on. Karl stepped forward, sword in hand, and lopped its head off from 10 meters away with a single, shred, attack. "I've had quite enough fighting for one day, but I'm keeping that boar," he muttered as he tossed the carcass into the space for Hawk, or for the group to cook later. "I've got a spot. Not quite a kilometer, but up in a good tree." "As long as Ray is up for it," Hawk suggested. "Not too far up a tree." "I will have to carry the mages up the ladder," Karl reminded him. "Got it. It's still a good spot." It was slow going for the first few minutes, but Doug was slowly recovering, thanks to his own magic refreshing him, and Bob didn't have to support him anymore. Hawk had picked him another redwood tree, but this time they weren't going to the top, just up far enough that the giants wouldn't be able to get to them. It would still be quite the climb, but Ray was feeling a bit better after a half hour of rest, and she was ready to make another fort. "Just keep it simple. We're going to have to move on again in the morning, and I don't know if we will be back." "Just enough to let us sleep in peace," Karl reminded her. Today's version was much smaller than the opulent fort she had made the last time, but it was big enough for them all to lay down, and it was well hidden far enough up the tree that the giants wouldn't be able to hit them unless they threw their clubs. Doug had a plan to prevent that as well. He used his magic to create a set of herbs that he scattered over the floor of the fort and on the ground around the tree. "That will mask our scent for the night. If Karl and Bob carry the mages up, we can get dinner in us and sleep." "Same watch schedule as usual," Doug explained. The mages complained, but didn't actually stop the two from picking them up on one hip and carrying them up the ladder. It was a bit tricky to climb with just one hand and carrying an extra burden, but they were fairly light, and as soon as Karl was in the fort, Thor returned to his space for the night. Bob gave the group a weak smile. "I guess we can confirm that this group has Commander Rank battle power now. I have sent in the battle results and location to the battlefield command, but they haven't responded yet. There were too many battles today for them to process them all right away, but we should have some good rewards coming to us when we get home. Now we just hope that the next time we come across a cave full of giants, it's not that messy." "Amen to that. We had the dragon's own luck to make it out of that without losing any gear," Doug agreed. Karl's regretful sigh reminded the others that he wasn't as experienced as they were in the wilderness. "In case of emergency, we have a potion that will give us a burst of energy. Not mana, just physical energy. The idea is that you drop all the weight you can and run if you have to use it. Flee and live to fight another day. But that normally means losing all your gear." Karl nodded his head. "Well, it's better than being dead anyhow. I will have to put more effort into verifying what sort of threat we are facing. This one was in a cave, and it's not like Hawk can fly in and check it out, but I probably should have had him at least try to do a head count or something. Doug patted him on the back. Don't feel bad about it, lad. We knew it was going to be a hard fight, and we came out on top. There shouldn't be too many more fights like that during the mission, and with the practice and experience often comes breakthroughs. I don't know what it is about practical experience, but it grows an elite's powers faster than anything else. That's part of the reason that we keep volunteering to come help Bob all the time. Did you know that back in the academy, he wasn't considered anything special? He graduated as an awakened warrior, and only made ascended the year after. Now, he's almost to commander rank, as we all are. Just keeping at the training instead of letting our skills atrophy has done more for us than years in the academy did. It's a lot further from ascended to commander than it is from awakened to ascended, after all. The cleric knew just how to set a mind at ease, and Karl nodded in agreement, which turned into a tired head bob that he barely caught before he nodded off. Dinner was still on the way, and going to bed hungry would just make him sluggish if there was a fight in the middle of the night. The meal was one of silently eaten ration packs, as creating food would take excess energy, and Doug was already exhausted. Hawk will keep watch with you. Hawk, wake up Ray before you sleep. I know everyone is wiped, so it will be better to have good night vision available all night, Karl whispered to the cleric before he nodded off. I will make sure we've got a good breakfast ready in the morning, Doug agreed before Karl's eyes closed, and he embraced sleep. Karl was awoken well before his shift by the sound of monsters moving through the forest. The sound of breaking branches brought him out of a sound sleep, or perhaps it was Ray relaying the information about the noise. In his half-asleep state, Karl couldn't tell the difference, but the mage on duty hadn't noticed it yet. There is something big moving in the woods, Karl whispered to her as he scanned the forest for the exact location of what was causing the noise. Their position today wasn't as high, so he didn't have the advantage of being able to see over the tree lane and look down at the monsters nearby, but he could still clearly hear the movement and it was getting closer. Wake the others if you think it's going to attack us. I will be happy to let it pass by if we can so that we're not fighting in the dark, she whispered back. That was a good point. Picking a fight when nobody could see what they were doing was a terrible idea, and from the look of the sky, this might be third shift, not fourth. The moon was still high in the sky, but there was no hint of light on the horizon that would suggest dawn was getting close. Ray was up in the tree with them, and after a few seconds, she tapped Karl on the shoulder, bringing his attention to movement in the distance that could only be spotted as a bit of warm thermal imaging through the trees. A small group of hill giants were moving around, snapping trees and then retreating. I have found them. Hill giants making a camp. The noise was them breaking off small trees for their fire, Karl whispered. In that case, we will likely be able to see them soon. They rarely hide their campfire, as it brings prey to them, she replied grimly. Most monsters were afraid of fire, but then Karl realized what she meant. Fire attracted humans. Their campfire would bring groups of elites and soldiers to them, for the giants to kill and eat. They weren't getting any closer, but they weren't the only thing moving in the woods, and after a few minutes, Karl noticed that goblins were also drawn to the fire, possibly thinking that it was a camp of humans. There are goblins on the move, toward the giants. Nothing is coming our way at the moment, Karl updated the mage on duty. I've just started my watch, do you want to switch? Wake my sister next, and I will take your watch, she offered. All right. Sleep well, I don't think that we will have problems, but it's easier for Ray to explain to me than to anyone else, Karl agreed. Can I kill the ones that smell good? Ray asked hopefully after watching another group of goblins headed for the giant's fire. If they're weak enough that you can take them out without being spotted or causing a ruckus. We don't want to draw the monsters away from their party, Karl replied. That was good enough for her, and Ray watched carefully for monsters that weren't goblins or other green things. The lizard men weren't bad, and they struggled nicely in her web, but none of the green things made her top prey list. The Commander Rank Hill Giant definitely did, and she was looking forward to getting another of them in the morning. They wouldn't be difficult to find, as the fire was now clearly visible from their resting spot, and the sound of monsters arguing, or whatever they were doing, was loud enough that when Karl woke the next shift, she could hear them. "How long has that been going on?" she asked. "Nearly 2 hours now. Ray woke me up when the hill giants got close, and I switched shifts with your sister. Wake her up for last shift of the morning. The light should attract all the monsters in the area, but I'm not certain what we will be able to do about it now that there are so many. I have seen 2 groups of goblins headed for the giants, plus at least 1 group with hobgoblins, and Ray intercepted a small group of awakened rank ogres. But we can't see anything coming from the other sides, only what is close enough to be within sight or hearing range of our location," Karl explained. "All right, get a few more hours of sleep, and we will work on a plan as soon as it starts getting light out. Prepare for a short night in case we have to run." Karl tucked himself back into bed, and only briefly noticed when Ray returned to her space to sleep, letting Hawk take over so that they were all well rested when the sun came up and things inevitably got dangerous. Not that she was worried that their location would be spotted. Doug had done a good job of blocking their scent, but because someone was going to have to deal with that group, and unless all the monsters had left the nearby woods to join them, there probably wasn't going to be another group to help. They had all been relocated here because of the dangers of the area, so there were no extra groups around. He was shaken awake by Hawk just as the others began to get active for the morning, preparing the breakfast ration packs, so the smell of cooking didn't attract monsters. "There are ogres all over the forest, but nothing close to us. I took a flight earlier and the giants' camp is big, but weak. Plenty of goblins, only a few other things with the giants. No big boss giant this time that I can see, and I didn't see a cave for them to hide in." Hawk was being extra vigilant today, after having missed the power level of yesterday's fight. It had been an excellent learning experience for him, and you could never be too prepared for a battle. You could be too scared, or too cautious, but never too prepared. Bob motioned for Karl to come closer as they whispered their plans. "We had Hawk try and explain the situation, and it sounds like the giants are the only major threat there. Does he think that we can take them in a fight without getting injured? Or should we start further out and clear away the other monsters in the forest first?" their lead warrior asked. Karl considered Hawk's description for a moment. "There is no commander rank leader, and the giants don't outnumber us. But there are countless goblins, plus some hobgoblins and a few ogres that decided to join them." From his description, the ogres sound like weaker ones that needed protection. "There are a lot of other ogres in the area as well, but not at the camp," Karl explained. The rest of the group silently waited for Bob's decision. They all knew their capabilities, and he had the most practical experience, so when it came to the final decision, they usually deferred to him. "All right, we will go for the camp and blitz it. Wipe out as many of the smaller monsters as we can right at the start, and then focus on the giants and anything at ascended rank," Bob announced after a few seconds of staring at the map. "Eat up, and then we move out," Doug agreed, before filling his mouth with oatmeal. The group silently climbed down the tree and followed the noise of the monster camp toward the location the giants had picked as their base. The ogres were still avoiding the area, as Hawk confirmed, once he started his overhead surveillance. 50 or more goblins, 10 ogres, 20 hobgoblins, and 4 giants. None of them are as large as the leader of the last group, but they all look the same according to Hawk, so I'm going to say that they are indeed more hill giants," Karl confirmed. Bob motioned for them all to follow, and both mages took out wands from their coats. One was the wand of fireball that they had recovered from the Ettin Mage, and the other looked similar, so they were probably both similar in function. The more mana that they could save at the start of the fight, the better. They were going to have a tough time with that many hobgoblins and ogres, and only Thor, Bob, and the golems could effectively deal with the giants. Bob paused only a few dozen meters from the tree line around the giant's encampment as he made his final preparations. Call the golems as soon as we arrive. Then area damage to remove the smaller threats, while I hold off the giants with Thor. The wood golems have a vine attack that can hit multiple targets, so use it on the hobgoblins. Karl, I am counting on you, Hawk and Ray, to deal with the ogres. Once those are down, join us at the giants, and we will finish the fight as quickly as possible, then retreat away from the camp to rest before clearing the rest of the area. He whispered. That didn't sound too bad to Karl. With Ray and Hawk, they shouldn't have too many problems eliminating the ogres, who were relatively slow-moving. If he dodged well enough, he might not even have to engage them in close combat at all. Everyone but Thor agreed that was ideal. The more enemies that you could eliminate from a distance, the better. Even Ray felt that way, and she didn't have a true ranged attack. Instead, she preferred to let the enemy tire itself out on her web before she finished it off. Karl moved to the right, closer to where the ogres were gathered, and Bob moved left with Thor to approach the giants from the back. The monsters would hear their approach soon, as Thor wasn't great at stealth, being a nearly 2-meter-tall scaled dinosaur. But the sound of monsters moving in the forest wasn't a sound that the giants were unfamiliar with, and instead of taking it as a threat, they just kept tracking him, waiting for the Cerro to get close enough for them to attack. One lightning Cerro on its own was an easy meal for this large group, and that was all that they could hear so far. The giants roared in victory as they decided that Thor was close enough to attack, and Karl heard them run off into the trees. They hadn't waited for Bob to launch the attack, but the other monsters weren't joining them, as the giants would take it as a threat to their authority if the others stole a kill. That was when he attacked. Ray, grab the ogres with your web to slow them down. Hawk, full attack. He announced mentally as he darted forward to throw rend attacks into the unprotected bellies and legs of the ogres. Their hide was thick, and tougher than most hardened leather, thanks to their status as awakened monsters. None of them were fully grown, as Hawk had informed them, and they were all on the low side of awakened in power, which was letting his attacks cut deep furrows into their hide, enraging the ogres, and making them charge toward the trees where he was hiding. That was precisely what they wanted. 10-1 seemed like good odds to the ogres, and even after a few of them stumbled and hit the ground, they still saw an overwhelming advantage for their side. But Hawk was attacking from above, and the fallen ogres had been killed without ever knowing they were under attack from multiple directions. Then, the front row reached the trees, and Ray sprung into action, pulling them to the ground with a web she had left lying on the ground as a trap. The moment she pulled it tight, the remaining ogres became entangled, and the bloodbath spider charged into them, tearing bodies apart from behind as Karl attacked from the front. He was still retreating, leaving space between him and the web so he could attack without being in their retaliation range, but within seconds, that wouldn't matter. They weren't bright, and they were becoming even more entangled as they fought with each other to get free. Ray spun more web around them as Hawk bombarded them from above, and then moved off to assist Thor, who was having a tough time with the giants. Just because they couldn't smash through his barrier in a single strike didn't mean they couldn't at all, and the mighty Cerro was on the defensive, sweeping with his horns, and using Earthquake to keep the giants off balance. Being on 4 feet gave him the advantage in stability, and even when he stepped into his own effect, he was still able to stab and charge at the giants, hurting them away from the main clearing, and away from Bob, so the warrior could finish his second fight without interference. With the combined efforts of Karl and Ray, the ogres were all in states of incapacitated already, and Ray was finishing them quickly to add to her snack pile before anyone could tell her they wanted something off the bodies. They had been stripped of their loot and clothing when she tossed them in the space, and she didn't see any reason that the others would want the body parts, so they were hers. She had claimed them, and she wasn't giving them up. Karl quickly checked the pile of items from the ogres, and stuffed the bits of gold and silver into the side pocket of his bag, then moved to join the fight against the goblins. The hobgoblins were already down, eliminated by the golems, and most of the goblins were gone as well, taken out by a large area fire spell. Doug gestured for Karl to keep going, as the remaining goblins were being held off by the golem's array of roots and vines. They didn't need the help, as the goblins were much weaker than they were, just too numerous to be immediately eliminated. That gave Karl an idea, though. Hawk knew a fireball that could expand over a small area. If he kept training at it, he could likely expand it enough to cover most of a clearing. Even if it weakened the spell significantly, it would allow him to eliminate threats like a goblin tribe in a single shot. Nobody in the group had a large-scale spell like that, but Karl was certain that it should be possible, since the bird had already used it as both a stream of flame and as a ball. With a gesture from Karl, Ray circled wide around the edge of the clearing while he charged through, attacking the few goblins that turned his way as he headed for the giants. They could see him coming, and one broke free of Thor's distraction to charge at the incoming warrior, only to realize too late that it was a trap. Hawk set a wind barrier in front of him, stopping the giant in his tracks, and the bloodbath spider was all over his back, tearing him apart in a position that he couldn't reach. His scream of frustration distracted the other giants, and one immediately fell to Bob's blade, while the other was knocked to the ground by Thor, then had its rib cage crushed by an earthquake-enhanced tail strike. Karl finished the giant and turned back to the casters, just in time to see the last of the goblins fall. That fight wasn't nearly as bad as they had feared, though Thor had retreated to his pond to rest and recuperate before the next battle. He would heal quickly even out here with his lightning, but it was better to completely rest until he was called on again. Ray felt the same way, but mostly because she wanted to arrange her treasures in her web. That left Hawk circling overhead, and an upbeat group of elites, ready to move on to hunting for the rest of the monsters in their zone. The radio was set to just above a whisper, so that Bob could hear if there were any nearby groups in trouble, and keep track of monster movements. There weren't enough elites around to clear everything before it wandered into someone else's zone, and most of the teams were doing what they had done, and working to eliminate the most dangerous group first. If that one headed for the nearby villages, they would catch hell from their superiors, and the rewards for eliminating the more powerful groups were the reason most of them were here in the first place. From what Karl could hear on the radio, most of the ones who had been forced to come out were the lower-ranking elites, the awakened warrior classes, and they weren't anywhere near where his group had been relocated. He did wonder if someone was going to come across the tree fort and the spiders that had been left overseeing it. It would be unfortunate for the spiders, as they would probably be slaughtered, even though they weren't actually a threat to anyone, but most groups wouldn't be brave enough to go into the fort. The common sentiment regarding spider monsters was kill it with fire, so Karl really didn't think that anyone would risk going into the fort to see if the creator was still there. Ogres ahead, 2 of them. Big ones. Hawk informed Karl as he pondered the chances of the fort's survival. 2 ahead. Karl relayed, then checked on Thor, who was rolling in the pond, using the stones to massage sore muscles. Thor, you can rest for a bit. Ray, come give me a hand. He instructed. Then he activated Skill Master, with all 3 beasts as the target, hoping that at least one of them would learn a new skill either from the group or the monsters they were fighting today. A new skill or 2 would give them more options in a fight, especially when they were facing armored targets, or new forms of monsters they hadn't had much practice against. Ray joined them, and Karl sent her up to take Thor's spot, so that Bob understood what was happening without him having to explain the situation. The mages prepared their spells once they saw Hawk circling, and the moment the ogre pair came into sight, they unleashed on them, scorching them with fire before Ray and Bob moved up to finish them off. One single combo attack was enough to take them out, and the ogres died with an utterly shocked look on their faces that said they hadn't expected to lose this fight at all, much less so quickly. It was short and brutal, but another pair of ascended rank kills for their logs. Normally, everyone would make their own records of the fights they had been in, but Karl didn't know that, and the group trusted Doug to make all the records for them. Nobody would question the honesty of the cleric assigned to the group, as they didn't get the same sort of financial rewards that the others did. The church frowned on its members trying to get wealthy for any reason, so the rewards they gave were non-monetary. He would still be rewarded, though. With so many kills coming their way, he would be rewarded very well. Especially if he managed to make Commander rank. They were all supposed to be close to the breakpoint, but for the church, Commander rank would make him a high priest of his goddess, the Green Dragon, who represented the natural balance and growth. More coming from all 4 directions. They heard your fight. Hawk warned. We've got incoming from all 4 directions. Hawk will update as they get closer. Karl informed the others. The golems were brought back, and a magical barrier ring was erected around the group, 2 meters tall. It wouldn't stop the ogres from getting over, but it also wouldn't stop them from getting hit while they were trying. Bob only had slash as a ranged attack. The rest of his skills were melee, but the others all had plenty of range to attack past the barrier, while the 4 golems plus Thor and Bob would hold the front rank against the attackers. I think they have associated me with the attacks. There are some in the distance pointing at me and shouting. Hawk updated. Fly off to see if they chase you to another location, then you can lure them back here after the fight. Karl suggested. Hawk needs to relocate. The monsters are catching on to the fact that he's hovering over fights. They might think he's a scavenger, luring them to food he can't kill himself. I sent him off to scout. Karl informed the others. That's fine. As long as he can keep updating us on the situation, he's doing well enough as a scout. Doug agreed. It would be good to have his extra attacking power here, but not completely necessary now that they had the time to prepare defenses against the ogres. The first arrived only seconds later, and died as soon as it reached the barrier. The same was true for the next 6, but after that, they started to get more cautious and gather in a group before charging. Ogres are still going your way, but the other stuff is following me to a furious warbear family. Hawk updated. His ploy didn't work on the ogres, but everything else is following him into a trap. Karl laughed. There was no time for questions as they hurled skills at the ogres, who were struggling to get past the barrier with the wood golems whipping at their faces and arms. There was another pause in the battle, and Karl ordered Thor to grab all the corpses and throw them into Hawk and raised spaces. They could deal with them later, but they were starting to pile up against the barrier, making it too easy for new arrivals to jump over. A short pause allowed everyone to rest for a moment. Doug passed around some crispy squares, something between a peanut brittle and a brownie. As Karl finished eating, he felt his energy levels begin to rise a bit faster, then washed it down with water from his canteen. No more ogres coming. But I'm on my way back with what is left of the others. Hawk updated. Hawk is incoming with the remainder of the other monsters chasing him. I guess not all of them fell for the trap. Karl informed Doug, who was giving a sad look at his favorite sword hand glove, which had ripped during the battle. Bob pocketed the glove for later repair and picked up his sword. Hawk flew overhead and right past them, leading an enraged crowd of monsters that were periodically throwing rocks and spears at the low-flying bird. Whatever he had done, they were beyond enraged with him. It was just the lizard men left, which Karl assumed was because they were the smartest of the monsters that had been following him, but their rage made them slow to react, and they were nearly eliminated by the mages and the golems before Karl could even get a second shred off. Once they were gone, Hawk returned and vanished into his space to take a quick break and get a snack before continuing to scout. Are the rest of the monsters in the immediate area gone? Karl asked, just to be certain. All gone. Fed them to an angry warbear. Don't go into the river bottom past the cliffs outside our zone. She is mad. Hawk says he lured the others outside our zone to a warbear den. They're gone now, but the warbear is not impressed with us, or life in general, so stay away from the cliffs and the river bottom. Karl relayed. Bob grabbed the radio to warn the team in the area. The warbear was a native monster, and not the primary goal of the mission. In fact, they killed any other monster in their territory, so they would do the team's job for them if anything strayed too close. Even the bravest of teams didn't like to tangle with them, as the bears were even more durable than most armored monsters, and they were notorious for holding a grudge. The mages let the barrier down so that the magic wouldn't attract any more monsters, and Bob signaled for the group to get moving. He was leading them back toward the fort they had built the previous night, even though they hadn't finished the full sweep of the area yet. They had probably killed everything in the area, but Hawk would double-check while they walked back, after he had rested enough and nothing was looking for him. As with the other zone, their assigned area was not large, and the threat level would vary, so it was best to get your rest when you could. We will return to the fort for lunch, and let Hawk scout while we rest. Then he can return to his hiding spot to rest so we don't end up causing the monsters to stampede again. It feels like we cleared this area fairly well, but you can never be too certain, and the monsters are always moving. Bob explained as he got the group moving. Hawk happily made another round around the area, being sure to keep well away from the home of the warbear, in case it tracked him back and decided to knock the tree down to get to him while he was sleeping. Karl sensed the bird's thoughts and shook his head in dismay. If the warbear could so easily take out everything that was thrown at it, then it meant that the matriarch of the clan was probably a commander rank beast, much tougher than the hill giant they had fought thanks to its nearly impenetrable hide. That was not something that you were supposed to upset. At least not if you didn't have the brute strength to convince it to back down. The fort was empty when they returned, and everyone settled into rest-weary muscles on the soft silk netting. Hawk returned only a few minutes later with confirmation that there was nothing worth mentioning in their zone, so they were safe to relax for an hour or two. The smell of cooking wouldn't draw anything in from this distance, so they didn't have to eat more of the ration packs. Should we set up another spot up at the top of the tree so that we can see more of what is going on around us? Even having Hawk in a nest at the top of the tree will give us much more visibility when something comes near us. Karl suggested. That's not a bad idea. The tree is large enough to move and get a better line of sight, but being lower here also helps us see what is at ground level, instead of having it blocked by leaves. Bob replied. Doug nodded in agreement. You can see a lot more than we can, so it's better for the watches if we're low enough that everyone can see the ground. With a bit of luck, we won't have to leave here again today. We can just wait for the monsters to appear again and then go deal with them. We will ask you to send Hawk out every few hours to make sure we're not missing anything, but the others only expect so much out of us. You can't be in combat all day every day, it wears everyone out too fast. The mages stretched out on the webbing and smiled up at the sky. We've already been upgraded once on this mission. If we start making it look too easy, who knows what they will ask us to do next. I have a good feeling about this mission. I might make it to commander rank with just a bit more work. There is a change in my golems. They're stronger than they were, and more agile with divine whips. If you could have seen how they eliminated the goblins, I think you'd agree that they're very close to reaching the standard. All it takes is one signature spell for proof, but the rest of my attack magic is improving as well. It's impossible to tell against such weak targets as the goblins, but hitting the hobgoblins, they were dying without any sort of resistance as well, and that is a sure sign that you're 2 ranks above them. Danny explained quietly with her eyes shut, relaxing while she could. Karl felt Ray laugh in his mind, and saw Bob waiting for him to relay the thought out loud. They all had to think he was a bit odd, but it was somewhat like having earphones in, where only you were hearing one side of the conversation. Ray questions the standard of things just dying when you hit them. She seems to think it's not that impressive. Karl joked. The mages chuckled. Well, for Ray, it's just normal. The rest of us actually have to work to make things die. I've noticed that your attacks are well above what would be expected of an awakened rank warrior as well. Is that a result of your class? Or is it just because Rend is so good against the targets we are fighting? Karl shrugged. It's a bit of both. Rend is good against fleshy targets. But I also get a boost to my effectiveness from Ray. Then there is Shred, which is an absolutely brutal attack to begin with. It uses a lot of energy, but near the peak of awakened rank, Shred will deal more damage than the peak ascended rank/ability. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. Rend is already an improvement as an ability, but Shred is superior to Rend at the same power output. Then when Ray's ability optimizes it. He let the sentence trail off, and the others nodded in understanding. Then we get what we have here, with a group of fighters that outperform their ranking. Bob finished. Doug finished making lunch, and they waited for another hour before sending Hawk out again. There was still nothing to report, so he settled back into his space to recover energy more quickly, and Karl kept watch in his place. That pattern repeated all afternoon. Hawk went for a flight every 2 hours, found that there was nothing worth getting out of bed to hunt, then cleared a few goblins and other minor nuisances and went back to his nest. It was the sort of day that every mission team wanted to have. A good fight in the morning with no injuries, then a warm shady spot to rest for the remainder of the day. But 10 kilometers away, it was a very different story. Not every team that had been transferred could live up to the expectations of the deployment team, and many of them were being pushed back toward the nearest town as they retreated from the influx of hill giants and ogres. The radio had been at a whisper all day, and they had heard the movements, but no distress calls, and certainly no emergencies close enough that they would be able to respond to them. The teams immediately around their own were all in good shape today, and while they were all exhausted from the battles, they were holding steady. As night settled over the forest, they began their usual rotation, with Ray out to help the others keep watch, and Hawk sleeping in his space until the last watch, when the sky would be light enough that his vision was no longer limited. While Karl was resting comfortably in the fort that Ray had made for them, Dana was having a much different mission experience. Her team had been deployed to the far side of the battlefield, nearly 50 kilometers from where Karl had originally been stationed, but they hadn't managed to stay there for long. Her team was not a group of devoted veteran mercenaries like Karl had gotten. She had been assigned to a team of slackers with a Commander Rank priest in charge of them. They treated the mission more like a prison sentence, complained constantly about every task they were assigned, and during the first battle were nearly outsmarted by a group of goblins. If it wasn't for the fact that she had 2 golems, they likely would have been overrun when the goblins circled the clearing, as their warrior was next to incompetent, and was more interested in selling her on his new multi-level marketing startup than actually protecting the group. The others were supposed to be rogue classes, fast and deadly, but in reality, they were all slightly chubby IT guys who worked at the same company. In short, the entire mission was a nightmare, but they had to keep moving because their group was so loud that it continually drew monsters to them. "Can't you just cast that holy light circle around us and keep it up for the night while we sleep?" The warrior whined as the sun went down at the end of their 3rd day on the mission. The priest nodded. "I can stay up all night and keep the circle active. However, the light will draw monsters to us constantly, like a beacon. So, as soon as I fall asleep, you will have a few dozen ogres and 1,000 or more goblins to deal with, but without a healer. If you can handle that, I don't have a problem being your nightlight." Dana hid her smile at the way that he managed to say that without a hint of sarcasm in his voice, though it was clearly implied. "What's the point of this anyhow? We're just out here getting attacked by monsters, instead of making money. Do they have any idea of the amount of market capitalization that my group has missed out on because I wasn't there to help pitch new members this week?" The warrior complained. Dana glared at the man, and the priest leaned over to whisper in her ear. "Friendly fire is generally frowned upon, but if you have to, I understand," he whispered. She smiled back at him. It was obvious why he had been sent with this group. Not just for his strength, but because he was unendingly patient with slackers and idiots. "I wonder what Karl is up to," Dana muttered as she started her watch that night, hoping that he didn't have to deal with a group like this. Ray would probably kill someone and pretend that they ran away. It was decided that she would take the first watch, and the priest would take the second. Each of their watches was 3 hours, so there were only 3 a night, but nobody slept well when anyone but Dana or the priest was on watch. They were rapidly becoming exhausted, but everywhere they were forced to move to, they ran into more ogres and goblins. It was like they never ended, and just kept reappearing. Unlike the Mackenzie siblings, her group didn't know that they were really reappearing daily. They had been tasked to clear the area, and that was what the priest was guiding them to do, but he had decided that it would hurt morale too much to inform them that the job would never actually end. The priest looked asleep, but he turned her way as she muttered to herself. "He's with the Mackenzie brothers. I heard on the radio yesterday that they were reassigned to an ascended area, which was suffering from attacks by groups led by Commander Rank Giants. They're likely fine, the Mackenzie brothers are solid, and Brother Doug, their cleric, is a good friend of mine," he replied. Dana turned to face him. "Commander Rank Giants. Isn't that a bit overkill, even if the group he's with are ascended?" Her cleric shrugged. "From what I hear, only the top-performing ascended were sent, so whoever is with him and the brothers might include a commander, or maybe 2 powerful damage dealers. Your friend might not be having any more fun than we are, but at least his group is reliable." A crack of branches in the woods caught their attention, and then the stench of ogre reached their noses. "Everyone up, we're under attack," the priest whispered as he shook the others awake. "We just went to bed, can't we do this later? I swear, if I have to sleep in armor for one more day, it's going to chafe right through my skin," the warrior complained. Dana's 2 golems intercepted the ogre, and she hit the monster in the face with a magic missile, blinding it while the golems hacked it down using the holy blades that the priest had created for them with a spell. "See, they've got it. Just let me sleep," the warrior muttered as he curled up in his blankets. They hadn't been assigned a zone, they were just told to kill as many monsters as possible, so the next morning the cleric had them move out, slowly working his way back to the base camp, where he was hoping to be able to trade a few of the useless ones for a decent teammate or 2. They were hiking through the woods, following a goblin trail toward the regional camp, when Dana spotted a considerable area of trees covered in spider web. The strands blended into the surroundings, but the scent of blood and the Academy body lotion that Ray preferred for Dana to wear caught her attention. There should be another student around here, and there had been a battle, she was certain of it. "I smell Academy lotions and blood," she informed the others. The priest sniffed at the air for a second, but only looked concerned. Everyone spread out. There might be a group in trouble nearby. Don't get out of sight of each other, but there might be an injured member hiding in the trees, he ordered. Dana realized that she forgot to mention the web when one of the rogues began to shout in panic, and she could hear him flailing. "It's a spider web, you idiot. Just cut yourself free and stand back up," one of his buddies called. "You try it." "My blade isn't cutting through it," he complained. "Then use a skill. It's likely from a spider monster." Dana sent the golem to cut him free with the magical blade, and noticed a collection of items sitting at the bottom of a huge redwood tree. Then she looked up and saw that there was a rope ladder sitting in the branches, and some sort of fort above them. "There's a fort here. Look up in the tree. It has a ladder, so it was made for humans, but it's made of spider silk," the priest informed the others as he noticed it. "A druid?" one of the rogues asked hopefully. "Possibly. It doesn't seem that they're here anymore, but we can check if they left anything behind," the cleric offered. "Other than box tree spiders?" Dana asked, with a gesture up the tree. "Votes for getting the fuck out of the creepy spider forest?" the warrior asked. The rogue's hands all went up at once, and Dana shook her head as the cleric laughed. "Well, at least we know that someone was in the area. That should explain why there are so few monsters here today. Let's keep moving, and we can inform the other groups of what we found, and warn them about the spider webs when we get to the base camp to resupply," the cleric decided. That level of web control reminded Dana of Ray, and she wondered if this was where Karl had been stationed when he first arrived. If they had built a fort, they weren't being forced to run from anything in the area. Of course, if she had competent members, they wouldn't have had to keep moving so much either, but her and the cleric could only hold things together for so long on their own before they were too exhausted to continue. Maybe they could just ditch these idiots in camp and join another team. That would be nice. 1 week after they had been transferred to the ascended rank area, Karl and the others had gotten into a solid routine. Breakfast in the fort, hunt anything that they had spotted on night watch, return for lunch, then either rest or make another loop in the afternoon if there were still signs of more monsters. They were also beginning to amass a rather considerable amount of money, thanks to the giants' habit of carrying gold and silver in their pouches. It was a mystery who was making coins for them, or who they had stolen them from, but the raw materials were still valuable, and they could make a fortune trading it in when they returned. But that wasn't the only thing that they had gained. Everyone was feeling much more confident and comfortable with their powers, and the last few days the giants had seemed to fall without much of a fight. It was difficult to tell if they were getting stronger or if the last few batches were weaker than usual, but they had a good feeling about taking the strength tests after they finished the mission. I sense magic in the area. Strong magic. Hawk announced that morning, just as everyone was getting ready for breakfast. Hawk says there is magic nearby. He didn't say magical beast, just magic. Karl whispered as Doug dished out the breakfast. They let Hawk lead them away from the fort, headed for the strong sense of magic, and only stopping for a moment to deal with a small group of lizard men. Hawk swooped down and landed next to a small pile of rocks. They were piled on top of each other to look vaguely like a person, and the hunters and trappers used the design as a trail marker. If you followed the direction of the marker, you would find the next waypoint and landmark on a trail. "It's under here," he instructed, then poked at a larger rock nearby. Shattering the stone wouldn't be a problem for him, but he was concerned that if he broke it, he might break the magical thing. Some of them were fragile, and Hawk understood that the group was trying to get as many good things as they could while they were here. Just like the last time that they were out, but with fewer magical plants and more monsters. Thor flipped the stone with his horns, and a large pile of glittering gems was revealed, just sitting under the rock, as if they belonged there. They weren't cut stones, just raw gemstones, but that was clearly where the magic was coming from, and now that the rock was moved, everyone could feel it. They had patrolled past here yesterday, only a few meters from this spot. If Karl looked hard toward the bottom of the hill, he could likely still see the bloodstains from the battle a few days earlier as well. These gems had to have just appeared here, unless something had buried them here and left no signs of disturbed ground. Doug went through them, cleaning them off in a pouch full of water he had created, and then stacking them on the ground in an order that only made sense to himself. They're imbued gems. You don't usually use them in this form. They're normally carved and set into magical jewelry and items. These all have different properties, but I have sorted them by their basic elements, or aspects. Do we want to sort them now, or after? Doug asked. We can do it after. We've still got a zone to clear for the day. Bob gently reminded them before they could get distracted by the shiny objects. Doug sorted the stones into small pouches and tucked them in his robes. That must mean they were exceptionally valuable, if he wasn't willing to leave them in his backpack with the rest of his gear. His pack was getting lighter, as they slowly worked through the rations and other supplies they had brought, so it wouldn't be a burden to add a few stones. It was only Karl and Bob who had truly heavy packs now, as they were packing all the gold and silver that the group had recovered. If the gear wasn't made of monster leather, it might have ripped under the abuse of heavy loads and violent movements, but they were holding up well so far. Hawk hadn't even had time to take flight again when they heard movement in the woods nearby. Something else had been attracted by the stones, or by their presence, and it was large. Thor turned to face the threat, and the golems shifted to take positions around the mages. There weren't many creatures incoming, it sounded like only a pair of large ones. That was confirmed when they crashed through the trees, but the fact that it was only two was no comfort today. Unlike the hill giants they had been fighting, these two were heavily armored, like human knights of old, and carrying mauls with heads on them that were larger than Karl. There was no doubt that these two were both commander rank, and not on the low side of it either. Hawk took flight, knowing that he couldn't take a hit from something like that, and Ray skittered up into a tree, waiting for the right moment to strike. With them covered in metal armor, she didn't know quite where she should hit. She knew from experience that armor could be more durable than it looked, and this looked thick. The giants roared as they saw the humans, and Bob looked grim as he squared up against them. Thor wasn't going to take many hits from those mauls even with a barrier from Donnie active, and the golems weren't going to fare much better. The only chance they had was to finish them quickly, but with the armor on, that wasn't going to be easy. But other than their commander rank status, these two also smelled like magic, and Karl got the feeling that if they could defeat these two, there was something good in it for him. The giants made a sudden lunge forward, and Thor smashed the ground with Earthquake, while Karl and Bob both sent attacks at their weapons, trying to slow the attacks, or deflect them off target. The giant stumbled and Ray saw her chance. She flew out of the tree, and both forelegs plus her mandibles pierced one of the giant's necks right below his helmet line. The attack wasn't enough to break the bone, and with a spurt of silk, she pulled herself back into the trees. But the damage was done, and the giant was bleeding heavily from the back of his neck, courtesy of a triple, lacerate, attack. The giant fell to the ground as his body spasmed in pain, which allowed the golems to wrap him in vines, slowing his recovery while Bob and the mages unleashed their best attacks on him. Karl focused on attacking the arms and weapons of the other giant, weakening his attacks against Thor. The Cerro had dodged the first attack, but the giant had regained its footing, and the second real attack wouldn't be as easy to avoid. It didn't seem to care about its partner as it found its opportunity and swung at Thor, who rolled over once with the impact, but landed on his feet with his lightning barrier intact. The first layer of shielding had shattered, but between the two it had been enough that he wasn't injured by the strike, just thrown to the side. Donnie was already rebuilding the shield as Thor charged inside the next strike and Hawk attacked the giant's face. It simply ducked its head and the attacks hit its helmet, but the distraction was enough that Thor finished his charge and slammed into one thick leg. The knee buckled, and the second giant nearly fell, only catching itself with its maul. That kept it off the ground, but it left the giant out of position when Karl attacked again, aiming for the gaps in the armor. The golems had pulled the helmet off the other giant, and Ray moved in for the kill, aiming at the soft flesh of the neck. That seemed to be the trigger for the upright giant to realize that something was wrong with this scenario, and instead of fighting back, it pushed itself to its feet and fled, running in the direction it had arrived from. Within seconds, the other giant died a brutal death, and by the time that Karl had finished checking Thor and Ray for injuries, Bob was already starting to strip it of its armor to see where the feeling of magic was coming from. Bob carefully dug through the bags that the giant was carrying until he came out with a large red flower. It was as big as a sunflower, larger than his head, and it radiated a sense of warmth and magic. Doug looked at the flower with interest. That is a phoenix lotus, a fire elemental resource. But it doesn't grow anywhere on this continent, so they must have arrived with it. Drinking a steeped infusion of it is supposed to be outstanding for fire mages and berserkers with fire elemental attacks. While our two aren't fire mages, they do have some talents with fire. Doug paused as Hawk landed next to the flower and began to stare at it with a bit of drool leaking from his beak. And it looks like Hawk might like some of it as well. How about I prepare it, and then we will try it over dinner? Even if the tea isn't enough for Hawk, he can always eat the remaining flour after I finish brewing. The process extracts most of the mana from it, but there will still be nutrients left in the petals, which are not edible by humans and therefore not included in the tea. He explained. You heard the man, you can have it after dinner. Karl informed the bird, which was contemplating snatching the flower and flying away with it. Bob passed the flower to Doug, who tucked it away in his backpack and finished checking the giant's gear. They had all taken to trying on any magical equipment, just in case it adapted itself to the wearer, but most of what the monsters had worn was already damaged beyond repair by the time that they died, and the team didn't include an armorer, so they just buried it with the bodies. There's one more piece under the body. We've got a magical sword this time, but that's going to be a two-handed blade for someone. The warrior explained, then passed the weapon to the mages for examination. Donnie struggled to lift the blade, and ended up leaning it against a tree to read the inscriptions. Normally, a human would never use a weapon like this, as it was too unwieldy and weighed 5 times what a normal two-handed blade would. But if it was powerfully magic, they could get a reward for bringing it back. According to this, it is a blade of ease. Using it makes your skills easier to activate. She explained, after reading the runes twice and verifying them against her notebook. Doug chuckled as he heard the description. That's perfectly suited for your needs, in a format that you could never possibly use. The cleric was right. She specialized in barriers, and if they took even a few % less mana to maintain, it would directly improve her combat effectiveness by a noticeable amount and increase the survivability of the whole group. The problem was that it weighed close to 25 kilos to her less than 50. Even just carrying it all day would be a burden. Bob picked the blade up and gave it a twirl. It's not bad with my strength. It's not really my style, since I'm on the front lines blocking, but it might be all right with some practice. He twirled the blade and struck the ground, activating a skill that sent a shockwave traveling away from him, leaving a deep furrow in the dirt. I would say that the reduction is close to 30%. He offered. The mages looked in longing at the blade. 30% was huge. You might have to drop in at the academy and ask the berserkers for some combat lessons. Karl laughed as Bob gave the blade an approving look. I already trained on the two-handed blade quite a lot, actually. It's just not suitable in this group, as we don't have anyone else to take point except Thor. The lightning Sero snorted and stomped on the ground, then tossed his head to the side as if throwing enemies. He was quite certain that his armor was up to the task of dealing with enemies as the tank. Having more damage at the front, and the ability to use skills with higher output without taking the stamina penalty for using skills near your limit, would be much more valuable than a second blocker. All right. Thor can take point, just keep the barrier up on him, since he can't speak to call for relief. Bob reluctantly agreed when he saw how serious the scaled beast was. Doug looked at Thor for a moment. Don't you think he's getting bigger? I swear he was shorter than I was when we arrived, and now his back is higher than my head. I think you're right. He's almost fully grown now. That's much faster than I had expected, but the exercise has been good for him. Karl agreed. Ray had also grown, though not as noticeably. She was at her full size now, roughly the size of a subcompact car when standing, though with a smaller body and long legs forming the rest of her silhouette. Hawk was just the same as he had been, but he was already adult-sized and not expected to grow any larger. I think that we might have progressed further than we expected. With everyone growing, it's difficult to tell, but if we could fight against something that we know was on the borderline of awakened and ascended, we could get a better reference. They hadn't seen anything like that in days. Everything was somewhere in the ascended rank, with sporadic commander rank leaders, which they were definitely getting better at killing. All right, let's scout the rest of the zone and see what else we have for the day. I have a good feeling about this one. I'm thinking that we should be back in time for lunch. Doug cheered as Thor took his place at the front of the group. Hawk led them toward a group of ogres as the radio announced that there was a reinforcement mission arriving later that day, and for teams to keep their radios on so they could lead the relief groups in. Only a few would be getting replaced today, starting with those who had been in the field longest, but it was a good sign that they wouldn't be out here too much longer. Likely not more than another week, and they would be on their way back home with bags full of loot and a number of new magical items. Bob hefted the sword over his shoulder and prepared to charge as Thor found the ogres, but the 5-meter-tall beasts seemed utterly uninterested in fighting once they saw that there were 5 people plus the Cerro. Unfortunately for them, Bob did want to fight, and Ray wasn't about to let them run away. The enormous sword whistled through the air as Bob activated Slash on a downward strike. The arc of light raced away from him, slicing the ogre in half in a single strike. Thor charged and flipped the other in the air, where Hawk and Karl hit it from opposite sides with Shred, killing it before it reached the ground. I think it can be safely said that we have Commander Rank combat power now. If Ascended Rank ogres are falling in a single strike, not many would argue with our capabilities. Doug chuckled as he surveyed the aftermath of the brief battle. There is nothing else nearby. Everything ran away. Hawk informed Karl a few seconds later, after checking for their next target. Hawk says there is nothing left to fight. We scared it all away. We might as well head back for an early lunch and see if anything comes back. Karl explained. Nice, early day it is. Doug chuckled, pointing his staff back toward the fort. Once they were back and Doug had started on cooking lunch, Karl settled in to meditate. The 3 spaces were doing much better now, and they were providing him with a lot more energy than they had a week ago. But they felt like they might be limiting the beasts inside. The 3 were growing so fast, and he was slacking so much on his meditation that the spaces weren't keeping up. So, that was how Karl spent the rest of his morning, doing his best to improve the living conditions for his partners and increase the energy density in the spaces, now that they were capped out in size. A few hours wasn't going to do much, but if he spent a few afternoons and nights at it, he might make some progress. The mages only meditated for a few hours an afternoon, and that had been Karl's schedule as well, but it was becoming obvious that it wasn't enough. Doug looked at the group that afternoon when Hawk confirmed that there was still nothing to fight. He had eliminated a small group of goblins with a fireball while scouting, but their zone was otherwise barren. Do you think that we actually scared the monsters away? Most monsters will avoid the territory of a more powerful monster, so it's possible that either Hawk or Ray have scared them off. No offense intended to Thor, but the Lightning Cerro isn't known for being dangerous enough to chase others out of their territory. The cleric asked, while sweeping his dark curls back from his face. It is possible. We have patrolled this same area for so long that there should be a scent trail around the perimeter. If they sense that we're that much more powerful than they are, they will naturally avoid the area. Danny agreed. Bob smirked. To think, we were sent here to deal with the monsters, and now they're too afraid to come to the zone that we're assigned to. Is that a total victory or some sort of failure? Our orders are to hold this zone, so we can't just leave. The mages shrugged. It's a win for us. If the scent of Ray around the perimeter was enough to scare off almost all the monsters, then we did our job. The zone is secure. But how is that tea doing, Doug? Is it almost steeped yet? Doug nodded. I added one of the fire elemental stones to the mix and let it infuse. The mixture should be quite potent with that quality of flour, but it needs to be boiled down a bit more still. According to my alchemy book, it needs to be as thick as milk before it's completely extracted. Hawk had noticed that the tea only involved the core of the flower, and that Doug had only reserved 3 petals from the flower. He had put 1 each into 3 vials, but that left almost the whole flower for Hawk, and he was getting impatient to try it. As the tea rendered down into a proper potion, it began to glow with a soft orange light, and the stone that Doug had set in the kettle began to lose its luster. There we go. All done. Now let me portion this. I've got 5 cups and 3 vials, since some of us aren't good with cups. The cleric explained. He passed everything out, and Karl passed the vial to Thor in his resting space. The Cerro just grabbed it in his beak and tipped his head back, swallowing it in one shot. Ray did the same, but seemed intrigued by either the taste or the effect. Karl took the shot of potion, and it felt like fire was running through his veins as the effect spread through his body. He could feel it strengthening his body, but he couldn't quite grasp the power that it had. Doug had said it was a fire element resource, and he didn't have any fire skills. But the excess was being siphoned off by Hawk, who was happy to take anything he had to spare, as well as the remainder of the flower, whose petals he had started to chew on like bubblegum. Everyone settled back to let the potion digest, and Karl returned to meditation while Ray volunteered to watch the area, in case something tasty came to her webs. An hour later, Hawk decided that he had absorbed as much as he could for the day, and he stored the remainder of the flower in his space so that it would be safe until he finished scouting again. He had a good feeling about the power of his fireball attack now, and he had every intention of finding something to test it on. Unfortunately for him, they really had scared off everything, and there wasn't a single monster to be found in their zone. But that didn't stop a determined Hawk, and with only 1 more kilometer of flight, he found a group of lizard men skirting around their zone. A single fireball from the sky exploded in their group, killing 3 and maiming the others. Then Hawk saw the group that was working the area and flew away, leaving the rest to them now that his curiosity was sated. "Is that your Hawk, Mackenzie group? We just saw a dragon hawk ambush a group of lizard men and fly away like it was nothing," the group asked over the radio. "Yeah, that's ours. There's nothing left in our zone, so we let him scout a bit further out to see if they were just avoiding us or if the whole area was clear," Doug replied. The other groups didn't have to key up the microphone for everyone listening to know that they were cursing at the Mackenzie group. Their entire area had been cleared. What sort of nonsense was that? Most groups could barely walk a circuit of their zone in a day, and he was claiming they had killed everything by lunch. The fireball works much better now. Almost as good as Rend, but over a much larger area, Hawk informed Karl. That likely meant that fireball was far superior to Rend at this point, but Hawk would not easily admit that. If he could single-shot ambush awakened lizard men, it was good enough for Karl. That would allow them to take care of anything they were likely to come across on an academy mission. The group waited as Hawk scouted around their borders, occasionally attacking and killing monsters that were trying to avoid them, but mostly just marking them for the other groups that were in the area. Seeing Hawk circling and either sending fireballs or just screeching at them was enough to bring the groups over now that they were familiar with him. Their team was the envy of the region by the end of the day, and everyone was wondering what sort of superstars Command had sent that could report multiple ascended rank monster kills every hour all morning, until they cleared their area. There were Commander Rank monsters in their reports nearly every day, but it was the efficiency of the group that caught everyone's attention after that radio conversation. Karl meditated through the afternoon and the evening, as did the mages, who were still working to absorb the gains that they had made from the potion. Doug had prayed to his goddess for a while, but Bob didn't seem to believe in meditation, so he was the only one paying attention to the radio when the next round of replacement messages came through. Mackenzie Group, hold position for replacement. Your time slot is noon tomorrow. The command group informed them. Understood, Command. We will do our best to have the morning clear finished before they arrive, Bob replied. That meant one more night watch, and they would be headed back home for a break before their next mission, or their return to work, in the case of the mages and Doug. Karl wondered what it would be like to be back in the academy with the first years on the second floor after this mission. He had been ahead of them before, but he hardly felt connected to them anymore. The older students seemed much more relatable, and Karl totally understood why they were less interested in what was going on at the school than their next chance to go out and grow their powers. The advantages of training in the wilderness were just too good. There was little doubt that he would make it to the ascended rank the next time that they were tested, and he already knew that he could square off against most of the lower strength commander rank beasts with the help of his partners. Doug sighed and leaned back against the tree trunk. It looks like we did too well. But if we get to go home early, that's never bad news. We will have to go over what we have collected on this mission so that everything is split properly. The gold is easy enough to split on its own, but we've collected a number of magical items as well, and that will be much harder to value and split. Karl shrugged. What do you usually do when it's just family? He asked. We just split the money and everything else goes to who needs it. Doug replied. That works for me. We've already split everything else by need, so it doesn't really have to get mentioned again. Just split up the precious metals and gems we collected when we get back, and it's good by me. I've got these nice gloves, Hawk is happy with his flower, Thor got armor for his tail. Ray might have gotten the short end of things, but at least she got some good snacks. Karl suggested. Ray laughed as she looked at all the commander rank beasts caught in her web. That would be enough to allow a regular bloodbath spider to grow from a hatchling to its full strength, as long as it didn't go bad. That wasn't a concern in the space, so she was certain that she had all the basic resources she needed, and now it was just a matter of increasing the speed, which meant either rare things, or making Karl meditate more. Of the two options, it was obvious which was the more attainable. You know, if you just stay here in the fort we could go fight while you meditate all morning. Ray suggested. We're not in that big of a hurry. It's better to have everyone together, in case of a surprise attack. Karl replied, while wondering if she had forgotten that he could hear her plotting in his mind. The next morning, they made a quick tour of the area, following Hawk's directions to the monsters that had just appeared. Fortunately, the fights were easy, as their healer was mostly distracted, listening to the radio report the helicopters headed out to relieve the mission teams that had been called in to support the army. It sounded like the influx of monsters had faded all over the region, and they would be able to keep things under control without too much trouble. There had been some casualties among the elites who were pulled out from their day jobs, and Command was planning to have all the departing elites gather at the base camps for a funeral photo shoot, though Doug made it no secret that most of those bodies would not be in any shape for viewing, even if they were returned to camp. Karl had seen a few of these on the television in the past. They were heralded as heroes, but it was never any of the famous elites. It was always someone like a young government pencil pusher who had valiantly run into combat when monsters threatened and then tragically lost his life. Of course, that was likely to be less than half the story, and he might not have been running into combat willingly, but it was good enough to settle the people and remind them that the elites were doing valuable things to keep them safe. Mackenzie Group, your helicopter is incoming. Please mark your position for the transfer of duties. The pilot instructed precisely at noon. We will mark the location with a blue smoke spell. We have information for the incoming team during the handover. Expect a 3 to 5 minute delay. Bob replied. Doug set the smoke spell near the edge of a clearing next to the fort, and the crew transfer came in for a smooth landing. Elites, good to see you all safe and sound, despite having a student with you. You said you have information. What did we need to know? The captain of the incoming military team asked as he disembarked. First, in that tree is a fort made of bloodbath spider silk. It is safe, and made by our team. You are welcome to use it as your ongoing base of operations. The whole area is secure, and monsters have been avoiding the perimeter thanks to the scent of the beasts on our team. That will change when the scent trail fades after a few days, so be prepared. Also, we have been burying the monster corpses with any damaged magical items they were wearing. If we couldn't use or salvage it, it got buried. So, if your team has a member who can sense magic, you will get plenty of false positives that are buried underneath you, hidden by plant growth. Doug explained. Anything powerful? One of the soldiers asked. There are a few commander rank ogres and a mid-commander rank giant with damaged magical armor that were buried. So, it won't just be weak signals. The cleric explained. The team leader whistled in appreciation. You really lived up to expectations, didn't you? They asked us to verify your claims, but if you buried most of the bodies instead of burning them, it should be easy enough. Ray giggled in Karl's mind. She had taken a lot of them for her own personal use. Karl, our beast master, has claimed some of them as pet food as well. Doug added. Karl checked on everyone to make sure they were safely in their spaces and not tempted to wander around, and Bob led them onto the helicopter as the scout for the military team confirmed that the fort was safe. There were 10 of them, not 5, which would make it a bit cramped, but there was enough room for them to lay out their bedrolls, and that would be good enough. Nobody actually liked sleeping on the ground, and the spider web was a soft net, as good as a mattress. The cargo master closed up the door once he was sure they were all in with their gear, and they took off toward the base camp for the area. You all look a lot more rested than the other teams we've been bringing in. I take it you're all veteran mercenaries? The helicopter's cargo master asked. Bob shook his head. I'm the only one who is full-time. Doug is a Green Dragon cleric with other duties, and the 2 mages work in digital security. The man nodded, then looked at Karl, whose name was left out. Oh, I don't have a proper job yet, I'm still in the academy. He explained. The soldier did a double take, then shook his head. You all have the look of veteran adventurers. I never would have guessed that you had a student and 2 volunteers with you. But that makes it even more impressive. The big boss has asked to meet with you all when you get back, probably something to do with publicity for the mission, or checking your rewards before you head home. The soldier replied. Doug chuckled. I'm betting on them wanting to check our gear before we go back. With that many Commander Rank kills confirmed, they will want to make sure that we're not planning to sell contraband to the masses. Do you have any contraband? The soldier asked with a sly wink. Doug made a show of reaching into his pocket and pulled out what looked like a cigarette, but definitely wasn't according to Karl's sensitive nose. I am a Green Dragon priest. I am contraband. That one is on the church. Consider it a sanctioned sedative. Doug replied. Karl blinked slowly. Of all the things that he had considered about the possibilities of having a nature cleric around, including food for Thor, medicines, and the healing potential, he had somehow never once considered the fact that most illicit drugs were herbal in nature as well. The drug Doug provided wasn't technically illegal in the Golden Dragon Nation, just frowned upon by employers because it killed productivity. But still, it seemed to Karl that he had a lot to learn about interacting with others and smoothing over social interactions. If he had thought about keeping a pocket full of little bribes and gifts for the transport crews and others that they interacted with, he could rapidly build a reputation as a good guy who was easy to work with. And everyone knew that a good reputation would get you far in life. The transport helicopter landed at the edge of camp and Karl's group quickly disembarked after the crew handed the staff of the base a sheet of paper confirming their identities and status. Welcome back, elites. Please follow me. A stiff-backed young female staff member announced before leading them through the winding walkways of the camp toward the actual town that sat at the center. The boss will speak to you momentarily. He's just finishing a meeting with some government brass. She explained, with a gesture to a row of chairs. Karl took his pack off and took a seat, placing the large bag in front of him, the same as everyone else waiting in the hallway had done. The distinctive metallic clank of coins sounded as he placed the bag on the floor, despite his best attempts to wrap them and keep them silent. The others briefly looked up, but that sound was nothing new to them. They all had some loot, and some also had chain mail armor, which made the same sound when dropped. Seconds later, Colonel Valerie walked out of the office with a terrifying expression on her face that faded to the neutral gaze that Karl knew was her version of a smile when she saw him. Colonel, it is good to see you again. The mission went far better than expected, and I will have a full report ready for you at the academy. Karl informed her with a smile. Understood, I will have your monitoring team collect it, as I will be occupied here for some time. She replied. The elites in the hall stared as she walked away. Some in awe that such a highly ranked minister was here in a remote base camp, and others in appreciation of the way that her hips swayed as she walked. A voice came through the office door, breaking the silence. Mackenzie team, come in. the man's voice demanded. Inside the office was a portly older man, completely bald with his head shining under the fluorescent lights, and sweat stains on his shirt. It was obvious that he was not one of the elites, even without considering his age, just by the condescending look that he was giving the group. I hear that you have done wonderful things for the productivity rankings of the Public Safety Department. Excellent work. However, we must check your equipment for contraband to ensure that there are no prohibited or sacrilegious items going back to the public, he smugly announced. Doug turned to Karl as if to say, I told you so, but Karl knew as well as everyone else that what the man was after was a bribe. He didn't give a damn about contraband, and his position in public safety didn't even allow him to handle it. He would have to call in the army to dispose of it for him if any was found. But if a few gold coins were declared suspicious, who would be any wiser? The others waited for the man to make his pitch, but Karl decided to move first, and picked up Doug's backpack, which had nothing in it except what it had come with. He set it on the desk and smiled at the bureaucrat. Of course that won't be a problem. Colonel Valerie of the Bureau of Elite Development already has our inventory, but you are free to verify the contents of the bags. Karl replied with a genuine smile. The man's face fell like Karl had kicked him, and his whole attitude changed. You met with the colonel? He stammered. Of course. She is my direct supervisor, and has a pair of agents assigned to my development at the academy. We spend quite a bit of time together. Karl informed him. Then I think that we are finished here. I will get a copy of the contents from the Bureau, and they can take responsibility for any contraband that might have made its way off the battlefield with your team. He waved to dismiss the team from his office, and they silently made their way back into the hall, where their escort was still waiting. That was a short meeting. I am glad that you could sort things out so quickly. The young woman greeted them while standing in the middle of the hallway, as if prepared to prevent them from leaving. Yes, it is always a pleasant experience dealing with public safety. Now, will we be staying here in the compound, or are we set to fly out right away? Doug asked. You will have to stay here for a moment, Brother Doug. A voice called from behind them. Karl turned to see a rather familiar-looking inquisitor behind them. If he was right, this was the big shirtless one from the seminary academy, who had been present for his interrogation after the discovery of the trial instant's holy relic. The man seemed to recognize him as well, but he didn't say anything as he led them away from the office, leaving the now smirking staff member behind them. The inquisitor led them into a soundproofed room and locked the door, then turned to Doug with an expectant look. Don't blame me for this one. The new guy name-dropped the Bureau, and the public safety guy nearly shit his pants. I take it that he hit the alarm. The cleric asked with a laugh. The inquisitor sighed and rolled his eyes. I got an emergency notification that your team had intimidated their way into bringing contraband back from your mission, and I was already standing next to you in the hallway. So, I need to check all your bags, while Brother Doug explains how things work to our newest ascended elite. Doug chuckled as he put his bag on the floor, as did everyone else, before the Green Dragon cleric turned to Karl, laughing softly. There is an unofficial policy that if a mission is run by an agency that isn't part of the elites, they tax the gains a maximum of 5%. It's a get-rich-quick scheme for the politically connected, but it's not officially sanctioned. However, unlike whoever you have used that intimidation tactic on before, these ones have connections that can make your day very difficult if you don't play along. Now, you know, and I know, that we don't have anything. But if I didn't know the Inquisitor, how do you think our afternoon would have gone after he was informed that we definitely had contraband? Doug asked. Karl nodded. I see. I was thinking of him like the shift foreman at the mine that used to want bribes to clock you out on time. The guy in the office was such a greasy weasel that he just didn't give the impression of politically powerful. The big Inquisitor nearly choked as he did his best not to laugh, then shook his head. Yeah, this one is definitely one of us. Young Karl has a lot left to learn, but he's off to a good start. You should ask him about how he managed to cutesy his way out of an interrogation by having Thor come out and beg for head pats until nobody could take the session seriously. Wait, there's not much about that he's allowed to tell. I will tell Brother Doug privately after. But it's a funny story. The big man explained. Danny chuckled at the mention of Thor. He's a big suck. You should see him now. He's gotten huge in the last week with all the fighting that we've been doing against Awakened and Commander Rank beasts. I always told you that it was the best way to gain power, and it looks like it works for the Lightning Sarrow as well. The Inquisitor gave Karl a curious look, so he called Thor out, taking up half the room. Goddess, but he's gotten big. That's a full-grown Lightning Sarrow, for certain, and perhaps bigger than average. Thor might be ready to challenge for the position of pack leader if he was still in the wild. The Inquisitor gasped, then gently rubbed the bone ridge that ran across the back of Thor's head, protecting his neck from attack. The Inquisitor absently rubbed Thor's head with one hand as he finished sorting through the packs. The Inquisitor turned to Doug. You should send Karl back to the Seminary Academy when you leave. We can exchange his share of the gold into the church bank account that all elites get set up automatically, and I'm sure that there are a few ascended clerics that would be eager to meet him before the next mission he goes on. We introduced him to mostly Awakened rank students last time, but he's already outgrown that. Plus, you all likely need to be tested again, and that's done at the church. Doug nodded and looked at Karl to see if he had an issue with it. I will have to get permission from someone to go on another adventure, I'm certain, but I don't have a problem with that. Karl agreed easily. Brother Doug was a great healer, and his advanced cooking skills were a real lifesaver on this mission, but Karl couldn't count on having him available all the time, as he was graduated, with a real job and responsibilities. But if he could find a nature priestess, or another green dragon cleric among the students, he would be in luck. It might not be written in any textbook, but finding the best cook was an important part of developing the perfect mission team. Even the beasts agreed. Especially Thor, who now had a large pile of the special mount feed that Doug had been making for him daily. That was much better than the regular roughage that he could get anywhere in the wild, or from the academy cafeteria, and the spell that Doug used made so much of it that even Thor's mighty appetite didn't keep up with the supply. He didn't tell the cleric that, though. Instead, he hid the extra in his space so that he had more for later, when he didn't have a Doug around to keep making it for him. As he thought about what the protocol might be for changing locations now that his official mission was over, Karl realized that Colonel Valerie was still here somewhere, and he had her number in his phone. He scrolled the handful of numbers in the phone's directory and sent her a simple text message. I have a request from the church to go to the Seminary Academy. Do I need to do any paperwork to let the school know where I am? His phone dinged a few seconds later with her reply. I will take care of it. Have them arrange for your transit back to the academy when you are finished, or update the mission log if they're sending you out again. That was simpler than he had expected it to be, but then a second message came in. Sergeant Rita will join you for your time at the Seminary Academy. Are you good to go now? Doug asked as Karl read the second message from Colonel Valerie. It looks like it. They're sending my personal tutor from the academy to join me during my time there, so I think they're expecting me to be gone for a while. Karl agreed. They're sending a tutor. Not a professor? Doug asked. Yeah, I usually train under the guidance of Sergeant Rita, or a pair from the Bureau of Elite Development. All three are around somewhere most days, though the other duos sometimes have work to do. Karl explained. Doug nodded and smiled. It looks like we got to you too late. They've already found you a cute girlfriend who just needs to make the first move. The twins laughed and Karl chuckled. If it's about Sergeant Rita, she's got competition from the first years. Oh. Do tell. Bob asked. Karl realized that they didn't know who he was talking about. I forgot for a moment that she wasn't on the same helicopter on the way in. There is another fast-growing student, a mage named Dana. She's already awakened rank and has been on all the same missions I have, only we got separated onto different teams this time. Bob smiled. Well, at least you had the good sense to go for someone close to your growth rate instead of befriending the charity case. That always ends up messy when you get too far apart in power and end up on separate details with very different social status. Or worse, they stop giving them details and the company you work for just hires them to be your shadow or bed warmer. More than one of the lowest performing elites was hired as an assistant for a much more powerful friend after they graduated. Karl recalled that Bob had graduated at Awakened and had only made Ascended afterwards, so in his case the experience was likely reversed, where his crush surpassed him, and he was the one left behind by social pressures. He didn't seem like the type to take a demeaning or low-paying job just to be close to someone. It was a difficult thought for Karl. Would he end up forced apart from his friends because of his progress? He had once heard the mine foreman say that it was lonely at the top, regarding being an elite or a company boss, but Karl had always just assumed he thought like that because he was a douchebag and nobody liked him. Doug led them out of the building, and Karl saw a very familiar head of curly hair in the distance, pushing a cart of supplies around. He would know those curly locks anywhere, even if she wasn't wearing an academy uniform with the familiar black Awakened rank badge on the coat. Speak of the devil, that is Dana, the mage I went on the mission with. I'm not sure what she's doing in camp here, but we can go say hello if we have a minute. Karl explained, while waving in her direction. Dana spotted them and ran over with her cart to greet Karl with a big hug, which brought some stifled laughter from the mages and a whispered, "Aren't they adorable?" from Doug that he probably wasn't meant to hear. Dana, it's good to see you again. When did you get to the base camp? Karl asked. 5 days after we were dropped off. My group was completely useless, and our guardian cleric brought us back to the nearest base, who transferred us here, and put the other 3 on work detail for avoiding their duties. The cleric's report was far from a glowing recommendation of their skills and work ethic, but he put in enough of a good word for me that I didn't get any sort of punishment. They just reassigned me to look for another team. I've been doing day trips with some groups to get the experience, but I haven't found a full-time group yet. It doesn't help that they upgraded the threat level here to Ascended, so there aren't many groups in the area I can even join, since most of them have Commander Rank leaders. She complained. Karl nodded in understanding. They transferred us here because of that upgrade. The rest of the team here are all Ascended. This is Bob, the lead warrior, Brother Doug, of the Green Dragon, and the twin mages Danny and Donnie. Dana did her best to hide her envy at Karl, having gotten a good group right from the start. She had been bouncing between groups for a week without any real hope of getting on full-time. The groups were already at full strength, they were just taking on an extra for the day so that she could get the experience. Where are you off to now? Back into the field after you resupply? She asked, with a gesture to her cart. Nope, off to the seminary academy for a bit. They wanted to talk to us about a thing. Karl explained vaguely. All right. Good luck, I've got to deliver these supplies, and then I'm off in the morning with another fresh team. They've just arrived back, but they're military, so maybe it will be better. She replied, then waved at everyone and made her way toward a group of trucks. Doug chuckled as she left. If she thought that things were going to get better with a military group, she was in for a surprise. But at least it would be somewhat stable, and they probably wouldn't ship her back to town after a single day, like these short mission sorts. Once Dana was gone and social time was over, Doug led them to a convoy of white buses with church logos on the side, which were just discharging their passengers. The young clerics were giving Karl a curious look, and he realized that he actually had met most of these people before. They were students of the seminary academy, being shipped out to supplement the groups here. He leaned over to whisper to Doug. Should we really be headed back when things are so bad that they're sending busloads of students out to the front lines? Doug smiled and patted him on the back. It's not like that. They will be assigned as the second or third healer for a 10-person military unit to gain work experience. This is a common thing for both academies once the students are in their second years. The group stopped to wait for the buses to be ready to start loading again, and the students took that as permission to come say hello. "Brother Karl. Is Thor here?" One of the girls called from 3 buses away. That brought dozens of eager looks their way, and Karl called out to Happy Saro to say hello to everyone. "He's getting big. Good afternoon, Thor." The girl giggled as she ran over to rub his horns. Thor was quickly swarmed, and the mages gave Karl a questioning look. He just shrugged. Thor is a people person. He makes friends everywhere that we go. He was making even more friends here, behaving like an attention-starved puppy around impressionable young clerics. At this rate, we're going to have to give them a refresher in the interacting with wild animals course when they get home. Doug chuckled. Thor is thoroughly domesticated. But I wouldn't recommend doing that with a wild lightning Saro. Though who knows, maybe they would like it, and it's just that nobody has tried. Karl agreed. Oh, someone has tried. That's why we teach the course. Doug countered with a smirk that said he was familiar with the story behind why the course existed. It took an hour before the buses were cleaned, restocked, and refueled for the trip back to the seminary academy, which was set to take over 10 hours. Compared to flight, it was incredibly slow, but in terms of cost-effectiveness, Karl assumed that it was much better. He didn't know much about what it cost to run a helicopter, but it seemed like it would be a lot. Karl and the team were the only ones on the bus who weren't part of the church, and the returning clerics seemed curious about why they were along on the mission, but 2 inquisitors had come to sit in front of them, and nobody was brave enough to speak around them, in case the team was in some sort of trouble. Both of the inquisitors looked totally wiped, probably from dealing with slackers for the last couple of weeks, and Karl nudged Doug, then handed him a bit of the moss for tea. "How about you make everyone a nice, refreshing cup of tea? I think that they've earned it," he suggested. Doug looked startled when he saw the moss. "Where did you get this? It looks freshly picked." Karl shook his head. "It's from a previous mission. But I have ways to store resources that don't let them spoil. I know it's usually dried better, but it should be all right. We made a pot the first day we got it, and it was fine." Doug nodded and got out his teapot, with a heating element. A few minutes later, a warm and earthy aroma filled the bus, and Doug poured a thermos full of tea, which he passed forward up the bus. Each person it passed poured a small cup, and when the thermos made it back to Doug, it still had a little in the bottom. He topped off his cup and started to brew another pot with the same moss. It's good for at least 2 batches, though the first is the most beneficial. I know that not many of our clerics are physical sorts, but it can still be useful to them. He explained as the second pot steeped. One of the inquisitors turned back to talk to them. "That's pretty good. Most of the time the moss is stale from storage, and the flavor is off. It makes better tea when it is freshly dried, but this isn't too bad." "Thanks. I think I will put some cinnamon and nutmeg in the next batch, to liven up the flavor a bit," Doug replied, as he added the spices to the pot. "I heard that we get to do a bunch of Commander Rank tests this week. Who thinks they have it? Surely, not Karl. Though I wouldn't be surprised if he went for Ascended already." The Inquisitor asked. Doug gestured around. "I think that all the rest of us are close enough to give the test a go. The Bureau is sending an attendant for Karl, so I'm not certain if we will get to test him at all, or if they'll make him wait to do it in private." The Inquisitor laughed softly. It made no difference to him. The Inquisition had immediate access to all the records either way. It was just a matter of who else knew how fast the most talented student of the year was advancing. The Academy might want to hold off until the end of the semester or until next semester's midterm for the official test, to make it look like the rate was slower than it really was. The elite rankings were public information once they were published, so eventually everyone would know, but changing the date of the official recording could give those watching a false impression of how things were going. All the elite agencies had at least a few agents who were waiting on official tests, but had advanced months or even a year earlier. But for most elites, it was a point of pride to show off their advancements, especially to commander rank. For the clerics, it was an especially large jump, as the commander rank marked the high priests and priestesses. If Doug could make that, he would get much better assignments at work, and would probably get a few assistants assigned to him to do the annoying parts. For the others, it was mostly semantics, as they already had the power, but it would help them get promotions and better-paying jobs. Not that they particularly needed the money, but you could never go wrong with a little better quality of life. The bus rolled through the wilderness, and Karl noticed a group of ogres in the distance. "Are there groups in this zone?" he asked. The Inquisitor shook his head. "No, this zone is already cleared, and there hasn't been anything spawning here. There are ogres over there." You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. They don't look fully grown, so likely low ascended or high awakened. Karl informed him, with a gesture toward the tiny figures in the distance. The Inquisitor took out binoculars to see if he could tell what Karl was talking about. Sure enough, there were ogres, and they were headed away from the patrolled zones. The Inquisitor sent a quick text message inside. "Thanks. They will take care of it. If you see any other monsters in the area, please let us know. Sometimes there are a few that slip through the cracks during an operation like this, and they don't always get picked up again until they're near civilization." The buses were moving too fast on the oiled gravel road to send Hawk out to scout, but he could sit on the roof and keep watch, and relay anything he saw to Karl. The wind in his feathers made Hawk happy, and even though he didn't see much of note, he at least got to be outside while the other two slept. The convoy trundled down the roads all day, and as it started to get dark, Hawk returned to his space to sleep. Ray considered taking up his spot on the roof, but she was fairly sure that the other drivers would panic if she just appeared on top of the bus unexpectedly. It was after midnight when they made it to the seminary academy, and Karl knew that it was going to be a rough night, but Doug led them to the same wing that he had been staying in last time. It wasn't the same room, but at least he would know his way around. "I will see you all at breakfast. I hope you got enough sleep on the bus because it's going to be an early morning." The cleric joked. Bob nodded. "We know the routine. I will see you in the morning." The routine of the seminary academy didn't change for anyone, no matter how late they got back to the academy, and when the sun came up, there was a knock at Karl's door, waking him up for breakfast, and he could hear the Mackenzie siblings getting ready across the hall. They were much more enthusiastic than usual, as they were looking forward to taking the commander rank test. That was enough to get them motivated even at the break of dawn. The only other one that Karl knew who was that enthusiastic in the morning was Thor, and that was because he knew that there were countless people here to visit. The showers in the seminary academy never seemed to run out of hot water, a fact that Karl was immensely thankful for as he scrubbed away the grime of an extended field mission with the coarse pumice soap that they provided. The gentle and inoffensive smell made him feel properly clean again, and reminded Thor of the waters in his pond, whose bottom was lined with holy stones. It was a good feeling, and they even had fresh clothes ready for him, as Karl hadn't had time to do laundry. It was what they referred to as a visitor's robe, a simple white robe without any of the markings of the church, and a rope tie around the waist. The hassock reminded Karl a bit of wandering around in his housecoat, which was a bit strange, but it was comfortable. The rest of the team came out wearing the same outfit, except for Doug, who obviously had his own room and clothing here. The Green Dragon cleric smiled at their plain white hassocks and gestured toward the dining hall. "Let's take our seats and see where we ended up. Most of the time they will put the visitors together if they are in a group, but they might split us up today, since 3 of you are here for the commander rank tests, and the commanders will want to meet with their potential peers." Doug's guess was right, and all of them, except the twins, were seated at separate tables, with Doug getting a spot of honor, right up at the front with the high priests. Karl found his table in the back corner, seated between Alice and Sergeant Rita, with the rest of the table filled with priestesses. "What are you smiling about today?" Rita asked as Karl took his seat. "It's the same setup as the first meal I had here. Just myself in the corner at a table full of lovely young ladies," he replied with a wink. That made Alice laugh and most of the priestesses blush. "He's been taking lessons in charm from Thor, I'm certain of it." The bureau agent laughed as Rita gave Karl a concerned look. The room fell silent as the matron walked in, and the students began to deliver the trays. Everything in their room was delivered smoothly, but Karl heard the crash as someone tripped in the other room, and the apologies as they ran off to get cleaning supplies and another tray. Rita and Alice seemed confused as to what they were waiting for, though they understood the rules. The priestesses just seemed to accept it as part of life here. If she wanted to wait, she waited. Karl heard the last tray being delivered, and looked up to the front, to see the Academy's matron smiling back at him. It was obvious that she knew he could hear the commotion in the other room as well, but she didn't say anything, and just silently began her meal once the last tray was delivered. The priestess across from Karl smirked as he moved to pick up his fork just as the matron took her first bite. "You really do know what the timing is. I heard from some of the younger students that you told them how to pass the homework assignment, but I didn't believe it," she whispered. Karl smiled back and whispered, "They were telling the truth. Ask them about it later, and I'm sure they can explain how the system works." Then he gave a meaningful look toward the front of the room, to remind them that she could hear every conversation in the dining hall. "Is it true that you managed to kill a Commander Rank giant?" one of the others asked quietly. "With my group, yes. We got more than one, and quite a few ascended rank giants and ogres as well. It was a very productive trip." Karl agreed. "Wow, then the others on your team really might all make Commander Rank this time," she replied. Karl nodded. "I am not the best at telling relative power, but in combat, I can say that they should all meet the standard." They finished breakfast, and Karl followed Rita and the clerics from his table out of the room and into a classroom. "We have a few things to go over. The Bureau wants you to stay out and gather experience, but your previous team looks like they're going to be promoted, so they will be getting a new member, as you're still officially awakened. So, we have chosen a selection of potential team members to go with you back into the field. Did you have any particular requirements? Or can we get started with the introductions?" Rita asked. "I think that if you vetted them, then they've likely got all the qualifications that we need. I will admit that being with a green dragon priest who can make all sorts of food did spoil us a little bit, but that's hardly a requirement for a mission," Karl joked. The clerics laughed at that. It was definitely a game changer when you had a nature god's priest or priestess with you on an extended mission. "All right, that is an option. There are trade-offs, as nature priests aren't as good at healing as some of the others, and they don't have the group buff abilities of the war clerics. Some, like the wisdom and education gods, rarely go on missions, so there aren't any in the room with us, but you should be able to find someone you can work with," Rita explained. "What is the rest of the group? What sort of other elites do we have with us? Normally, it's one cleric to a group, so the composition matters a lot. Bob, the warrior from the group I was in, specialized in frontline tanking, holding the enemies back while the mages cast their spells. If we don't have that, we will have to adjust expectations. If it's going to be random, then the most versatile of options would be best," Karl suggested, not wanting to single anyone out or cause any hard feelings within the group. They were all likely great options for a mission team, and he wouldn't want to mess up any future encounters. "Then we will start with introductions from left to right. We have Jenny, a healing specialist from the God of Life. Tessa, a war cleric of the Red Dragon. Kira, a battle cleric from the Church Guard, Andrea, a holy cleric specialized in group enhancement spells, and finally Lotus, a priestess of the god of nature. The responses of each cleric were different, but somehow in line with their deity. Jenny gave a polite nod, Tessa went with a smirk that said she was looking forward to seeing combat again, Kira nodded in recognition with her hand on the mace at her side, while Andrea gave Rita and Alice curious looks, as if wondering if they were also group members. Lotus was the outlier, and the tiny cleric poked Karl in the side with a pleading look. "Can we see Thor again?" she asked. Rita laughed, but motioned for Karl not to do anything. "Thor has gotten larger, there isn't enough room for him in here. We can let you two visit later." She reprimanded the cleric, who stuck her tongue out at the warrior in return. Karl turned to Rita. "You still didn't answer the question about who the other group members are." Rita shrugged. "That's because we don't know. What they're asking of us right now is to pair you with a cleric and a mage, and we've got our mage right here. Alice will be your group leader for the rest of this assignment, but who the other two members are hasn't been decided. For all I know, they might send me with you if they decide that you're going to officially test for ascended rank right away." Hawk laughed in Karl's mind. He had said on the very first day at the academy that it wouldn't be long until they surpassed the evil woman who worked him without snacks, and now it was coming true. Alice smirked as Karl realized that she would be his team leader for the mission, as she was a Commander Rank Mage, and he was picking from ascended rank clerics. "All right, I am at least vaguely familiar with Alice's abilities. She is good with barriers, but specializes more in attack. We're already well-rounded in attack and defense, with a versatile mage as the leader. Thor also specializes in defense, while Ray is full offense, and Hawk is our scout. His presence made it possible to clear an entire zone by lunch because we didn't have to hunt for the monsters' hiding spots," Karl explained to the clerics. "So, mostly you need someone to keep you alive and fed, while making sure that the monsters die in a prompt and efficient manner?" Tessa, the war god's cleric, asked. Alice nodded. "That is a pretty good way of putting it. We can obviously feed ourselves, and there are ration packs, but nobody says no to a bit more variety in their diet." The clerics all nodded, and then they looked at each other. Lotus smirked at Karl. "There really isn't a bad option here, so if you're hoping that someone will eliminate themselves, you're out of luck." That was precisely what he had been hoping, but it seemed obvious now that it wasn't going to happen. "Well then, I guess we just need to work on a solid core for the group, no matter who we get for the last pair. Since that's the case, who here is good with both healing and group buffs?" "We have barriers taken care of thanks to Alice, but combat enhancements are important," Karl asked. All five of them raised their hands, and Karl gave Rita a questioning look. "They all have specialties, but I picked 5 that had the best qualifications," she replied. "So, this will not be easy." "All right, I am going to have to find some other criteria, or I will have Alice draw names to see who goes," Karl sighed. Lotus cheered. "Drawing names is the best way." She agreed. Jenny rolled her eyes. "That's only because you have insanely good luck when it comes to trivial things. I'm not sure that it will extend to getting a party member, but if we were drawing straws for first shower, Lotus would win every single time. Luck might not be a quantifiable factor, but it was an incredibly valuable one." While they were considering their next move, one of the high priests came in and silently handed a note to Rita. Karl didn't think much of it, as they were at the seminary academy, but the look on her face said that it was something important. "The extra group members have been decided. I will be accompanying you, and they request that we pick 2 clerics to make up the 5-person group," Rita informed them, reading from the note she had been given. Alice looked a bit startled to hear that, and moved the selection forward. "Either they're short on elites, or we're going to be doing something unexpectedly annoying. I guess that means we're definitely going to need someone good with combat buffs, and ones who don't mind fighting. Are there any of you who don't get along well?" They all shook their heads. There were no deep-seated rivalries between them. In that case, I will pick the ones who like to fight the most, she finished. That would be Tessa and Lotus, Jenny laughed. Not Kira? Alice questioned, as Kira was a cleric of the church guard. Tessa shook her head. She might not look like it, but the tiny one is scrappy. My theory is that she's part honey badger, and as she got more attuned to her goddess, it made her want to pick fights with everyone. Lotus definitely didn't look the part of a fighter. She was even shorter than Dana, despite being graduated from the academy. On the other hand, Tessa looked more like a warrior dressed in a nun's habit than an actual priestess. Even from here, Karl could see the muscles on her arms, and the scattering of red scales. Plus, she nearly stood eye to eye with his 180 centimeters height, making her exceptionally tall for a priestess. Now, the real question. Can one of you use advanced food creation? Karl joked, giving the clerics a wink so they would know he wasn't serious. Tessa laughed. Funny story that. We both can. Alice extended her hand to Jenny, who was closest. Thank you all for giving us your time, and know that you are still on the short list for any future missions that we take. We have to head out again as soon as the testing is completed, so we won't keep you from your daily tasks any longer. Tessa and Lotus, if you would like to go pack your mission bags, we will meet you at the testing cathedral in an hour. The rejected candidates waved as they left, while Tessa and Lotus gave each other a high five as they went to pack their bags. Well, this could be an interesting mission. Who would have thought that we would be assigned 2 clerics? Karl muttered as they left the room. Alice nodded. It's unexpected for certain, but the colonel believes that you're up to the task. That said a lot about how they ended up with such a strange group, and in such a hurry. Karl assumed the normal state of things would be for him and his chosen cleric to go back to one of the base camps and get assigned someone from the reinforcements to go with. So, are we really going to do the test for Ascended before we go? Karl asked, instead of voicing his thoughts about what was happening with the colonel's favoritism. We are. I am a Commander Rank Mage, so normally my group would be all Ascended or higher. If we're going to keep the military and the government dispatchers happy, you have to make it to Ascended as soon as possible. We can write off a few weeks or a month as training, but after that, they will start wondering what is so special that you are out fighting when others are stuck in class, she replied. So, I will be out for some time. Karl asked carefully. Look at Thor and Ray. That sort of growth would never happen in the academy. So, as long as it keeps up, we will keep finding you opportunities to keep them growing. I must say some of it is personal curiosity on the part of Rita and myself, to see how fast you really can grow, but most of it is the practicality of it. The colonel thinks you might be the next powerhouse, and that means doing all we can to make it come true, Alice agreed. But don't worry, we will get you back to your little mage girl before you know it, Rita laughed. Sergeant Rita cleared her throat to get Karl's attention. The test will be administered by a group of high clerics, using a combination of divine magic and technology, to determine if your combat power and maximum energy output meet the standards of an Ascended elite. Your class is a bit of an anomaly, so I am not certain whether they will count your beast's maximum as your own, but it is almost certain that they won't allow you to combine the outputs to get a more impressive number. The look on your face says you never even considered it, but it has come up in the past with druids and rangers who had summons. They count the summon as a separate effect, and while they do allow you to have it active if you gain a buff from it, their attack power is not added to your own. For that reason, the total effective combat ability of mages who can use golems or elementals, as well as classes with various types of summons, can be much higher than a single warrior. She stepped toward the door, and Karl turned to follow, eager to get through the test and find out what the plan was to find another way for the beasts to advance. He had an idea of his own. A simple one, but effective so far. The lizard men and ogres tended to carry magical gems on them, which could be used in potions to enhance warriors. Those should be effective on the beasts as well, and he even had some coming from his share of the loot from this mission. Most of it was in coins, but they had a rather large pile of magical gems in Doug's bag as well. Will we have time to drop in on the commander rank tests? The team I was with before are all testing for advancement today, and I think they would appreciate the extra bit of moral support, Karl asked. Possibly. Not all of them, as they're running at the same time as your test, but the last few we should be able to go see unless they are faster than expected or close the temple, Alice agreed. She led them to a small temple off to the side of the compound, past the stables, where a small group of older clerics had gathered. An ancient-looking man with golden eyes that were slotted like a goat's turned to look at Karl with a curious expression. This must be elite, Karl. You have a lot of the world dragon's luck about you. Are you confident in your ability to pass the ascended rank trial? He asked, speaking slowly, as if each word was an effort. Yes, High Priest. I am confident that I can pass the trial, Karl replied politely. A younger priest stepped forward. Then we will use the divine trial to test whether you are ascended or not. When you come back out, your mark will be glowing golden if you passed, black if you failed. Alice and Rita both looked shocked at his words, but Karl wasn't sure why. The cleric had just said it was a trial to confirm his status. Obviously, the church would have their own way, and not the power meter thing that the Golden Divine Academy used along with the teacher's judgment. The divine trial has been activated. Alice asked. Is it such a shock? It is active for 24 hours when it is used, and we have a high priest testing later today, the old man slowly answered. Forgive my impertinence, high priest. I was just shocked that it was active. I didn't know that you were elevating a high priest today, Alice replied. That must mean that they were confident that Doug would pass the trials and become an official commander rank green dragon cleric, which would grant him the role of high priest by default. There was still some internal ranking among the high priests, but Karl had no idea how it worked, and he didn't really care, as it was unlikely to ever affect his daily life. The protocol for dealing with them was all the same for those outside the church, and he already remembered the rules of courtesy. Danny and Donnie came over while they were talking, with Bob not far behind them, having an animated conversation with one of the guards. From the hand gestures, it seemed that they were deeply engrossed in the finer points of swordplay, so Karl just waved to them and waited for instructions. The Seminary Academy matron herself stepped out of the building in front of them with a gentle smile on her face. We will be doing the trials today in order of age, as the gods have demanded. Therefore, the first to enter will be the Beastmaster, Karl. Followed by Donnie, then Danny, Brother Doug, and finally Robert. You can enter any time that you want after the previous applicant has entered. The trial will separate you, and none will be able to see what happens inside except the trial taker. The results are impossible to fake, even for me, so do your best. The gods can be unforgiving with their standards in a way that a standard test is not, she declared. Karl believed that. The trial instance he was in had very different standards for those taking the tests than anything that Karl was familiar with. So, if the cleric set a certain standard for your test, he knew that the trial wouldn't allow you to fake your way through or cheat in any way. She gestured toward the door, not allowing him any time to doubt his resolve, and Karl stepped through the large bronze doors into the chapel building. Inside it was very unobtrusive, with a simple stone interior, wooden benches, and a collection of magical items along the walls. It felt like the room was judging him, and Karl realized that the door behind him no longer existed. He must be inside the trial, but he wasn't certain what he should be doing. There was an altar at the front of the room, and it had some sort of devices sitting on it. That must be the first test it wanted him to take. Karl walked up, and saw that it even had written instructions, though the script was archaic and he couldn't read it. But whoever had made this had prepared for that, and there were pictorial instructions as well. Place both hands on the device, and make it glow. Karl put his hands on the round plate, and wondered if he should do something, but then it felt like the energy was being drained from his body, and he quickly brought up refreshing lightning. It was still drawing heavily from him, as if he was using some extreme skill, but the lightning eased the burden a little. Then the standard increased, and Karl's knees nearly buckled. But he held on until the draw increased again, and then abruptly stopped when Karl couldn't provide the power that it demanded. He wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not, but the altar vanished, and Karl found himself in an empty field. A golden golem appeared in front of him, and a voice whispered in his mind. "Hit it as hard as you can." Again, simple. Karl checked to make certain his bracelet that increased skill damage, the reward he received the last time that he was here at the Seminary Academy, was firmly attached to his wrist, and then coated his sword with both shred and refreshing lightning, before lunging forward and landing 5 rapid strikes on the golem, letting offensive adaptation do its thing. Each time he hit it, a bit more of the golem turned from gold to red, until after the 4th strike it stopped advancing. Again, Karl had no idea of how the measuring system worked, but the scene changed again, and he was sitting at a desk with a written test in front of him. He didn't expect a written component. He couldn't even read the language of the holy relics. But the test turned out to be just one question, and it was in the Golden Dragon Nation's common language. Which deity do you owe your allegiance to? That was a tough question. There was a whole pantheon. He wasn't a cleric with an affiliation, so although the World Dragon was considered the primary god of the Golden Dragon Nation, he wasn't certain how to answer. Wouldn't a layman like him picking just one be an uninformed answer and an insult to all the other gods that he didn't pick? The page went blank for a moment, and then new words appeared. Answer accepted. Karl stared at the words on the sheet. He didn't recall coming up with an actual answer, but he supposed that was an answer on its own. This test was the most confusing trial he had been through so far, and he had no idea how he was even doing. He didn't even know what the standard was that he was aiming for. Then the desk vanished, and he found himself at another temple with steps up the side, identical to the one in the last trial instance. Except this time, every side but one was shrouded in dark mist. Karl walked over to the stairs, and found himself looking at the sign in annoyance. It was again in a language that he couldn't read. But the picture had a person stepping up the stairs and an arrow. That would be clear enough for anyone to understand what it wanted. So, he stepped onto the stairs, and a soft sound like a tambourine's cymbals jingled. He stepped again, and it was a bit louder and longer. There was no appreciable resistance as he walked, so he just kept going, listening to the song that the cymbals were playing until they were joined by a drum beat. At first, it only beat with every stair, but it was slowly gaining a beat as he moved up the stairs. Then a flute joined the music, and a heavy weight seemed to descend on his shoulders, making every step a challenge. The refreshing lightning barrier seemed to help, and the mana flowing through his body helped keep him focused as he realized that he knew this song. It wasn't some divine hymn or some ancient ballad, it was a rhythmic working song that the miners sang, that Karl knew by the name Give the Working Man a Chance. It was about hard work getting you nowhere, and that the only way to true power was to take it by force. The song was officially banned in the mines, but not because it was a revolutionary theme song. The lyrics he knew advocated murdering the boss and taking over his job when you knew you could do a better job. Karl sang along as he trudged up the steps, and that strange sense of amusement that he had felt on the steps after the trial appeared again. One of the gods must know this song. Or his version of the lyrics were so very wrong that they were laughing at him missing the point. 6 steps later, a familiar ache, like the end of a full shift swinging a pickaxe, had settled into his bones and muscles, but still Karl pushed forward, until he found that he couldn't take another step. As it had been on the Fate steps, it was simply impossible to move forward. No matter where you put your foot, you somehow ended up on the same step. This was a trial, so there should be some way forward, he assumed. Karl poured extra energy into the refreshing lightning barrier and slid his foot up the step. That got it onto the next stair, but when he put weight on it, he found it back on the same step as his other foot. So, he added more power with Shred and Rend both activated. Now he was on the step, and the other foot came up behind it. After a half-second that felt like hours, both feet were on the next step, and a flow of power was entering his body, refreshing his aching muscles. Then he was flying through the air, away from the temple. It was ironically familiar after his attempt to jump straight up on the stairs in the last trial instance, but he landed on his feet with a solid impact that left a 10-meter-long furrow and made the refreshing lightning barrier flicker. The scene faded, and he found himself in the first room again, but this time he was facing the open bronze door, where he could see the Academy matron and Alice waiting for him. The others were out of his line of sight, but the matron was smiling at him. "There is no need to discuss the trials you faced. They are different for everyone, and it won't help them to know what you faced. Congratulations, Ascended Elite Karl, you have passed the test," she announced. The claw marks on his arm were glowing bright gold, and Karl let out a sigh of relief. That was a short test. Most of them take over an hour, but you're out again in under 30 minutes, Rita noted as Karl stepped out of the temple. Half an hour. It didn't feel quite that short. Though that last trial messes with your sense of time, so I suppose that could be right, Karl replied. Rita waved off his efforts to explain. You can keep the content of your trial a secret. They often contain some sort of spiritual or personal revelation that will help you in the future, she explained. A revelation that would help him in the future. Unless there were less violent lyrics for that song which had been playing, the trial probably hadn't given him any sort of deep moral lesson. Karl found himself whistling the song that had been playing in the trial, and one of the high priests gave him a strange look. Do you know that hymn? Karl gave him an equally confused look. Hymn? As far as I know, it's a worker's song, with a rhythm to swing a pickaxe to. It was playing in the trial, and it got stuck in my head. The old man nodded. I heard it once about 50 years ago, in my own trial for high priest. I couldn't find anything about it, though. Even when I spent half a year looking through hymn books, old musical sheets, and composition records. Karl laughed. This one won't be in any written record. If you have some time, go ask the miners to sing it for you. But don't ask in front of the foreman or the boss because the song is banned. The old man smirked. Why should I wait? You know it, and we've got a few minutes before the others finish. I assume that you're intending to wait to see how Brother Doug and your friends do. Karl nodded. Sure, just give me a moment. I need some sort of instrument to keep rhythm if I'm going to sing. Rita smiled and took out a pair of spoons. I know the song as well. I will keep time, you sing. I bet that the miners' version of the lyrics are more fun than the ones I know. The old cleric looked intrigued, and he had already pulled out a notepad and pencil to write down the lyrics, and possibly write the musical sheets for the song. She took up the rhythm with the clacking of the spoons in place of the tambourine, and Karl started to sing the lyrics, while the clerics all looked vaguely scandalized, except the Red Dragon High Priestess, who began to sing along after a few verses. She knew the same lyrics that Karl did, and the old cleric looked annoyed that he had looked for so long, and the answer was right in front of him, but so different from what he had expected that he wasn't asking the right questions. When they got to the end of the song, with the line "Throw him down the shaft and give the working man a chance," the Red Dragon cleric laughed, and the other high priests and priestesses clapped in appreciation. Rita shook her head and wrote out an alternate version for the cleric. These are the words that I know. I grew up right by the border, so it might be regionally different, but the rhythm is the same. It's not a song you will hear much in public, just when the lowest class are working hard and not particularly happy with their employer. Amazing. Thank you all for your assistance. Now, I must plan a journey to find the original version that all of these derived from, he insisted, then wandered away to do exactly that. The group patiently waited for the others to come out, mostly with a quiet professionalism, but every few minutes the Red Dragon High Priestess would begin to whistle a song, and someone would laugh, annoying the other clerics who were trying to focus on something while they waited. The first to appear was Doug, whose plain green robe was now layered with black and gold underneath, and his class marking was glowing bright gold. "Welcome back, High Priest Douglas Cormac Mackenzie," the matron greeted him. Doug winced. "Really? You had to full name me?" The old woman smiled. "Of course. You're a dignified high priest now, everyone gets to full name you. How else will they remain reverent of your power when you're happier playing in the garden and getting the guards high on their days off?" Doug whistled and looked away, pretending to be innocent, but not fooling anyone. "Well, it is good to be a high priest anyhow. I believe my goddess is happy with my work," Doug replied with a reverent tone when he spoke of the dragon god of nature. The other clerics chuckled at his pronouncement, long since used to the carefree ways of the nature priests. Little things like rules and regulations never bothered them much, unless they interfered with the natural order of things. They couldn't even be counted on to prevent violence among the students because, in their words, sometimes people deserve a punch in the face. But on the other hand, you could count on them to deal with the matter fairly after it happened. The next out was Bob, whose warrior mark was glowing a faint gold, barely illuminating the mark. "It seems that it was a close thing, but you too have passed the trials. Congratulations on your success, Commander Robert Mackenzie." The matron greeted him. "Thank you, matron. It got very touch and go there for a bit, but I am glad that I managed to satisfy the gods that I was worthy of the rank," he replied. Then he turned to Karl and gestured to where he had left his backpack. "I have the loot split. If you don't mind, the mages were quite interested in the crystals for crafting, but they have offered a ring of giant strength and a magic sword in exchange. The values are equal, according to the church auditor," Bob informed him. Karl nodded. "That works well enough for me. If they know someone who can make good use of them, then they are welcome to the gems. Has the cash been deposited into the account? I don't know how to check my card balance away from the academy." Bob nodded. "You can check it at the supply counter here at the Seminary Academy, or at any money machine in the towns. But yes, the money should be deposited already. It's a rather substantial amount, so try not to act shocked when you see it." Alice gave Karl a curious look, and he shrugged. "We brought back 2 backpacks half loaded with coins from the giants and ogres. Even split 5 ways, it should be a fairly substantial amount, as Bob called it." Bob handed over the ring and the sword, which Karl recognized as the dagger that they had gotten from one of the giants, which Bob had been using himself as an improvement on the other sword he owned. Karl slipped the ring on his finger and strapped the blade to his pack until he could get a scabbard made for it. It wouldn't fit into the one for the sword he already owned, and he didn't have another way to carry it, like the metal loop that Bob used as a sword hanger. The supply room should have something for him, though. They had all sorts of gear made by the church, and it was usually reasonably priced, from what he had heard. Even many of the items at the Golden Divine Academy were made here. The influx of power from the Ring of Giant Strength was impressive, and Karl wondered if he could do like Thor and flip an armored car from a standstill. His own strength was improving, but with the odd tests of the trial instance, he couldn't say how well it compared to warriors at the same entry to ascended rank level. The twins came out at the same time, as perfectly as if they had planned it, and both showing off the golden wand marks on their hands. "Congratulations, commanders, you have both done a wonderful job today. We will be updating your registration in just a few minutes. Would you like some family alone time before you are pulled away by those eager to celebrate your advancement?" the matron asked. "A few minutes at least would be appreciated." Doug replied with a smile, right before he pulled his sisters into a group hug. Karl nodded to Bob, who gave him a happy soldier's salute, then went to join the others. "All right, I think we're finished. Do you two need anything, or should I just go grab the last items I need before we head out?" Karl asked. "Grab what you need and meet us back at the front gates in 15 minutes. That's when the clerics will be arriving." Alice agreed. Karl ran off to the supply counter and handed his card to the clerk, who did a double take as he noticed it wasn't a Seminary Academy card, but hadn't noticed that Karl wasn't one of them while he was wearing the generic hassock. "Can I get a scabbard to fit this blade and 2 sets of black training mission fatigues if you have them?" he asked. The man punched in the request without a word, then tapped Karl's card against the reader and nodded. "We've got them. Just allow me a minute to grab a few scabbards and see what fits best. That looks like it was taken from a monster, so it's probably not a standard size." True to his word, he returned in just over a minute, with an armload of clothes and scabbards, then proceeded to test the fit of the sword until he found one that he was satisfied with. "Is it hanging on that belt?" he asked dubiously, looking at the rope tie of Karl's hassock. "No, I have a sword belt, Academy Standard issue, but everything was in the laundry this morning," Karl explained. He hoped it would all be clean and ready, but last time he was here, he hadn't returned to his room for quite a while. But the supply chief was prepared for that, and he pulled out a plain black leather sword belt, intended to be wrapped twice around the waist, to adjust the hanging height of your blade. "No charge. It can replace the standard belts that come with the fatigue sets." "Do you need new boots?" he asked. Karl shook his head. The plain black ones he had on were already broken in and comfortable, and after a short cleaning, they were good as new. "Thanks, I've got to run up and get packed. We're supposed to leave in 15 minutes. Karl informed the supply chief, who smiled and waved for him to get running. When Karl got back to his room, his school mission uniforms were all freshly laundered and waiting for him, along with a set of fresh bronze badges. That had to be from either Alice or Rita, as they were Golden Divine Academy badges, not something that you would expect to see at the Seminary Academy, but Karl appreciated the gesture. If they were here now, then they had been dropped off before his trial was complete, anticipating him succeeding. With well-practiced motions, Karl tucked everything back in his pack the way that he liked to balance best, and then headed back downstairs to inquire about the fact that all the consumables from his last mission were already depleted, and he didn't have an opportunity to restock them. The clerics were just getting down to the courtyard when he arrived, and there were stacks of supplies being loaded into the white bus convoy in preparation to head back out again. This time it will just be us and the convoy guards with the supplies. The other missions only last for a week before they return to the academy, so the bus team will wait for them there after we deliver the supplies. Sergeant Rita explained. All right. I will need to restock as well. I returned here with nothing but loot in my pack. Karl replied with a laugh. Lotus giggled and wiggled her fingers in the universal children's symbol for casting a magic spell. Don't worry about it. We've got all those sorts of supplies taken care of. Tessa can also use her magic to repair metal, so if you've got damaged gear, we can take care of that as well once we're in the field. The tiny cleric explained. It sounds like we're ready for almost anything then. All right, I will let Thor out for a few minutes because he might not forgive me if he doesn't get to play with the clerics for a bit, and then we can go. Those were magic words for Lotus, and Karl wasn't sure who was more excited to meet the other for the first time, her or Thor. There was a lot of happy squealing and rough affection from both sides, to the point that the other clerics were hesitant to join in until the two had calmed down a little bit. Tessa smiled at Karl. See what I mean? She's a bit too in tune with her animalistic side. But she's a good cleric, and you can always count on her to have your back. Karl smiled at the war priestess. That's the only part that really matters, isn't it? If you can't count on them to have your back, it doesn't matter what else they can do or how their personality is. Once the buses were loaded, they picked one and loaded themselves in the front, among the limited space that wasn't taken up with stacked supplies. The bus seats didn't fold, but they had done the best that they could to load them with supplies, and the bus was packed from the third row back. That didn't leave much space for the 5-member team and their gear, but fortunately none of them was huge and burly. At least not to the point that they didn't fit in one of the narrow bus seats. Karl took the seat closest to the door, while Hawk took a seat on the roof rack, which was also loaded with boxes of supplies for their journey. There were no off-road or particularly bad stretches between them and the base camp, so they had loaded as much as humanly possible into the vehicles for the trip. That hid Hawk from sight from behind, and while it limited his view a little, he could see enough that he wasn't afraid of missing any threats to the convoy. The only real danger that they would face would be road conditions, as by the time that Hawk relayed them, it would probably be too late to do anything about them. The morning was passing smoothly, with the miles flowing by outside the bus without incident, until Hawk spotted the same situation as on the way back to the seminary academy. There was a small group of monsters who had escaped from the containment area, and they were headed toward the road. They might make it to the road before the bus group gets there. Hawk warned Karl. Incoming monsters ahead. They've left the containment area, and they're headed for the road ahead of us. Karl warned the driver. The driver relayed the message, and the convoy began to slow as the lead driver spotted the same monsters that Hawk had seen 30 seconds earlier. They were right on the road now, according to Hawk, but they were no real threat, as they were all awakened rank. Take care of them quickly, and then someone will drag them out of the road so we can keep going. Karl instructed. That was a pleasure for Hawk. He flew up off his perch and forward to the front of the convoy to get in range, then hit them with a barrage of fireballs. The flames seemed to melt into their bodies, remaining coherent like chunks of magma, and the ogres dropped dead, falling all along the road and in the ditches. Your fireballs are becoming quite impressive. Karl congratulated him. Fire is wonderful. I should have had fire from the start. Hawk agreed. That was a new attitude from Hawk. Karl was actually surprised that he didn't use Rend, but with Fireball being as good as it was now, clearly an ascended rank advanced attack ability, it made sense for him to switch. That Hawk has some serious attack power. The driver commented as he listened to the lead guard group going out to clean up the dead ogres and scavenge any loot that they could get. Hawk didn't sense anything worth keeping, but they might have some money on them, which the church would use to pay for the supplies and bus fuel. They had the road cleared in under a minute, and the convoy was back in motion, with Hawk now sitting on the top of the lead bus, so he could get that extra few hundred meters worth of warning if there was anything headed toward the road. Burning holes and ogres was surprisingly satisfying, and with Karl meditating all the time lately, his space was starting to gain enough power that he could feel a bit of leeway to keep growing his skills. Keeping up with the demands of the three growing beasts was more than Karl could easily manage, but now that Hawk had found some advancement room, he was making the best of it to improve his fire abilities. Karl could tell that Ray was working on something as well, but he couldn't tell quite what it was that she was trying to comprehend. He still had Skill Master active to help their learning, but without anyone to watch, their growth would be limited. She was dedicated to it though, and she seemed to have a good grasp on what she was doing. There was just one last step left that she wasn't understanding in order to make the spell work. Once they were in combat again, she might grasp it, as long as it was something that the group here was using as well. With the combat enhancement of a War Goddess Cleric, the pets might even manage to learn some new combat enhancement spells and abilities. Sure, it was Divine Dragon magic, but there was still a chance. The class marking were Divine Magic from the World Dragon, after all. There were a few more monsters near the road just before they got to the base camp, and Hawk was getting excited about getting to burn them again, but the team on patrol in the field got to them first, and had the road cleared before they arrived. It was their job, but Hawk was still disappointed that he didn't get to show off his new skill. The convoy rolled into the camp, stopping at the edge of the parking lot so that the work teams had more room to unload, since the interiors, roof racks and belly boxes were all loaded with cargo. The guards exited the cabs, to give the work teams room to do their jobs, and Alice led the group toward the base camp office. I hear you made the public safety officer cry last time that you were here, so try to be nice to him this time. We will inform his office that we have arrived, and then we will be sent out with a weaker group as their escort. The military does things through the weight of numbers, not with raw individual power, so don't expect an all-star team like you had last time. Alice warned Karl as they walked away from the bus. I've already got an all-star team with me. I don't know what you mean. But I understand that we will be tasked to a regular military unit to help with the sorts of things they struggle with. Karl agreed. That did somewhat explain why they had 2 healers. If they were accompanying a larger group, they would need more healing, and if the soldiers were fighting above their level, they would face not only more frequent, but more serious injuries than usual. The staff member was the same one that had escorted Karl and his team in the last time he was here, but today she was all business, taking Alice's notes and pulling the assignment for their team from the printed stack of missions. You will be assigned to the 4 p.m. group. Their commander will have more details for you. She informed Alice as they finished the process. Understood. Have a good afternoon, and we will see you in a week or 2. They left the office and headed for the staging area, where the soldiers were gathered. The military insignia on Sergeant Rita's uniform got them through without any unnecessary questions, and in only a few minutes, Karl found himself looking at the largest armored vehicle that he had ever seen. He hadn't realized how big an artillery platform was until he first saw one up close, but Thor seemed to take the presence of the vehicle as a personal challenge. He was supposed to be the group's front line, not some metal truck with too many wheels. Relax, buddy. It's probably not coming with us into the wilderness, and it's certainly not agile enough to be on the front lines of a battle. It stays at the back, far away from the fight, to shoot at it. Karl assured him. Thor was still suspicious of the large vehicle, but decided to let the grudge rest, as long as it didn't try to steal his job. Alice led them to a captain, who had a group of soldiers with him ready to leave the base, and shook his hand. Good to see you again, Captain. I've got a proper group for you today. Alice informed him. Oh, and how is that? The soldier replied with a smile for the slightly younger mage. We've got myself and the sergeant, plus 2 clerics and a beast master, with 3 ascended monsters bonded. She replied. And who is the small child? The captain asked, with a gesture toward Lotus, who gave him a rude gesture in return. That would be the nature priestess Lotus. She's not a child, just very short. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the group started to load up into the helicopter to head into the woods. It was the only good way in, and there was already 1 team waiting in there for them. Karl smiled as he saw the terrified faces of the group that was waiting for them. They were all students, both from his own academy and the seminary academy, and they all looked like they were new to the awakened rank. Alice leaned over to whisper in Karl's ear. The military group has been telling them horror stories, so when they found out that they were being tasked to set up a forward observation base in the woods, where they would treat the wounded and keep the supply lines, they feared the worst. Ogre invasions, constant battles where they would have to fight 10-on-1 against a single monster to stand a chance, you get the idea. But we will be based out of the camp that they're supplying, which is why we didn't need to pack as heavily this time. There is another group there now, holding the position so that it isn't overrun, and there should be base building supplies already on site. That's not our concern though. Our team will be going outside to clear the more powerful monsters from the area, the same as always. But we can go back to camp at night if once the worst of the infestation is under control. Karl smiled. Well, that will be a change. I got very used to sleeping in the comfort of raised webs at night. They're kind of springy, and hold the body without any of the pressure points of a cot or a cheap mattress. Sergeant Rita smirked. You weren't exactly roughing it last time, were you? Everyone else came back exhausted from fitful sleep leaning against tree roots, and your lot were complaining that the smell of gourmet cooking attracted even more ogres than usual. Karl smirked back. Who said that was a complaint? We made out like bandits off those ogres. There was one day when we got 4 Commander Rank kills before lunch. The students paled a little at that mention. They would rather not see any commander rank monsters, much less 4 in one day. What sort of mission had Karl been on that had been so dangerous? Sergeant Rita hadn't noticed that they had an audience, though. You know, we're going to be flying directly over your last deployment location, and it's not that far from our new location, so you might be in luck if the surge picks up again. But this time you have a whole military group with you, so you'll have to share the glory. The captain of the group they were accompanying laughed. And the loot. Please keep that part in mind as well. You will have to share the loot. I don't think I've ever seen a student decked out in that much magical gear before, and from what I can see, it's all monster dropped. Did your team spoil you, or was there that much? Karl shrugged. We split evenly. The gloves I got as my share, the bracelet was a gift from the church, while the ring and sword were traded for my share of the magical gems we got. The mages wanted them for crafting. The captain shook his head. Well, at least we've got a well-geared frontline fighter out of the deal. Karl resisted the urge to tell him that he was not on the front lines voluntarily, but because their group didn't have another warrior capable of tanking damage from the monsters. Avoidance tanking had to be a thing because Karl had no intentions of just getting hit, but if he was going to be at the front and drawing the monsters' attention, it was difficult to argue that he wasn't the tank of the group. The last of the team took their seats, and the doors were closed, leaving Karl in uncomfortable silence while the other students sized him up and tried to figure out who he was. None of them remembered having a classmate like him, but he was wearing a Bronze Academy badge, so he had to be an Ascended Elite. It was the students from the Seminary Academy that finally explained to them who he was, as they had seen him during his first visit. So, that's the first-year wonder kid. How did he even make it to Ascended already? We're not even done the fall term yet, and he's already ahead of half the school. One of the students complained. Half the school. How many students are even going to graduate at Commander? Like 6 out of 500. I would say he's already ahead of most of the school, and he's probably going to get some fancy title by the time that he reaches second year. Another one scoffed. Nah, it's most likely just a unique class that gets an early bump. Like the druids that summon a powerful supporter and jump up a rank in a few weeks, then flatline. One of the others replied in a snarky tone, unwilling to accept that Karl really might be the next monster among the elites. Karl pretended that he couldn't hear them, as they were making an effort to whisper, and didn't know that he could hear everyone in the helicopter, including the air traffic controller speaking through the pilot's headset, guiding them to their destination. Karl looked out the window, and his eyes picked out the fort that Ray had made in the lower branches of the redwood tree at their second stop. You were right, we're over the last zone I was assigned to. See, there's the redwood where I set up camp, and the clearing by the river where we killed that Commander Rank giant. Oh, it looks like someone else is there now, fighting. Karl informed Rita, raising his voice a little to be heard over the noise. Rita looked down and shook her head. From this height, I can barely make out that there are people moving down there, much less what they are doing. The helicopter passed over the area, and then another 10 minutes passed before Karl saw a military group in the distance. That had to be where they were going, unless there were multiple new base camps being set up. There were piles of supplies, surrounded by a group of people in military uniforms, and a few elites in plain clothes. The helicopter waited for a few minutes, circling the base as they prepared for the arrival of the rest of their troops, and then it landed in a clearing just outside the perimeter. Everyone out. There is no more space inside the base for helicopters, so we are being rerouted to the clearing. I recommend that you get a proper helipad sorted out before your next supply shipment needs to be delivered, but that's up to you. The cargo master aboard the helicopter informed them. The military teams filed out first, leaving Karl and his group as the last ones aboard. They shook hands with the crew as they departed, and quietly followed the teams into the base, with a gesture from Sergeant Rita for them to remain inconspicuous. Why, Karl didn't know, but it seemed to be important to her that the people here not realize who they were right away. She led the group in behind the soldiers, then turned to inspect their equipment and storage. We're the ranking elites here, and I want to get a look at their practices before they realize there's someone looking and shuffle us away. If they're not taking care of it, a good chunk of the supplies will get wasted. Rita whispered. But as they walked through, Rita's mood was improving. Everything was organized, nothing was left in the mud, it was all elevated on pallets or logs, and the general state was just crowded, but not disorganized. All right, I've seen what I need to. Let's go make our introductions and catch up with our mission team, she announced. That caught the attention of the group's captain, who was chatting with the base commander, while the other man discreetly ordered his people to start working on expanding the base. Ah, Commander Alice, Sergeant Rita, I thought we lost you for a moment there. We will be headed out immediately, using the directions that the base has given us on the larger threats in the area, the captain announced. Understood, Captain. Our gear is stowed, and we're ready to move when you are. Alice agreed. With a single whistle, the captain had his unit focused and ready to move. Karl wasn't a premier expert on the strength of other elites, but if he had to guess, the only one close to Hawk would be the captain, and the rest were all at the awakened level. So, his team would be the heavy hitters for the squad while they were out on patrol, while they took care of the large numbers, like the goblin tribe that his last group had used golems to eliminate. Karl fell in at the front of the convoy, and the captain gave him a curious look. I'm the frontline warrior, so I'm with you. Once we're away from the camp, I will send my dragon hawk out to scout, and it helps if I'm next to you to relay any findings he makes. From up there, he can see an entire patrol zone clearly and relay the best route to clear it. Karl explained. So, you're both a scout and a melee warrior? The captain asked. Not exactly a melee warrior, but I have a lightning barrier for defense, so I'm better suited to the front line than our other warrior, who is guard. Karl explained. The captain nodded. Your hawk shouldn't find too much. The scouting reports for the area say that there aren't any threats above the low ascended rank, with a low overall density. That's why they only sent one stronger team to the area this time. If we actually need the strength of a Commander Rank Mage, something has gone horribly wrong. That was a giant red flag if Karl had ever seen one, and he gave the beasts an advance warning that they were likely to see real combat sooner than expected. As they walked, Karl let Hawk out, which caught the attention of the soldiers, who were quickly reminded that he was a friendly unit by the rest of Karl's team. Their skittishness was making Karl nervous about sending out the others, especially Ray, who wasn't as friendly looking as Thor. Have they been briefed on the beasts that I have with me? Because Ray is a bloodbath spider, and I really don't want her getting injured by friendly fire. Karl asked the captain quietly. The captain nodded. I have, but I can't guarantee how well they listened. It will be best if you bring Ray out before the fight starts, so they can get used to the spider before things get hectic. Hawk, how's it looking up there? Karl asked. 1 more kilometer, then you can choose a hobgoblin patrol, or some ogres. Hawk replied. We've got a patrol of hobgoblins and a few ogres a kilometer ahead. I think it's best if I get Ray ready now, so they're used to seeing her. Karl replied to the captain's comment. The captain raised his voice. Team, listen up. Elite Karl will be calling out his bloodbath spider. It is a valuable asset on our side. Treat it as one of your team members. Karl called her out on the far side of himself, so he was between her and the team, and Ray hissed as a half-dozen of the soldiers turned weapons on her. Fortunately, nobody attacked, because an awakened rank soldier with no magical barriers on them would not take a hit from Ray and survive. They calmed down after a few seconds and a stern look from the captain, who had just finished warning them not to do anything dumb. All right, Ray will be traveling with us, possibly in the trees away from the group, but nearby. She will join the fight when we come across our first group of enemies. Karl informed them. Ray stayed in sight, just in case they forgot what she looked like, and Karl decided to add Thor to the mix. The lightning Sero is our additional tank. If you don't want to be charged by ogres, make friends with Thor. Karl informed the group as he summoned the scaled beast. That one didn't alarm them as much, and somehow Thor's expressionless face still managed to look happy to see them. Thor's presence helped set the team at ease, and when Karl saw Hawk circling ahead of them, the soldiers were ready for a battle. "Captain, the hobgoblins are through those trees. The ogres aren't far beyond that." Karl relayed from Hawk's information. "Tell them that the ogres are ascended rank." Hawk reminded him. "Ascended rank ogres. 4 of them in total." Karl amended. That was a tough fight for the military unit on their own, but shouldn't be a challenge for Karl and his team. The captain nodded. "You 5 split off and take care of the ogres." Then he called back to the team. "We will deal with the hobgoblins. Ramirez and Jones to the front, bring your shields. The mercenary elites will be splitting off to deal with ascended rank ogres." His voice was hushed, but it carried well through the unit, and the others split off quickly to join Karl, following Hawk's directions around the hobgoblins to get to their fight. "Our first fight as a team, are you mentally ready?" Alice whispered as the ogres came in sight. They were looking around, trying to find the sound of the footsteps, as they had heard Thor coming, but he had stopped out of sight, and the ogres hadn't properly located him yet. "I'm ready. It will be a big change standing up at the front with Thor, but we've got this. Trust in the lightning barriers, and we will be fine." Karl agreed. Of course, Alice cast a barrier over them as well, but her specialty was wind magic, so it wasn't quite up to the standard that Donnie's had been, despite the barrier mage having just made it to commander rank. The barrier was still enough to give Thor all the confidence he needed, and the Sero waited eagerly for Karl to start the charge into combat. With a nod to his partner, Karl silently raced through the trees while Thor crashed through the bushes the last dozen meters to the ogres, distracting them while Karl sliced the throat of the closest ogre with Shred before it could respond. Its hand went to its throat to block the bleeding while it healed, leaving it only one hand to fight, but there were 3 other ogres, and only 2 fighters in the front. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. Thor had practice with this, and easily rounded up 2 of them, holding them in place while the mages attacked and Rita moved to the side to attack. Alice summoned a golem to help Karl at the front, making it 3-on-4 with one already wounded, and Karl dodged an incoming strike, then moved to prevent the ogres from getting past him to the mage and clerics. A flood of warm magic surged through Karl's body as Tessa cast a buff on him, and his steps became smoother, both faster and less encumbered by the gear he was carrying. He was about to go for the knees of the wounded golem when the strangest sight met Karl's eyes. 2 odd-looking spiders charged the field, looking like tree golems, but shaped like Ray. The spider in question was right behind them, and all 3 piled on the wounded ogre, tearing it apart as it screamed in terror. "When did you learn that?" Karl asked. "It's pretty awesome, right? I figured it out when the Alice mage summoned hers. The other golem mage casts it all funny. The spider golems might not have all of Ray's skills, but what they lacked in power, they made up for in pure enthusiasm. Even when the ogre crushed 2 legs off one of them, it didn't slow down, and Lotus had the lost limbs repaired before the golem could even find the time to care that it was damaged. That left Thor and Karl with 1 ogre each, and Alice's golem with another. Being commander rank, her golem was much stronger than its opponent, but the ogre seemed more concerned with keeping the trio of spiders away from its back, and it was taking constant hits as it moved. The extra speed let Karl meet every attack of the ogre with a skill of his own, matching attack speed instead of brute strength. Rend was enough to stop the majority of attacks, or deflect them wide enough that they weren't a threat, and Karl was getting the hang of fighting in close quarters. When the ogre's club was deflected over his head, Karl went for the stomach, cutting the ogre open with Rend, and then blocked the next strike with his blade. Surprisingly, with the effects of the Bestial Strength gauntlets and the Ring of Giant Strength, he didn't feel like he was at a disadvantage in the physical confrontation, and the ogre wasn't going to last long with the rate that it was bleeding out. The first one wounded was the first to fall, followed closely by the one that Alice had focused with her golem, and then Karl's, which was outmaneuvered and outmatched by the cleric-enhanced Beastmaster. The battle came to an abrupt end, and Hawk landed among the bodies after making a quick spin by the army group to make sure they didn't get lost on the way to the hobgoblins. Sergeant Rita turned to Karl. "You know, a little heads up when your pets gain new abilities would be nice." Karl nodded. "I told them the same thing. But that's the first time that Ray has managed to make that spell activate. She's been working on it for days, but couldn't get it right until she saw Alice cast her golem spell. I've had Skill Master active for ages now, trying to help her learn a new skill. I didn't expect that it would be golems, but skittering tree golem spiders are pretty handy. Lotus had no problems healing them, and their damage isn't bad." Lotus smiled up at Karl. "And they're only a little terrifying, so they're a nice way to acclimatize your allies to her presence. They're built like spiders, but they aren't really spiders, so I think that the soldiers shouldn't be as afraid of them." Rita chuckled. "You believe that the tree monster version of spiders will be any less terrifying to the soldiers? While they might not have the reputation of the bloodbath spider, anything arachnid-shaped terrifies a significant portion of the population. They should be used to it by now, though. They've already met Ray, so accepting spider-shaped golems won't be a stretch for them. If anything, they will think that it is a personal idiosyncrasy of Karl's, since golems always take the same shape after they are summoned for the first time." They quickly checked the bodies for anything useful and caught their breath, checking the straps on their bags and preparing to walk back to the main group. Tessa gestured back toward the soldiers. "We should likely regroup with them right away. I can feel them still fighting, so something probably went wrong." The rest of the group turned and started moving, not wasting any time when the others might be in danger, and the Red Dragon Cleric moved up to run beside Karl. "I will stay with Thor during the next fight. Some of my buffs are very short-ranged, and with his massive strength, he will get the most of it," she explained. "Just don't get squished. I kind of like your style," Karl replied with a wink. Karl reached the clearing where the hobgoblins were fighting first, and found that the danger of the fight had been greatly underestimated, while the actual fight was exactly as Thor had described it. The soldiers were fighting a group of awakened rank hobgoblins, but among them was an ascended rank goblin shaman, who looked like a normal goblin leader until it started casting healing magic. The hobgoblins had encircled it, and while their numbers had been cut in half, the healing was keeping them in the fight much longer than expected. "Thor, you know the way," Tessa encouraged, and the lightning Sarrow put its head down, charging past Karl and into the melee. Tessa was right behind him, so Karl followed her through the fight, batting away blades that tried to intercept them, and letting the spider golems take his back, which let Ray push through with him. "Where are you going?" Karl heard Alice yell, but it was too late. They were already at the center of the fight, and the goblin shaman was flying. Literally flying, as Hawk had caught him after Thor threw him in the air, and was pulling the shaman up in the sky with him. A sharp turn sent it hurling toward the ground at hundreds of kilometers an hour, while the hobgoblins roared in rage at the surprise invaders. Karl slashed out, using Shred to cut down a wave of goblins who were pushing back their way, and the shaman reached the ground, directly onto Thor's front horn, which pierced through the creature's back for a moment before the Sarrow flicked his head and used the body as a shield against the hobgoblin blade. Karl found himself shoulder to shoulder with the spider golems, while Ray joined Thor and Tessa behind him, with the cleric moved toward the center of their circle. She had a chain flail, which had a surprising reach, and she was using it to keep the hobgoblins from getting at Thor's back. Not that his back was any weaker than his armored head, but it was harder for him to defend. Sergeant Rita cut her way into the center of the fight, and took the side of Thor opposite Ray, which gave them enough numbers to start pushing out, and driving the remaining hobgoblins into the encirclement by the military unit. Attacked from both sides, they didn't stand a chance, and the fight was over before Alice's slower-moving golem could even make it to the fight. "Thank you for coming back so promptly. Did you hear our calls, or did your scout warn you?" the captain asked. Tessa shook her head. "I felt the fight still going on after we finished with the ogres, so we came back." The captain shook his head in dismay. The mercenary team might be more powerful, but they were really showing his unit up today. They even managed to come up with a better tactic in the few seconds after they arrived than he had managed to accomplish for the rest of the fight. Of course, he didn't have a lightning arrow that could just smash through hobgoblins like they were bowling pins, but he should have been able to come up with something to deal with that healer. The captain whistled to address the group. "Check the bodies, we're moving out. This won't be the only group that we come across today, and there are other groups in this region doing the same. You don't want to be the low producers for the day." Sergeant Rita chuckled as she joined Karl, who was cleaning off Thor before he returned to his space. He didn't want to get the mess in his pond, and that meant someone needed to wipe him clean of goblin blood before he returned to his space at the end of the day. It would be easier now than after it dried, and there hadn't been any word of a river or pond nearby to wash in. "I found more people. We should go see them," Hawk suggested. "I think that the other groups have their own things to do," Karl reminded him. "But Race Human is here, and there is a whole group of ogres to kill near them." Karl had to think about that for a moment. Race Human. Wasn't he Race Human? There is another group in that direction, about 1.5 kilometers. There are more ogres near them, and Hawk thinks they might need the help. Karl informed the captain. "If he says they need help, I trust him. This fight was going to be a tough one on our own, so if that one is worse, then reinforcements might save lives." The captain agreed. The soldiers weren't happy about being pushed to start moving again instead of taking a break after a fight, but they were moving, and Karl took the point with the captain, while Ray darted off into the trees, but left her golems to walk alongside the column where everyone could see them. The other group of soldiers didn't even notice they were coming until Karl was almost in the clearing with them. He had seen them through the trees over a minute earlier, but their scouting abilities were severely lacking, and the group looked exhausted. "Ray, keep back, I don't want strangers attacking you. Hawk, you too. Or go scout out the other ogres," Karl warned. "I will go scout the ogres. These humans are weak too." Hawk agreed. Ray wanted to stay, but she knew it was best to stay out of sight, so she moved behind the column to make sure that nothing came up behind them. Karl spotted a familiar curly head of hair in an Academy mission uniform and began to laugh. "You mean Dana?" "Dana is Ray's human now?" Karl asked. "She sleeps in Ray's bed, not yours. She's obviously Ray's human." Karl got the feeling that there was some level of slander in there, but he decided to let it slide as he raised his hand and stepped out into plain view of the other unit. There were numerous hobgoblins dead around them, and Karl saw why they were resting. With roughly even numbers, awakened soldiers versus awakened rank hobgoblins was a hard fight. They were tough, as well as much larger and stronger than the humans. The group only had one ascended rank member, and he was wounded, with his arm in a sling. Lotus spread a healing spell around the clearing, reviving the weary soldiers and bringing a few smiles to the exhausted team. Dana ran over and gave Karl a hug when she noticed he was at the front of the group, and Rita gave her a startled look, not expecting to have found her here. "Are you stationed out of this forward operations base now?" "I heard that they were sending in reinforcements, but I didn't want to go back to the academy yet. I've been making good progress on my magic out here," Dana asked Karl when she pulled back to look at him. "Yeah, we are supposed to be operating out of here once the location is upgraded, but we're on an escort mission with Alice to help the military units in the area deal with the larger threats. We found some more ogres near you, so we came over to give your group a hand." Karl's response caught the attention of the other group's team leader. Did you say there are more ogres nearby? We've been in nearly constant combat since this morning, and the lads are beat. The captain of the team with Karl nodded in understanding. We can take care of it. The hawk should be out there somewhere scouting, right? How is the strength of the group looking? Karl checked in with Hawk, who was circling back after having made a loop around the area to make certain there were no other imminent threats. It's just the ogres nearby. Then we can go a little further along and find some giants, or lots and lots of goblins. That didn't sound promising. If there was a huge goblin infestation, it would be one of the priority targets for the region before they became an even worse problem. Will the two units together be able to take out the goblins? Karl asked. I don't see why not. They have mages and lots of swords. How many goblins is each soldier worth? There shouldn't be more than 15 for every soldier if the groups are together. Hawk replied. Wait, 15 goblins for each soldier if both groups are together. We definitely need to deal with that. We can't let 300 goblins just wander loose in the woods. If they come across a regular group, they would wipe it out. Karl reminded the bird. Hawk wasn't particularly concerned with that. He could take out 300 goblins alone if you gave him enough time, so he didn't see them as a real threat, no matter how easily they could eliminate the human patrols. Karl walked over to his group's captain with Alice and Dana following him, then motioned for the other team leader to join them. Gentlemen, we have an issue. There is a goblin tribe nearby, roughly 300 strong. Individually, they are fragile, but with that sort of numbers, we will have to work together to eliminate them safely. He explained. Alice nodded. Their job was to assist the military units, not replace them, so they would fight alongside the units, and not volunteer to do it all themselves. She was glad that Karl was learning that lesson early, instead of volunteering to do insane, nearly suicidal missions for the off chance that it would let him push through a bottleneck and reach new heights. There was some merit to the other way, and when you were really stuck, some would still try it, but this wasn't the time or place to be playing the hero. They had 2 entire military units, and while Karl was probably a stronger military force than both combined, they could still deal with huge numbers of goblins. Karl explained the situation as Hawk had described it, and the two teams started to make plans to ambush the goblins before they could start to move again. They weren't the only enemies still in the area, and if they managed to link up with something stronger and smarter, they would become much more dangerous. Just this morning, we came across an infant chimera. If the goblins get the help of something like that, we will be in real trouble. The other team's leader explained. A chimera? Karl asked. Dana shuddered at the memory and nodded, then took out a poison gland from her storage. Scorpion tail, dragon head, and wings on a lion's body. Absolutely terrifying, and both venomous and capable of breathing a toxic cloud. We were prepared, but we still almost didn't win, and it was just an infant, hardly larger than a house cat. She agreed. That was a bit of a shame. A chimera might make a good partner for Thor. They were both big and durable. Plus, if they were something like lions, they might be playful enough to keep the lightning Sparrow entertained. All right, we will split into 3 teams. The 2 military units separate, and then the mercenaries. Dana, you're with them. The mercenary group will lead the strike, while the military units take the flanks and encircle the goblin camp to prevent them from fleeing. We will signal the attack when we're in position, so hold back for a moment when you get close. Karl's team captain announced. Alice nodded, and called the rest of the team over. We've gained an awakened mage. We will attack the close side when the signal is given. Thor, Karl, and the spider golems are on the front line. Because of the numbers, ranged will not be holding back. I will keep my golem back to protect against encirclement. Alice announced. I can summon a pair of golems as well. Stone golems. Do you want them at the front or the back? Dana asked. Alice considered that for a second. Send them to the front. Most of the fighting will be there, and we've got Tessa with us if something gets past my golem. She might be a cleric, but most warriors wouldn't be able to take her in a fight. Tessa looked a bit crestfallen that she couldn't be up with Thor, but as Alice started to describe the plan, she realized they would only be a few steps back. That was close enough to activate her close-range skills, and she would be able to step forward and touch him for the direct contact ones. Lotus was preparing spells, layering them on her staff in preparation for the battle. Karl wasn't sure what she was planning, but it almost felt like they were precast, and waiting for a target. That might be her way of spreading out the stamina draw of extended mana use, but her techniques were her own. All right, everyone move out. The captain called. The military units went first, and then the mercenary group started to move forward. Everyone was using Hawk as a reference point as he was circling the area over the goblin tribe. They would only see him every minute or two, but it was enough to let them know where they should be headed. The only thing the soldiers regretted was not giving Karl a subvocal microphone so that he could relay Hawk's observations in real time. 50 meters from the goblin tribe, they paused to wait for the military unit's orders. There are more monsters coming, you guys are really slow. Hawk chastised them. What's coming? Karl asked, wondering if it needed to be relayed. Orcs maybe. Really big green things that aren't lizards. About 20 of them. They're coming from the far side of the camp from you, so you can fight them last. Karl whispered the update into the handheld radio that Alice was carrying, and got back a click from the captain in return, letting him know that he understood but couldn't speak right now. Then came the single tone to start the attack, and Karl led the charge into the camp with Thor beside him. Remember, not too far in. Everyone is following us this time. Karl reminded him. He turned the flat of his sword on the closest guard, and swatted him like a cricket ball, sending the goblin flying halfway across the camp before landing in a crumpled heap. Alice gave him a look as if to say seriously as the camp turned to face them, and the goblins began to form up and charge their way. The spider golems raced past everyone, tearing apart goblins at a frantic pace, and every bit as messy as Ray when she attacked them the first time. Now she was more careful, in case she got goblin blood in her mouth, but compared to the two golems, Thor's crushing attacks and Karl's hurled bodies were only a minor distraction. That was when the military units struck, cutting into the side of the camp with a wave of spells before they charged forward. It was textbook perfect. Not a single one of the goblins was watching the flanks when the attack started, and they fell by the dozens. Karl swept through the goblins with Rend, using lower power and wide swings of his sword to send out arcs of energy that sliced through waves of them, while Hawk rained down huge fiery explosions from the air. He had gotten the dispersed version of Fireball to work, and the effect was terrifying in a goblin camp. Then, the spider golems expanded to 5 meters tall, and Ray began to laugh hysterically. The goblins were terrified, but the golems had no intentions of slowing down. Lotus looked inordinately proud of herself for the giant growth spell, which only worked on plant-type lifeforms. The goblins couldn't even flee, they were being slaughtered wholesale, and the enlarged golems could spear multiple goblins per second while running on 6 of their 8 legs. But the orcs were here, and they weren't about to miss out on a good fight. It was the screams from the military units that attracted Karl's attention to the disaster about to unfold. 6 orcs, green-skinned humanoids, 2.5 meters tall, with elongated lower tusks and black dreadlocks, had charged into the military lines, and their blades were shattering the guard abilities of the warriors like glass. Spider golems, go help the soldiers until I can get there, Karl ordered. They were the only ones that could move across the camp that quickly, but the whole group was moving forward at a steady walk. The spider golems reached the orcs in only a few seconds, and the military unit retreated to let them fight, but the orcs also split up, 3 to a golem. They had tactics, and while one kept the golem busy, 2 hacked each of them apart faster than Lotus could repair them. Ray was shocked. Her golems were more durable than she was, so if she had gone with them, wouldn't she have been hacked apart as well? She summoned another pair as the orcs turned back to the military unit, but they would be too late to get there before the unit was in trouble again. Alice threw a barrier over the first rank of warriors in the military unit, but it was only of limited use as the orcs knew, and half of the attacks bypassed them to hit the ranks behind them. In order to allow them to fight, she had to cast it on their physical shields, and the orcs were smart or experienced enough to know how to work around that. Karl didn't need to be ordered to change his direction and order Thor to charge at the orcs. Tessa was right behind them, and the others were doing their best to keep up. With his increased strength, Karl could cover an easy 5 meters per running step, leaping over the goblin defenders who were knocked to the ground by the force of his stride if they got too close. The orcs recognized the threat as soon as the trio approached with the spider golems, now back at normal size, surrounding them, and the largest of them did just as Karl had to begin the fight, and swatted at the closest warrior with the flat of his blade, sending the man flying out of the way to clear the battlefield between the champion and Karl. His short sword was going to be woefully inadequate for this, but Karl was going to have to make the best of it, and he leapt straight for the orc champion, using Shred and Rend together on his blade as he thrust it forward. The orc chuckled as he saw the much shorter human coming at him, but when their blades met, his two-handed sword was thrown wide by Karl's strength, and the orc champion took a deep wound across his chest as he turned out of the way. Drawing on his unarmed combat training, Karl kicked the orc's feet out from under him as soon as he landed, and followed up with a full-strength slash. The two blades met with an explosion of skills, and the orc found himself disarmed at the end of the clash, missing a hand. But his other fist came up and crashed into Karl's refreshing lightning barrier, sending him staggering back. Beside him, Tessa was sitting on Thor's back, using her flail mace to keep two orcs at bay, and constantly refreshing the enhancement spells on her and Thor. She enhanced Karl again as he charged back at the fallen champion, who had grabbed a fallen shield in one oversized hand as he got to his feet. Karl drove his blade forward again, straight through the shield, and into the champion's chest, knocking him back to the ground with the force of their collision. He narrowly avoided having his head taken by the blade of another orc as he rolled over, but it was too late for the orc champion. Karl's blade had driven straight through its heart, with a shield impaled on the blade. Karl reached around for another weapon and found the oversized two-handed blade from the orc champion. It was heavy, but at the moment, that didn't matter at all. Karl surrounded it with the lightning barrier and parried the next attack that came his way. The orc in front of him was moving much slower than expected, restricted by Alice's wind magic, and Shred took its head without difficulty, leaving Karl briefly disengaged from the group. The golems were dealing with two, and Thor had another occupied with Tessa, but the others had already fallen. A volley of condensed fireballs from above hit the orc facing Thor, adding more burns to his already damaged body, and the Cerro's horn speared its chest right before Tessa's chain mace crushed the creature's head. That weapon, glowing with golden holy light, couldn't be underestimated. Karl gave the orc champion's blade a twirl, getting used to the size and weight, and moved up to engage the other orcs. He didn't need to be at the front, the golems had that, but he did need a good angle to attack from, and Alice's golem was as tall as the orcs were, impossible to attack around. The mages were having the same problem. In a crowded fight, it was challenging to get a direct line to anything that you wanted to attack, especially when you were trying to maintain a safe distance. As much as he didn't want to, Karl found himself only a few meters from the orcs when he threw his next rend attack at them with a downward swing of his newly acquired blade. The attack hit, and the formerly dull blade began to glow with a faint red light. It felt more natural in Karl's hand, as if he had used this weapon for years. The other orc was surrounded, with no easy space for Karl to get an attack in, so he turned to the goblin tribe and sent a wave of rend across the camp, a meter above the ground. The blade glowed brighter as the goblins fell in a wave of destruction, and then Karl shivered as a wave of power flowed through him. He couldn't say for certain, but the blade felt like it was stealing the life force of the goblins and transferring a bit of it to him, which then flowed to his beasts. The battle was over, with the goblin tribe and the invading orcs all dead, but not without a grave cost. Even the healing magic of the 4 clerics present couldn't save 5 of the members of the other group, which had been attacked by the orcs. They had been killed in a single strike, with no time to heal them or save their lives. Head count. The captain of Karl's group asked wearily. 1 down, seriously injured and recuperating. Their cleric replied. 5 dead, including the major, 2 injured. The other cleric replied. The captain sighed and shook his head. That orc attack had been too much. From the moment that they had killed 2 ascended golems in a matter of seconds, he knew that there would be casualties, but losing a major, the other ascended warrior here, had been unexpected. The second group couldn't continue alone without him. It was simply too dangerous out here to allow them to go on without an ascended rank leader, especially with their diminished numbers. While the soldiers mourned the loss of their own, and the clerics did last rites, while finishing the healing of the wounded, Karl searched the bodies. The 2-handed blade had bonded with him, and when he thought of dismissing it, it vanished, but remained available as a presence in his mind, similar to the beasts, but just present and not in a space. There were magical blades on all the orc warriors, which made him wonder where they had come from. Even for an elite group, that was too well armed. They had faced Commander Rank ogres before, and they hadn't been anywhere near this level of equipped. But the blades were almost all they had. There were no coins on the bodies, and their decorations were all made of bones and teeth. Even their armor was hardened monster leather, though it was tattered now, and unsalvageable. Alice came over to inspect the bodies, while the clerics came to inspect the weapons Karl had gathered, after stopping to pat and congratulate Thor, who was celebrating the fact that he had been a Sero knight for the battle. These blades are all magical. Most of them are just common grade enhanced blades, but this one is a blade of skill. It will reduce skill cost use. Tessa explained. Karl smiled. It was the second time that he had observed that effect, and the other blade was in the hands of Bob Mackenzie. Did you need it, Elite? The captain asked Karl when he noticed the smile. Karl shook his head. I bonded with the 2-handed blade I took off the champion. Tessa made a grabby gesture, and Karl took it out to hand to her. She turned it over in her hands, reading the inscriptions, and becoming increasingly confused. I have no idea what that is supposed to do. It says the effect is called the Champion's Reaping, but there isn't a description, and the other runes don't make much sense. They're in Orcish, not the common magical language, but I am at least a little familiar with them. She explained. That's all right, I know what it does. It's a form of life drain. Karl explained. Tessa nodded, then handed the blade back. Life drain is good. Is it the healing or the strengthening sort? Strengthening, I think. I wasn't injured to start with, but it didn't feel like healing. Karl replied. That might be even better for you, at least for now. You have a whole team with you, and the refreshing lightning, which slowly heals you on its own. So, having a stacking combat damage effect will make you more effective in a battle. We will have to examine these bodies more closely, as I have reason to think that they might be close to peak ascended orcs, but if command decides that they were low commander rank, there will be extra awards for everyone, including the families of the fallen. Tessa announced. I can store them as well, so we can drop them at the base camp for someone else to decide. Karl suggested. Alice shook her head. Unless one of the beasts wants them, there is no need. They will accept Tessa's judgment on the matter. The outcome of the battle should be enough for them to understand just how dangerous this situation was, especially when they struck in the middle of another battle. The 4 clerics all examined the bodies, with increasingly grave expressions. We would say that there were 2 commander rank orcs, and 4 high ascended ones. This needs to be reported to the base camp. It is way outside the threat assessment for the area. The cleric that had come with their army unit announced. The captain nodded and began to send the message back to command. He nodded along with whatever their response was, and then his face turned severe. They say that there are no other signs of monsters outside the danger rating, so we are to merge units and continue with our mission. He informed the group. That wasn't quite what the second group had been hoping to hear. They had just lost half their team, close friends and comrades. Continuing the mission was the last thing they wanted to do today. The first thing that needed to be done was to dig proper graves for the soldiers and redistribute their supplies. Fortunately, they had a few skilled mages who could dig proper graves with magic, while Thor used his horns to throw the goblins into a number of huge piles in the middle of the camp. He just used his upper horns like a shovel, as the goblins had died in waves. He pushed them together into piles, gathered close enough that they would burn and leave the area cleansed. The unit gathered for the last rites, standing in orderly lines with the civilians off to the side. The priests attached to the units gave a eulogy before the bodies were lowered, and the soldiers shoveled the grave full again. Once everything was finished, they lit fire to the piles of goblins, and the second team tossed the fully looted bodies of the orcs on top of the piles. Hawk went back on patrol once the fires were burning, to see what would be drawn to their position by the fire. Many monsters would come either for the smell or the smoke, and they didn't want to end up surrounded. East is clear. If you go that way, you can get away from the things coming, and then fight with a small group of ogres, weak ones. Hawk suggested. Close enough for me. Karl relayed the messages, and the captain got everyone moving away from the battlefield with the promise of easier fights to come. It wasn't much, but anything had to be better than this battle had been, they assumed. After 15 minutes, they came across the ogres, 3 juvenile awakened rank males, which the enraged and grieving soldiers tore into with everything they had to give. It seemed to work, and once the battle was over they were more focused, and it was time to head back to the base camp for the night. Forward command hadn't prohibited them from returning, and the unit needed the normalcy for the night, so the captain turned the back for the camp, intending to be there before dark. Hawk kept scouting as they returned to base, and Karl realized that while they got closer to the base, the monsters became more sparse and weaker. Groups of 5 and 10 goblins at the common grade, a single lizard man, and threats at that level were all that the short-range scouts of the base would have found. But the further he flew away from the base, the stronger and more numerous the monsters became. So, the problem wasn't that they had found unexpected monsters, it was that the limited scouting that the base had done hadn't given them a proper expectation of the monsters which were in the region. The captain had determined this as well, and as they approached the base, everyone could see his resolve to have a discussion with the base commander and the head of intelligence. They had flown multiple helicopters over the region, they should have some sort of idea what was there, but it seemed that nobody was even looking out the windows. They were met at the edge of camp by a supply sergeant with a clipboard in his hands. "Captain, are you in for the night? Our barracks are entirely full at the moment, triple racked. Would it be too much to ask you to set up on the edge of the base? We have more barracks tents, but no place left to put them." Karl looked inside one of the barracks tents, at the rough, stretched canvas cots, and sighed. "Alice, permission to set up a scouting position in the trees," he requested. The supply sergeant thought that was a wonderful idea because he knew they were short on decent scouts, while Alice wasn't quite as sold on the idea of sleeping in a spiderweb in a tree. But after a look at the surplus, bargain brand cots, she had a change of mind. "Captain, my team will set up further out in an elevated position for the evening. We will rejoin you after breakfast for patrols tomorrow," she announced. "Understood. Unit, grab the barracks supplies and get to work. I want them set up in the stove burning to get everything dried and heated by the time that I get back from my meeting," the captain announced. The soldiers nearby made a gesture of condolences for the base commander and anyone else who might happen to be in the room. None of the soldiers from the base knew what had happened on his mission, but it was obvious that he was not happy about it. Alice turned to Karl with a serious look as the others got to work. "We're trusting you on this one. Don't let us down. Hawk already had the tree picked out, and Ray got right to work building a new fort. Again, it was as far up the tallest tree in the area as she could get it, and blended into the leaves, with some branches pulled down as cover. She had only gone 100 meters from the edge of camp to set up, but Karl doubted that anyone in the base had even noticed. They were watching the ground, and only the immediate area around the camp, which was a terrible defensive choice for a remote location, on par with the goblins' level of simple thinking. Karl could tell he wasn't the only one wondering who was in charge here, and how they had gotten the assignment. Forward bases were always run by the army, but not every officer was suited to life anywhere but behind a desk. It was possible that someone in one of those roles had been sent out here for experience leading up to a promotion, and they were just making a mess of things. It only took Ray a few minutes to finish as the group watched from down below, and Alice finally noticed that their group consisted of 6 people now, not 5. She gave Dana a curious look, which was returned with Dana's best pleading face. Volunteers and mercenaries have to set up their own tent. We're not attached to the military units. You're not going to make me sleep in the dirt when there's plenty of room up here, are you? She begged. Alice smirked at Karl and nodded her acceptance. Fine, you're with us until further notice. I'm sure that Ray made enough space for you. I know that you two are good friends. That made Dana laugh, recalling all the times that Jill, her personal tutor, had been webbed by Ray to prevent her from waking them up. Ray sent down a rope ladder, and the whole group sighed, realizing just how far up the tree their fort was built. How about this? Hold onto the ladder, and I will have Ray pull it up into the fort, so you don't have to climb. It will be faster and easier for everyone. Karl suggested. That seemed like a sketchy idea as well, being pulled a dozen stories into the air on a rope ladder made of silk, but it was better than climbing the ladder. You come up first. Ray insisted. Karl smirked as he realized she had no intentions of pulling everyone, just him, and he would have to raise the rest. But it was no problem, he could run up the ladder in 30 seconds or less. I will go first and help everyone up. I've got the strength. Karl explained after he finished talking to Ray. Karl ran up the ladder, and the others began to climb. They started with the smallest, so the first on the ladder was Lotus, then Dana, then Sergeant Rita, at which point Karl hauled the ladder up into the fort, just in case it didn't hold up to 5 people's weight. Ray was slightly insulted at that, but attributed it to Karl's lack of faith in his enhanced strength to actually lift them all. Once they were up, Karl sent the ladder back down, and began to haul up Alice and Tessa, while Lotus happily explored the small fort. This place is incredible, but why build it with that branch extending through the room? She asked. Oh, that would likely be because Doug, the green dragon cleric that we had with us during our last deployment, liked to turn a branch into a table to work and cook on. So, Ray left you a branch to work with. Karl explained. That is brilliant. I wish I had thought of that ages ago. Shaping branches is so easy. Lotus laughed, and then ran over to give Ray a hug. The spider was somewhat mystified by the sudden affection, but she wasn't going to complain. If Thor's presence had taught them anything, it was that there were benefits to everyone liking you. Karl finished bringing the last 2 up, and Alice looked around the fort. It's waterproof, with a double outer shell to keep the wine down, a cooking table, plenty of springy net for sleeping, and loose woven windows all around, so we can scout from this position. I must say, this is a wonderful base, Ray. Alice congratulated her. The spider gave her a head bump, then vanished back into her space to rest in her own den for the afternoon. It was almost sundown, and she wanted to get some real sleep before she took her turn on watch after full dark. Hawk had a nest built at the very top of the tree, where he could see everything that was going on around them, and keep watch for any stronger monsters that got brave and came near the camp. All right, here is your watch schedule. We will watch in pairs, since there are 6 of us. I will take early watch with Dana, the second watch will be Rita and Lotus, the third watch will be Karl and Tessa. That made sense. It did the best to give them a warrior and a caster on each watch, so that the skills they had were diversified if there was an attack. Karl nodded in agreement. Hawk will keep watch until full dark, then Ray will take over, as she doesn't need any light to see. Hawk will return to duty when we head out in the morning, while Ray will sleep again once my watch starts, or once the sun starts to come up, depending on how she feels. Alice smiled at that. In her estimation, Ray was the cat to Thor's dog, much more whimsy-driven and casually violent. If she didn't feel like doing things, you would have to force her, and then she would likely slack. She didn't know for certain, as Karl never seemed to push them to do things they didn't want to, but Alice had her suspicions that Ray had a rebellious streak that would run wild with malicious compliance. That evening, they were treated to the combined efforts of Tessa and Lotus in the kitchen. As they could both use advanced food creation spells, they both worked together to make dinner on the table Lotus had formed, and the results were spectacular. Doug was a good cook, but these two were artists. Then, everyone settled in for the night, exhausted from the day. Karl woke up to the feeling of Rita poking him on the forehead to get him up for his shift, and he realized that he wasn't alone under the blanket. Dana was curled up against him, sound asleep, with her own sleeping bag abandoned half on top of his. She must have rolled over at night, and Karl could see from the smirk on the sergeant's face that Rita was going to hold this one against him in the future. Once he was awake, she made a motion to silence him, and then quickly slid under his blanket as Karl got out, replacing him in Dana's arms, while the mage mumbled happily and held on to the sergeant. Karl joined Tessa on watch, and saw that the cleric's eyes were golden, just like Hawk's. Not glowing with holy magic, but obviously enhanced with some sort of spell so that she could see better in the dark. "How is your night sight?" she whispered as Lotus crawled into bed beside Rita and Dana. "I can see in low light like Hawk, and I can see in zero light using echolocation and thermal imaging like Ray. In the forest like this, with so much ambient noise and movement, I can see pretty well, especially if the target is warm-blooded," Karl explained. Tessa nodded. "I knew I was in luck with you on watch." Lotus can also see in the dark in her own way. She uses the trees to sense movement around them. It's not as precise, but it gives a good idea of how big the creature is. I think that Alice and Dana relied mostly on sound, since Alice is a wind mage. That made Karl wonder if Hawk might pick up some new sensory magic in the future. Skill Master was still constantly active, so he was being enhanced to pick up new skills, but unlike Ray, who had learned to make golems, he hadn't shown them anything new. That didn't always mean he didn't know it. Just that he hadn't shown or mentioned it if he was using it. There was no movement near the camp for the first few hours, but near the end of their shift, Karl noticed something large moving in the distance, as if scouting the perimeter of the camp. "Do you see that?" 3 large figures, ogre-sized, scouting the camp. They're circling around outside the patrol range so that the guards don't detect them. But the ogres are close enough that they would be able to smell the humans when the wind is right. Karl whispered to Tessa, while he pointed out the ogres in the distance. "Oh, those sneaky bastards. I see them now. Should we go take care of them?" Tessa replied. "They're headed this way. I think we should just wait, but warn the camp that they're being scouted, in case there are more groups that we can't see from our position." Tessa smiled and patted Karl on the shoulder. "Good call, very by the book. You've got decent instincts for a first-year student." Karl sighed as he realized that the more experienced cleric was testing him to see what his responses would be, but Karl was getting quite used to how things worked in the wilderness, after having been out here for a few weeks with a group that didn't make their planning some obscure leadership task. After another half hour, they spotted a second group of ogres doing the same thing, and again Tessa messaged the base to let them know the current location of both groups. They hadn't pushed the scouts out, which seemed odd to Karl. But if they couldn't see in the dark, they might just be waiting until it was safer to fight. Tessa started cooking just before dawn, when she knew that the others would need to be up in half an hour. The smell woke them up as intended, and Karl could see that the rest of the unit was just starting to get upwardly mobile, but the kitchens in the camp were already hard at work, getting prepared for the day, with the first batch of breakfast ready. All team members, be ready to move in 1 hour. The captain of the unit they were attached to announced as Tessa started serving breakfast. She had come up with the same mushroom steaks that Doug had been so fond of, but cut into thin slices like bacon and wrapped around peppers that were stuffed with something like cheese. It wouldn't be actual cheese, given that it was all plant-based, but it was good. She had also come up with an apple jerky for snacks later, and a fruit and nuts trail mix, which most ate on its own, but Lotus poured into a bowl and then added coffee to, like most would add milk to breakfast cereal. Not that she needed the caffeine. The nature cleric was already too energetic in the morning. Lotus smiled at Karl as they finished eating. We should send Karl down first while we get cleaned up for the day's patrol. One man can only be so lucky, or it will unbalance the world. Karl laughed. Well, that's one way to say get out of the fort while we shower. Toss me a water bag, so I can wash up while I'm down there, will you? Alice snapped her fingers to get their attention. We can just set up a dividing curtain. We've got plenty of those, and we're going to want Karl up here to lower us down, or everyone will have to climb that ladder. 2 ground tarps were quickly erected in the fort, sectioning off a portion of the far side, where Lotus hung one of the gravity-fed black shower bags she had used her magic to fill with water. You just had to open the spigot, and they would sprinkle water like a shower. They were simple, but effective, and if you left them out in the sun all day, the water would be properly hot in the evening. It was warm enough thanks to her magic, and Karl took his time shaking the dirt and dust off his worn outfit before setting it aside and preparing to get cleaned up. He didn't recall how many other shower bags there were in the packs, but the ladies would certainly need some time to get clean and dressed before he came back out. He was about half washed when he heard the curtain move and felt a body against his back. A small finger pressed to his lips to keep him silent, and then 2 gentle hands began to scrub his back. Once he was clean and rinsed, he was turned around to face the curtain instead of looking out of the window, and he could hear Dana quickly putting her clothes back on before exiting the other side of the section. It had to be her. Nobody else in the group was that size, and she was the only one that used that particular Academy shampoo. When he came out, everyone was ready and waiting, and it seemed that there was an agreement not to say anything about the shower. So, Karl pulled the ladder up into the fort until they were only a few meters from the end and looked at the group. Who is going down first? Hawk is already on patrol, and the area is clear. Once everyone was down, Karl slid down the ladder like a rope and checked his pack to make certain that it was properly secured. We have 20 minutes to get back to the camp, no rush. They will be gathering for formation in 30 minutes. Alice informed them and started heading back. Karl took his position at the front, using his enhanced eyesight to watch for any threats, but this close to camp, there was nothing to see. Not even the local wildlife dared to venture too close, in case they became a supplementary food product. The team seemed to be in much better spirits today, but Karl noticed that the captain now had red badges on his uniform instead of gold. There were still 2 silver bars for his rank insignia, so he didn't get busted down from captain, but it looked like he was on official punishment for however the meeting went the night before. There is a meeting with the base commander before we head out. The whole base, except scouts, are to be in attendance. The captain greeted them as Karl's group reached the barracks that the others had built last night. Alice nodded. Understood. We have Hawk scouting, so we will know what to expect before we head out today. Give him an hour, and he will cover everywhere that we can reach on foot. The captain nodded, and led their team to the meeting point, where the other units on station seemed to smirk a little as they cleared the way for him to take the place of honor at the front right of the formation. It had been deliberately left open for them, a not-so-subtle nod to the fact that the other units agreed that he had been right, but the real shock was when the base commander and his adjutant came out. The base commander was wearing captain's bars, the same as their unit leader, but his collar was loose, and his jacket unbuttoned. His face was bruised and swollen, and from the looks of his shirt, his ribs were wrapped, which would explain the open coat. The adjutant wasn't in any better shape, and Karl could see that his hands were bandaged, and he was limping. They had healers on base. Lots of them. So if he was still in that bad of shape, the captain either beat him near to death, or the healers refused to work on him, which would be a massive case of insubordination. Attention! The sergeant at the front of the formation called, bringing everyone to order as the commander took the stage. The wounded man cleared his throat and put on a stern face, as if everyone couldn't see that he still had one eye mostly swollen shut. It has been brought to my attention that our limited patrol radius has led to some inadequacies in the way that the threat level of the region has been assessed. He began. That was the understatement of the day. As such, we will be reordering our patrols, beginning today. The new routes and zones are up on the board. I will expect a full report on every zone on my desk by 0400 tomorrow morning. That is all. He stepped down off the crude stage, flinching at the pressure on his ribs, and the sergeant dismissed everyone, sending them off to find their new patrol routes. Just as they were yesterday, Karl's group was assigned to threat mitigation, also known as the roaming groups. They would go wherever there were reports of more dangerous monsters, and deal with them before they became a threat to the base. Yesterday, there weren't any recorded, so they just wandered. But today, Hawk had a rather interesting list ready for them. He had found all sorts of monsters. Big groups, little groups, powerful loners, small groups with a powerful leader. A bit of everything, as should have been expected of a region where only the sector closest to the base had even been patrolled. They exited the base so that their reports didn't scare the awakened and common rank troops that had been stationed here, and then the captain turned to Karl for the scouting details. If we start at the south, we have 2 groups of ascended ogres, both small groups. Then we have a goblin camp, this time with no other large monsters nearby. After that, continuing west around the zone, we have a group of lizard men with an ascended leader, then a group of 4 awakened rank giants. I will update you if that positioning changes. Karl informed him. You heard the man. Let's go clean up this mess before the Inquisitors get here and start to waste our time. The captain announced. For matters between elites of the same rank, the church usually stepped in if they couldn't settle it peacefully. If the Inquisition was coming, either the base commander had filed a complaint about being beaten senseless, or the captain had filed a complaint for negligence and incompetence leading to the death of elites. Possibly both. The first group of ogres was one that was on patrol during the night, and Karl was happy to get rid of them so that they couldn't report back to whatever had sent them to scout the area. They were still continuing their route, circling the base, when the group caught up to them, and the ogres brought out their secret weapon. They had managed to obtain a military-issue riot shield somewhere, probably from a group that was forced to flee, and the larger of the 2 charged straight at Karl. Karl left his regular blade sheathed, and took out the bonded 2-handed sword, to better deal with the larger target. He charged it with shred, and used his enhanced strength to swing at the shield of the charging ogre. As should have been expected of an awakened grade riot shield, it was sliced smoothly in half by the enormous blade, taking the ogre's lower arm with it. Then Karl put his shoulder down to duck under the ogre's club, and charged forward to do his best impression of a shoulder toss on a creature twice his height. Then he called Thor out, and the Cerro appeared behind the other ogre, who was startled into stopping and attacking the incoming ball of Thor's tail, which brutally transmitted an earthquake through the ogre's body. The sound of cracking bones was clearly audible to everyone, but before the ogre could do anything to defend itself, the first wave of attacks from the mages was there, and the ogre was dead. The captain cleared his throat. Good work, everyone. Collect the heads, we will need proof of our kills for the next few days. That just about settled the debate about what was going on with the base commander. If they really did return with a bunch of ascended rank and higher trophies, he would be on the hook for not doing his job. The captain would still likely get charges for beating him, but they were both the same military rank, so it wouldn't be as serious as if he had hit a superior officer. Keep moving. If they've got anything valuable on them, hold on to it, and we will sort it all at the end of the day. I want a productivity record today. We will show them who doesn't know what a commander rank monster looks like. The captain insisted. As the day wore down, the group found themselves at the far side of the region, much too far to work their way back to base before dark. That was almost certainly a deliberate effort on the part of the captain, but nobody in the unit really minded. They had taken 6 Ascended and a Commander Rank trophy today, and if Hawk's scouting was right, there was a chance to get 2 more Commander Rank monsters in the morning. Without Karl's team, that would never happen for them, but it would be a potent reminder of the dangers of an incompetent leader when they brought them back to camp. For the first time on this mission, Karl actually helped set up tents that night, one large canvas tent that was erected by tying the peak of the roof to 2 different trees. It had been stored in Tessa's bag, and she hadn't brought any poles, as she could just grow them herself, or use spears from the warriors and a length of rope, but the process was still much smoother than Karl expected. Tie the peak, tie the corners out, and then spike the bottom of the walls to the ground. Fortunately, everyone else had a lot of practice with this process. Then, once it was up, Karl realized that this sleeping arrangement was much more crowded than he was used to. They had found a nice level and soft spot to set up, but they would all be packed in shoulder to shoulder inside the tent. That sounded great for the first few minutes, until Karl realized that he was between Lotus, who insisted on being at the door, and Dana, who was possibly the world's most restless sleeper. Tonight, they were on the ground, and the sleeping bags were zipped up and not laid out like blankets, so she wasn't going far, but she was more active at night than she was while awake. Want me to just wrap her up? She sleeps so much better when she's in a hammock. Ray suggested, spending the night in her space, since nobody on their team had guard duty. I'm sure she will be fine. Karl laughed as Dana tossed one last time, then finally fell still. Morning came far too early the next day, and Karl activated, refreshing lightning, to take the stiffness out of his muscles from the uncomfortable sleeping position. That's just cheating. I'm not sure why, but I feel like someone beat me up in my sleep. Dana muttered as she packed her sleeping bag back into her gear. Lotus laughed at her complaint. Do we need to assign someone to keep you still while you sleep? You were tossing and turning for like an hour last night before you settled down. Dana shook her head. It's just been a strange couple of days. I should be fine tonight. The team gathered to eat and make their plan to check the spots that Hawk was off to scout this morning. If nothing much had changed, they should be able to get at least 1 or 2 more ascended or higher rank beasts in the zone before lunch. After that, it would be up to whoever called in the reports to send them to more dangerous fights. They set out as soon as everything was packed up, and Hawk led them to their prime target of the morning, a commander rank giant, with 6 awakened rank ogres. With Alice along, they shouldn't have too many problems with the giant, and the regular military unit could take on 6 awakened ogres, now that they had reinforcements from the depleted unit. So, spirits were high as they moved toward the target. There are poachers, kill stealers, evildoers. Hawk warned. Calm down, what do they look like? Can they even steal a commander rank giant from us? Karl replied. The smashy ones in white. They're stealing our giant. Hawk complained. I think there is a church security team already on site. Hawk just warned me that someone is trying to steal our kill. Karl warned the captain. The older elite's face went grim, and he motioned for the team to increase their speed. If the church had believed the base commander, that team wouldn't be strong enough to deal with the giant, and if they had, it was better that he was right there when it died, just in case the base commander had called in a favor. Thor happily crashed through the undergrowth as he chased Karl and the captain through the woods, so when they arrived at the battle in progress, the church guard split to face them as if they were a threat. The beasts are with me. Karl called as he chased Thor into the crowd of ogres accompanying the giant. The lightning Sero sent one flying into the air, where it was intercepted by raised golems, which seemed to appear out of nowhere. The spider had chosen to sit this battle out and remain in her nest, but the golems were dispatched to fight in her place. It was just awakened ogres. If they got into it with the commander, she would get out of bed. As annoyed as he was with her slacking, Karl had to admit that she had a point. This fight was hardly worth getting out of bed for, and if the church guard wasn't in the way, Thor would have charged right through it to the real fight. The golems and the mages were working together to eliminate the ogres, and Karl found himself just leisurely walking through the battlefield up to the high priest, who had turned to greet him. "Are you the team leader of this expedition?" the old man asked. "No, High Priest. I am Ascended Elite Karl, the frontline warrior for the group. We have Commander Alice and a military captain with us as the team leaders." The man nodded and gestured toward the giant. "Care to lend a hand?" Karl smiled and focused a shred attack to tear apart the armored plating on the giant's back. Then the spider golems moved in with their piercing forelegs and began to repeatedly stab through the hole, while Karl attacked the backs of the giant's knees. The massive warrior couldn't turn around. The church guard had him occupied from the front, so the attack on the legs went completely unnoticed until it was too late, and the beast was falling. With a running leap and a massive overhead chop, Karl removed the head from the severely injured giant's shoulders, sending it rolling across the ground to stop at the high priest's feet. Another wonderful, just as planned moment that Karl wished he could take credit for. In the distance, Alice clapped as she walked across the battlefield. Unlike Karl, who had superhuman strength, enhanced by not one but two ascended rank magical items, she was forced to walk under her own power, which meant Karl and Thor had left her and the back of the column clear out of sight when they charged into battle. She hadn't even known that there were church guards here until she had seen them. She was too far away to hear his warning to the captain. Alice and the captain joined Karl at the fallen giant, where the church guard were giving Karl somewhat reverent looks. "Show off," the captain muttered when he walked up, which made the high priest laugh. "He's an enthusiastic one, for certain. I don't reckon that I've ever seen spiders as golems before, though." "Odd choice," the old man replied. "Strange to see them summoned by a warrior as well," one of the church guards added. That made the old man pause and do a double take at Karl. The guard had a valid point there. Warriors didn't summon golems. "I'm a beast master, not a warrior. The golems are summoned by one of my companions," Karl explained. Thor took that opportunity to come over and get Alice to scratch his head in that good spot just between his eyes. It was his favorite trick to calm tensions, and it had the added benefit of having his head rubbed. A win-win situation, really. Well, we can say for certain that there are commander rank threats in the area, and that they were not accounted for in the scouting reports. "How long has your team been in the area?" the high priest asked. The commander frowned. "We just got in yesterday. It was a bit of a disaster. There is an official report filed already." The old man nodded. "Oh, you're that team. Well, this saves us some time. Our guards will be with you for the remainder of the day. See if you can't find more high-level threats, and they will help eliminate them. Hawk, you know what to do. Find us some high-danger threats within the zone. As many in High Ascended and Commander as possible," Karl instructed. 400 meters north. If you start moving now, you will meet with a lone commander rank troll thing. Maybe it's not a troll. Sure is ugly. The scout says that we've got a large troll 400 meters north. If we move fast, we can intercept it before it gets to a regular patrol group. Karl informed the gathered leadership group. "I didn't hear anything on the radio," the high priest replied, with a gesture to his earbud. "You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. Mental communication between me and my dragon hawk. The troll is moving fast, so I need to go if we're going to intercept it. Karl replied. Tessa threw herself onto Thor's back and grabbed the short spikes on his ridge. Off we go. And Thor took off in the direction of the threat, with Karl chasing him, and a small group of the church guard in hot pursuit. They had to see this battle, to ensure that nobody was lying or bringing in bodies from other zones. It seemed unlikely that this team would, when they had the power that they did, but anything was possible. Karl overtook Thor as the beast had to slow down to avoid running into trees or throwing Tessa off, and was the first to come across what Hawk had called a troll. That might be what it was, but Karl had never seen anything quite that large and ugly before. It was 6 meters tall, covered in moss, and where there was skin visible, it was pustulant and rotted. It almost looked like it was undead, but Karl could see the wounded areas knitting themselves together even as they rotted and fell apart in other areas. That was definitely not something that he wanted to fight in close combat. Hawk, light this thing up. I think a little fire will improve the situation. Karl instructed. The barrage of fireballs seemed to sink into the creature and vanish, but they left smoking craters in the skin, which was slowly closing the gaps as Karl watched. We need more attack power, Karl informed the others. Ray was as reluctant to touch that thing as Karl was, but to her credit, she did come out to fight, and brought the golems with her. They shredded the corpulent flesh from the troll, leaving rancid piles on the ground, and the creature began to gurgle some sort of war cry. Keep at it, the more flesh we rend off, the slower it is regenerating. Karl cheered the others on as he used shred to hack a large portion of arm fat off, trying to determine where the actual muscles were. Hawk lit the ground on fire, burning the disgusting piles of flesh, just as the church guard arrived on the scene. Dragons, what in the world is that smell? One of them asked, as he activated a glowing golden circle, which did as much to burn away the severed flesh as Hawk's fire. It also caused the outer layer of the troll to begin smoking, and the plant life to burn away, showing the disgusting body underneath. Like Karl, everyone was throwing ranged attacks at the beast, while Ray and her golems did their best to tear away bits of flesh with their forelimbs. Call back your spider and have her stand in the purifying light. That troll is infected with the swamp blight, and it kills almost anything in minutes. Trolls just regenerate too fast for it to kill them, so it's been wandering around blind. The leader of the reinforcements insisted. Ray didn't need to be told twice. Before he even stopped speaking, she was next to the guard in his cleansing light, but not close enough that she might bump into him and transfer the filth. The golems had no need to slow down. They weren't living things, and the beast was incapable of hitting them as they tore its back apart. Is it just me, or is this thing actually happy to die? Karl asked as the church guard focused their attacks to take out the creature's chest. The guard shook his head. It's trying to get us to cut enough of the corruption away that it can cure itself. Trolls of that sort don't die so easily. If you don't burn the bodies, they'll come back from just a hand eventually. So, the disease was more susceptible to destruction than the troll itself was, and once they had burned all the infected body parts away, it might theoretically be back to full strength. Hawk, keep using fire. The troll can't regenerate fire damage as well, Karl instructed. As they fought, more of the fast-moving warriors were joining the battle, encircling the troll and hacking away at it, while making sure the ground stayed burning, so that the severed flesh didn't try to regenerate into more blighted trolls. Slowly, painfully slowly, the creature was brought down, hacked into tiny bits, and then the bits were burned to ash to ensure that it didn't regenerate. Well, that was unexpectedly disgusting. Even after burning and purifying it, the area still smells horrific. Karl noted. It will take a bit more cleansing before any of us can leave the area. Especially for the Cerro and the spider, who actually came into contact with it. Tessa explained. She was still riding Thor, and hadn't gotten down when he had charged into battle. She had decided that it was better to give him combat instructions instead, to avoid having him dig his horns into the beast and end up infected himself. He had fought the whole battle with his tail, and with Tessa enhancing him while she rode on his back, but mostly they remained at the edge of the battlefield, where Earthquake could reach the target, but they wouldn't suffer any splash damage. The battle was long finished before the rest of the team made it to them, and the guard commander gave his report to the high priest, who cast an additional cleansing on the area, as the creature was commander rank, and might have survived the flames of lower-ranked elites somehow. This is worse than I feared. The blight is a terrible thing, but more importantly, we don't know where it started, or how many other creatures it might have spread the disease to. The high priest sighed. The captain of Karl's team nodded gravely. That sounds like a real conundrum for the church. This is the first signs I've seen of the blight here as well, but it's only our third day. Would you like to split a team off to search for the source while we deal with the other ranking monsters that the Dragon Hawk has reported? There are still more threats that the awakened rank teams here are not prepared to deal with, and plenty more that the common grade teams with awakened leadership won't be able to deal with at all. The high priest shook his head. I will call in a scout team to these coordinates, and they will track the blighted troll back to its source. They have the skills to do it. But we are assigned to you and your team until the other matter is settled. For the remainder of the day, Hawk led them on a merry chase around the mission area, chasing groups of ascended monsters and the occasional commander rank monster. As fast as the teams could kill them, Hawk would lead them off to another location. It was getting so out of hand that they had to reassign Thor to pull the litter full of heads from the defeated high-rank beasts. There's solid evidence of the base commander's incompetence. Karl had offered to put them in Thor's space, but the high priest wouldn't hear of it. The trophies going into a separate space introduced the possibility of tampering, and that was not up to church evidence standards. I think that's all of them. But the humans look tired. We should go to the camp now, Hawk suggested. Karl sensed that the desire was not so much because of any empathy for the ones in the group without superhuman strength, but because he could see his nest above the fort from where he was patrolling, and he wanted to go to bed. As the day had progressed, Thor had moved from Cerro Knight to Beast of Burden to Noble Pack Steed, and now had not only the litter full of heads pulled behind him, but Lotus on his back, as well as both her and Tessa's packs slung over his back. The extra weight was no burden to the mighty Cerro, but it was funny seeing him all loaded up like a pack mule in the mines, when in reality he could rampage through 3/4 of this military unit without any real resistance. Lotus doesn't count as cargo. She knows all the best spots to scratch my scales. Thor countered Karl's line of thought. The small nature cleric was essentially giving him a free massage as they walked, and earning herself envious looks from the average soldiers, who had been at a jog for most of the day trying to keep up with the number of attackers Hawk was finding. The sight of the camp was a welcome relief to the unit, and as the outer patrols came into sight, Karl could hear the mages and rogues giving sighs of relief. The warriors had better stamina, but they had still been worked hard today, even if they were late to half of the fights because Hawk had been speed running them through the battles so they could eliminate all the major threats in one day while the church guard was with them. Unit, prepare to stand down and set camp for the evening. There will be formal questioning tomorrow, along with possible formal punishment announcements. You will be notified of the schedule as you are required. The high priest announced as they reached the patrols around the camp itself. Alice looked toward the fort, and the guard commander followed her glance. Does your team have a camp built nearby? The sandy-haired guard asked. Up in the tallest tree over there. It's some distance from the ground, but perfect for long-distance scouting. We will be available by radio if you require our presence. As I understand it, this is a military matter being adjudicated by the church for impartiality, so we might not be involved, as we are dispatched elites, and not a military unit. Alice replied. The guard commander gave her a soft smile. I doubt that you will get that lucky. As your team is the reason that most of the soldiers in the group are still alive, they are going to want you as material witnesses, And then they will want your team members to corroborate some of the information, because when military brass hears a report that says a war cleric was riding a lightning arrow into combat, there will be questions. The hearings will be live cast back to the Department of Defense. Tessa laughed. I am going to enjoy repeating that part of the day. The other Red Dragon priests are going to be so jealous. Would you like to follow us to the fort so that you can find it again in the morning when they call for us? Or is it fine if we just find our own way back once we are summoned? The guard gestured for her to lead the way, but he fell in beside Alice, subtly flirting with the mage as they walked. He looked up into the tree as Karl quickly scaled the ladder, only now realizing that there was a whole fort built up there, hidden in plain sight. That is quite the scout base. How did you even assemble that all the way out here? That looks like some sort of fishing net. Did you pack all that out here? He asked, confused. It's all spider silk, spun by Ray, the bloodbath spider you met today. The outer layer is sticky, but the insides are not, and they make a proper fort for us to rest in at night, with a waterproof roof and full visibility all the way around for evening scouting, since we have members with night vision. Alice explained. The guard looked impressed. Well, we can't accuse you of slacking on your scouting duties. You're not even technically on duty at night, but you're still keeping tabs on the situation. We have your radio logs, and they will go in the report. He gave Alice a smart salute, and then turned to return to his unit while everyone climbed onto the ladder. We know that you can haul us all up at once. You knocked an ogre off his feet with a sword strike, and the ladder isn't going to break. Sergeant Rita called up to Karl as they got in place, preventing him from splitting the group in two parts as he had last time. You know, we could have Thor throw you up here, and I could catch you as well. He suggested. Lotus laughed, but nobody else seemed to think that idea was amusing. Lotus and Tessa got started on dinner, while the others started to clean their gear and check everything for damage. They had been in a lot of combat lately, and gear wore out at the most unexpected moments if you didn't keep up on it. Karl found that was true of his belt, which was starting to wear through where his one-handed blade was hung from it. That seemed like it was too early, but he set it aside for Lotus to patch up with her magic and began inspecting his blades. Both of them appeared to be in perfect working order, with no damage to them, despite the crude construction of the less-used single-handed blade. His combat outfit was still in good shape, though it could use a good wash. If he had been thinking, he would have washed it with the shower water before he changed and let Alice dry it with wind magic. The only issue was that you didn't actually want freshly laundered clothes on patrol. Not only did you stand out, but the scent of laundry soap was so out of place that every monster for miles would pick out your presence and be ready for your approach long before you knew they were even present. Not long after they started cooking, the scout patrols were adjusted so that they passed outside the tree, instead of stopping 30 meters before it. There might not have been an official announcement yet, but it was obvious that things were already being changed in how the base was operated. When Karl's morning shift came, he found that the patrols were still circling past the large tree, and that they were more numerous than the patrols the first night that they had been here had been. They also had a church guard with some of the patrols, and Karl could see the sour looks on the soldiers' faces at the fact. The guards were higher ranking than their team leaders, so they had taken over and had eliminated any chance of slacking on the night shift. Ray, did we see anything good tonight? Karl asked, as Hawk wasn't awake yet. Nothing much. There were a few wandering goblins, but the scouts got them. Tessa started cooking an hour into their shift, earlier than she usually would, and then set up the partition for the shower. The church hearings always start entirely too early in the morning, so we should be cleaned up and fed before they show up to tell us to head into camp to give our version of events. She explained quietly, not wanting to forcibly wake the others early. There was no shower bag today, just a bowl of water with a washcloth and a bar of unscented soap. It would do the job, but the hot water was always comforting on the muscles. Once he was ready, they switched positions, and Karl stirred the morning stew. It didn't take long for the scent to wake everyone else up, and Ray switched shifts with Hawk. She had a theory that she wanted to test. Offensive adaptation was a versatile skill, and it even enhanced Karl's rend and shred attacks, so it should start enhancing her golems soon, she assumed. That meant extra stabby tree spiders, but also the chance that she could teach them other skills. She didn't actually know any other skills to teach them. But in her mind, that was a Karl problem. Once she knew that they could learn the basics, she would convince him to teach the golems more skills. That vine whip that the big tree golems knew would be nice. It wasn't part of the basic golem spell, it was an additional spell that Donnie knew, but cast on the golems. The whole point of having a human around was to make them make you stronger, Ray was certain, and that meant she would have to convince him to find more good skills for her. Hawk agreed with Ray on that last point. They needed to find new skills, or good things. They were all reaching maximum growth, and even with his new fire skills, Hawk was convinced that he could do better. What they really needed was a shiny thing. Karl got shiny things, and now he had the strength to fist fight an ogre. Some of that had even spilled over to the team, and Hawk's wings were stronger than ever when Karl was wearing the bestial strength gloves. Having Skill Master active all the time without a defined target was helping, but they weren't seeing new skills. Everyone they met all knew the same basic set of academy skills. They needed to find cooler monsters and people that knew other stuff. We can go look for cooler monsters after we finish with the ones here. There might still be some shiny gems or other things on them, and you haven't fully mastered teaching offensive adaptation to the golems yet. Don't worry, once we get a chance I will find a way to teach everyone more skills, or even try to find a way to help them evolve, like Hawk did when he got that potion. Karl assured her. Oh, that would be good too. Maybe I could become invisible, or like super durable. Ray agreed. Thor laughed silently at the thought of an armored Ray. But the thought of new skills was fun. He just hadn't found any that he liked yet. He didn't even know what sort of skill he would like. Better lightning wasn't really a new skill, was it? That was all he really wanted. But Ray said that ideas to make you stronger were what humans were for, so Thor decided that he could just wait for Karl to come up with something. The discussion of the best ways to get stronger, and how they should just sneak away to go look for really good things, was interrupted by the food being served, and then by the church guard coming to call all of them to make their official report on the conditions in the field. As far as Karl could tell, it was exactly what he had been facing since he arrived at his second deployment, but according to whoever did the deployments, it was not supposed to be that way. They took a minute to wash all the dishes and pack their gear to head out after the hearing, then followed the church guard back into the camp, where a large church tent had been set up in the middle of what would normally be the assembly ground. The high priest will see you right away. He wants to get the outside reports filed before he starts with the involved parties. The guard announced. Karl looked around and noticed that there were more command tents here than he remembered. There should have been one for the base commander, and perhaps one for the transient units, but most of those were camped outside the base as it was being renovated and upgraded. But there were at least 4 of them marked with senior officers' emblems, plus the one for the high priest. They must have arrived yesterday while the group was out on patrol, but Karl hadn't noticed them. That meant that this was likely going to be more annoying for their captain than just a simple church inquiry into a dispute between ascended rank officers, who were both captains in the army. Karl, come with us first. You are the unit's scout, so you have the most details of the situation. The guard insisted. Hawk, I hope your memory is good because I haven't been taking any notes. Karl informed his partner. Talk to Thor, he remembers everything in order. Karl was definitely using his notepad, starting today. He should have borrowed Tess's notes before coming inside. But now he was in the tent, facing a group of 4 colonels and a high priest, who were sat behind a table with an emblem that said JAG, the acronym for the Judge Advocate General's Department, the military's legal authority. It was too late to turn back. Ascended Elite Karl, Class designation is Beastmaster, a new designation for a previously unseen mark. It says here that you are serving the role of attached scout for the military unit. Is that correct? The aging colonel on Karl's far left asked as Karl walked up to the speaker's booth. That is correct. And can you give us an overview of the situation in this region, in your professional opinion as an elite? The man asked. I would say that the common rank monsters are somewhat less frequent, though we have come across large packs of goblins. More frequent are the awakened rank ogres and hobgoblins, with about a third of our encounters consisting solely of the ascended rank varieties. That is what my team is along with the patrol for, the stronger groups, but we have also come across a total of 12 commander rank monsters in the last 2 days. The heads collected yesterday were brought back to the camp as evidence, at the request of the church. The situation appears to be under control, as the number of stronger monsters is not increasing on a daily basis, but neither is it noticeably decreasing in the limited time since I arrived from a deployment between here and the regional command location. The colonel nodded. Are you privy to the official threat assessment for the region? Karl shook his head. No, sir. But I am privy to the official scouting reports, though they are somewhat limited in their scope, as they do not extend to the edges of the zone. The officers flipped pages, while the high priest made notes, and then the man second from the right pointed at a page and asked Karl a question. It says here in the official report that there are no threats above low awakened rank found by the forward observation post scouts. Would you say that this is accurate? Karl frowned. In a way. That scouting report only covers a 1-kilometer distance from the camp. In that distance, the monster density is indeed made up of only common rank and low awakened rank goblins and hobgoblins. But once you move past the distance that is within the hourly patrol route, the smarter monsters become more common. They all made more notes, and then the high priest asked his question. From your elevated position last night, what did your team identify as potential threats to be dealt with today? There are 2 groups of ascended ogres camped respectively 5 and 7 kilometers from the camp. There are 4 groups of roving hobgoblins of unknown strength, with numbers in the single digits and low teens, and 1 pair of giants, possibly a mated pair. Oh, plus a warbear den, but that isn't on the list to eliminate, as they naturally control monster populations. Karl replied. A clerk brought him a map of the zone and Karl filled in everything that they had located and hadn't had time to eliminate, plus what they had found last night during the daily spawn. With the help of Thor, who really did remember where all of them were seen last, Karl managed to put over 20 spots on the map before turning it back over to the clerk. Thank you, Elite. Your information has been recorded. The high priest announced, dismissing Karl, and sending the clerks to bring in another witness. By the time that the tribunal was finished with everyone they wanted to call for witnesses, it was nearly lunch, so they postponed the final 2 interviews with the base commander and the captain for after the meal. That cut out almost all chance of getting a proper patrol completed on that day, and that meant double the numbers of dangerous monsters the day after, as Karl's team wouldn't be out there to deal with them. But more importantly, with nobody challenging them, there was a chance that the larger monsters would team up and start coming after the base. But very few in the camp were actually concerned about the implications of stopping their clearance duties for a day. They all wanted to know how this drama was going to play out, and if there was going to be a new base commander at the end of the day. If there was, then they would expect a whole new set of orders to be coming, and they couldn't rely on routine to get them through tomorrow. Even if the base commander was just censured by the high priest, the tribunal officers would be breathing down his neck for the foreseeable future, and that meant even more chaos than a new commander. They had all realized yesterday when the pile of monster heads was brought into the base that something was horribly wrong outside their patrol ranges, but most of them didn't know the details. They did, however, know about the altercation between the captain and the base commander. Lunch at the military chow hall was a dismal meal, with everything from cans and no clerics assigned to kitchen duties to bring fresh food to the mix. Karl wasn't certain, but the ever-present rice and beans might actually be better than what they were serving here. Lotus must have felt the same way because Karl saw her sneaking spices into everything that she ate, including the tea. For such a tiny creature, the cleric ate a surprising amount, but she was still finished before the meal was over and waiting for the circus to begin. The final decisions would be made within the next hour, and they would find out if they were going to have to patrol in the afternoon or reorganize their team after it lost its captain. There was a very slim chance that they would be sent out without their officer, but Karl's group might well be reassigned to another unit while the one they were with was put on base duty until they could receive a new officer. The Golden Dragon Nation's army was quite flexible with officer ranks, as they were mostly based on accomplishments, so you could end up with situations like this, where a captain led a platoon of men, instead of a lieutenant, but without an officer, nobody would be going anywhere. Someone had soundproofed the tent, so everyone waiting outside could only guess at what happened after the base commander and the captain were called inside, but it was an entire hour before they came back out. The captain, whose uniform insignia had already been changed to red to signify his punishment status, was now wearing the silver bar of a second lieutenant, along with the red stripes of an officer under punishment, while the base commander was no longer wearing any military rank at all. His coat and hat had been removed, and he was accompanying the JAG officers to the helicopter they had arrived in the day before. The former captain, now lieutenant, waited beside the high priest while he prepared to make an official announcement, waiting for the crowd to quiet before he spoke. Attention! Our decision has been made. The base will receive a new commander within the next 7 days. Until that time, I will remain here, and the Church Guard will take over administration of this forward post. For the crime of instigating violence against a fellow officer, a demotion from captain to second lieutenant has been issued, and this matter is now considered to be resolved. May the dragons favor all your lives. That was a much shorter speech than had been expected, but they still only had about 5 hours before it would be dark again, and there would be a spawn sometime tonight that would increase the monster numbers once more. The lieutenant motioned for his team to gather, then for Karl's group to join him. They were going to escape the base before the flood of questions began, and get some work done before they could be accused of slacking by those who were friends with the base commander. There was no official word on what had happened to him, but leaving without his uniform, there was a good chance that he had either been stripped of his commission, or he was going to jail. Neither one would make the freshly demoted lieutenant particularly popular with those who had supported the base commander's actions. They were out of the base before anyone else had really grasped their intentions, and Karl sent Hawk up to verify the location of the biggest threats. I don't see any commanders today, but we have a number of ascended threats, as well as some nasty groups of hobgoblins. We will have to work fast to get things done, but we should be able to clear at least the west side toward the lake before nightfall. Karl relayed once Hawk was far enough up to give a proper report. A nice dip in the lake tomorrow morning wouldn't upset anyone. Lead the way, Scout Karl. The lieutenant laughed. That would be perfect for them. Gone overnight, still doing their jobs, and a nice warm swim before coming back to the base. Hawk led them through a gauntlet of small but intense fights for the remainder of the afternoon, working his way toward the lake, while the group pointedly ignored the constant chatter on the radio as the patrol team struggled to adapt to the orders that the high priest was giving. They should have known that he would have no mercy on them. He was an old man, and he had been leading battles against the monsters for decades before the serum injections created the elites. Back when all they had was a cleric like Tessa to enchant their weapons and armor, during battles when they would send otherwise perfectly human soldiers up against the supernatural, he was already a high priest, doing the will of the gods and ensuring that the Golden Dragon Nation prospered. Their complaints that they couldn't defeat these monsters fell on deaf ears. They could and they would. They just needed someone to show them how, and the Church Guard was happy to be the ones to show them. They were all from military deities, mostly the main branch of the church, and they knew the skills to enhance weapons the same as the clerics always had. Tessa could do the same, but other than the basic blessings of increased strength and movement speed, she mostly just enhanced Thor, as he was the only one who would be fighting up close and personal. She could do Ray as well, but the effects were limited, and the duration was short, so she had to return to the group to get it refreshed, and that was just too annoying for the spider, who preferred to hide until it was time to fight. The lake is right ahead, no big groups of monsters, and no monster fish in the waters. Tell them the best spot to set up camp is 30 meters from the shore and 100 meters north of the path that leads you to the lake. There is a good spot there that isn't wet. Hawk updated just before the sun went down. Good news. We found our camping spot. Hawk says it's dry, flat, and free of monsters. Karl informed the group, who all smiled wearily. They had pushed hard today to get the kills in, and tomorrow they knew they were in for a lot of walking. Karl tested the waters of the lake when he first arrived, and found that the water was fresh and cool, though not uncomfortably cold, as well as reasonably clear, which would be great for swimming in the morning. The clearing was a bit cramped, but he wanted to set up along the tree line anyhow so that he could have Ray construct hammocks instead of sleeping on the ground again. Their one big tent wasn't terrible, but given the option, not being on the ground would be better. The next morning, Tessa and Lotus, along with the military team's healer, made a big breakfast for everyone, while the rest of the unit took a swim in the lake. Undershirts and military-issued boxer briefs were the fashion of the day, getting the essentials clean while they frolicked in the water. The mages had promised to use air magic to dry everyone when they got out, so for now, it was just time to relax. Once the cooking was done, the healers traded spots with them and ate while floating in the water. At first, the unit thought that they'd gotten the better end of that deal until they realized that it took longer to break camp than it did to cook breakfast. Karl ended up having to use his sword to disassemble their portion of the camp, as Ray had made triple bunk hammocks for them to sleep in, but the web was too strong for a normal knife to cut through. If he pushed that hard, he would cut through the tree instead. You look lost in thought. Sergeant Rita noted as Karl rolled the hammocks around sticks and strapped them to his pack. Lots to think about today. Everyone is about full grown, and it's time to find a new skill or a way for them to break through. The mental spaces for them are close to complete, and that will push Ray well into the ascended rank without too much trouble, but after that, I might flatline unless I pick up another pet, or help these three stooges skip the slow part of their growth. Karl explained. Rita nodded. Yeah, I foresaw that same issue before we came out here, but I didn't expect them to make it quite this far before becoming stuck. What you really need are the accolades right now. All these assists on Commander Rank kills really add up, and with the accumulated points, we can go to the government university's genetic research lab. They are always working on something, and they might have a clue as to how to help the beasts grow. Other than that, it's pure luck, or in-depth research on your own to try to find something that will work for them. We found a way for Hawk, and that brought him up a full rank, so there is a chance that we can find something for the others as well. Perhaps a lightning-based resource for Thor would help his power grow. As for Ray, I'm not certain now that she's showing signs of becoming a mage-type support fighter. I would have thought that warrior resources to increase her attack power and durability would be best, but the first additional skill she learned was tree golems. That doesn't match with anything that I know about the species, so there is a chance that we don't really understand them at all. Ray rolled her eyes in her resting spot. Of course, she was misunderstood. Who could comprehend the ways of darkness, or the pure beauty that was a bloodbath spider? The humans simply lacked a sufficient sense of majesty to truly appreciate her nature. Karl let her rant about her own majesty for a while as he packed up the camp gear, and then the unit prepared to head out to the first targets that Hawk had spotted that morning. We should go see the other unit first. They will want to fight the ogres with us. Hawk suggested. Karl relayed the information to the lieutenant, and he got the unit moving. The other group had camped in a hollow between two hills, not realizing that there were ogres living in caves in both hills. Neither of the entrances pointed toward the hollow, but it wouldn't take the ogres long to realize that there was someone right next to their den. I don't think that they're going to fight the ogres with us unless we hurry. Hawk updated just after the group started moving. And why is that? Karl asked. The ogres are awake now. That patrol is totally going to get eaten if we're not there in like 5 minutes. We've got about 5 minutes before the ogres find and eat the patrol. Karl updated. That got everyone up to a run, with Tessa and Alice on Thor's back, while Lotus was riding Ray through the trees, using a short length of silk as a harness. The military unit was staying together, and Sergeant Rita had joined Dana in keeping pace with them, but just having the other elites in place for a fight would be enough. The patrol needed at least one of the ascended rank elites with them, and that was Sergeant Rita, while Dana missed her chance to get on Thor before the Cerro took off through the trees. The young mage shook her head in dismay as she jogged along next to the military patrol, and Rita patted her on the shoulder in consolation. You've got to move fast if you want a lift. We were both too far away this time, but there's always next time. She offered. Dana smiled and shook her head. If you can't move fast enough to catch up, I have no chance. Even Alice only got on because they nearly ran over her. The lieutenant chuckled at the two bickering elites. From Karl's description, they had over a kilometer left to go, and the unit shouldn't take too much more than 5 minutes to get there. But if the ogres were about to attack a unit that was still half asleep and slacking on the guard duties, they were likely to still be too late. Karl and the others got to the site just in time, as Hawk began to bombard the ogres with fireballs to wake up the camp and cause enough noise that they would know that they were in trouble. The problem was that this was a group of ascended ogres, and there was only one ascended member in their team. With half the group asleep or drowsy, they weren't putting on much of a showing of proper defensive formation. Their group could, logically, defeat these ogres. But it would require teamwork and strategy. That was not the plan that Karl and the others had come up with, as a lightning Cerro charged through the edge of the camp, and Alice leapt from his back into Karl's arms for a gentle landing. Ray had called out the spider golems, and the situation in the ambushed camp was utter chaos, unable to understand why they were caught in the middle of a fight between beasts, ogres, and mercenary elites. In their minds, they were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. But they had been here all night, and with the ogres so close, they were slowly realizing that good timing just saved their day. Alice's voice echoed through the area as her golem stomped into battle. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, your camp was approached to within 30 meters without a single alarm being sounded this morning. In fact, you didn't even notice a rampaging lightning Cerro charging through the forest in your direction. This is not acceptable practice for night watch. If you will kindly bring me your team leader, I would like to have a word with them while my team finishes with the ogre threat. The team leader wiped sleep from his eyes as he tried to get his armor straightened when Alice started yelling. This group was a mess, and they were very nearly literally a mess, if Alice and the others hadn't shown up to block the ogres. But there were more ogres coming now that the first group was down, drawn by the sound of combat and the smell of blood. The rest of the unit was almost on site already, and the appearance of another military unit had this camp shaping up much more quickly than one irate Commander Rank elite. Everyone had heard the new orders over the last day, even Karl's group, though they had kept the radios turned low so the news of other troop movements and combat orders didn't distract them. Everyone who had left the base since yesterday had a church guard with them, so this team had been in the field for at least 2 days, which was unusual, as the camp was much more comfortable, and the patrol zone was limited. The captain leading this patrol actually looked relieved when he saw that the officer for the incoming group was a lieutenant who was under censure, with the red stripes, but after a few seconds, he realized just who that lieutenant was, and all the casual demeanor that he had been trying to put on vanished. Lieutenant, thank you for the timely interception of the ogre threat. My men owe your team a debt. He began. You can save it. My team is still finishing the second group of ogres that yours didn't see coming this morning. I'm not going to yell at you, but I will warn you that there is a church guard either waiting for you to return to camp, were already on his way out to meet you. It would be wise to have all your protocols in order before they arrive because the High Priest is an old-school battle priest, and his team doesn't believe in coddling elites. The lieutenant replied. Surely, they won't usurp leadership from the military officers. The captain asked, looking to Alice for confirmation, as she was the strongest one present. Alice shook her head. They already have. The church has been asked by the Judge Advocate General's office to get this zone back in top form, and the high priest they chose intends to do exactly that. The captain looked devastated at the news. Under the old system, before the elites, soldiers were honored as potential martyrs because the life expectancy was terrible, and over half wouldn't make it back from a 5-year term of service. But now, elites like him had gotten comfortable doing the bare minimum and reaping glory and promotions along the way. Karl finished the second group of ogres, and Tessa pulled a glowing magical gem out from under one of the bodies. I found something interesting. Give me a moment to translate. It's in that ogre or orc gobbledygook nonsense. She explained. Karl hadn't even realized there was something written on the crystal in her hand, but when she cast a light spell through it, the gem created a set of red letters against the green of Thor's scales, and the cleric slowly began to decipher the writing. It is a gem of wisdom. It helps mages refresh their mana more quickly, but it's worthless to the ogres. They must have kept it because it's shiny. Tessa explained. That actually made sense for the ogres, but the gem should be good for clerics as well. You might as well hold on to that. At some point, we're going to need all the buffs and healing that you can give us. But speaking of buffs and healing, where are Ray and Lotus? I know I saw them both fighting earlier, but they're gone again. Karl remarked casually, in case she was just standing in his blind spot. Who knows? They likely wandered off to find something fun in the forest. I swear that girl is half feral. Tessa sighed. Karl checked on Ray in his mind, and found that she was about 50 meters from the group in a tree, where she and Lotus had found a particularly interesting flower that the cleric didn't find in any of her training materials. As a nature cleric, she knew a lot about botany. More than most doctorate students in the subject. It was a gift from her goddess. But she still couldn't identify this flower, and it was bothering her. So she had brought Ray to go examine it and make notes while the others did people things, as Ray described them. While the group leaders had a tense discussion, and Lotus spent her time engrossed in the details of a flower that Ray had every intention of snatching to put in her space later, the slacker team's worst fears came true. The church guard assigned to them arrived with another group of soldiers on patrol. Not only that, but they had brought along a church guard supervisor for the soldiers accompanying Karl's group as well, which proved to be an amusing sight, as he already knew them all from the walk-in. Elite Karl, where did you put the nature cleric? The others said that she ran away with your spider. The guardsman asked curiously as he approached. His smile said it wasn't an accusation, and he was an ascended rank cleric as well, so there was a good chance that he knew her personally. Lotus is checking out flowers they found in the woods. There's something rare about it. They will come back eventually, or I will call them if there is a fight. They're always up for a fight. Karl replied with a smile. As long as you know where they are, and that there is someone covering for them, in case a monster tries to sneak up on them. It's policy not to let the nature clerics roam unattended. He replied. Tessa snickered at the way he phrased it. The guidelines recommended that you did not have any group member alone and out of sight of the group, but the nature clerics had a bad habit of wandering away. Ray, the church guard says to keep the spider golems with you and Lotus, in case anything tries to sneak up on you. Karl informed the wayward spider. The two golems vanished as Ray summoned another pair, and the other groups of soldiers looked to see who had dismissed them. The number of unique golems was still equal to the number of mages who might be using the spell, so none of them could understand where the last pair had come from. Hawk, what is our situation? Where are the nearest groups, and what is their strength? We've got plenty of patrols in this area, so we should get them organized," Karl requested. Hawk gave them a quick rundown, which Karl relayed to the unit leaders, and then Hawk added one more that he wanted for himself. There was a group of mole men that Hawk thought might taste like giant mice. They weren't strong, but they were a priority target in Hawk's mind, and they were along the route that led to one of the Commander Rank giants. Once Ray and Lotus returned from their flower hunting trip, with the flowers safely stowed in Ray's space along with the branch it was growing on, Alice got the group moving in the direction that Hawk had recommended for them to follow past the mole monsters. Hawk had already succumbed to temptation and caught one for a taste test, which he found pleasantly mousy, with a hint of feral monster. That meant bringing Karl to him so he could stow the bodies in his space before he continued his scouting flights. Alice didn't say anything when she saw the rapidly vanishing bodies of the moles, but the church guard with them did give Karl a strange look, wondering what he was doing, and if this was some sort of food stocking ritual that he did for his beasts every day. They didn't actually eat that much, and other than Thor, who was pleading for a fresh update of Ascended Rank feed every day, even though he had so much it was actually growing in his space now, they were in no need of refreshed supplies. Their spaces were nearly reaching their power and size limits, and soon Karl would be able to begin working on a fourth space, in preparation for adding a new friend. Thor's space looked like an idyllic pasture, filled with the best feeds, a few trees and smashing posts, while Hawk's was neatly organized piles of meat, cut and stripped to unrecognizable chunks based on flavor and energy content. Ray's, on the other hand, had a very horror graveyard vibe going for it, as she had strung all of her reserves up in her webs, and in the dim light, it almost looked like they were still alive. "If you're going to add something, I want a cool friend," Ray commented when she sensed Karl checking on the state of the spaces. "Oh. What sort of cool friend?" Karl asked. "Maybe like a shadow demon, or a leaper," she suggested, referring to two species of ethereal humanoid monsters who preferred to hunt in the dark and had incredible magical power. In the wild, they were natural allies of the bloodbath spiders, whose webs would catch and detain prey for all of them. The other two would herd hapless monsters and humans into the webs, which the targets would be unable to break free from, and then take the choice bits and leave the rest for the bloodbath spiders as a form of payment for their assistance. As Karl recalled, they were both born at the royal rank, and would grow up to become overlord-level threats that kept the majority of humanity out of the tunnels and the mountains. "I will have to see what we can manage. I don't think that anything above our rank is going to end well, though," Karl laughed. Hawk led them to the pair of Commander Rank giants that he had found, with the church guard following closely beside Karl as he moved through the trees. "How can you be so certain that we're going the right way?" the guard asked as Karl made a turn to follow a riverbank. "Because Hawk is still overhead, and he will tell me if we're going the wrong way, or if something is blocking us." "The giants should be just around this bend in the river," Karl explained, as he slowed to make certain everyone was ready for the fight. "Don't you think something is off about this forest? The woods here shouldn't be so lush, they should be more barren with the poor soil, and then there was that magical flower that Lotus found earlier. I think that we're coming into an area with higher than usual mana density. That means a chance at some unique rewards, but also stronger monsters," the guard whispered as the others joined them. Dana's eyes lit up in recognition. "Like the woods around the Holy Relic. They were loaded with good stuff, but this time we haven't been looking for it. We were just looking for monsters." Alice smiled. "All right, if there are Commander Rank monsters, there's a chance of Commander Rank resources. We can't turn that down, and it's permitted in our group charter to search for them. I don't know about the army unit, but for certain the 6 of us are allowed to search." The lieutenant sighed. "Anything that we gather is to be turned over to military supplies for processing, and a reward will be issued as a portion of its value." That line was straight out of the operator's handbook, and Sergeant Rita nodded in agreement. "I will look for magical plants for Ray and the tiny human to collect," Hawk agreed. The last time they went for magical plants worked out very well for him. If they could find another good thing, He might really become a Commander Rank Hawk. He was so excited about searching for magical resources that he almost forgot to join the fight when everyone moved to surround the giants. Everyone move up to surround them, but leave a way out. We don't need them smashing through the ranks if they try to run, the lieutenant quietly ordered his troops. They were going to try to help, but they all knew that at 2 ranks higher, the giants could easily kill them with a single hit. If they got into the line of fire, it was over for them, and their attacks would do little more than distract the enormous humanoids. When Karl reached the spot where the giants were waiting, he saw that there was a good reason they hadn't moved, even though they had to have heard the soldiers approaching. There was an intensely magical cluster of grass between them, and the giants had taken defensive positions around it. Do we know what that is? Karl whispered to Lotus as she moved forward in preparation for the charge. No idea. I haven't seen it before either. That's really strange, 2 unknown plants in one day, she replied quietly. Alice nodded in agreement. Then make certain that we do not destroy it during the battle. It must not be ready yet, or they would have picked it. The giants held their position as Karl and Thor stepped out into the open, with Alice, Rita, and the church guard behind them. The lieutenant had gone to the left, while Ray went to the right, so they could attack from the sides, while the rest of the unit got in position. The giants made a motion to shoo Karl and the others away, which Karl returned by pointing at the plant, as if they would let the giants leave if they gave up the treasure. The one closest to him roared in anger at Karl's arrogance, daring to demand the precious resource from literally between his feet. The giant charged at the arrogant young human, and Karl produced the large vampiric sword from its ready state. If he was going to get gains for his team, this was the perfect opportunity for it. There were plant resources right there, and the blade would suck some of the life force from the giants when they died, giving them all an extra bump of growth. Karl stepped forward, using Rend to reduce the power of the giant's attack so he could block, while Alice's golem charged at the other giant before it could get in position to assist. The giant facing Karl lifted its blade to hack down at Karl just as Thor charged into the battle, crashing into the side of its knee, while Karl attacked its forearms with Rend, toppling the creature over backward. That was Ray's cue to get in on the action, and the spider golems were on the giant instantly, attacking the arms so it couldn't pick up its weapon, while Hawk dropped fireballs into the middle of its exposed stomach. Ray herself was hanging back from the battle and waiting for an opening to attack the other giant. The rest of the force were all focusing on it now, as Thor and the golems blocked their line of sight to the fallen monster. But then Ray had a brilliant idea. They didn't have to wait for the end of the battle to get the loot. She just had to dart over to the plant and use her forelegs to scoop it out of the ground and into her space for later. Nobody even noticed when the plants disappeared. The closest to knowing what happened was the standing giant, who only noticed Ray's approach after the plants were gone, when she went for the vulnerable spot between the shoulders, where the giants weren't flexible enough to reach her. That only lasted a few seconds, until the giant managed to take a swing with its sword, sweeping over its back, and the bloodbath spider was forced to retreat while the golem and the 2 ascended warriors attacked from the front. Once the resources were safely stowed away, there was no more need to hold back on the combat, and Karl pushed as much energy as he could into the oversized blade, allowing it to slice deeply into the wounded giant. It wasn't going to be that easy to take it out, and despite the heavy bleeding and awkward angle from a prone position, the giant still managed to punch Thor so hard that both barriers on the Cerro shattered, and he was sent staggering back. The giant began to get up as its wounds healed at an incredibly accelerated rate, already knitting back together. It reached for the plants, but found them gone, and began frantically searching for them or whoever might have them. The magical signature of the plants would normally give away their hiding spot and make it obvious who was trying to loot the battlefield in advance, but with them safely in Ray's space, it was as if they had never existed. She had even taken the roots with them, just in case that was the valuable part. The distraction turned out to be its downfall, as Karl's blade slid through a partially healed wound and deep into the creature's torso, aimed upward for the vital organs. With a gurgling gasp, The giant turned and swung a backhanded strike at Karl, who dropped to the ground and rolled out of the path of the enormous blade. That effort twisted the blade still lodged through the giant's back, and it collapsed to the ground, already dead. The second giant fell seconds later, and while the warriors caught their breath, the clerics collected evidence and updated their notes. Once he saw the cleric's routine, Karl also made a note of the day's kills, recalling how he had been questioned about them by the lawyers. Hawk flew back up to scouting height and looked for other resources and monsters. Mostly resources, and he was finding a lot of them. Karl took notes as Hawk updated the map with resource points, including their likely strength and the monsters that had been drawn to them. In Hawk's mind, that was likely the important part. He might not know what the plants did, but if they attracted monsters that were similar to him, Thor or Ray, then they were likely going to be useful. Most monsters worked on instinct and confirmation bias. If others like you thought it was true, it probably was. Sometimes it was genetic memory, sometimes just a guess, but everyone would fight over the resources all the same. Karl dismissed his blade, which was trapped under the giant's body, and the church guard came over with a leather pouch from the hip of the other giant. It's a healing salve of some sort. It looks like it works fairly well, going by the magic in it, he explained. The giants were regenerating abnormally rapidly as well. I've never seen a shred wound heal that fast before. Normally, the jagged edges make it nearly impossible for monsters to deal with, but these ones were even able to stop the blood flow from lacerate without applying the ointment, Karl agreed. The church guard took a portion of the ointment into a trio of jars, and then passed the leather bag to the cleric attached to the military unit. You can turn that in at the end of the mission if you like, but you might need it, the experienced guard cautioned him. The extra jars were passed to the other clerics, who would be doing the group's healing duties, and Thor began to eye the plants in Ray's space with renewed interest. If they could make him regenerate that fast, wouldn't he be nearly immortal? He was already tougher than some silly giant, who had barely cracked his scales, and they were mostly healed on their own. Of course, Thor was overlooking the fact that the giant did that with a single solid hit through 2 layers of barriers, and if he had been hit any more, he would have taken serious injuries. That sort of thing didn't matter to the Sero. There was strength in numbers, and if he got hit, someone else could go forward until he healed. It only took a few minutes. Tessa gave Thor a pat on the side, and healed the last of his damaged scales, along with the slight bruising underneath, which left him in an even better mood while the Red Dragon cleric went to check on the second giant's body. There are some good things here, and more of the same ointment that we found on the other giant. We've got an assortment of dried magical herbs in the bag, and there are magical bracers, which will have to be altered, but are potent enough to survive a reforging, she explained. That was the sort of thing that Karl's group had always left behind before. They were huge and heavy, difficult to carry, and not immediately useful. But sometimes, they would make themselves functional for the right person. Do we know what they do? High Priest Doug taught me a trick, and sometimes you can get them to activate and adjust themselves to you, Karl suggested. The church guard did a double take. Did you say High Priest Doug, as in Doug Mackenzie? Karl nodded. He took and passed the test to the commander rank at the same time that I made it to ascended rank. The guard shook his head. We will never hear the end of it. Doug Mackenzie made it to commander rank before I did. Karl smiled. The clergy is a lot like a small town, isn't it? Everyone knows each other. The guard shrugged. It is at the higher levels, but there are hundreds of thousands of staff, lay priests who aren't blessed with magic, and devoted nuns cloistered around the nation whose names most of us will never even hear, much less learn. But at the same rank and close to the same age, it's hard not to know each other even if we're in different branches, and on different details. Tessa laughed. Plus, everyone knows Doug. He's the only nature cleric I know that's less reliable outside of combat than Lotus. Speaking of which, where did she go this time? Can you send Ray to go find her and bring her back? Ray. Can you take your golems and make sure we don't lose our tiny cleric? Give me updates if she finds good things, Karl instructed. Already on it. She found tasty mushrooms. They eat blood from dead monsters, Ray replied. They were only a few meters into the trees, and if they weren't crouched down looking for mushrooms, everyone would be able to see them. Once he knew where they were, Karl found them with thermal imaging. She's right over there. They haven't gone far this time, Karl explained. Lotus' voice carried through the clearing. Hey! Everyone, come this way. There's a whole bunch of good stuff in the woods. The soldiers spread out, only vaguely aware of what they were looking for, but everyone could at least pick out some of the major magical plants, and things that didn't look like they belonged in a normal forest. Sister Lotus, I think I found something, one of the soldiers called, holding up a bright red mushroom with black spots that looked oddly like skulls. Karl looked at Tessa. That's poison, isn't it? She smirked and nodded. Yup. But it's a paralytic, not a lethal toxin. He's going to collapse in. Oh, there he goes. Lotus pranced over and tucked the mushroom in a specimen jar that she threw to Ray before she cast a cleansing spell on the warrior and helped him to his feet. What is the first rule of unknown magical plants? She asked him. Sister, you see, he began. What is the first rule of unknown magical plants? She repeated, with her hands on her hips, looking fierce, despite her diminutive size. Look with your eyes, not your hands, the young man replied sheepishly. Exactly. Look with your eyes, not your hands. That means, no grabbing the death's head mushrooms. Now, are there more of those? They're quite useful for a number of potions, Lotus asked. Sister, there is some sort of glowing grass over here, and a plant with leaves that look like golden dragon scales, one of the others reported. That drew the church guard over to assist, and the unit went into full gathering mode, hunting in the area for more magical resources, the original target plant long forgotten. There were a suspicious number of magical plants in the area, that much was clear to everyone, but they were doing their best to collect what they could, not leaving much to regrow, unlike an area that could be safely farmed later. The magical plants would attract more powerful monsters, and that was the last thing that the region needed when it was already short on elites who were over the awakened rank. Most of the patrols only had 1 or 2 ascended members, and Alice was the only Commander Rank elite in the area before the church guard showed up. Karl wasn't certain of the strength that they brought with them, but there were at least a few Commander-ranked guard captains in the mix, if he had checked the uniforms right. We should start searching the area for freshly appeared relics and hidden places of power, given the amount of change that the area has undergone. There are far too many resources here for it to be nothing but a mana surge, Alice informed the church guard, who was technically in charge of the soldiers now. He nodded in agreement, and began to issue orders to his troops to spread out and start keeping notes on the frequency of the plants, as well as the potency, if they could determine it. The numbers would go up as they got closer to the center of the disturbance, and the disturbance would be responsible for most of the increase in the number of powerful monsters, perhaps even for the whole extended combat region. They never did find the source of the daily monster appearances, so it was possible that it simply hadn't made itself known yet, and their group might be the first to stumble across it. Fortunately, it wasn't spawning anything above Commander rank anywhere yet, since there were so few Royal and Monarch rank elites to send out, and the handful of available overlords had better things to do than stomp out a monster infestation 2 or more ranks beneath them. The unit spread out in a wide line, while Hawk scouted overhead, leading them in a wide arc that would cover everywhere that he was finding magical plants, with the hope of finding whatever hidden good thing might help him advance again. But he made certain that Ray and Lotus, who were scouting ahead, found the very best things before the army line got there, extracting them to be split between the mercenary elites later. There was no good reason to let military command waste the best stuff on elites who never saw the field outside mandatory missions. Lotus was in heaven, surrounded by high-grade magical plants all afternoon as the group moved in a winding spiral, trying to find the center of the disturbance. She was staying away from the group, but almost all the loot was going into Ray's space for storage, and Karl could see that it was really starting to pile up, and that there was quite the variety in there. They had even found more of the moss that was used to make tea, and harvested another whole log to go with the one that was in Thor's space right now. "You need to come here." "There is a thing," Ray insisted. "You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode." "I'm almost at the other end of the formation. Give me a minute," Karl replied, then turned to Tessa, who was beside him. "I'll be right back. Ray needs me for a thing," he explained, then used all of his superhuman strength to launch himself through the trees at a run, headed for the spot where Ray and Lotus were waiting. "What is the emergency?" Karl asked as he caught a tree not far from where Lotus was crouched on the ground, using the solid trunk to slow his momentum and drop gently to the ground. Lotus looked up with a smile and pointed at a golden disc, formerly buried under the ground, and now exposed thanks to her efforts. "What is it?" Karl whispered, confused, but feeling a familiar feeling of power. "We're standing in the ruins of a city." "That, right there, is a system stone," Lotus whispered. "You have to be shitting me." The system stones were the holy relic whose magic was used to develop the divine serum. They were the source of the entire nation's hopes and power. As far as anyone knew, there weren't any more of them. The original relic should have been unique and lost to history. But this one, other than the fact that it was covered in dirt, looked like it had been made only days before. "Are there more?" Karl added. Lotus shrugged. "There should be. I saw the diagram of the original formation as it was when it was first discovered. If we don't move anything, and it is intact, the shape indicates that there should be another one right here." She began to dig again, and another golden stone appeared from the ground, an arch brick, curved on the inner and outer edges, with tapered sides indicating that it was part of a circular formation. So Karl moved to where he thought that the center should be, based on where the other stones had been found. The moment that he reached the point, golden light erupted from the ground in 100 points all around him, and dirt was thrown away from the formation. Words appeared in front of Karl's eyes as the formation activated. "Would you like to select randomly?" "Randomly select what?" If there was an option to randomize, there should be an option to select deliberately. No, he thought, wondering if that would be enough for the magic. Gender, species, and class remain unchanged. Generating class reward. That was too close, far too close. He had to warn Lotus. "Don't select the random option. Whatever you do, do not select the random option," Karl warned her. Lotus pouted, but she didn't change, and Karl's attention was pulled away by the magic of the system stones. Class Skills Unlocked Skill Book allows the Beast Master to record skills and teach them to others. Identification allows the Beast Master to discern the effects that magical materials will have on his partners. Mental Fortitude, you know you need it. Karl blinked slowly. Were the system stones throwing shade at him? That last ability's description was almost certainly an open insult. But what Karl hated the most was that it wasn't wrong. He did need mental fortitude because he needed to improve the spaces enough to allow the beasts to advance to commander rank. Karl returned to the present as the magic faded, and found Lotus pouting in front of him. "What if I could have been a dragon, or a griffin, or like an angel or something?" she complained. "What if you turned into a fat male half-orc?" Karl countered. Lotus considered that for a second. "With a big dick or a little one?" "I always kind of wanted to know what it was like to have a penis." Karl flicked the little nature priest on the forehead. "It might have even changed your class from nature priest to something entirely different. For all you know, you could have had to start all over from nothing." The lights had drawn the rest of the unit to them, starting with the rest of their team, as the lieutenant and the church guard were keeping the soldiers on task until they reached their destination. Everyone stared at the system stones, now clearly visible on a stone platform in the forest, untouched by time and intact. Are they functional? Alice asked. Lotus nodded. Yes. They activated for both of us. But not for Ray. Karl says, don't pick the random option, but if you're lucky, it might turn you into a dragon. And if I'm unlucky? Alice replied. Who knows? Should we ask someone to try? Lotus seemed far too eager to see what happened when you randomized, but Alice was with Karl in her thinking. Magic this powerful could cause completely unexpected results if you allowed it to run amok. Lotus dragged Dana, the only one in the party she could physically drag, to the center of the platform, and the stone glowed again, while Dana stared at something only she could see. Then she slowly began to smile. I learned a new class skill. Destruction. It increases the damage of all my spells. Tessa picked the mage up to give her a spinning hug, then conveniently placed her down away from the center of the formation and took her place. The golden light flared, and seconds later the red dragon priestess erupted with fire, which coalesced into battle armor, with a shield and spiked flail. The weapon looked vicious, with 5 small spiked balls on chains, all engulfed in flames, but the armor was gorgeous. It was a skin-tight bodysuit made of red leather and dragon scales, showing off every toned muscle of the dragon priestess as she flexed, even though it covered her entire body, even encasing her head behind a dragon mask. Alice was the next one in, and after she stepped away, she activated a bit of magic and a tornado began to whip through the area for a moment before being dismissed. I think that it is giving us all class skills. Perhaps our classes aren't fully active. Or maybe we were intended to return to the system stones on a regular schedule to learn new skills as we got more powerful. Has anyone stood on the central stone twice? Alice asked. Lotus nodded. I did. I left after I chose, and then walked back to yell at Karl once I realized I could have been a dragon. Possibly, with an unknown but tiny chance, been a dragon, Karl corrected. Sergeant Rita stepped onto the platform with more hesitancy, and Karl saw Lotus crossing her fingers, hoping that she might pick the random choice. It didn't look like she did, as only a few seconds later, the light had flared, and she stepped away still looking like herself. It gave me warrior's tenacity, an increase to my constitution, Rita explained as she checked the group to see who hadn't gone yet. She was the last of the 6, so the next ones up would be the lieutenant and the church guard. They all gathered around the platform in reverent silence, awed by the aura of holy magic that the area was giving off. All right, guard. You're up next. Pick random, Lotus encouraged. It will randomize your species, gender, and class, Karl warned him. You're no fun, you know that. He's already ugly, how could it be worse? The nature priestess complained. The guard laughed and ruffled her hair as he made his way to the top of the platform. He glowed with golden light for a moment, and then smiled as he stepped off the platform. It gave me the Sacred Zone spell. It slows hostile targets that enter the area, and weakens them. It's an excellent large battle defensive spell, suitable for buffing an entire battle, he explained. Then he seemed distracted and nodded his head. Golden light enveloped all the soldiers at once, presumably as a result of the magic recognizing them as his subordinates who he could activate the system stones for. For most of them, it was a short and blissful blessing, which granted them a new skill, but one soldier apparently hadn't been paying attention to Karl's warning, and where a young woman in a military uniform once stood, now stood a female wargen in battle armor, a combination of leather and steel that left the midriff and lower legs exposed. A very furry midriff and lower legs with an extra joint, which flexed opposite the existing knee. I'm a wargen. A wargen rogue. She stammered as she realized what she had done by choosing to randomize. Lotus ran over to examine her. Interesting. She didn't have to start over, she's still awakened rank. What skills did you get? The tiny cleric demanded. I gained backstab, lacerate, impale, claw, pounce, dash, and silent steps, she replied. The warriors next to her looked impressed. That was a more powerful suite of skills than she had before, a much more powerful one if she had the physical strength and speed of a wargen. They weren't technically monsters, as they were considered a civilized sentient species, but they weren't native to the Golden Dragon Nation, so if you saw one, they were normally only passing through between the Beast-Men nations and wanted nothing to do with social interactions. Occasionally, they might stop somewhere that seemed friendly for a meal, but mostly they just skirted along the edge of the nation and kept moving. With a fully furred body and a wolf's head, they couldn't pretend to be human like many Beast-Kin could, even if they somehow managed to hide the extra leg joint. So, persecution among humans was a real concern, even though they weren't at war or from officially hostile nations. But now, she had accidentally changed her species, and that was going to cause at least a few questions and concerns among the military leadership. Ray approved. The new version of the warrior was much more stabby than the old one. She even had proper claws, and not just one but two swords. Her words were slightly garbled by her new muzzle, and she almost bit her tongue once, but she was rapidly adapting to her new form, and looking around at the other soldiers, then at her outfit, which was a harsh contrast to the unit. The uniform she had been wearing had vanished, but she had others in her bag, and she was still roughly the same size, though she was a bit longer in the leg now, and her boots wouldn't fit even if she still had them. The church guard cleared his throat. Did anyone else undergo a large change in status? Change of rank, class, or appearance? One more hand went up, and the unit realized that there was a child in their midst, even shorter than Lotus. Crap. Did it revert you to childhood? He asked. I think so, sir. I also randomized, and now I'm tiny. I'm still a warrior class, but my sword changed appearance, and my skills changed a little. I gained bow mastery, target lock, enhanced vision, night vision, and forest sense, the child replied. Tessa looked at them for a few seconds and then went to pat him on the head. I have good news and bad news. It didn't change your age, you're still roughly 20. But you're an elf. A 20-year-old elf is still literally a child, and they won't hit puberty for like 5 more years, after which they will be full-grown in 2 to 3 years. Your new skills are all elven racial skills, so you're now an elven warrior, not a ranger or any specialty class, unless the system stones told you otherwise. He shook his head. No, it specifically said that my class was warrior. Tessa nodded. Then on to the good news. Elves live for about 500 years, so you have a really long time to get used to being short. The others laughed at his pain, but elves were incredible warriors, or so they had heard. They were supposed to be superhumanly agile, with incredible aim. Which meant that they needed to get their newly adjusted warrior a bow. Alice grimaced at the church guard. Do you think that we can bury this and pretend that we didn't know about it until after the paperwork is done? The guard smirked back. I have a better plan. I'm going to blame Karl and Lotus. Lotus gave Karl a pitiful look, as if he should take the entire fall for this discovery. Not that it was going to be a negative mark on their record, very much the opposite, actually. But the discovery of a holy relic of any caliber came with an intensive interrogation, dozens of reports to be filed, hours of descriptions, and much more. Karl had been spared much of that last time thanks to Colonel Valerie's interference, but this time it was system stones. Actual, functional, system stones. If they brought compatible candidates directly here, they could test them without the dangers of the serum. At least in theory. For all Karl knew, it only worked if you already had the system activated to some degree. Alice sighed and took out her phone, then smirked and handed it to Karl. If we're going to do this, we will do it all the way, she decided. Karl smiled and shook his head, declining the phone, then took out his own emergency phone and dialed the fateful numbers. On the first ring, the same receptionist as last time answered. Ascended Elite Karl. 95988, please wait. Then an older woman came on the phone. Elite, what is your report? I have found a functional and complete set of system stones on patrol. I can confirm they are active. He replied, then waited for the woman to gather her wits enough to answer. 7 minutes. Do not move. Then the line went dead, but Karl could see that there was a blinking light on it and a status update that said, tracking. He tucked the phone in the pocket of his jacket and coaxed Thor to lay down so he could use him as a backrest. You might as well get comfortable, everyone. We have 7 minutes until reinforcements arrive, Karl explained. Are we not on guard against monsters? The now WarGen Rogue team member asked. We are, but Hawk is up in the sky for that, and he says nothing dares to come close to this place, Karl explained. While he waited, Karl began to focus on the items that were stored in the spaces. There should be a new ability to identify what was useful, and Lotus had dumped a huge number of resources into Ray's space. The Death's Head mushroom was listed as a common grade resource, toxic, useful for enhancing paralysis skills used by the Warlock class. It didn't say how, but that was still more information than Karl had to start with. After a few herbs and flowers that all had basic enhancing abilities, Karl came to the strange mushroom that Ray said drank monster blood. Usable by partner, Ray, combined with blood lotus, shadow grass, and commander rank or higher vital fluids to create a sympathetic reaction. That was somewhat less detailed than he had hoped, but after a short search, he found both the blood lotus and the shadow grass. Both were awakened grade ingredients, and both were in Thor's food piles. Karl put the 3 plants together and mentally created a bowl to mix the blood in with them. Then he paused. He didn't actually know any alchemy, and there might be more to this than creating a stew. Ray didn't think so, and once she saw what Karl had assembled, she dipped into her space and quickly munched her way through the mixed group of ingredients. What? There's more, if it doesn't work. Eating is the best way to mix magical plants. She informed him as a powerful surge of energy began to brew in her stomach. For a moment, the magical energy just kept building, far exceeding anything that the individual ingredients should have provided, and then that energy began to seep through Ray's body, strengthening her, and enhancing her carapace. She was still a bloodbath spider, but an incredibly impressive one, and defensive adaptation felt like it was learning a new trick. Karl could feel the skill changing in his mind, where he shared it with her, but he couldn't quite tell what it was trying to learn from the combination of toxic plants and giant blood. The sound of approaching helicopters, 3 of them according to Hawk, distracted Karl from contemplating what sort of changes the plants had allowed offensive adaptation to master, and he began to mentally prepare himself for what came next. The helicopters didn't land, they just hovered and the Inquisition team slid down ropes to get to them, before carefully lowering down what looked like a throne and a box. Karl had no idea what that might be about. It was a bit ridiculous to be setting up a throne out here in the woods, even if it was the site of a set of system stones. But as it lowered, Karl realized that it wasn't just a throne, there was a whole set of furniture there for interviews and press releases, including the gold on blue backdrop that the official government news alerts were broadcast in front of. That likely meant that not all these people on the ground were inquisitors, though most of them were young enough to be among the first batch of elites, and the rest were wearing the robes of high-ranking members of the clergy. Tessa was looking grim as she noticed who all was here, and Karl finally stood up from his resting spot against Thor, before instructing the 3 beasts to return to their spaces to rest until the boring part was over. The disappearing lightning Cerro caught the attention of the clergy, and alerted them to which one was Karl without having to search for the phone that they were still tracking. Ascended Elite Karl. We have come in response to your call. Where are the system stones? An inquisitor in a fancy pointed hat asked. You're standing in between them. In fact, if the man with the knife strapped to his left leg moves another meter backward, he will activate them, Karl replied. The man took a rapid step to the left and turned, really looking at the ground for the first time and seeing the central circle of the system stones, with the World Dragon logo on it, and the surrounding rune-inscribed blocks. "Is this how you found it?" the Inquisitor asked. "No, sir. When we arrived, it was overgrown. Once I stepped on the central location and activated it, the system stones cleared the overgrowth from themselves," Karl explained. The team moved to the side of the stones and started to set up their gear, along with the official broadcast screen, and Karl wondered who might be actually giving the speech. The Inquisition wouldn't give a public announcement, but he didn't recognize anyone in the group as a public figure. Then, once the stage was set up, magic flooded the area, and a portal opened, disgorging a middle-aged mage whose very presence made Karl's instincts recoil at the threat that this person posed. Overlord Drake was dangerous, but somehow, this man felt even more deadly than that. If it was possible, he might have advanced a step beyond the Overlord rank, but there should only be one person in the Golden Dragon Nation that was more powerful than the Overlords. That would be the great leader himself. Technically, it could be the World Dragon's Archbishop, the head of the Golden Dragon Church, but that would be like seeing a mythical creature walk out in front of you and revealing that it was mortal. The World Dragon Archbishop was supposed to be more dragon than human, and though this person radiated power like a mythical creature, he looked quite human. He settled himself into the throne that had been dropped on location for him, and more people began to come through the portal. First, there were scientists and clergy, then a handful of famous reporters, and the government's press secretary. Then the man in the throne turned his gaze toward Karl, and his eyes turned bright gold, with slotted black pupils that seemed to see right through a person. As impossible as it had seemed 2 seconds earlier, it really was the Archbishop. The head of the church was here in person to secure the system stones. "We should have left and called in the location from a distance," Ray suggested helpfully. "It's a bit late for that, but making a run for it does seem like a better idea every minute." Karl agreed. The Inquisitor in the best hat gestured toward Karl and the soldiers. "You all need to gather in front of the backdrop. Stand as still as you can and don't say anything," he instructed. Everyone did as they were told, and after a minute or so of waiting patiently without moving, they were ushered off to the side. "Excellent, that is all they need you for here. The footage of your interviews will be filmed at a later date. Now, come with us, we have questions for you all and the helicopters are waiting," the Inquisitor instructed. The whole group was whisked away from the dignitaries now that they had the footage of them in the background that they would need to dub into the official press releases, and everyone began to relax as they got further away from the site of the system stones. It was some distance until we could get clearance to land. They will be setting up magical barriers all over the area and establishing a no-fly zone. "Tell me, who is the regional commander here?" "They will likely be getting a commendation," the Chief Inquisitor asked Karl directly. "This area is under the supervision of a high priest on orders of the Judge Advocate General's office after the base commander was found negligent in his duties." "My apologies, but I do not recall his name at the moment," Karl replied. The Inquisitor nodded. "That is fine, I will look it up once we are at the cathedral. You are in for a treat. Have you ever been to the capital before?" Karl chuckled and shook his head. "I was born in Lithium Mine City. I've only ever been there, the academies, or on missions." Dana looked like she was in the same situation, awestruck by the chance to go to the capital, though they likely wouldn't see much of it other than the inside of the cathedral while they answered endless questions about the situation that led to them finding the ruins. Fortunately, there wasn't going to be a lot to tell, and he had some notes to help him along. So perhaps their trip to the capital wouldn't be so bad. Some of the soldiers didn't look too convinced, though. Their level of nervousness was only increasing as they approached the pristine white spires of the city, with its millions of people working, living and visiting the shops all through the city. It looked like something out of a fairy tale, a magical bastion that had stood since time immemorial, but the capital's spires were actually quite new. They had been started after the serum was first made public, a revitalization of the Golden Dragon Nation's image after the progress of the experimental elites was made public. Before that, the capital city was a grim place, with barracks along all the walls and a rough mercenary culture that bled through to everyone from the sheer number of fighters that it took to defend such a large population center. But for their reborn rogue, this was a much better place to be than some rural deployment. It was much more common to see other species here than anywhere else in the Golden Dragon Nation. Wargen might be looked down upon in the almost entirely human nation, but here in the capital, a mercenary was a mercenary. They would recognize her for her strength even before finding out she was an elite. Down below you is the Cathedral of the World Dragon. That is the site of the nation's most holy relics, and the seat of the Archbishop. Normally, we would sell you on the opportunity to catch a glimpse of him when you're here, but we all know where he is right now, and you've already gotten closer to him than anyone outside the church has in decades. Once we land, your group will be split, with the military unit headed to the church guard barracks, including Sergeant Rita, who is being called to an official meeting with the senior administrators, separately from this matter. Those not under military contract will be guests of the church, and we have prepared rooms for you, the head inquisitor informed them as the helicopter prepared to land. Karl looked down below him and saw not just the majesty of the cathedral, but the dichotomy of a city that had advanced faster than its people could adapt. Modern cars and ox carts full of goods both traversed cobblestone streets. Many walked on the sidewalks, while those with superhuman strength used an elevated walkway and jumped across streets they wanted to cross. The central areas of the city had traffic lights, but the areas further out had no such niceties, and traffic navigated intersections at its own whimsy. Karl didn't see many people who were visibly non-human, but there was an elf in the window of a tower full of what looked like mages training, and a group of beastkin walking into one of the taverns near the gates. Then, in the most rundown section of town, he spotted many more people who didn't quite pass as human. Their features were just a bit off, not quite right, or sometimes just openly other, like the beastkin. One of the inquisitors patted Karl on the shoulder when he noticed the direction of his gaze. Many species of monsters can breed with humanity, to varying degrees of success. If they're civilized, we welcome the offspring of such unions into the city, but the lineage comes with a stigma that's far worse than being a foreigner like an elf or a beastkin. Karl nodded. I've never seen anything like it before. Do you know what the schedule is when we get to the cathedral? Nothing too serious today. First up, you all get to do written reports, then an interview after you unwind. You're still a young one, so you might not have noticed yet that after a bit in the field, elites get a hard edge to them, and it scares the average citizen. We can't have you all wandering around the cathedral ready to fight at a moment's notice. You would terrify the nuns and the visitors, the inquisitor chuckled. Karl looked around a little and noticed that he had a point. There wasn't anything different about their actual appearance. They had been eating well, so they didn't have that slightly emaciated image of war survivors from the films about the integration wars. But everyone had a twitch to them, and a sharp gaze, on alert for threats at all times. It was essential in the wilderness, and Karl thought that it probably was in the city as well, but you had to hide it better when you were around so many people. Nobody owned anything worth taking in the mines, but here in the capital, Karl had heard horror stories of all sorts of crimes that would be unthinkable at home. The helicopter landed on a large concrete circle in the courtyard of the cathedral, and the inquisitors led everyone out. They passed by the doors where the visitors to the cathedral came to pay their respects or pray, and Karl couldn't help but notice the way that people were looking at him. Not so much the mages, but any of the higher-rank warriors as well. Their superhuman strength gave them a particularly effortless walking stride that he had first noticed with Overlord Drake. Combined with their mission packs on their backs and the weapons on their hips, they must be quite the sight, taking in the cathedral with trained eyes and joking with each other. It was a bit different to be observing the strangeness of the elites from the inside. Karl hadn't really noticed the changes as they happened, but now that he had people who weren't elites to compare himself to again, he could feel the differences that came from the power and confidence that had overcome all of them. Even the mages had a confidence in their attitudes that the average person did not. The head of the church guard clicked his heel on the cobblestones to get everyone's attention, a subtle gesture, but a distinct noise. "Soldiers, you're with me. The rest of the elites are with the lead inquisitor." Karl found himself leading the group toward the inside of the cathedral after Sergeant Rita left with the others, subconsciously taking his position on point as they traveled through the bright stone of the building. The cathedral was beautiful, and had a sense of ancient power to it, born of centuries of constant holy magic use in the same spot. He had to restrain his hand as inquisitors stepped out of the shadows, joining the column as they walked down the halls and deeper into the building. "That's a pretty good trick." They didn't even use a real skill, they just control their breathing and movement as they stand in an alcove out of sight, so you don't notice them until they move. Ray noted. There were 2 for each group member now, plus the lead inquisitor, and Karl sighed at the familiar situation. It seemed that the questioning part was going to come first, then the unwinding and adapting back to civilization. 2 inquisitors led Karl to a luxurious sitting room, where comfortable-looking leather chairs awaited, along with an older cleric woman in deep blue robes. "Greetings, Karl. I am Lilith, a high priestess of the Blue Dragon, the dragon god of knowledge. Do you mind if we use a bit of magic during our discussion today? It helps reveal details you might have forgotten." The gentle-looking woman greeted him, her eyes glinting in the soft lamplight. They were dragon's eyes, not human, but Karl took the seat beside her with casual grace. The answer to her question didn't matter, the outcome had already been decided, and if he was right, the spell was already in effect. "Of course. I only just started taking notes, so there might be many things I have forgotten," Karl agreed. Before he could say anything else, the world seemed to fade, and his mind raced through everything that had happened since he received the serum injection. The only stutter in the smooth progression occurred during the trial instances, both the one in the woods and the one for the ascended rank, where he felt something take notice, and the spell seemed to falter for a moment before continuing. The spell tore through his memories, right up to the present moment, then abruptly ended as the 2 timelines converged, leaving Karl dizzy and disoriented. "What an intriguing time you've had in the few months since you awakened. The last reports were correct. You do have the world dragon's own luck, always finding yourself in the right place at the right time," the old woman announced as Karl tried to get his bearings. Karl chuckled. "I suspect the world dragon didn't find himself seated in rooms full of holy inquisitors quite so frequently as I have." The high priestess laughed at his assessment and shook her head. "Oh, dear. You've misunderstood. I am not part of the Inquisition, I am the head of the historians here within the church. But now that I've recorded your personal history for our archives, there are a few things I'd like to request, as I don't have a clear understanding from your memories. When you stepped onto the system stones, it granted you more of your class skills. One of them is identification, but limited to what helps your beasts. One is mental fortitude, which you didn't seem to be lacking to begin with. But the third is known as skill book, and if my guess is right, it's every bit as good as what the inscriptionists can use." The 2 inquisitors were immediately on guard, not against Karl, but double-checking the room to ensure nothing else was present or eavesdropping on them. One might almost think the high priestess had announced they were under attack by the way they responded, but her demeanor never changed, still intently focused on Karl. "Sure. I don't actually know how it works, I've never tried it. Give me a moment, and I'll let you know what I need for the process." Karl spent a moment deciding which skill would be best to try first. Probably not rend or shred, as those were already common enough skill books. The historian would be looking for new knowledge to add to her collection, or more correctly, the church's collection, and if he wanted to get on her good side, that meant showing her something good right from the start. Refreshing lightning seemed like a good start. When Karl focused on it, a list of items appeared in his mind. "I'll need a lightning element gem, powdered and immersed in Commander Rank blood to use as ink, and then 15 pages of paper, ash from an awakened rank or higher beast vaporized by lightning, and a pen made of stone," With a golden tip, Karl recited. What sort of requirements are those? The Inquisitor behind Karl asked, confused. They're what the skill needs to create the book I wanted to make her. Do we have those things? Or can we get them? Karl informed him. If they couldn't get them, his day would become immeasurably easier. Having to write a 15-page book did not sound like fun, and his handwriting was atrocious. However, the man nodded and sent a text message. They only had to wait a minute before a scribe came tapping at the door with an armload of goods. There was far more than Karl had requested, as if they had expected him to fail multiple times before he got it right, as would be quite normal for a beginner scribe. It was possible that was true, but Karl got the feeling that the challenge was not in making the book, but in using it. Refreshing lightning wasn't a human skill, but the innate skill of the lightning Sero. Thank you, Karl greeted them as the child set his burden down on the table, then bowed and ran back out of the room. The Blue Dragon High Priestess just stared at Karl, literally waiting for the magic to begin. The moment he arranged the ingredients and filled the pen, dusted the paper with the ash as the spell instructed, shifted his pen to the writing position, and activated the skill, everything seemed to happen at once. The ink flowed from the pen to the sheets without him moving his hand, the pages arranged themselves, and then a green-scaled binding, looking exactly like Thor's back but with much smaller scales, formed over it. A buckled latch shut the book tight. On the cover was a simple description, refreshing lightning. Well, it looks like it worked, the Dragon Priestess noted, then gestured for the Inquisitor to pick it up. Can you make another? She asked. Karl focused, and there didn't seem to be a cooldown, and there were still some supplies left. I should have the supplies for at least one more, and I don't see a cooldown on the skill, he agreed. The High Priestess gestured for the Inquisitor to use the book, and he struggled with the clasp, unable to open it at all. Then he shrugged and passed it to the other Inquisitor. He also couldn't work the buckle, so they called in a mage. She didn't have any more luck than the others. The book was firmly locked, unusable by any of them. Well, I guess it's one of those picky skills, the High Priestess sighed as she took the book back and gently rubbed the scales in appreciation. The latch popped open, and the book vanished, making Karl laugh. Of course, the skill book made from Thor's skill wouldn't open unless you petted it gently. Or perhaps it opened because she was a Blue Dragon Priestess, and would have some affinity for scales and lightning. But there was no denying that she knew the skill when a barrier of lightning formed around her body a few seconds later. It's a cleric class skill, the Inquisitor asked, clearly confused. Or it just wanted you to pet it gently before it would open, Karl suggested, making the Inquisitor smile. If you would kindly make us another, we will test that theory, the historian agreed. Again, Karl activated the skill, creating a second book, but giving himself a blinding headache that made the dim lamp feel like spears of holy light digging into his brain. Here, drink this. That feeling is mana exhaustion. Give it a moment, and the feeling will pass after you finish the potion. It looks like 1 is the limit, though the second one did successfully form, the High Priestess noted. The mage picked up the book, eager to see what that barrier was like for herself. But nothing happened, though she seemed enthralled with petting the scales. The same was true for the warriors they called in next, so the High Priestess reluctantly called in another cleric. A young cleric with a snobbish look on his face walked in and turned to the High Priestess. This had better be good, I'm on my day off, the cleric complained. Don't take that tone with me, young man. Try to use this book. Just do what feels right, she instructed. The new cleric gently picked up the book, then took a cloth from his pocket to clean the fingerprints off before sniffing at it and then tapping the latch, causing it to fall open. He flipped the cover open and read the first pages. What an intriguing tome. A lightning barrier skill. Is this new for the archives? He asked with real excitement in his tone. So it's not all clerics. Yes, that is a skill tome of refreshing lightning. I had thought it was a cleric class skill that the Beastmaster had gained from his pet, but it appears that it is not. Thor was laughing in Karl's mind at the thought that just any human cleric would be compatible with his skill. Blue dragons had lightning breath, so of course their high priestess would be compatible with refreshing lightning. Nature priests might as well, since they were more attuned to animals than humans. But the average, run-of-the-mill cleric, guard, or any other class? Highly unlikely. Maybe a druid could use it, but Thor didn't know any druids. He had only heard of them and seen a few. "You seem to know something that the rest of us don't," the high priestess informed Karl with a serious look. "Blue dragons have lightning breath," Karl replied simply. The high priestess facepalmed, then sighed. "Of course they do. So, it's not just a matter of class category, you have to have an affinity for lightning." "All right, I'll have to make copies later and then teach them to some other blue dragon clerics. We don't usually go out and get into fights, but not all knowledge is conveniently indoors and in books. Plus, when you're teaching the more rambunctious students, the skill might come in useful." Karl wondered what sort of classes she had been teaching that might require defensive magic on the part of the teachers. Certainly, no class he had been in, but maybe they were instructing new clerics who hadn't mastered their abilities yet. The younger cleric they had called and flipped to the first page of the book again. "Why is this book credited to Thor the Lightning Sparrow?" Thor cheered in Karl's mind, making him smile at the room full of clergy. "That's the beast I learned the skill from. Naturally, the book would credit him and not me. It's his skill." "Are there any other skills you might be able to teach?" the high priestess asked. The passive physical enhancements weren't anything he could focus on, nor was offensive optimization, which left just two. "At the moment, just shred and rend," Karl replied. But then he realized there was one other skill, the beast space skill. He focused on it for a moment, and on the skill itself, before receiving a message, "Skill locked. Insufficient skill level." But as he examined the spaces, Karl realized they were almost at their maximum, and the efficiency of forcing more energy into them was slowing. They were ready for a qualitative change, but he wasn't quite certain what needed to happen. First, it was to create an environment, then to make it more realistic. Something needed to change to allow more growth, but Karl wasn't certain what he had missed. If that was the ability he had gotten from the system stones, he would have been overjoyed. Skill books just seemed like a recipe for having other people make him work. Even if only a few people could use them, it would still take up a good chunk of his time at one a day. At least the ones who could use them were blue dragon priests, who seemed to have inscription among their repertoire of skills. "What do you think of the church?" the high priestess asked, sending Karl's thoughts for a hard left. He hesitated to come up with an answer as thoughts flashed through his mind. The church was helpful, sure. But what came to mind first was the assortment of cute cleric girls. Even Tessa was sweet in her own way as she encouraged and buffed Thor as they rode into battle. The high priestess gave a very undignified giggle. "Well, I wasn't expecting that answer. Cute cleric girls with a fondness for monsters and the knowledge of how to scratch a Sarrow's head just right is definitely not at the top of most people's minds when they are asked about the church," she laughed, reminding Karl that she could read his thoughts. Even the inquisitors were smiling in Karl's peripheral vision, while the young cleric who had been called in to see if he could use the skill book looked scandalized. The blue dragon priestess turned her attention to her subordinate with a gentle smile. "Don't get so offended, Nathan. It's not like you had a chance with those two anyhow. Tessa would hurt you, and Lotus would really hurt you." Nathan made a gesture of protection at the mention of Lotus' name, and the pair of inquisitors straightened their faces so he didn't see the mockery in their smiles. What the boy had done to earn Lotus' enmity must have been bad if everyone knew about it. She wasn't even from the capital. "You may leave now. Send in Brother Choi as well. He should be outside by now," the high priestess instructed, sparing him from any further embarrassment. Then she turned to Karl with a smile that said she was definitely breaking some sort of rule he didn't understand. "You see, everyone wants to get their hands on the best talents, and you, young elite, are the best talents. So, we've arranged a little extra help for you, in hopes that you will become more amenable to working with our forces in the future. The Inquisitors pretended they didn't hear the High Priestess saying the inside part out loud as Nathan darted out the door like he was late to the toilet, and a second later, a muscular church guard in polished steel armor stepped inside. "What did you do to the boy this time?" "He's never going to heal from the trauma if everyone keeps making fun of him," he announced. Brother Karl came in with sisters Tessa and Lotus, the Inquisitor whispered, too low for most to hear, but clear to Karl's ears. Choi laughed and shook his head. "Poor bugger. Just when he thought he'd escaped." Karl gave him an intrigued look, and the guard known as Brother Choi smiled. Nathan grew up with Tessa, and he had an extreme crush on Lotus at the seminary academy. He even went as far as proposing marriage and begging her to join him in renouncing their vows so they could get married and run away together. Of course, nobody told Lotus he was in love with her, and she beat him nearly to death for playing pranks on her. He's suffered from gynophobia ever since. Karl could see that. Lotus was tiny, and in his experience, anyone who was too far from average in any aspect tended to be sensitive to mockery after a lifetime of overexposure. Plus, she was far too close to being on Ray's wavelength for anyone's safety. Then Brother Choi turned to the High Priestess, who nodded at Karl. "This one needs mental ability training. Something about the nature of mental spaces or the void or something. You're a monk, you should know some things about that," she explained. Brother Choi looked over Karl's toned physique, still lithe and muscular without being too bulky for martial arts, with approval, and nodded. "I suppose I could teach him a thing or two about a monk's mental discipline. How might it help him, though? Impulse control issues or pure curiosity?" Karl shook his head. "I have 3 beasts bonded to me for my primary class skill. They live in a mental space that helps feed their growth, but I'm reaching a plateau in the development of the space. I don't know how to change and improve it next, and if I can't, it will limit their growth." Brother Choi smiled. "So, it is a matter similar to the void of the monk classes. All right, we can work on that. Just let me set up the training dates after you finish with whatever you're doing, and we'll be all good." The High Priestess shook her head. "No, you will start now and continue until he breaks through. It has been ordained by our superiors. They wish to see the youngest commander in history." Karl raised his hand. "I would like to point out that I just made it to ascended rank." The priestess shrugged. "Not my concern. They want what they want, and Brother Choi is going to help you with your mental state. Oh, that gives me an idea. He can accompany your group when you leave." The Inquisitor cleared his throat. "High Priestess, there are already 2 clerics in that group. A third would be against regulation unless we added more members of other specializations." The old woman tapped her fingers on the arm of her chair, and Karl realized she had just embarked on a self-appointed mission. She wanted to know how long it would take him to make commander, and she just needed to find a way to make it happen. Most likely, her goddess demanded it. It was new knowledge that nobody else had recorded before. "I will have the group enhanced before they are sent out again." "What else did we need them here for?" she asked. "They discovered the new set of system stones. They are here for publicity and for safekeeping until we are certain that these system stones really do belong to the World Dragon," the Inquisitor reminded her. "Who else would they belong to?" Karl asked. "There was another system recorded in the Dragon God's holy books, from a time before the World Dragon was born, run by a Chaos God who cared for nothing as much as his personal amusement. Because these system stones suddenly appeared in the monster zone, there is a suspicion that they might have come from the same place as the monsters, so they might not belong to this world," the Inquisitor informed him. Karl honestly hadn't expected to get an answer to that question, and now that he had, he was beginning to wish he hadn't asked. Brother Choi led Karl out of the questioning room and toward the central courtyard of the cathedral complex. The rooms for guests faced the central courtyard, where all the tourists visit. It's become our way of keeping everyone in easy sight and preventing them from getting lost. As an ascended elite, you will be on the 4th floor, with a courtyard view, instead of an interior room with no windows on the lower floors that we use for the general population. The rest of your team will be here with you, and as you notice, there are no others in this section except for the church guards. If you want to go somewhere, it will be with an escort. Your movement within the church isn't limited, at least not beyond what the other secular elites are limited to, but they don't want anyone running off or getting lost if they should need them for an interview or want questions answered. Karl chuckled at the cleric's honesty and sighed as he saw the simple stone room he had been assigned. It was just like the ones at the seminary school, and though the bedding was high quality, it was the same simple one-bed and desk setup with the showers and toilets down the hall. But at least his group would all be together, so it shouldn't be too bad, and they could get some quality rest while they were here. Karl dropped his bag at the foot of the bed, as he didn't want to put a dirty backpack onto the furniture, then realized he didn't have anything proper to change into. I really need to start keeping one uniform for formal occasions, he sighed as Brother Choi waited for him by the door. I'm sure you look fine in the visitor's hassock. Everyone wears them here anyhow. We don't let the tourists into anything but the public areas without changing. This is the Capital Grand Cathedral, after all. Karl realized there was a robe and fresh slippers waiting for him on the back of the door, along with a clean towel. I'll give you time to get washed and ready, then we can work on your advancement technique. I might not seem like the best option, but I probably am. The monk class is trained at the Golden Divine Academy, but most of us end up at the church after, for the meditation and mental conditioning that is needed to build our focus. Once you understand a bit better, it will make perfect sense, Brother Choi explained. Karl grabbed the fresh clothes and headed for the showers. So, what god do you follow, as a monk of the church and not a cleric class whose goddess is decided for them? He asked as he turned the water on. The human god of battle and wisdom. Also known as the human god of magic. Did you know that in the ancient mystic language, both of you have the same name? Karl nodded, though the monk couldn't see it. My mother always said my name meant wisdom and power. I learned in school that I was named after one of the ancient human gods. It's fairly common where I come from. Brother Choi chuckled. It is everywhere. If you weren't ascended elite Karl, you would have quickly gotten a nickname or second name, just like all the boys named John, Dave, Chen, and Mo. In a small town, you might be the only Karl in your generation, but in the big city you need another name. Same in the church, we're one big family of sorts, and we can't all share a name, it would be a mess. Karl laughed as he finished washing up and got into the hassock and slippers. I don't know. An army of Daves could be fun, he joked. Karl came out into the changing room and found that Brother Choi had removed his armor for comfort, tucking it into a basket with his name on it. He wasn't going to shower this early, just getting his armor off after his shift, and when they left the showers, he brought the basket to drop off at his room. Let's go to the meditation area. That should be the best spot, as they have enchantments to help you focus and build mental strength. What was the most difficult challenge you've been having? The monk asked. I don't know where to progress. Do you have a separate mental space? Karl asked. Of course, it's essential for a monk. But ours is probably a bit different from yours, as I don't have anything living there. What we start with is a simple candle, then we build a starry sky, followed by a lake of power. Eventually, that becomes complete, and we have to move on. Karl nodded eagerly at that part. That was where he was stuck. The next step is both tricky and the most delicate of processes for a monk. Once your sea of soul, as we call it, is complete, it needs guidance. You need to imbue the essence of a true path into the space to guide your future growth. Without that guidance, any more power you put into a completed space will be lost. It is the true essence of what and who you are. Now, for your spaces, they are individual to the beasts, right? It might be that you need to fully understand your partners and what they are trying to become in order to grow their space. Brother Choi's description made perfect sense to Karl, but both Hawk and Ray were laughing at him. He's more vague and dramatic than Ray. Hawk laughed. Understand the true essence of the spider. To become the spider, you must think like the spider. Ray mocked in a fake sage voice. Karl tried not to let the amusement show on his face. Still, I think he has a point. What is the difference between an ascended and a commander rank beast? That might be what we need to change, some intangible bit of the energy flow or makeup of the space, Karl replied seriously. All three beasts began to think of what they might need to improve their space. They instinctively knew the difference between ascended and commander, but they didn't know how to make that part of their space, or even how to explain it properly to Karl. Which was, of course, why they were all stuck. One of them had to understand how to change the space from an ascended space to a commander rank or higher space, and then explain it to the others. You know what this spot needs. Nice warm sunshine, Thor noted as he soaked in his pond full of holy stones. That gave Karl an idea. If it worked, it would be brilliant. If it didn't, then Thor would get his warm sunlight anyhow. What they needed was a change in the essence of the power. The same way the monks started with a candle to create a core of higher grade power that would seep into their space. But instead of a candle, Karl thought that a sun, or in Ray's case, a moon, would be perfect for that focus. All right, we can start here. Find a comfortable spot and clear your mind. I'm sure you know at least the basics already, Brother Choi announced as they reached a small soundproof room. Karl settled onto a cushion and began to focus as he imagined the sun in Thor's space, with everything that came with it, the energy, the warmth, the light. Brother Choi's voice floated into his consciousness as Karl focused. Yes, that's the way, now condense the energy. Don't let it leak and spread, keep it contained to one brilliant point of light. That is the secret to growing the flame. Karl wasn't making a flame but a sun. The idea should be the same in practice, though. He just had to keep the energy stored in the ball of light until the quality made a breakthrough and exceeded the natural state of the space. Then he should be able to use that to spread energy to the rest of the space and the beasts in it. Only time would tell if it was the right way, but it felt like it was working, and Thor could feel the warm sun on his scales, which was all he was after to begin with. Karl lost track of time as he meditated, but it didn't seem like anyone was going to bother them until the dinner meal, and the room was perfectly silent, other than the sound of their breathing, with a relaxing scent in the air from an incense cone burning somewhere. After a few seconds, Karl found that it was easier to have the new feature form evenly across all three spaces, as an imbalance would force him to alternate. That proved to Karl that this was definitely something different from what he had done before. Other additions to the spaces he had been able to add freely to each of them independently, merely as decorations. It was only after the basics of the new power cores were balanced and properly formed within the spaces that the energy increases began to spread between them, naturally keeping the three focal points in equilibrium. Hopefully, doing things this way wouldn't prevent him from forming another space, as Karl had a feeling he should be able to add another one when he reached commander rank. The natural progression seemed to be one per rank, but he had rushed things when he bonded both Thor and Ray at the same time, so he would have to advance or ascended just trying to recover from the damage he did to his progression. If there was another beast master in the future, he would be certain to warn them not to try that, and to take things in the proper order. But until then, he would have to use himself and his partners as guinea pigs to see what worked and what didn't. Hawk was quite certain that wasn't a good thing. Guinea pigs were a species of mouse, as far as he was concerned, and you never wanted to be the mouse. But if it was going to make him a commander, then he would submit to some experiments. Thor thought that trying new things was pretty good. The sun was warm on his scales, and it was very comfortable to lie in his pond full of shiny rocks. Those shiny rocks were having a rather profound effect on his pond now that Karl was also adding the new sun to the area. They glowed in the light, making the pond shimmer, and Karl could feel the energy emanating from them being soaked up by the lounging Cero. At this rate, they weren't even wrong to call him Brother Karl, because he was going to end up with a holy beast in his menagerie. Now, exactly which god or goddess would find the Cero to be sacred was a question, but judging by the responses he had gotten so far, it could be any of them. Even the war priestesses thought that he made a mighty steed. Thor preened in pride at the idea of being as valuable as a mount, while Ray giggled at the memory of Lotus riding her through the trees. While Karl might not be much of a mounted combatant, and preferred to use his own 2 legs, that didn't deter the priestesses from finding faster methods of transport than simply running places. The only one in the group who was faster than Karl was Hawk, or possibly Ray on open ground, which she preferred to avoid if at all possible. As he worked, Karl took an inventory of all the random items that the beasts had been collecting. Mostly it was just body parts in 2 of the spaces, and plants in Thor's, but as Karl searched, he found a number of gems and trinkets in both Hawk and Ray's spaces, left on bodies or carelessly tossed on the ground. That was odd, as he couldn't forcefully put such things in the space, and Karl had assumed that they couldn't enter at all. But once he looked at them more closely, it was easy to tell that they all had something in common. Flame Ruby, usable by Hawk, combines with Zombie Ash and Phoenix Down to trigger a constitution improvement. Well, they definitely didn't have any down feathers from a phoenix, so that one would have to wait. Damaged, Ring of Giant Strength, usable by Thor, should be crushed to powder and combined with red-veined alum fern and ground drake scales for an improvement in physical power. That one might actually be plausible. The inspection of the damaged ring, which was cracked open by an attack, highlighted the other 2 ingredients in Karl's vision, and he mentally pulled them over as he worked on the energy focus in the 3 spaces. Grinding the items in the mental space only took a little effort, and left him with a pile of powder that Karl sprinkled over some of Thor's favorite feed, which he moved next to the pond, so the Cero didn't have to stop soaking to test the improvement. Free food was free food, and he didn't even have to get up to eat, but Thor was slightly disappointed when there was no instant and massive change in his body after completing the snack. He could feel extra power in his body, but he was also soaking in the pond full of holy stones, so that was fairly normal. It was also the only way that his growth could keep up with Hawk, who had evolved, and Ray, who would make Commander on her own if given enough time. Don't worry about it too much. I'm sure we will see the results the next time we're in combat, Karl assured the Cero as he continued his work to improve the spaces. He had totally lost track of time, so it was a shock when a gentle rustling noise alerted him to movement in the room. It's dinner, and there will be plenty of curious people waiting to meet you. The Beastmaster who made Ascended in the first semester at school is a hot topic, even here in the capital. Normally, both you and Dana would be the center of attention for your growth rate, but with your most recent advancement, it looks like you will be stealing the spotlight from her for the moment, Brother Choi whispered. Karl chuckled. I'm sure she doesn't mind too much. You should have seen her face when she found out that the school wanted her to become an idol. The next Archmage, singing and dancing by night, elite mage by day. They even had a career path planned for her by the end of the day after she made Awakened. The monk smiled back. You say that like it's in the past tense, but you should know that those dramatic old crones won't give up that easily. What is the phrase? Living life vicariously through others. They can't become pop idols themselves, so they will stop at nothing to be known as the force behind the next great idol. That description seemed to fit the middle-aged ladies of the dance and vocal training classes exceptionally well. They weren't elites, nor were they famous actresses, singers, or songwriters. They were the behind-the-scenes staff who had tried but never really made it to a professional level before being forced to support those who surpassed them, and it had made them bitter and jaded. At least in the magic and combat specialties, the people training you had real skills, not just a talent for teaching others to use their skills. Though even that was questionable. The classes who had an aptitude for singing, like the bards, would get magical enhancements to their voices, rhythm, and even their looks, so the value of the teachers in that department really was suspect. Karl's mind was still on Dana's unfortunate life plan when he saw her coming out of the showers in the same hassock he was wearing, with her deep chocolate curls still wet and bouncing all around her face. He couldn't blame the teachers for wanting to make her an idol. Not when she was standing right in front of him, looking like a wingless angel. "Sister Lotus, Sister Tessa, it's good to see you again. I met with an old friend of yours not long ago," Choi greeted the two clerics as they came out behind Dana. "So I heard. Nathan ran past us like someone had lit him on fire, and apparently made quite the spectacle of himself. Someone really should convince him to go to the therapist more frequently. He's never going to get better if just the memory of being turned down by Lotus is enough to make him like that, even after all this time," Tessa agreed. While she had a point, everyone else was more interested in what Tessa had done to him over the years that her name also elicited a trauma response. The whole group, minus Sergeant Rita, was seated at the same table, with Brother Choi and two church guards, whom Karl hadn't seen before. "I take it that you two are the evening shift." "My apologies for the trouble," Karl greeted them. The guard smiled and nodded, but didn't say anything as they waited for the meal to begin. The process here was a bit different from the seminary academy, as everyone here was already graduated and working, so they only waited for the staff to bring the meal, and then someone rang a bell and everyone began to eat. Karl realized quickly that the guards on duty were not supposed to speak, as they simply gestured to be passed items from the table, instead of asking. If they had been able to speak to anyone, it would have made sense to just ask Brother Choi for what was closest to him, but it all worked smoothly enough, as the other clerics already knew the routine. There was no ritual packing of the rice balls at the end of the meal. Instead, the few leftovers that came from the tables would be kept for snacks, and whatever wasn't served to the tables would be distributed to the needy citizens of the capital. They were led back up to their rooms after dinner, and Karl prepared to spend the night in meditation and focusing to build up the energy focus in the three spaces. It was a bit embarrassing to admit that he had entirely skipped the first step that the monks would have taken, and that it had caused him to hit a dead end in his growth, but he would have it sorted out soon enough, and from there, hopefully the beasts would be able to reach their full potential. There wasn't much to do in the cathedral in the evening. Only the major areas had lights, and the rest of the building kept their schedule from sunup to sundown. The cathedral was primarily a working church, so the daily visitors were the vast majority of the workload, and it was only on a full or new moon that anyone would come to worship at night. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. That made the sleeping quarters nearly as silent as the meditation room when Karl settled in for the evening, and allowed him to focus on building the energy cores right until the first rays of sunlight hit his face in the morning. He couldn't say that he was well rested, but the act of meditation did refresh the mind to some degree. Fortunately, he had refreshing lightning to soothe everything else away and leave him ready to face the day after a long shower. Dana stepped up on one side of him, and Karl tucked an arm around her shoulders. Lotus did the same thing on the other side, and giggled as Karl did the same, while she was silently mouthing the word spider over and over until Karl relented and called out Ray to play with her friend. The two of them took off out a window, leaving the guard staring at them in shock, but they didn't go far. They were just in the trees outside, still clearly visible from the hallway, playing in the branches. Brother Choi walked over to see what the commotion was about. Nature priests, you never really get used to them. Where did she find a bloodbath spider? He wondered. Ray is one of mine. They became good friends while we were hunting, Karl explained. The monk nodded. That makes sense. Beastmaster and nature priest are even more of a natural choice than druid and nature priest. Those two are too similar. Their little differences always seem to cause friction. Karl shifted to hold Dana's hand as they made their way to breakfast, and Ray returned to her space after returning Lotus to the hallway a few seconds later. He suspected that they had been yelled at by the guards, but Lotus didn't seem like the sort that took it too personally if she got in a little trouble for reinterpreting rules. They were met at the table by two high priests today, an older man and a younger, who took the seats of the relieved-looking church guards, who went to eat with their comrades. "Good morning, elites. After the meal, myself and Brother John have a few questions for you all together, and I do hope that you can answer some of them. We will explain everything once we are in a less public venue, but there have been some questions about the recent discovery that you made. It appears to be authentic, but that has only increased the number of questions that the high clergy have about the situation," the old man explained. The food was served and the high priests remained silent while everyone ate, then led the group out of the dining hall and into a larger meeting room, with a round table in the center, and a number of clerks already waiting along the wall to take notes on what was said. The brown-haired high priest known as Brother John spoke as they were seated. "Now, if everyone is ready, our questions are probably not what you might be expecting. We have read your reports, and they are quite comprehensive, so we're not going to go over the basics again. Instead, what we would like to know is how such a strangely effective group keeps forming around each of you. Now that you have been put together, your combat effectiveness is far beyond your rankings, but even through your histories, there is a trend of such events. We believe that this might have to do with the favor of the World Dragon, which could in turn relate to the reason that it was your group that found the system stones intact. We have verified from previous scouting missions that they should not have been there in the past, or if they were inactive. But when your group arrived, they activated in response to your mere presence, with no ritual prayers or spells required." Everyone in the group looked at each other, unsure what to say. Dana looked a bit skeptical after her misadventures on this last trip, and the misfits that she had been put with before she began to freelance trips with the military. Lotus shrugged. She just assumed that was how things were supposed to be. Her patron was the goddess of nature, and when you had her favor, the world was right all around you. Karl had assumed it was political interference by Colonel Valerie for the most part, and possibly by the Academy. But these high priests had access to the official files, so they should have known if it were someone in politics pulling all the strings. The older high priest was looking at Karl, who had been central to multiple recent incidences, including an overwhelming number of above-rank monster kills that were padding his accounts and his combat records at an astonishing rate. Karl took a second to form his thoughts before speaking. "Well, I suppose that I can start at the beginning, since you already have all the classified details. The first mission was entirely luck. It was just a standard first-year outing, in an area that had been scouted to have mediocre but newly appeared resources. We went on the trip and found a trial instance in a cave that was scouted to have magical stones that the mages in the group all wanted. The next major series of incidents would have started on the flight to the combat region we were last in. I met with the Mackenzie brothers on the helicopter, we cracked a few jokes, and they invited me to join them without even knowing my class or specialty. Their sisters picked them because they saw the names on the incoming members chart when the threat was upgraded due to the presence of the Ettin Mage. Then it was Central Command that had us moved to the higher threat area, despite being underleveled, and after that, most of the decisions were made by the Bureau of Elite Development, helping me out to find group members and sending me back to the battle lines to gain experience, as that's how my beasts grow the most efficiently. They listened intently to Karl's description of events, which seemed like perfectly reasonable situations, given his circumstances. But the results didn't match the situations he was in. "All right, Sister Lotus, how is it that every time you go out, something strange happens? Last time you found a rare earth mineral vein that has turned into a large-scale mining project, and this time, you were spotted riding a bloodbath spider into combat, when their species is supposed to be extinct," the high priest asked. I blame Karl for the last part. "The spider's name is Ray, and she's his partner," Lotus announced with a cheeky smirk. The high priest stared evenly at the tiny nature cleric. "So are you denying that you were riding a bloodbath spider through the woods, or that you were operating as a team in combat?" Lotus shook her head. "I do not. I just wanted to clarify that the situation did not involve a wild bloodbath spider. She belongs to Karl, and she's bonded to him with his class skills. Also, I should probably mention, before one of the guards mentions it later, we did take a little outing to play in the trees earlier. High Priest John sighed and rolled his eyes. Priestesses like Lotus were the reason that half the clergy had gray hair and was balding from pulling it out in frustration. He was absolutely certain of it. However, that was just the way of the nature god, and even if they tried to stop her, they would be going against the will of the gods, and it probably wouldn't work. At least not in the long term. Yes, I already heard. It caused quite the commotion among the civilians to see a monster in the cathedral forest, he replied, then let the other high priest continue the meeting. While we can dismiss the experiences of Sister Lotus as a case of curiosity meeting the nature goddess favor, that doesn't actually explain much about your group's most recent outing. For example, the total commander rank kills for the combat zone that your group just left, do you know what percentage of them were yours? He asked. Everyone shook their heads. 100%. There were 4 other sightings, but in all cases, the groups were forced to flee. Every commander rank kill in the area is credited to yourselves and your attached military unit. Alice nodded in understanding. There was no way that wouldn't look suspicious on the official records. The logs of the disciplinary matter would be filed separately, so they might not have put together the fact that there was only one group in the area that was capable of efficiently dealing with commander rank monsters, with the numbers that they were seeing in front of them. Did you know that there were 14 other groups assigned to patrol duty that had 3 or more ascended rank fighters in them, none of which managed to score a single commander rank kill until after the church guard took over command of the operation? He asked. That implied that there had been at least one since then, and that couldn't have been an easy feat, even with the help of a church guard. The patrol groups there were definitely not the most combat-minded of units. They were mostly only there due to minimum combat duration rules within the army. They were desk jockeys by day. The lieutenant would probably get a perverse sense of pleasure out of the current situation, where the laziest of his counterparts were being forced to do their jobs by an uncompromising high priest, and actually succeeding at the tasks that they had been too scared to do on their own. Alice shook her head. I wasn't aware that any of the groups had multiple ascended rank fighters in them. We were informed that we were the only group capable of taking on commander rank challenges, though there weren't supposed to be any there, according to the scout reports. High Priest John waved that off, and a flash of golden light from his eyes showed that his internal emotions weren't as settled as his facial features. When priests got emotional, their magic tended to flare up. That matter has been taken care of. But it's the string of coincidences that have brought us to this point that are the real highlight here. I have a spell that checks for divine magic, essentially for luck. What we plan to do is check your group, and see what sort of bonds that magic might have formed, and if sending you all together in the future is likely to have similarly positive results. Karl nodded, then remembered that Thor had a literal pond full of holy stones just sitting there, leaking holy magic into his space. That was bound to throw off the readings at least a little bit. But it was too late to say anything, and the room had already begun to glow with golden holy light, creating strings of magic that reminded Karl of Ray's webs. The connections between Lotus and Tessa were forming rapidly, which made sense to Karl, as they had been friends for a long time. But the number that were coming from him to the others dwarfed anything except the friendship between the two clerics, and they were still growing in number and intensity as the spell progressed. Dana smiled as the links continued to grow between the two of them, with some encircling their bodies without actually touching them, and some starting and ending at their bodies in a straight line. There was certainly some meaning to how each of the links formed, especially since there were multiple designs, but everyone had some. Even Alice, who wasn't as often with Karl in the past, had quite a few of the links. Karl checked his spaces, and noticed that some of the stronger links went straight from Alice to Thor and Ray, while only a few weaker ones went from Alice to Hawk. The links between Tessa and Thor, and Ray and Lotus were also both numerous and strong, indicating their friendship and frequent interaction. Hawks with Karl were the most plentiful of any of his partners, as they had been together the longest, but hawks to everyone else except Ray and Thor were limited, as he preferred to observe from a distance, and certainly wasn't going to let people manhandle him like Thor enjoyed. That is astonishing. Look at the density, one of the clerks along the wall gasped, breaking everyone from their observation of the lynx. The elderly high priest nodded and spoke in a raspy, even tone. I would only expect a number of fate lynx this high among an old married couple, not among a group of young adventurers who have just met. Other than Lotus and Tessa, who we already knew were fated to be lifelong friends, the rest of you can't have met more than a year ago, and yet already the bonds are so strong. But more importantly, we have a central focus for these events. Almost all the fated bond links involve Karl in some way. There are a number which involve the whole group, others that involve only part of the group, but almost always Karl and someone else. Perhaps we should bring in someone skilled in divination. The other high priest shook his head. I doubt that is necessary. They won't be able to see past the interference of the divine to see what is going to happen, at least not the important parts, and these youngsters won't want their futures spoiled for them with foreknowledge. It took a moment to realize the true horror of having your future told to you by an oracle. Once you had been told, how could you trust that any choice you made was your own? Would you deliberately sabotage the good things that might happen to you while attempting to change the choices that might lead to the undesirable options that you had been informed of? Worse, would you lose all sense of direction once you felt that your fate had been settled, just going through the motions of life? All right, I think that we have seen what we need to. There are more people involved in this tangle of fate. I could feel the tendrils reaching outside the range of the spell. I suspect that the sergeant who arrived with you is one of them, though she will be occupied for some time, and there will surely be other elites entangled in a fateful event this large. But we have enough now to know that it is best to keep you all together, the closer, the better. The high priest paused and then continued. Do not take the direction to stay close as permission to sleep with a bloodbath spider in the cathedral park either, Sister Lotus. I know how you think. Lotus smirked, while everyone else in the room tried to stifle their laughter. Even without implied permission, she had probably already been considering it. In fact, if Karl left Ray out tonight, the two of them would definitely go on a misadventure together, there was no doubt about it. High Priest John looked at Karl and Dana. This is the second holy relic that the two of you have been involved in discovering in the past few months. I know the circumstances behind that, but I must say that the coincidence level after putting all of that and your combat records together is extraordinary. With Dana still being at the awakened rank, though attached to a unit with a commander rank leader, on paper it truly does seem outlandish that you have been involved in so many noteworthy incidents. Then the older high priest took over from him with a stern look on his aged face. What were your plans after leaving the field? Surely, you have put some thought into your progression from this point forward. Karl nodded. I had planned to use the credits that I had earned to ask the university to help me create some resources that would help the 3 contracted beasts evolve and grow. I have some idea how to do it, thanks to my class, but they are the specialists, and they likely know much more than I do, and have access to resources I haven't even heard of. The high priest nodded. That sounds reasonable. What about you, Miss Dana? Dana brushed her curly locks back out of her face again and sighed. Unless I can find another form of the single-use mana enhancement potions, I'm in a cycle of growth and enhancement. There are too many mages for too few resources. It's a drawback of having such a common class. John smiled gently and understanding. Well, you do have noted access to Ascended and Commander rank resources thanks to your kill record, so you can bypass the most common and highly sought-after resources to go straight for the rare and potent options. Talented mages can grow rather rapidly when given the right combination of resources. It's a wonderful thing to see them shoot right up once they're positioned for success. He wasn't even trying to hide the fact that they had resources that would make mages jump up a rank or more, that were reserved for the truly promising elites who would be thrust into the spotlight, or onto the front lines of the battle against the monsters. They likely also came with a cost. Nothing that powerful was ever without side effects, in Karl's opinion, but it had to be worth it if they were still saving it for the very best. The older high priest looked thoughtful for a moment. You know, a field trip to the university might do us all some good. They have the resources that every member of this group needs, and I haven't been outside the cathedral in some time. Are there side effects to the potent resources for mages? You implied that it's not a big deal to get them to skip ranks or advance rapidly to high power, so there has to be a drawback, or they would be passing it out like candy with a government subsidy. Karl asked the high priests, too curious not to speak. John shrugged. According to the Mage Council, less than 1 in 100 who get the Mage class will ever make it past Commander on their own. The concoctions they've prepared will rapidly move a mage past that natural bottleneck, but it sacrifices any natural talent that they had left. So, they will move from Commander to Royal, Monarch, or even, in one case, Overlord rank, and then that's it. That's where they stay, with their potential exhausted, no matter how hard they work. Karl nodded as he thought about the idol known as the Archmage. She had been extremely promising in school, and graduated as a commander, then gained a mysterious opportunity and moved to Royal within a few months. There was a chance she was still growing, and it was natural, but it did sound like there was a chance she had hit her limits and tried this method to limit break and see how far she could get. Dana was intrigued by the notion. So, there is a bottleneck at the peak of commander rank? She asked. The high priest nodded. It exists for all magic users. Even priests. We overcome it with faith. Mages have to do something different. The warriors don't suffer from it as much, but they eventually hit the extent of their ability to advance at different points, depending on their skills and training. Eventually, their bodies just decide that they are in peak form and stop upgrading. Karl turned to Alice. So, you will have to find a way to break the bottleneck as well. Alice laughed and shook her head. I am from the early years of the elite program, and I was inducted late. I'm already 28 and still on the low side of commander. If I make it to the peak, I will already be a middle-aged woman, and at that point, I'm unlikely to be able to advance anyhow, even if I wanted to keep trying and staying in a combat role. As the high priest said, 1 in 100, at best, can do it on their own. Dana nodded. So, it's a trade-off. If you can't make it past the advancement on your own, it might be worth it, but if you can't get close enough to peak commander, you won't be able to acquire the resources to jump past it anyhow. The elder high priest nodded. And it's potential-based, or you could say life force-based, so the younger you are when you take it, the better it works. That was a real conundrum, Karl thought. How young was too young to give up on the dream of ever making it past commander rank naturally, and how old was too old to take the opportunity if you had it? It would never be easy, especially for an elite, to admit that they had peaked, and they would never do any better, but if they held out too long, then it wouldn't matter even if they changed their minds. The old priest continued, gently smoothing his robes out of unconscious habit. A lot of it has to do with foundation. If you spend too long establishing your foundation, you miss your peak growth ages. But if you use too many resources to increase your growth rate, then you will end up with an unstable foundation for your magic, and it won't be able to support you at higher ranks. That's especially true for warriors. A lot of them will go for things like dragon's blood and stoneskin elixirs, which will help their growth, but it damages their body at the same time, and they can't fully recover. That's what happened to Overlord Drake. He found a powerful resource that brought him from royal rank straight past Monarch to Overlord, but the internal damage it caused has greatly slowed his growth. Now, he's still one of the stronger Overlords, and he might not have ever become one without it, but at the same time, it's a shame. That's why the university is working so hard on new products so that they can reduce the side effects of the resources that we can grow ourselves or artificially reproduce. You hear that? Too many resources and you will hurt your foundation. Karl informed his team. I think that only counts for humans. You're like below common grade to begin with. Even goblins can kick the average human's ass. We're proper beasts, just give us the good stuff. Hawk countered. Ray nodded in agreement inside her space. He has a point. You're trying to go from arguing with Earth mice over living space to royal rank. I'm just trying to go from commander as an adult to royal right now. That's one step, like a human going to the awakened rank. I've got some leeway. What do the beasts say? Alice asked as she noticed that Karl was distracted within his own mind. They say that it's not a big deal to them, since humans are so much weaker than they are to begin with. They would all make Ascendant or Commander on their own, though Hawk had to evolve to make that true, so they're looking forward to whatever the university can make for them. The High Priest smiled. That's the spirit. We can call this meeting close enough to done, now that we have the answers that we came here for. You should all be kept together as much as possible, and being together will increase your chances of coming across rare opportunities, thanks to fate. Now, if we can just get you all a bit more advanced, those opportunities can be ones that will make a difference on a much larger scale. The high priests didn't waste time once they had made up their mind, and they quickly escorted everyone out of the cathedral and across the street, into what turned out to be one of the university's research labs. Karl hadn't realized that the two were located adjacent to each other, as they both had vast green spaces around their main buildings, which made it look like the cathedral was located in a city park. There were armed security at the doors to the university lab, preventing anyone without a pass from entering, but the high priests didn't seem bothered by the fact, and they simply waited for the supervisors to come down and let the group in after announcing their intentions to the guards. The arrival of this group seemed to have caused an extreme level of excitement within the university labs, and Karl could hear and see people running around frantically, preparing various projects, or gathering notes and waiting by the doors of their workspaces in preparation to receive visitors. That seemed like a good sign, like they might really get access to good things, the way that Hawk was hoping. But they also had something to offer. If they offered up one of the spears of the Commander Rank grass from the fight with the Commander Rank giants, these researchers might be able to make something that would benefit all the beasts. His identification skill said that the grass would help Thor, but Karl didn't recognize any of the other ingredients, and he couldn't well tell these scientists that he knew what would work but not how or why. Well, he could, but Karl wasn't at all certain that they would take him seriously or believe that it was a class skill. The plants also didn't always have the same names in the listing that they did in common use, so they might not even understand what he was talking about and assume he was making it up to sound impressive. Welcome, elites, to the Capital University's Advancement Research Division. Here we have all the Golden Dragon Nation's finest minds, working on ways to combat the threats facing our nation through the rapid evolution and advancement of the elites. The director greeted them as he opened the door, clipboard in one hand, and a whole suite of pens and tools in the pocket of his white coat. Now, I see that we have 2 mages and a beast master here today, as well as our fellows from the church. Can you tell me, are the beasts actual beasts, or are they summoned each time they are needed? The director asked, unclear about the nature of Karl's abilities. They're actual beasts, currently living in a separate space. Karl explained. So, they require resources to help them grow. We have a division for that. They have been working on ways to tame more tigers as guard animals. Karl gave the man a confused look. A moor tiger was roughly the size of a bus. Compared to a full-grown lightning sparrow, it was 3 times the size, and it was a royal rank beast when fully grown. What could you even offer it that might make it loyal to humans? That is further down the building, so perhaps we could start with the mages, and see what we can offer them. One of the 2 mages looks like she is still a student, so she should currently be in her prime growth state. The director suggested. How long does the prime growth state last? Dana asked, unclear as to the definition. It's generally considered to be 2 to 3 years after the serum injection, which is why the academy runs for 4 years in total. By then, they already know how most of the elites are going to shape up. There are some exceptions who grow faster after they leave, but that is a rarity. He explained. Dana smiled. If it lasted 2 to 3 years, she had plenty of time left to try to catch up to Karl. He was already pulling ahead of her, and if he continued to outpace her like that, the government would consider her too far beneath his rank to keep going on missions with him. Now, did you have any resources that you might have brought with you? I know many working elites do, as it offsets the cost of treatments from the university labs. The director asked, with a gesture toward a cart with dozens of sealed and sterilized empty sample jars on it. Everyone turned to Karl, who nodded. I have a few things here. I have this fungus, which reads as an ascended rank plant by energy, though I haven't personally identified it. We have these herbs and flowers, I've got some broken magical accessories, and I've got this odd Commander Rank plant, which, I think, might be good for my lightning Sero, as it greatly increases the regeneration rate of monsters who use it. Those were all out of his share of items, but if the others needed what the items made, he would just trade, since their portions were all still in his space as well, and the only one likely to even know the majority of the loot existed was Lotus, who had given much of it to Ray for safekeeping. The director stared at the rapidly filling jars as Karl and his assistants loaded everything away, and shook his head in dismay. I take it you're not going to ask me for something small and simple today. The value of those items is incredible, and I was half expecting you to pull a spare holy stone from out of nowhere to put on the pile. Just to put the value off the charts. The director joked. I've got one if you need one. A spare holy stone, that is. Karl commented evenly. The director laughed at the joke, but Karl borrowed a small and weak one from Thor's pond and placed it in an empty jar. Damn it, I was joking. Don't just go putting holy stones in my sample jars. The professor complained. Fine, I will put it back in storage. Thor likes the smell of them. Karl shrugged, but the director immediately moved to protect the stone. I see how it is. I'm sure the lab can make good use of it. Karl chuckled, while the high priest softly laughed at the researcher. The church made holy stones, so they weren't as rare for high-ranking clerics, but still, the value of them to the common person, as the researchers of the university labs were, was immense. If they could keep it for themselves, there was a chance that they would naturally awaken holy magic, like the clerics did without the serum. All right, it is safe to say that enough rare resources have been provided to offset the cost of any of the more common treatments, and heavily subsidize the others. Those blood lotus blossoms alone are worth more than most of the ascended and commander rank treatments. Where did you even find them? No, don't answer that. I don't want to have to fill out the paperwork involved in knowing the answer. I will just gladly accept the rare flowers as payment. Though they were called a blood lotus, they didn't show as being of particular benefit to Ray, according to Karl's identification skill. It just said that they were useful for life drain type abilities. Which, technically, lacerate was not. It didn't steal the life, just let it bleed on the ground. Alice and Dana both gave Karl happy hugs as the director basically gave them a free pass to choose the resources that they wanted today, but the research assistants were even more excited. Mr. Karl, is it true that you will be looking for resources to help your pets advance? You see, we are from the Defensive Beasts Division, and the research from your advancement has already been quite valuable to us. One of them asked. Oh, you got the notes from the treatments that the Bureau oversaw? Karl asked, and the researchers nodded happily. We got notes from the Bureau about your time in the field as well. The possibilities are incredible. If only we could bond them the way that you do. The researcher sighed. Karl shrugged. Give it time and I might learn the method to teach that to others as well. It would be quite the trick, having regular citizens become beast masters if they couldn't become elites. The research assistants looked dreamy at the notion of being able to bond a monster to call upon in their time of need, like a guardian spirit that would make them the equivalent to an elite, blessed by the gods through the divine injection. But it was time for them to focus, as the newest items for the mages were on display in the first area, and there were 2 mages interested in testing their work. The researchers got recognition within the department when the elites chose their new products over an existing and proven formula or device, so this was showtime for the research lab. Alright, as we have you recorded as a wind and a golem mage, respectively, we will bring forward the projects that are most likely to be of interest to you. We have a number of formulations that should be of great benefit to you both, so let's get started. First up, we have the Summoning Stone, as it has been dubbed by its developer, the Grand Mage Sandra. An old woman in a lab coat waved happily as her invention was sent forward by her assistants, who would be the ones to introduce it to the elites. We have completed initial testing on the stone with extremely promising results. When ingested, the magic successfully bonds with the user with a 100% success rate, increasing their mana strength, and has a 34% chance of causing the activation of a secondary skill informally known as indestructible constructs. There have been no noted side effects. We have not yet tested on a live subject, but the data from the research mimic should be accurate, and the resources used are all awakened grade or lower, with an ascended rank outcome. One assistant announced, while the other held up pages with graphs and data charts on them that should show the results of their tests. What is a test mimic? Dana asked. Oh, it's a wonderful thing. The Grand Mage learned a spell that creates a clone body, accurate to the real one in every way except that it lacks a consciousness. Many of the research teams use them for testing, as the mimic will respond to potions and show signs of gaining skills, as well as the duration of potions. It cannot tell us what the skill is, obviously, but we can extrapolate the data from our predictions, and the Grand Mage's observations of her mimic. So, the product hadn't actually gone through human testing yet, but they were somewhat confident that it would work. That would explain why the director was so eager to get volunteers, and why he said that it wouldn't be a hassle to purchase nearly anything they were making. They were here to get stronger, but they were also the guinea pigs testing new resource combinations. Dana nodded. That sounds perfect for my skill direction. I have learned from my group members that having golems to block for you while you cast your offensive magics is by far the superior way to fight. Even better if you can enhance the golems with offensive magic. Alice nodded in agreement. She used both barriers and a spell known as Tearing Wind on her golem whenever it was in combat. Hawk hadn't gotten the hang of it, which was a bit surprising, but the change to Dragon Hawk seemed to have changed his elemental affinity from wind to fire. The assistant brought the container with the stone over, and everyone gathered with their notepads to record the event. There is a security camera overseeing the area. Please feel free to proceed when you are ready. The director informed her with a happy smile. The first item they had brought up, and already they had a volunteer to try it. That was a much better than average acceptance rate, though the sample size was limited. Dana cautiously took the stone-shaped pill out of the jar and set it on her tongue, then swallowed. The effects weren't immediate, but after a few seconds, there was a slow build-up of power, and then Dana began to smile. The official name for the skill is Durable Constructs, according to the system, so you were close. She informed the researchers. Can you summon your golem and explain any changes it has undergone? We should have had you summon them before, so we could get proper before and after data. The assistant realized. The Grand Mage chuckled at their oversight. She would get many more opportunities to test now that the product had proven effective without immediate side effects, so she wasn't concerned, but they were students at the university, and missing steps in the process affected their grades. Dana called out her golems, and everyone nodded in satisfaction at the changes. The golems were formerly classically nude, muscular marble statues, but now they were wearing bronze armor, which included a form of segmented armor skirt that somewhat hid their assets from view. They looked like they did before, except that they were nearly nude. Now they're wearing armor. It looks functional, so I would say that the golems have definitely gained an advantage from the new passive skill. Dana explained. The director sent the team back and called up another set of presenters. It looked like he was willing to let them try anything that they were willing to, and he was just calling everyone whose work was relevant today. The next one up was a wind element resource that sounded good to Karl, but Alice shook her head, declining it. They returned, not dissuaded by the rejection, and another pair stepped forward. "Oh, give me the good thing. I want it," Hawk demanded. "This might not be quite what you're looking for, but we have developed what we call the Burning Soul Pill, a combination of fire resources that increases elemental affinity with fire. It has been tested by 4 elites before, one of which managed to acquire a new fire spell, and none of whom had any noted side effects during or after the process." The presenter began. Karl called Hawk out to stand on his outstretched arm, and the scientists turned to look at him. "Hawk wants to try it," Karl explained. The scientists looked startled, but they nodded in acceptance, and everyone got out their notepads. "Should we?" one of the assistants began. "No testing fire skills indoors," the director reminded them, making both Hawk and Karl laugh. "We have been told the same thing in the past." "We're not laughing at you," Karl assured the research assistants. The assistant noticed the look in the bird's eyes and quickly opened the jar before Hawk could smash it, allowing him access to the pill. As it had last time he advanced, flames rose from his body as he absorbed the fire resources, and his feathers turned a bit more bright red before settling down. Shared skill gained, flaming body, surrounds the body in damaging flames. Hawk gained a new fire skill. Flaming body, he can now surround himself in flames. It seems to have helped the damage done by his fire spells as well, but I can't verify that yet, Karl explained. Hawk surrounded himself in flames, and then shot a short burst of fire from his wings, an extended attack that created something akin to a fire blade, but he didn't let it detach and go flying around a room full of humans and precious shiny objects. Hawk had great respect for the good things that the humans made. Lotus moved up to stare at Hawk, who had returned to his normal form, and then gently stroked his feathers, making sure not to ruffle them. The feathers retain their softness and flexibility, but their temperature is elevated. The size of Hawk seems unchanged, but the color is more vibrant. The lack of additional scale development suggests that he isn't evolving toward a dragon template, but the lack of intense heat suggests that it isn't toward an elemental or phoenix direction either. She narrated as she gently massaged Hawk. "Thank you, priestess. I was unsure how we were going to gather data on a bestial subject, but it appears that you are a natural," the director noted. "She really is. I want to thank whoever taught her to massage and preen a wing." Hawk agreed. "All right, let us see what else we might manage to find here. Are there other elements that might be useful to your group?" the director asked. "Well, there is a lightning Sero, with the obvious abilities, and a bloodbath spider who has learned to summon a form of tree golems," Karl offered. "Tree golems. That's the nature magic department next door. We could try the regular golem pill for her, but we don't have any more ready," one of the assistants from the first group replied. "That's all right, we can try the new things from the nature magic sorts. Who knows, it might actually be useful for beasts in a way that it isn't for most human magic users," Karl suggested. The other groups conferred for a moment to see if they had something that might be relevant to a lightning magic user, but there wasn't anything in the works at the moment. There were some already made, but they were the research division. They had already finished with those ones and didn't keep them around. But while they were waiting around for a decision to be made on what was happening next, Karl noticed that something was happening with Ray. She had taken a concoction yesterday, and it had started a process that looked like it was completing. She wasn't completely changed, but the power level in her body was rapidly increasing, and the red of her legs was moving toward a crimson at the tips of her legs, while it darkened toward black again on her upper legs and body. The fur on her torso seemed to multiply until her actual carapace was barely visible, and a shadowy miasma seemed to hang over her body. Looking good, girly, Karl congratulated her. This is good, we should make more of that later. I think I'm almost at my final adult form now, and I'm just waiting on something. Maybe for you to finish that power moon in my space. She agreed, placing the blame for her not reaching Commander Rank today firmly on Karl. I will make you another batch later, don't forget to remind me, Karl informed her as another group of researchers came into the room with a bunch of carts. There were more products on them. Some were pills, some were liquids, some were baskets full of meat or feed. That had to make them the nature department, and they were all going insane about something. Their leader, an elderly man with a walker, raced forward, or at least attempted to, given his condition, and then protectively cradled the regenerative grass plant that Karl had donated. When was this picked? How long has it been out of soil? Is it still viable? He asked in a deep baritone that didn't match his frail body. It was picked earlier this week. But it has been in stasis, so you can consider the elapsed time to be roughly 15 minutes. The roots are intact, so it should be absolutely viable. We even left native soil around them to ensure that it didn't suffer from an extreme transplant shock, Alice explained carefully before Karl could think of where to start. An assistant went running out of the room and returned seconds later with a large pot half full of some sort of blue gel, into which the plant was carefully lowered before the old man breathed a sigh of relief. Do you have any idea how valuable that plant is, to be just leaving it out like that with its roots exposed? Idiots, all of you. It's good that I managed to save it. The regenerating properties are most potent while the plant is still alive, he ranted. Alice chuckled, and took a small empty vial from one of the carts. She filled it with the regenerative paste that they had gotten from the giants and handed it to the old man. That is how the Commander Rank giants were using it. Now, are you ready to calm down, or should I get you somewhere to sit and catch your breath? She asked. The man flipped a panel on his walker, which latched in place to form a platform, and then he took a seat on it, alternating between glaring at Alice and lovingly staring at the paste. Go ahead and use some. You've got a whole plant to replace it from. She encouraged him. The old man mixed some of the salve into a cup of tea that his students presented him, and then rubbed a bit of the salve on his throat. Karl was curious about what the tea would taste like, as the plant smelled somewhat like aloe, but it seemed to help whatever was wrong with the old man. The assistants all got increasingly excited as the man's health visibly improved over the next few minutes, and then he got up out of the walker and stood smiling at the elites and the other researchers. Well, this has been an unexpectedly profitable day. Now, what did you need my help with? Anything that my department can provide is yours for the asking. The other elites smirked at Karl, who called out Thor and Ray to join Hawk. I am looking for a way to get these three to Commander Rank. They're bonded to me by my class, and their growth directly affects my growth, Karl explained. The old man stared at them and nodded solemnly. So, we've got a mutated dragon hawk, a lightning Sero, who radiates holy power, and an adult bloodbath spider who hasn't reached her advancement yet. We can work with that as long as they're not hostile, he agreed. They're not, but I don't recommend ruffling Hawk's feathers, or touching Ray, she can be particular. Thor, the lightning Sero, on the other hand, is very affectionate, Karl explained. What additional skills have they learned so far? The professor asked, gaining vitality by the second as the bomb worked its way through his body. Hawk knows fireballs, wind shield, rend, shred, and flaming body. Thor knows refreshing lightning and earthquake. Ray knows offensive optimization and wood golem, Karl explained. What is offensive optimization? One of the assistants asked. It's the bloodbath spider's innate passive skill. It's how they can tear through everything so effectively if you give them a few minutes to practice. The assistant looked clueless, but the old professor looked grim. You might not know, as they are supposed to be extinct, but a full-grown bloodbath spider is a commander rank beast that can tear through the hull of an armored transport in a matter of seconds. When it comes to combat power, they are among the finest in their rank, and if they were given any defensive abilities or ranged attacks, they would almost certainly be ranked as a royal rank threat, he explained. The students looked shocked as they looked at Ray, who was standing a bit more proudly at the kind reference to the powers of her species. However, in the eyes of the others, that only made her look more intimidating until Lotus came up to rest against her side and whisper something to the spider. Not even Karl's sensitive hearing could pick it out, but Ray's amusement was clear in his mind. The group from the nature department discussed the matter very seriously, then came forward with 2 large vials of glowing liquid and an intricately carved glowing rock. The high priest looked at the glowing rock in shock. "You can't be serious," the high priest scoffed. "I am quite serious. I believe that it will work," the old man replied with great dignity. Karl had no idea what the object was, but one of the assistants brought it forward for Thor. He just needs to eat this, and then it should take effect right away. I mean, assuming it works." It looked like the high priest wasn't the only one who wasn't sold on the fact that this resource was right for Thor, but nobody tried to stop them as Thor opened his mouth, and she placed the carved stone on his tongue. Thor chewed and swallowed with a happy grunt. "Kind of fizzy, pleasantly bubbly. Warm too," he explained. Then a flood of golden light came from him and created a circle on the floor. "Oh, I learned a thing. Circle of protection." "Thor says it is a circle of protection," Karl informed the room, while the clergy all stared at him in shock. "He learned holy magic. How does that even work?" Tessa asked as she stepped into the circle. The high priests both followed her, and their looks turned from doubt to curiosity. "It really is a circle of protection. It reduces damage taken in its area of effect, and restores stamina," the senior of the 2 high priests explained. "Thor the tank," Tessa agreed as she patted his scales. "How much of an effect will the spell have?" Karl asked, unfamiliar with the magic. He had seen the golden circle that damaged enemies, and the one that slowed and weakened them, but not the one that reduced damage. Against other ascended and low commander rank enemies, it should reduce his damage taken by about half. That will also be effective for anyone standing near him, so against a large target like a giant or an ogre, it will protect the whole melee group, the high priest explained. "That's impressive. With this in place, very few enemies will be able to get past the golems at all," Alice noted. "That's a good point. With half as much damage done to the golems, and the recent upgrade that Dana got to her golems, we should be able to hold quite well against stronger threats," Karl agreed. Now that Thor had finished his enhancement, that left the 2 large vials on the cart, waiting for someone to remember about them in all the shock and confusion of a lightning Cero using Circle of Protection. Thor was basking in all the attention that he was getting from the clerics, who were making intensive notes on his abilities, completely forgetting that everyone was here for a reason that wasn't studying Thor. Right, now getting back on track. This particular concoction should be perfect for Commander Alice. It's designed specifically for wind element mages and should strengthen your abilities and future growth rate. I know for commanders that is usually the most important part, as the growth can be painfully slow, the ancient professor announced, looking much healthier than when he had hobbled into the room. Alice looked more than a little skeptical about drinking a potion that held more than the average coffee mug, especially since they were intended to be ingested in one go, and not sipped over an extended period of time. But it was a commander rank potion, and designed specifically for wind mages, which she was. There was probably no better resource for her, and if they were going to part with it without arguments, she would be an idiot to turn it down. So, she found herself swallowing the entire vial full of the herbal concoction, while energy built all around her and her power level steadily grew. The beasts could feel it, the strengthening of the magical power that Alice could wield, and through them, Karl had a fairly accurate guess of her current growth state, but for the others in the room, it was just a lot of bleeding energy, and then they would have to test afterwards to know how well it worked. My maximum mana control rate is definitely better than it was before, and I can feel the wind magic more clearly. Alice did her best to explain the changes that had happened with the potion. We will run a suite of tests later when we have more time. I need to study the salve that you provided once I return to my labs, and then there are all the other results as well. But there is still one more vial here. What was that one again? The old professor asked his assistants. That is an attunement potion, double dose for humans, so it can be split between the two clerics in the group, the assistant reminded him. Oh, that's right. High Priest, we made this one for your people. The ingredients are a bit rare and therefore difficult to obtain, but with the church's resources, it shouldn't be a problem to obtain enough to provide this to all of your promising members. The professor passed over the ingredients list and a packet of details to the high priests, who looked at some of the ingredients in concern. Sure, they had access to vast amounts of resources, but they also had a massive number of clergy. Plus, this was a commander rank potion, and the side effects on a common grade or awakened priest could be catastrophic. At best, they could administer it after reaching Ascended to see if the promising priests could make it to commander rank and become high priests. The potion was split in half and handed to both Tessa and Lotus, who gave it very different looks. Tessa was holding it away from herself to avoid the smell, while Lotus was intrigued and taking careful sniffs, trying to determine what was in it without looking at the ingredients list. Well, bottoms up, Tessa reluctantly agreed. She tilted the smaller vial back and downed the potion in one long slug, followed by Lotus. Both priestesses grimaced at the flavor, but their bodies were gathering energy into themselves and giving off a sense of divine power. It was a shame that Sergeant Rita missed out on this opportunity, but everyone else had made out very well today, and their advancements had given the beasts a chance to learn new skills in the future. Ray was eagerly looking forward to deciphering how to make her golems wear clothing, color-adaptive camo knitting to be specific, so they could hide as well as Ray herself did. But even Thor was looking forward to combat so he could try to learn the cleric tricks now that he knew he could make a circle of protection. The high priests were about to lead everyone back out. Karl could sense it in their demeanor, but the researchers weren't done. There is one more left. Now, the field of warrior enhancements is pretty well studied, but we do have a few things left that might help the Beast Master himself. This next one could be considered a somewhat exotic potion, and we weren't certain that we would ever find a suitable test subject, but today might be the day. Assistant, could you go fetch item FLA-112C3? The assistant looked confused, but went and gathered the object from a storage room down the hall, still steaming with the intense cold of the ice magic that was used to preserve potions and pills that might become unstable when left at room temperature. Inside was what appeared to be a gummy bear. It was even gummy bear-shaped. Karl gave the priest a questioning look, but he just shrugged. I ran out of other molds, as this was a side project, so I used what I could find in the foods lab. Karl made a mental note to avoid gummy bears from the university. He would never trust their equipment after it had been used for experimental potions. But then, they were making experimental food products out of magical plants and monster meat already, so perhaps it was no worse than any other piece of equipment. The professor passed the gummy to a clean petri dish with a pair of sterilized tongs, and carefully warmed it with fire magic using a handheld device. There it is, right back to perfect temperature. You will want to eat that quickly. I didn't do a good job of stabilizing it as a gummy, and the flavor could be unfortunate. Karl nodded, and tipped the gummy directly off the dish and down his throat, the same way that Hawk usually ate anything he didn't have to tear apart. The energy of the gummy hit him like a sledgehammer to the head, and power flowed from it through his body, completely bypassing him to fill the spaces. It was probably a good thing that the beasts were outside at the moment, as Karl focused on concentrating the energy into the sun and moon equivalents he had been using in place of the candlelight that the monks centered their space around. There was a lingering power in the spaces. Karl could feel it, but he couldn't quite grasp what he was supposed to be learning from the pill, or what sort of skill it should be. Then, as the energy settled in, his spaces began to change in nature, becoming more alive, as if they were a real place, and not just a bubble of mental energy. That was what they had been missing, Karl realized, the bottleneck that was holding the beasts back from their advancements. It would still be some time before any of them were actually commanders, but they should be able to make it there now. But the energy wasn't done. It was leaking from the spaces to his own consciousness, and to the void he focused on to meditate. A soft golden light filled the space for a moment, then coalesced into what looked like a holy stone, or a golden dragon scale. It wasn't doing anything, but when Karl focused on it, he could feel the improvement in his meditation speed. Everyone was staring at him, waiting for a verdict. It enhanced the spaces for my beasts, and I think that it improved my meditation as well. There is a golden stone in the void where I meditate now, and it gives off an impressive amount of energy, Karl explained. There is something in your void. That is quite interesting, and very close to our expectations for psychic-type mentalist classes if they were given the treatment. The concoction is made with the neural nodes of a mind flayer, drigblood, and an assortment of herbs. It is safe to say that it is unlikely to see another of them made in the near future, but I do have a few others from the same batch. Now that I know they will really work as intended, we might be able to use them to help the accuracy of the oracles and the seers. For some reason, they don't trust my creations, the professor ranted. They could see the future. There was likely an excellent reason they didn't trust his creations. The high priests thanked the researchers, and then one of them handed out slips to the teams whose concoctions had been chosen for testing today, some sort of compensation chit, Karl assumed. We really must be going. I have been receiving messages from the Inquisition that we are needed again, and then there is a meeting with some of the other high priests later this morning, the older of the two high priests with them sighed. Karl sighed. It was going to be a long day if all that was scheduled for before lunch. He did wonder what the Inquisition wanted that they were calling them back so quickly. There couldn't have been that much discovered in the past few hours that the church would be in a panic, so there must be some question about the answers that they got yesterday. The Inquisitors were waiting when the group got back on the church grounds, and Karl found himself separated from the others and brought down the stairs towards a proper questioning room, instead of the library, where he had met with the blue dragon priestess who could read minds. If they hadn't gotten enough information out of him by reading his mind, he wasn't certain what they thought that they were going to get today, but they looked quite determined, and they were completely silent as they led him into the depths of the cathedral. Finally, they stopped in front of a blank wall, and the Inquisitor to Karl's left pressed his hand to the stone, then tapped 3 times. The illusion vanished, and Karl saw that there was a scanner of some sort there, and that the Inquisitor had tapped on a wooden door, not the stone wall. This is as far as we go. We will be waiting here for you to return, the Inquisitor informed Karl, then pushed him through and shut the door. There were only 2 people inside, one woman in ornate black robes, and one man in red. Both were dragonkin, with mostly scaled bodies, as well as wings and tails, and both were immensely powerful, near the peak of the Overlord rank by Karl's estimation. The black-robed woman began to speak directly into Karl's mind. Greetings, Brother Karl. We have been watching you for some time now, and I must say that we are impressed with your abilities. Karl bowed politely and spoke in response. Thank you. The gods have favored me. That made the 2 of them chuckle. The red-robed man replied out loud with a smile on his face. You have no idea how right you are. I am the avatar of the Red Dragon, the highest authority for the war goddess on this world, and beside me is the avatar of the Black Dragon, the dragon god of death. Our deities have taken an interest in you, and asked that we see you in person. I have gained the attention of the war and death gods. Excuse my shock, but I am only an ascended rank elite, Karl replied, too shocked to come up with a better response. The woman in black spoke out loud, a haunting sound that seemed to echo from another world and sent chills down Karl's spine. It is not your penchant for war and death that caught their attention, though you do have a particular affinity for it that would have made you an exceptional priest. She stopped and took down her hood, revealing a delicate and beautiful, but childish face with jet black horns and shockingly silver hair that shimmered in the light. She smirked at Karl's shock, and when she spoke again, her voice was a musical and kind tone that made Karl instantly want to like her. Death's blessing is eternal. Her high priestesses do not age, and her high priests do not die. But what has caught the attention of the divine dragons is your affinity for the system. Focus on the power of the system in your mind and speak the word status. Karl wasn't sure what she meant, but the new focus in his mind seemed to be the logical point to start, as it was a focal point for power, and that power came from the divine injection created from the system stones. A long string of text appeared in his vision. System active, name, Karl, class, Beastmaster Hawk, Ascended Rank Dragon Hawk Ray, Ascended Rank Bloodbath Spider Thor, Ascended Rank Lightning Sero, available skill points, 34. So, what do you see? The avatar of the black dragon asked eagerly in her musical voice. I see a set of text. My name, my class is Beastmaster, and the names of my beasts. Then at the bottom it says that I have 34 skill points, whatever those are, Karl explained. The two avatars smiled at each other. You see, the divine injection doesn't fully awaken the system in anyone. It only gets you a small fraction of the way there. It looks like you might actually have a fully functional version now that you have stepped on the system stones. The other clerics have tried bringing promising candidates to test the ones you found, but for those without a system, they won't activate at all. They won't even activate for priests who gained their powers through faith, even though some of them were at the awakened rank. So, naturally, we want to know if you really do have the full power of the ancient system. Focus again and think the word skills, or skill list. She insisted. Skill list, learn skills. Karl sighed as none of them worked, and then a faint message appeared in his vision. Skill list unavailable. Randomly assign skill points. Karl smiled. It says that the list is unavailable and asks if I want to randomly assign my points. The two avatars sighed and shook their heads before the red dragon avatar answered in his deep voice. You can if you wish, but it appears that your system is not completely activated, so I recommend holding off until you can find another holy relic. If you don't know what the skills are, it might not tell you what you have gained, so you will never know what powers you have that you're not using, he explained. Karl nodded. Having more spells and attacks would be wonderful. He didn't know how many points each of them would cost, but he could likely get at least a few more with what he had. Karl considered the situation for a moment. Is there anyone with a completed system that I could ask for advice? The laughter of the two filled the room, a booming chuckle overlaid with a delicate giggle, like ringing bells. There hasn't been a fully active system in this world for hundreds of thousands of years. Take a seat, and we will have a little history lesson that might help this all make sense, the black dragon avatar replied. Not even you two? Karl asked as he took a seat. They were the most favored of their gods. If anyone had a chance, it was them. We are neither subject to the system, nor are we born in this world. We only stopped in to see what the commotion was all about, after our gods asked us to observe from the shadows. When we are finished our work here, we will leave and watch until our deities ask us to take on another task. But that is only incidental to the situation at hand. Our deities were wondering if your people could really earn the forgiveness of the world dragon and reactivate the system, or if you would have to carve an entirely new path for yourselves. It all started with a rebellion, as most changes do. At the time, the system had been active for longer than the world had kept recorded histories. You know how it is, time wears all away, and after a number of wars, changes of leadership and such, the original documents were lost and only legend remained. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. That was when a group of demigods thought that they could become the next system administrator. They led a revolution against the world dragon, intending to usurp the world from his control. They shattered the world dragon scale that had been placed in this world to maintain his will, but they had gravely misunderstood the power of the world dragon. The backlash alone was enough to obliterate their very essence, but the damage was done. The world was cut off from its primary source of divine power, and without the world dragon scale, there could be no more system activations by the will of the world dragon. For the next few thousand years, the surviving system users kept the system stones powered, and new generations gained power as they should. But, as everyone should have predicted, the movement to overthrow the world dragon wasn't truly gone, and a surviving demigod, a titan named Omega, shattered the system stones. But just when he thought that he could take over this world in the name of the giant races, tragedy befell him as well. A nature dragon demigod was passing by and saw him at his weakest, in the midst of the divine tribulation to ascend to godhood, so she ate him. It is unknown whether that was enough to push the dragon demigod to true godhood, but it hasn't been seen since, so there is a good chance that it ascended. Karl's laughter stopped her story for a moment. Sorry, please continue. I just thought about the nature dragon clerics that I know, and I can totally see them doing it if they had a chance. The black dragon avatar smiled. After that, things went downhill fast. There was a world full of system users, but no new generations could gain the system, and without the system, the existing powers in the world rapidly fell into chaos, separating into factions to protect themselves. There is a lot more, hundreds of thousands of years worth of history, but the start is the important part. Now that you have the system halfway activated, all that is left is to see if it is possible for you to gain the rest of its hidden powers, or if the world dragon expects you to forge your own path. Karl sat in stunned silence as the black dragon goddess avatar finished her story. He was still a bit shocked to be in the presence of the representatives of the gods of war and death, and then to be told that the hubris of the world's most powerful had been the downfall of the entire world. He couldn't process it all that quickly. So, once upon a time, everyone were elites, even those of the other species, and it all ended because someone thought that they could take on the world dragon. Karl requested, desperately trying to make sense of the situation. The red-robed man nodded grimly. Foolish notion that. Nobody ever wins those challenges. But you are correct that every species on this world once had the full powers of the system on their side. Even the beastkin, though some of them insist they were actually cursed by the world dragon to be used by others as good luck charms. Karl chuckled at the notion. How would a beastkin be a good luck charm? Were they like a holy stone, and granted a luck buff if you held them? He supposed that wasn't impossible if the gods were getting directly involved in the lives of the people. What if I can't activate the ancient system, and I just am what I am, a beast master, with the ability to grow and learn skills like every other elite? Karl asked. The red dragon avatar shrugged. Then I wish you the best of luck becoming the most powerful elite in the world. I have no idea if it's possible, but the path of the divine beasts is a good one. In the ancient legends, there was a hero with the Beast Lord class, though they summoned their beasts instead of bonding living ones. I have never heard of a class like yours, but I would pay particular attention to the children of the Green Dragon. They are the god of beasts who don't have their own deities, so they will eventually take interest in you as well. They? Karl asked. The man frowned. It's a tricky question. Nobody really knows if the green dragon is a female who uses divine power to fertilize her eggs, or a male who uses divine power to create the eggs he fertilizes. What we do know is that there is no other involved in the process of creating green dragon demigods, and if they know, they're not telling. All this talk of gods and ancient treachery was giving Karl a headache. Even if he knew some of the answers now, there was nothing that he could do about it except possibly tell someone who would write it down so it wasn't forgotten again. The black-robed woman opened a portal on the wall behind them and nodded toward the red dragon avatar. It seems that our time is up, and we must run to another duty. Thank you for your time, and you may return to your day. The avatar of the war god announced as he rose to his feet. That was it. they just walked through the portal, which closed behind them, and then the door behind Karl opened, allowing the Inquisitor's entry. "Brother Karl, welcome back. Did you have a productive interview?" the Inquisitor asked. Karl opened his mouth to answer, but found that he couldn't speak at all about anything that had happened in the room. He could remember it, but no matter how he tried to phrase it, he was unable to tell them. The best he could give him was a generic confirmation. Productive would be a good word for it, yes. He agreed. The faces of the two avatars were already blurring in his mind, leaving behind a general impression to recognize them by, but not enough to accurately describe them, even if he could speak about the topic. That room is for foreign dignitaries of the church. Anything that happens in there is usually confidential, so we won't ask you for details. There's one thing that you should know, though. 6 minutes ago, just before you entered the room, the system stones that your team discovered disappeared. They were in the middle of a test, and then every single one of the monsters in the region, as well as the system stones, and an entire mountain, vanished. An entire mountain. Now that's a missed opportunity. Karl gasped, shocked that nobody had noticed an entire mountain just appearing in the area. How bad were the maps they were working from? Or did nobody actually read them? The Inquisitor sighed, realizing that Karl hadn't known anything about it, and hadn't been informed of it beforehand. The Inquisitor was hoping that even if he couldn't speak about the topic, there would at least be something in his response that would indicate that whoever he was meeting might have provided him with information about it in advance. They walked back up to the main floor, and Karl realized that the others were taken somewhere else. What were the rest of us called back for? The High Priest said we were all summoned, and that was before the big event would have happened. Karl asked as they walked. Ah, right. There was no time to fill you in on all the details. Your group was called back for formal recognition of your contributions. I'm not certain what will become of that now that the thing happened, but we are taking you to the others. The Inquisitor explained. That was right, they had said that they had a meeting, and then a publicity thing. But if the system stones had vanished, then there would be no grand announcement to the public, unless the Archbishop had managed to salvage their powers somehow. Karl was led into a room where the rest of his team, along with dozens of high priests, some from every god that Karl had ever heard of, going by the differences in their robes, had gathered. They were all waiting for something, and the Inquisitors left Karl to do as he pleased, while they went to join the other Inquisitors who had gathered by the door. Everyone was waiting for news, and Karl saw Tessa and Lotus's concern as he joined them at their table up front. Have you heard? The tiny nature priestess asked. Karl nodded, and the table fell silent again while they waited. A few minutes later, the Archbishop himself entered the room, and Karl immediately noticed that his unique layered robes with the gold on the outside were the direct equivalent of the robes that the red and black dragon avatars wore. That would make him the Archbishop of the Golden Dragon Church, but the avatar of the World Dragon, or perhaps the Golden Dragons, which were technically a different species entirely and specialized in organization and leadership. He looked weary as he took his seat at the front of the room, on a throne facing the assembled priests. Only Karl's group included anyone who wasn't from the church, which couldn't be coincidental. The people in the room were most likely those who had seen the system stones for themselves, as they would need to know what had happened, and what the official statement would be on the matter. Greetings everyone. As you may know, there was an upheaval today. The newly discovered set of system stones, along with the underground temple complex of the 7th dynasty, vanished along with the remains of a monster influx. There was no warning, and from what we can tell, nothing else was affected. None of the groups who were in the area remember anything out of the ordinary. Only those in this room even recall that there was a temple complex under the mountain. Only those in this room recall that our team arrived in the zone to steady the system stones. Even the Inquisitors that we assigned to assist the church guard elsewhere in the region have forgotten the circumstances behind their deployment. Why that is, we do not yet know. What we can say is that while the system stones were active, dozens of clerics and others gained a new system skill from the anomaly. Now that they have vanished, we will be treating this incident as a one-time trial instance, with no way to recreate it. The contents of the trial are to remain confidential, but the gains will be in your official records, along with the achievements that were made during the influx period. That will be all for today's meeting. All other press conferences, meetings, and discussion groups are canceled for the day while the schedule is reworked. Then the weary-looking Archbishop got up out of his chair and left the room. The rapid change left everyone a bit confused as to what they should be doing for the day, as their whole schedule had just been canceled. The members who were on the media team were close to panic, though. They were supposed to start broadcasting in under an hour, and they no longer had a story to report. Just nothing. But within seconds, they latched onto the best opportunity that they had left. The events in the field weren't classified, only the ones to do with the system stones. Everyone else would remember the timeline mostly as it was, only where it involved the system stones were the memories of those involved blurred. You can be the story. You elites, who managed to get 100% of the commander rank kills in an entire zone for a week. Yes, that's perfect for tonight's news. Please don't leave, we have to film 30 minutes of footage that needs to go on air in an hour. One of the clergy assigned to news releases pleaded. We already have the footage of you in front of the official background, so we can do informal interviews here, and then fill the time with reporter explanations. It will be perfect. We even have stock footage of giants, ogres, and other monsters to work with. Another of the reporters agreed. The elites all sighed, while Tessa rolled her eyes as Lotus vanished beneath the table. She knows that we know where she went, right? One of the reporters asked. Yes, but she's hoping that you will forget about her before she has to be on the news. Tessa agreed. Karl, hide me in Ray's space, they'll never look there. Lotus pleaded. You can't put living things in there. Well, maybe I could, but it might bind you to me like Ray is. Karl laughed. Lotus paused like she was actually weighing the option, then came back out from under the table. Fine, but a short interview, for the nature goddess, and no trying to make me famous. She reluctantly agreed. The room was quickly rearranged so that they could do multiple interviews at the same time, each facing the walls, which conveniently were created from multiple panels with identical patterns, so it would look like they were filming them one after another in the same studio. Karl was led to the actual podium stage instead of one of the identical spots, and he sighed. You know, Commander Alice is the leader of the team. He reminded them. The priestess with him nodded happily. But you have a lightning Sero. She replied. Karl chuckled, understanding where they were going with this. All right, let's get this rolling. The reporter gestured to the cameraman, who gave them a thumbs up as Karl adjusted his position to face the camera that was over the reporter's left shoulder. The interview would be taken from two angles, so the person speaking could speak toward the camera without an unnatural turn away from the interviewer. That would also give them plenty of room to call out Thor, who Karl and the reporter were hoping would become the star of the evening news. Good evening, everyone. This is Sister Clara, with you again, to provide a special report regarding the topic of the week among the active combat elites. For those of you who missed the beginning of the broadcast, there was a group of elites on a defensive mission this past week who managed to score 100% of the commander rank kills for an entire zone. That's right, they single-handedly managed to contain the commander rank threats in their combat zone, and we have them here at the Capitol Cathedral studio for a quick interview before they return to their regularly scheduled duties. With me right now is Karl, an ascended rank elite student of the Divine Golden Academy. Can you tell us where you came from, and possibly say hello to those who are important to you? She asked. Of course. I come from Lithium Mine Village, and I would be remiss if I didn't at least say hello to my loving parents, Jake and Ella. Plus, a special shout out to the miners of the third shift. I wish I could say I miss working with you, but I really don't miss the bottom of the mines." Karl replied with a genuine laugh. The reporter smiled, and Karl knew that when this aired, the mines would be celebrating like crazy to have made the news. The third shift was 6 in the evening to midnight, the usual shift for students, though they were sent back up at the halfway mark, so they only worked 6 until 9, and they would be ready for school in the morning. A miner turned beastmaster. "I'm certain your hometown is very proud to call you one of their own, especially as an ascended rank elite, already on the front lines while you're still in school. Tell us, what is it like, working in the wilderness?" she asked. "Make up a pretty lie." The cameraman was silently shouting at Karl as he realized that Karl had never done one of these interviews before. "Well, I must say that the experience is greatly improved when you have a nature priest with you. With the blessing of their goddess to create all sorts of plants, including spices, dinner becomes much more pleasant, both for myself and for my bonded companions," Karl replied, leading the reporter in the right direction, for which he could see the thankfulness in her eyes, though her expression remained professional. "I have heard wonderful things about your bonded beasts, from which your class gets its name. Might we meet one of them today?" she asked, following the cues. "Of course. Thor, would you come out and lay down next to me?" Karl spoke out loud. If he didn't lay down, the lightning arrow would be mostly out of the camera's frame, and that would just annoy the staff. Thor settled in with his head right next to Clara's chair, but facing the front, where the reporter could lean forward to pet his head, and he would be in the shots of both of them, but not in the way of the upper body of either. He instinctively knew where he needed to be, and the reporter smiled as she stroked his head between his eyes, exactly as Lotus had instructed her to do while everyone was waiting here to see what was going on. While Karl was gone for a secondary interview, that was what they had done. Sat and waited and shared gossip. He is a lovely one, isn't he? For our viewers at home, Thor is an adult male lightning arrow, and we don't recommend that you approach them in the wild, but this one is quite tame and sociable, she explained as Thor made a happy rumble. Karl smiled and nodded in agreement. Not only is he possibly the most social member of the group, he's also an incredible frontline fighter. His lightning barrier can defend him against the strongest of ascended rank attacks, and he works well with others to strategize and control the movement of the monsters we are clearing from the wilderness before they can threaten the nearby towns. Thor nodded happily, and then moved his head to bump up against her legs when the reporter sat back upright and stopped patting him. The gesture made the camera operators and a number of the others in the background laugh. Thor was precisely the spokesperson that they needed on camera today. It was impossible not to love him. "Can you tell us a little about a memorable battle? I know the others in the group have been asked the same thing, but I won't mind if it's the same one as one of them has mentioned," the reporter asked with genuine interest in her soft blue eyes. Karl smiled at the camera. "Well, I have one in mind, and I'm not sure if it's the same one as the others have mentioned. We were on patrol and had just finished a fight with a group of ogres when Hawk, our scout, informed us of a group of hobgoblins who were giving the military unit we were attached to some trouble. We rushed back to the scene, and found that the hobgoblins had a shaman with them, healing the filthy monsters as the elites of the army fought a valiant battle toward the center of the hobgoblin formation, where the cowardly little shaman was hiding. Now, Thor here is a good bit larger than your average hobgoblin, and he just plowed right through them, and tossed that goblin shaman 20 meters in the air, where our ranged attacks could take it out." Karl accompanied the explanation with hand gestures, and at the right moment, Thor gave a flip of his head, showing the cameras how to toss a goblin. The camera operators were both giving Karl enthusiastic gestures, while the reporter smiled and nodded along. "It sounds like quite the scene. How did the battle end?" she asked more seriously. "Only minor injuries among the military unit that our clerics healed before the battle was even over. A resounding victory." Within minutes, all the interviews were finished, and the reporters started doing their own bits, recording speeches over stock footage, and giving a highly censored version of events that wouldn't scare the general public while still honoring the fallen soldiers and elites of the many battlefields around the nation. That was a fairly standard part of any ongoing events broadcast, as there were always battles to be fought, but it did use a solid portion of the time that they needed to fill, and when combined with the interviews, it wouldn't seem as dull and routine as it did when they were just speaking alone in studio. Karl retreated to the back of the room where he found the Blue Dragon High Priestess he had met earlier, the head of historians, whose name he had quickly forgotten, waiting for him. Fortunately, Lotus was there to save him. "Greetings, High Priestess Lilith. Did you have a request for us? I made some great notes on plants I don't remember seeing in the study guides." The Nature Priestess greeted the historian. Her eyes were lit up with excitement about the list of new plants, and between a Nature Priestess and a Blue Dragon High Priestess, who was obsessed with new knowledge, there was a very real chance that they were about to become best friends for the day. The High Priestess looked just as excited as Lotus, and for a second, Karl thought that the two were going to get lost in a conversation about plants, but the older woman turned her attention to Karl. "Actually, I have a request for you all. An official one. We would like to ask that your group, with their exceptional affinity for stumbling across valuable new things, takes on a mission to the Boundary Mountains. There is said to be a strange phenomenon there, and the other groups we have sent in lost days of time, with no memories of them, but a feeling that they failed some sort of trial. With the luck that your group has shown, we have some hope that you will be able to bring back some information. That's official, straight from the Church Council. Of course, if the elites choose to turn it down, we won't be sending you and Tessa alone, but we have some hopes that everyone present will agree." Lilith explained. Karl was about to answer when he sensed a familiar presence over his shoulder, and a sense of menace that wasn't directed at him, but past him. Colonel Valerie stepped up beside Karl with a fake smile, wearing a visitor's hassock, as all guests to the cathedral church would. She waited for the High Priestess to notice her and put together her unexpected appearance here with who she was and what it likely implied. Lilith smiled at her. "Ah, Colonel. What a surprise to see you here. I had thought that you would still be with your tour group." Valerie's resting angry face didn't even budge at the comment. "Naturally, I came to check on my elites. It seems someone is quite intent on borrowing them from the Bureau, and I would hate to lose track of their whereabouts." Her tone said that she was not planning to spare the High Priestess any of her wrath, which could turn into an epic battle of wills between the representatives of the church and the government. So both Karl and Lotus took a half step back from what was shaping up to be an epic catfight, but the two leaders preferred to fight with mental jabs and not fists. That would be a shame, would it not? The Bureau for Elite Development, unable to even track the elites that they're supposed to be developing. A tragedy of bureaucracy, really. Lilith agreed with a solemn nod. Indeed. It seems that holy quests are becoming increasingly common these days when it comes to new students. The will of the gods is a strange thing. Colonel Valerie snapped back. That got a rise out of the High Priestess, that was quickly stamped down. It wasn't directly doubting the will of the gods, but it was coming perilously close to insulting her deity as well as her personal motivations. Fortunately, they weren't the only people in the room, and after a few seconds some of the Inquisitors came over to see what all the glaring was about, just in time to catch the last round of barbs between the two. Colonel Valerie continued. "I believe that it is time that the students return to their education. It would be a shame to keep them away from their training for too much of the semester." High Priestess Lilith smiled back, and Karl was certain that her graying hair turned a bit more of a royal blue color as she spoke next. "It is the will of the Goddess of Knowledge that the group takes this trial. It must proceed," she declared in a voice that seemed to echo, as if coming from a massive being, not a rather unremarkable priestess. Then she continued in a more normal tone. "But you will be happy to know that one of your own agents has been called upon to join the mission. She must be there, the fates demand it." Two clerics wearing the uniforms of the tour guides burst into the room, looking for their wayward tour group member, and Colonel Valerie sighed. I will have a tracker put on them if this continues to be an issue. Karl, Dana, I will catch up with you when you return. Sister Tessa, Sister Lotus, it was good to see you both again, and I will be waiting for your reports after this holy quest from the church has finished. Then she followed the angry tour operators out of the room, and Karl noticed just how quiet it had gotten as everyone stopped to watch the drama. Lilith turned to the room and made a dismissive gesture. Show's over, everyone. You have your duties, I suggest that you get to them. That made all the news staff scurry back to their work, while the Inquisitors pretended that listening in on juicy gossip was beneath them, and the other clerics in the room scattered, leaving to find something to do elsewhere, where they wouldn't get in trouble with the High Priestess. Karl considered doing the same, but she was here for him and the group, so trying to run would just make her chase him down again. Should we start packing right away, then? Karl asked, as he still needed to restock and finish cleaning and repairing all his gear. You have the remainder of the day, as the flight will leave in the morning with another round of clergy transfers. The details will be provided to you privately later, but the Inquisitors have agreed to help you upgrade your gear for the current situation. She agreed, straightening her deep blue robes. That actually sounded pretty good. With all the trouble they'd seen lately, his various uniforms weren't cutting it anymore, and it was probably time to switch to armor. It would be expensive, and there was a good chance that he would outgrow it, despite the growth spurt that he had already been through. However, if that happened while the armor was still in good shape, he could always resell it to the supply staff. Of course, having Lotus and Tessa with them, who could repair armor, was a huge benefit. It would make their gear last much longer than it could otherwise be expected to, and between them, they could take care of both leather and metal armors. Karl nodded his head at the High Priestess before catching the attention of one of the church guards who had been shadowing them since they arrived. Thank you, High Priestess Lilith. I will take my leave to upgrade my equipment now, and I will be ready to leave right after breakfast tomorrow. Karl agreed. Lotus raised her hand. Oh, I will come with you. You look like you have no fashion sense. Karl stared down at the unrepentant little nature priestess, who saw nothing at all wrong with what she had said. Lotus gave him a single raised eyebrow look of challenge. What? Don't tell me you're suddenly fashionable. I bet that if I let you go unattended, you'd do something like trying to outfit match with Thor. Go. Let's go to the armory and find something that won't make you look like a dork. Karl let Lotus drag him to the armory room, following the two church guards who were navigating them through the corridors of the cathedral, avoiding the public areas which were packed with tourists during the middle of the day. With so many different gods, there was a reason for numerous travelers to come to the cathedral every week of the year, but this week was the anniversary of one of the larger subjugation wars, which had freed an eastern region from the control of a giant clan. So, every year, people from that region used their holidays to come here to the capital and celebrate the anniversary with parties and a trip to the cathedral in honor of the priests and priestesses who had come to their rescue, leading armies of church followers. The armory was hidden at the back of the cathedral complex, in a newer building next to the loading docks. If he hadn't known that they were still within the grounds, thanks to the number of ancient stone buildings around them, Karl would have thought that this was part of the commercial district. From the outside, this loading area was hidden by trees and a long driveway, but it was modern enough that they could move all the goods they needed in and out efficiently, and without interfering with the experience of the visitors to the holy buildings. What can I do for you? The clerk asked as Lotus waved happily at him. Karl here needs new battle armor. We get to go fun places. Lotus replied, excited about the day's upcoming events. Ascended rank, and as he doesn't have armor yet, I will say that he's not the team leader, so it will be ascended minimum with a heavy dose of commander rank targets. We can do that. As long as he has the merits and access, that is. The clerk agreed. Karl handed over his card, and the clerk scanned it through the reader. That should do it. Do you need weapons as well, or is what you have good enough? He asked. I've got an ascended rank bonded sword and the ability to code it in ascended rank attack skills. It should be all right, as far as my abilities go. Karl replied. The clerk nodded. Can you take it out and show me? It's better if I know what we're working with, just in case you might need a backup. Karl took out the blade, and then used the new shared skill, Flaming Body, that Hawk had shared to coat his lower arms and the blade in flames. Ooh, when did you learn that? Nice trick. Lotus cheered. When Hawk learned it. It should work out fairly well, and I can use it with the refreshing lightning barrier to keep up my defenses. Karl agreed. The clerk made a short note and then tapped a button to update his listings based on what Karl had mentioned for his skills. Well, we don't have much that's compatible with both lightning and fire, but we do have either or. If you're using lightning as a defensive shield, I would recommend this suit. Are there any pieces of gear that you need to keep on? He asked. My gauntlets. I've got a set of bestial strength gauntlets that should be kept on when I'm heading into combat. Then there's a ring I keep on as well, but that shouldn't interfere with the armor. Karl explained. A ring with what properties? So I know what to build around. The clerk asked as he refined the search. Karl did his best not to laugh as he realized how lopsided his buffs were. It's a ring of giant strength. The clerk blinked twice, slowly, and then entered it into his computer. You didn't look like the smash-everything-to-paste type of warrior, but I guess appearances are deceiving. Lotus giggled. Oh, he's not a warrior, he's a beastmaster. We just happen to have fought plenty of giants recently, and they value strength above all else. It was obvious that he didn't quite get what a non-warrior class would want with all that strength, but he also wasn't well versed in actual combat, just in the theoretical aspects that went into balancing gear to distribute to the other elites. Being strong also meant being fast, in a way. It didn't help your reflexes, but Karl's were already excellent, thanks to his class, so he could react smoothly while moving at much higher speeds than his body was normally capable of. All right, I have a match. It has strong defense, a natural affinity for lightning attacks, which should strengthen your barrier, and no gloves required, so you can wear your gauntlets. The clerk announced, before turning the screen to face Karl. It was a superhero. The entire outfit was designed to make the wearer look like a children's cartoon superhero, complete with a masked helmet that Karl was certain had to be some sort of copyright violation. Heart Ranger, go! Lotus laughed as she saw the outfit. That was precisely what Karl had been thinking, and the church guard with them nodded in agreement. I take it you would like me to look for something else? The clerk asked sheepishly. Normally, if the armor was the best that you could get, but it was ridiculous looking, or it was mismatched and piecemeal as many elites would wear when they didn't want to spend the money on a crafted set, they would wear it under a combat uniform instead of over. Lotus didn't like the combat uniforms, though, and Karl was trying to get away from destroying them as well. The clerk went through the options that he thought would be suitable, and at least wouldn't interfere with the skills that Karl was using, and came up with 3 options, which he brought up on the screen behind him. Those are your better-looking options. Not cartoonish or superhero. These ones were designed more for the working mercenaries than the up-and-coming stars who are likely to be recorded and put on the news, but if that's what you prefer, we've got them. The clerk explained. That's very much what I prefer. I spend a lot of time scouting and on point in the wilderness. I would rather not look like a super ranger. Karl laughed. One of the men in the back laughed as he heard the conversation. Tell the kid it's not that bad. We all go into the woods with bright white robes on. That made both Karl and Lotus laugh. The church guard did indeed go to battle in bright white robes, and their defensive magic even ensured that they stayed pure white for as long as possible. Who had decided that was a great tactical decision, Karl had no idea, but it had been a tradition for so long that even suggesting changing it now would be unthinkable to most of the church members. Lotus pointed up at the screen. There, that 1 second from the left. What are its properties? I wouldn't be embarrassed to be seen next to that. She asked. It's lightning neutral, fire element friendly, and has an ascended grade durability. The materials are a mix of monster leather and enchanted metals, with no additional enhancements to benefit the user. That means it is one of the budget options at the ascended rank. However, it is a quality magical product, and will hold up well to long-term use with the leather pants and the ability to be bonded, should the user be sufficiently compatible. Lotus smiled. Oh, bonded is good. What about the one on the far right? Roughly the same, neutral to lightning magic, but more attuned to fire. It also makes fire magic a bit less mana-intensive to use. It can also be bonded by the right user, but it is all leather, no metal. Can you bring them both out? If Karl can bond with one of the two, that would be the preferred option, just for the sake of daily combat use. Lotus suggested. The clerk nodded and tapped the screen, eliminating the others. A few minutes later, a muscular warrior came out from the back room with 2 boxes of gear and a smile on his face. Priestess, Elite. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. I think that too many people overlook the benefits of not looking like an idiot when you're on patrol, especially when you're young. Sure, you might think it's cool, but the team members who have been out in the field longer probably don't appreciate the walking flag in their midst. No, I can say for certain, nobody appreciates that. I might not be one of the elites, but I served over a decade on the front lines with the army before retiring. I doubt that having superpowers instead of a battle cleric will have changed the basics. The clerk gestured to the 2 boxes. You just have to put on one piece of the equipment, and if you are compatible, it will bond with you. Now, keep in mind that once it does, you've bought it, no returns, exchanges, or refunds. Karl turned to Lotus. I suspect that how I look matters much more to you than it does to me, so you pick which one we try first. If it works, that's the look I will have for the foreseeable future. The tiny cleric sighed, then put on a serious face and turned her hair from black to a mottled brown that reminded Karl of tree bark. Oh, the nature priestess has her game face on. What's it going to be, sister? The clerk asked. All leather first. My instincts say all leather first. Lotus replied, before her hair changed back to blonde. Karl wondered how long he had missed the fact that she had been changing her hair color with her mood, so he almost didn't notice when he picked up the helmet and set it over his head that the rest of the equipment vanished, and his hassock now had a full suit of armor underneath it. Well, take it off, take it off. The hassock. Lotus demanded, upset that she had been denied the sight of her chosen armor option. Karl laughed as he untied the belt and pulled the hassock over his head, revealing the plain flat black armor underneath, with a long-sleeved green tunic shirt underneath that Karl didn't remember being in the pile of gear. It felt a bit strange being restricted by armor after always being in just cloth, especially the way that the leather pants, with their stiff additional plating on the thighs and lower legs, moved against him. Lotus circled Karl 3 times before she made her decision that it was good enough for her. I like it. The green tunic was a nice touch, thanks guys. She congratulated the workers in the supply room. There was no tunic in the pile, we just assumed he was already wearing it. The clerk replied, confused. I was only wearing the hassock. Karl replied with a shrug. The clerk shook his head. You've been around the nature priests too long. Normally, visitors wear a layer underneath and don't just free-ball it. Karl laughed. Well, I had no clean clothes, and this was what was in the room, so this is what I'm wearing. The clerk shrugged off his concerns, and decided that it was all part of the system's magic that added the shirt to complete the armor set. Not that there were gaps that needed covering, but it looked more natural with the tunic between layers. Well, it looks like I'm good on armor now. I suppose that I should see what they were planning to do to change my supplies. The Academy backpack has been pretty good to me, but it sounds like the High Priestess was planning to make some changes. Karl added as he admired his new armor in the mirror on one wall. Now he had not just a weapon, but a full suit of armor that could be stored in a separate space, and if he was right, the armor, like the weapon, should come out clean again when he put it on. The weapon didn't take any blood or viscera back to the space with it, so the armor should be the same. Put the hassock back on before you leave the room, it's regulation. The clerk reminded him when Karl turned to go show off his new gear to the others. Right, almost forgot about that. He removed the helmet and set it aside, then awkwardly slid the loose-fitting robe back over himself and tied the waist. Then, as a test, he dismissed just the helmet back to the separate space, and sighed with relief when he found that he could go without it and not have to put away the entire set of armor. All that was left that wasn't bonded were the gauntlets, and those were easy enough to transport wherever he went, as they were made of leather with steel plating on the top. Once they had resized to fit him, they could easily enough be tucked in a side pocket of his bag, or a pouch at his waist. He would say tucked in his belt, but it would never do to accidentally lose one while he was running. It's a definite improvement over the silly combat suits that make everyone look like a mall security wannabe. Lotus informed him as they left the supply room. That's one way to look at them. We didn't have a mall in the town I grew up in, so I have only seen them on television. Karl laughed. Lotus giggled. You don't even know what you're missing out on then. You know, you're most likely what one would call rich by now. When you get some time off, you could go out shopping in the capital, take in the sights, learn to live a little. Karl raised an eyebrow at the way she directed it straight at him. Just me. You're not going to come along and show me what I'm missing at the shopping mall. The nature priestess just shook her head. I would personally rather play with Ray in the forest. But I have it on excellent authority that the mall was a highlight of the childhood of those who lived near one. The pair joked as the church guard led them back to the main building, where Brother Choi was waiting for Karl to return, ready to continue their meditation practice at the instruction of the High Priestess. Don't worry, it's all for your own benefit. If you're going to run away tomorrow before we can finish the process, it would be best if you at least had one more afternoon of practice, so I can provide guidance on any aspects you haven't mastered. The monk greeted them. Lotus waved to Brother Choi as she kept walking. I will make sure that your gear gets properly updated for the mission. Go and learn your focus thing, so Ray can make it to Commander Rank and take me through the trees even faster. I'm glad you have your priorities in order. I will see you at dinner. Karl called back as she headed into the building, followed by one of the two church guards. The orders to follow the group around so they were available anytime they were needed were never changed, and at this point probably wouldn't be, as they were leaving in the morning, so everyone had an escort, and there was no chance that the inquisitive mind of a nature priest might lead Lotus astray in the nation's largest cathedral. They returned to the same meditation room as the last time, but this time, Brother Choi had more knowledge to impart. Since you're going to be gone when you get to the important part, I will try to explain it now. You will finish the flame, and then you will feel stuck again. But you're actually not. Once the flame is finished, you need to draw the aura of the flame out through the whole space, and then when it feels like it is balancing out again, rebuild the flame to a new, higher standard. It will only go so far beyond the surrounding area before it feels complete and won't advance, so you need to keep layering more and more power through the space from the focus. If you don't bring it from the focus, it won't stay or increase the potency of the space. It's hard to say how many times you will have to do it, but eventually, you will make it to Commander Rank. While you were busy, I did a bit of research using the reports that the Bureau has made on you, and I think that you don't actually need to push yourself all the way to the Commander Rank with your mental space. Once you get far enough, the beasts will naturally advance, and they should pull you up with them. That's something that I can't do, but in your early reports, it was clear that the advancement of Hawk was driving you forward, so the same should remain true as you advance further. Karl considered that for a while. Can I spread the aura of the focus before it's at its maximum? Brother Choi nodded. You can, but it's not as efficient because there isn't enough energy there to make a nice even advancement layer. Like the rings of a tree, you need it to be even all the way around for it to be perfect. That made sense, so Karl gave him an affirmative thumbs up and began to meditate to finish building up the 3 focal points. Now that he had a guaranteed way forward, it was much easier to focus on the task at hand and not worry about what he should be doing. The next morning came entirely too early as Karl felt that he was finally making real progress on his spaces, but the promise of a unique challenge for the group, with the promise of even better rewards, was enough to eliminate most of the concerns that his time might be better spent in the meditation room. His backpack had been upgraded while he was away, including a small note from Lotus about the state of his supplies. Karl, I replaced all your camping gear, other than what Ray made, which I transferred from a stick to a proper lightweight pole. There is a folded cloth tent, your hammock, rope, lightweight kitchenware, extra boots and socks, and then the essential grooming kit. Since you're with us, I only included the small fuel stove with 1 can, but normally, you would carry a spare. The cup that goes with the stove contains a coffee perk and some fresh ground beans if you find yourself in need of better coffee in the mornings. There is a week's worth of ration packs in there, as is protocol, and an extra canteen full of good water. I also added some extra clothes, since you never have anything clean when you get back to civilization. Your laundry is tightly rolled and packed in the central pouch. Please refer to the diagram. Her handwriting was beautiful, so what had happened to her picture drawing abilities? Even the shape of the backpack was barely recognizable, much less the stuff she drew inside. Fortunately, the labels were perfectly clear, and Karl understood without completely unpacking the bag. Instead, he just opened the sections and pockets to double-check, before curiosity overcame him, and he pulled out the grooming kit to see what Lotus had thought were the essentials for a man's grooming. There was a straight razor, shaving soap, and a brush, which looked higher quality than his old one. Then there was a comb, scissors, nail clippers, a sewing kit with both fine and leather supplies, instant set glue, leather soap, mink oil for conditioning the leather, and then condoms. So many condoms. Now, Karl wasn't a particularly prudish young man, and he did keep one in his old supply bag, just in case. But there were nearly 30 of them here. Was Lotus trying to tell him something? Or was this an oddity of what she considered essential supplies? Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long, as the cleric in question came to check on him just as he was putting everything away. Lotus, why is half my grooming kit bag filled with condoms? Karl asked as the smirking woman walked in. You see, the standard operating procedure is 14 days of supplies, except water, which would be too heavy to carry for most of us. So, 14 days, and 2 a day, makes 28. There are precisely 28 condoms in your bag, and if that number changes, we will have some questions for you, young man. Lotus replied in her best motherly voice before devolving into giggles. Well, it's not like they're heavy, but I admire your optimism. I didn't tear the pack apart, but it looks like everything is there. Is it time to leave? Karl replied. Yeah, we head down in 10 minutes, that's what I came over to tell you, just in case you were meditating. They hate waiting for people, especially elites, who should know better. The pilots hate waiting on anything. But I'm all packed up now, should we get going? Karl replied. The others should be waiting. The word waiting turned out to be an understatement. One helicopter was shut down for maintenance, and there were 50 clergy members standing around outside with their gear, as the other pilots wouldn't leave him to fly without his formation if they didn't have to. There weren't many monsters who could take one out when it was loaded with clerics and elites, but if they were taken by surprise, even Hawk could be a deadly threat to the transport vehicle. The mechanisms were complex and fairly delicate, so a single fireball to the rotors would take a helicopter out of the sky. For that reason, the bus was a more popular option, but for wilderness deployments, it simply wasn't an option, as it couldn't get you close enough to the deployment zone, and the Golden Dragon Nation was a large one. As he scanned the group, Karl noticed that there was another team that stood out even more than his did. While half of his team was in armor instead of the robes of the clergy, the final team was in a different style of robes with a light chest plate, and swords on their hips in a delicate style that Karl was certain would shatter the first time they took a hard parry. Obviously, they weren't for fighting head-on, but more of a martial arts style of combat, but they didn't look like monks, unless this was some odd fashion of the capital that he didn't know. Spellblades. Tessa offered a one-word explanation. Oh, Karl had heard of those. They were mages who trained in the ways of the warrior. Not elites, but trained mages. They weren't known to be as quick-growing as the elite mages, but they had a long history, hundreds of thousands of years, and they were the primary fighting force of many of the magical nations. He wondered if they were going to get to see them in action wherever they were going, or if they were on some other mission. That answer was solved easily enough when an aging mage came to join them and quietly informed his group that he had arranged other transportation, and that they were headed to the airport. But before they could leave, the crew announced that the helicopters were ready to go, and they could start loading now. That caused a moment of indecision, but the mage waved the spell's words toward the military helicopters, and made a phone call to cancel the arrangements for the other flight. That was how Karl found himself seated next to a young woman in black robes, who had a large scar on the side of her face and a serious chip on her shoulder. Is this the grade of warrior they're sending into combat these days? Aren't you a bit weak to one of the elite brutes? She asked. The other elites were about to respond, but when they saw that Karl wasn't bothered, they held back, wondering what he would do. For Karl, who had grown up the smallest, being called weak was no real insult anymore. He was too used to it to take offense. But one thing that Ray had noticed right away was that this spell's word was still at the awakened rank. You know, given that there is a whole rank between us, I thought that you could be more polite. Something along the lines of, have you been ill, senior brother? You look far too slender and handsome for a warrior. That would be much more suitable, don't you think? From the look on the woman's face, you would think that Karl had slapped her. Why in the seven realms would I call you senior brother? You're still an awakened rank spell's word, while it won't be long before I move from ascended to commander rank. Certainly, that deserves some consideration. Her teammates were smirking, but holding back from getting involved. Whether to prevent a fight from breaking out, or because they were looking down on the elites, Karl didn't know. But when it came to a battle of wits, he wasn't completely unarmed. As if I would call some young child senior brother. She grumbled as she realized that Karl really did have the power advantage. He didn't know how their faction's internal rankings worked, but the elites went mostly by power. The more you had, the more respect you got. Most warrior groups should be the same, and Ray was quite certain that the oldest two in their group were commanders, while the others were all awakened. Teams 1 and 7, you are up first. You will be hot dropping into a combat zone, so be prepared for action. The cargo master announced, cutting off their argument. Alice nodded in acceptance, as they were Team 1, and it appeared that Team 7 was the spell's words. It was just his luck. They really were going to the same deployment, and they were already off to a not-so-brilliant start. Maybe there was a chance they weren't working together, but just near each other. Everyone unloaded as the helicopter touched down, and a bearded blonde royal rank mage came forward to greet them. Good, you all made it, and you've had a chance to meet each other. He paused to laugh at his own joke and the obvious tension between the two groups. I am Prince Corbin, and as you might already know, these four are Larry, Daryl, and Darren, and finally, our ray of sunshine is Rosalind. The royal rank mage introduced himself in the spell's words, with a teasing glint in his eye that dared the girl to speak out. The fact she hated the name wasn't a secret, everyone could see it, but it was just as obvious that she had done something to annoy the royal rank mage and make him use her full name. Corbin was dressed as an elite, so Prince would most likely be a power-related title, as Commander and Overlord were. Larry and Daryl were the Commander-ranked leaders, while the other Daryl and Darren were the awakened pair, making for a larger power gap than most groups, but if they had Prince Corbin with them, it was probably some Spellblade clan-related mission, as they were all from the same group. Now, I'm not going to ask you all to work together, that would be pushing my luck too far, but I will request that the two groups not attack each other if you see each other in the wilderness. My people have an assignment to hunt beasts above their rank, and the rest of you are here for whatever mission the church had, so your goals shouldn't overlap by too much. Corbin finished, before nodding in satisfaction in a way that reminded Karl of his father when something went right. Alice reached out and shook his hand. Prince Corbin, good to see you again. For those who I haven't met yet, I am Commander Alice, then we have Sister Tessa and Sister Lotus, Dana and Brother Karl. Brother Karl? Corbin asked, looking at Karl's leather armor with the green tunic. That wasn't church guard uniform, and he didn't feel like a priest. The church summons him so often you'd think he was a priest. He's actually a Beastmaster class elite, so if you see oddly tame monsters around, they might be his. I wouldn't pick a fight with them, they're stronger than they look. Rosalind scoffed, but Corbin looked excited. Perhaps we could have a little sparring match, as we have two clerics here to deal with any mishaps. It would help build recognition between the two groups. He suggested. Sure, the young lady and Karl seemed to have a companionable rivalry going on. Perhaps he could duel her without his beasts active, and they could get a taste for each other's skills. Alice offered. Rosalind pulled her short black hair back away from her face and smirked. You don't think that I can handle one elite with his gimmick pets? Alice gave her a vicious smile. Why don't you try him first and then see if you think you're up to a 4-on-1 fight, a rank above yourself? Everyone backed away, all confident in their contestants' chances of winning, despite knowing very little about the opponent. I would like to make one condition if I win. Never call me Rosalind again. The girl demanded of her royal rank mentor. I will consider calling you Muffin again if you win one-on-one against him. If you can take him and his pets, I will call you Rose. Corbin countered. That seemed to be as good as she was going to get, and Rose drew her blade, glaring at Karl, who took the two-handed blade out of stasis. As I thought, a big slow brute. She laughed, then launched herself forward using a skill that nearly caught Karl off guard. But he was both fast and strong, and his eyesight had picked up the faint flare of magic around her as the skill activated. He brought up Refreshing Lightning, along with Flaming Body, which he focused on his hands and sword as he leapt to the side of the clearing, and then used a tree to launch himself back at the recovering Spellsword, who had skidded to a stop after missing her target. She darted out of the way as the massive sword whistled through the spot she had been standing a split second earlier, leaving a trail of flames in its wake. Her taunting look turned serious as Karl spun the blade and reversed its direction without shifting his feet, a maneuver that anyone with normal human strength would never manage with a weapon that large. With the Spellsword off balance, he chased her back across the clearing with a flurry of attacks as she steadied his fighting style. She activated skill after skill, unable to use her more powerful spells now that they were so closely engaged, but with the melee range activation and her power disadvantage, none of the spells that she managed to activate could overcome the trail of fire left by Flaming Body to actually hit Karl. She was by far the superior swordsman, but with a wall of flames in front of him, a reach advantage of over a meter and supernatural strength, it was not easy for her to get close enough to show it. Rose couldn't parry his strikes, they would knock the blade from her hands, but when Karl missed with a strike, she ducked underneath his blade's flaming path and went for his open body. Only, Karl simply took one hand off the blade and swatted her sword away, letting Refreshing Lightning take the damage as he charged into her with his shoulder, knocking the smaller fighter from her feet. Once she was in the air, he didn't let her hit the ground and get away. The unarmed combat class had taught him better. Instead, he dismissed his sword and grabbed her by the robes to reverse her momentum and hurl her across the clearing. Rose made a startled squeak as she found herself truly airborne, headed for the treetops at an alarming velocity. Corbin caught her in a net of water magic and set the Spellsword back on the ground. That was dirty fighting. Rose complained. He's as strong as an ascended giant. It's a good thing that I caught you, or you'd be stuck in the treetops right now. I know you can wind step to get down, but it is slower than his normal movement speed, thanks to that monstrous strength. That's why beating a solo monster a rank above you is the challenge I have set. They're not as smart as a human, or as agile. Corbin chastised her. I understand, instructor. I have lost. She sighed. See, that's my muffin. You learn so fast. Karl wasn't certain that was actually an improvement, but the way the others smiled made it seem like a term of endearment. Perhaps they were related. That might explain the teasing, but they didn't look alike. I know his tricks now. I will win for certain next time. She agreed. And that will have to wait until after the mission. I don't want any of you challenging each other in the wilderness. Now, I have the maps for all 4 groups, and then we can all get going. The 2 commanders moved to stand next to Daryl and Darren, and Prince Corbin moved to stand next to Rose while he handed Alice the updated map of the area, with monster sightings and harvested resources. Alice looked over the map and nodded. It hadn't changed too much since yesterday when theirs was updated. Good luck, and if you need anything, look for us. We have 2 healers, and both can magically repair gear, so if you damage a blade or your armor in combat, we can get you going again. Alice reminded them. The spell's words all raced off into the woods to get started on their mission, while Alice gestured toward the mountain northeast of them. That is our first target. There have been strange sightings around the base of the mountain, and it might mean that whatever we're looking for has been hidden there. She instructed the group. Karl moved to the point position and called out Hawk to begin reconnaissance. This place is busy. There are monsters everywhere. Furry ones, big furry ones, scaly ones, big scaly ones. Hawk notarized his estimation of their threat level. There was only one problem. He had no idea what any of these creatures were called. He had never seen them before, and he hadn't seen them in the lesson books that Karl had gone through back at the academy when they were studying monsters to help his growth rate. Well, there are officially monsters everywhere. If I knew what they were, I would tell you, but there are big scaly ones coming this way. Karl informed the group. All right, let's move toward them. We don't want to lead monsters to the assembly point. Alice ordered. Thor roared in rage as Karl called him out to prepare for the fight. He couldn't see the enemy yet, but he could smell them, and every Sero knew the smell of their natural predators. The scaly things are some sort of bipedal lizard. Karl relayed as he tried to interpret Thor's enraged thoughts. His mind just called them enemies, and the Sero packs didn't have a name for them either, but there was no doubt that they were carnivorous and pack hunters. What he hadn't expected was the size. The first of them came crashing through the trees, standing 3 meters tall, but nearly 7 meters long as it stood on 2 powerful legs with its tail extending behind it, and Karl could hear more of them coming. Thor bugled a challenge at them, and the reptilian beasts turned to charge at their natural prey, forgetting about the small humans in favor of a real meal. This lightning Sero was no pushover like his average pack kin, and Thor whipped his armor-plated tail ball at the first one to charge, sending it careening into a tree, where Karl was able to get a good swing at it. His body surged with power as the 2 clerics both buffed him, and his blade shone with holy light under the fire as it cleaved down into the creature's neck, leaving the awakened rank beast's muscles severed, and the head tilted at an odd angle as it crashed to the ground and bled out on the mossy ground. That curbed the enthusiasm of the other 2 monsters that had been incoming, but they had bigger problems than Karl and his sword. The clerics had also buffed Ray and her spider golems, which had just jumped out of the trees and onto the back of one, while Alice's golem cut off the escape route for another. Dana's golems were already surrounding the beast, and with the additional damage that they had gained when she learned Destruction, which added damage to all her spells, the 2 stone golems, who were now armed and armored, were having no problems hacking through the thick hide. It was a huge improvement from before they had found the system stones, and even if the two mages hadn't been casting anything else, the two awakened rank golems would have easily defeated the beast. The new weapons and armor were a real upgrade for the golem, and the stacked improvements were quickly putting Dana near the top of the awakened rank for combat power. The smaller furry things are coming your way. Maybe dogs, Hawk suggested. The last of the reptiles hadn't even finished twitching yet, and there were already more attackers, but if they were wolves, it wouldn't be so bad. Wolves he could handle. But, of course, that wasn't the case. Hawk knew what wolves were, and these were not it. They had a similar muzzle structure, but they were the size of a bear, and they had wings. Actual, leathery wings. But those were less concerning than the size of the claws on their feet as Karl parried an incoming attack. The claws sparked like steel as they met the fire magic on his blade, but they didn't appear to be damaged. Karl stepped back to put himself into Thor's circle of protection, while remaining between the monsters and the rest of the group. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. That retreat seemed to be a signal to the beasts, and they teamed up to grab one of the bodies and drag it away. The group decided to just let them go for the moment, until they could figure out what they had just been attacked by. Is anyone familiar with those? Alice asked hopefully, looking at Lotus. I know countless monsters, but not that. I almost thought it was an overgrown hellhound, but there was no fire or brimstone smell. Lotus replied. Their claws didn't shatter against an ascended rank skill, so they're at least that tough. Karl added. Ask Hawk what else is in the area, and for a more detailed description. Something is really wrong here, and I hope that the other groups will be all right, since they went out in pairs, and the beasts here seem to operate in packs. Alice replied. That was a good point. The awakened spellblades would be a liability in a fight like that, and there was only one commander with the boys. The Royal Rank Mage was a different story. He had enough power that nothing here would be a real concern to him, but if they saw the others, they should at least give them some warning. There are no more of the big lizards. They ran away when they saw the furry things. Those are taking the food they stole back toward a cave in the hills to your east. There are smaller lizard men, and other furry things that stand upright. Hawk finished with a detailed list of where they all were, which Karl relayed to Alice, who plotted their course for the day. We don't want to be fighting all day and night, but we do need to clear many of the monsters in this area if we are going to do any searching for hidden resources. So, I have set a course that will lead us to the first suspected anomaly point, which we will set up camp near and explore in the morning. It is unlikely that we will have a peaceful night tonight, so I will ask Ray to return to her space and get some rest well before dark. She will be needed to keep every watch with us after it is too dark for Hawk to see well, but she will also need to help set up a safe fort for us tonight. Karl nodded in agreement. Sleeping on the ground seems like a bad idea for tonight with those predators wandering the area. Do we know what the bipedal furry things might be? Some sort of monkey or ape that might chase us into the trees. Lotus frowned. I don't think so. It's going to be close to freezing overnight and even worse further into the hills. I think that they will more likely be a species of yeti than apes. Everyone else waited for Lotus to elaborate, as they weren't familiar with the species. The level of intelligence and the type of magic that were innate to the species could make a significant difference to their plans. They're about as smart as ape-type monsters, which is to say more intelligent than most. They also have opposable thumbs, so they can use handheld weapons. They have a thick hide under dense fur that makes for durable armor, and they are virtually immune to water and wind-type attacks. Fire is their great bane, and they will usually run if there is fire involved, as they cannot survive long in the heat. Full-grown they are ascended rank, usually on the low side, but they travel in packs of up to 10, plus any juveniles that haven't moved on to form their own group yet. Alice nodded. So, we're looking at up to a dozen intelligent ascended rank monsters at a time. What does Hawk have to say on their numbers? Karl conferred with Hawk for a moment. He counts 5 in this group, and 2 are smaller, juveniles at the awakened rank, but no females. Lotus frowned. That means they'll be extra aggressive. They're not particularly protective of their females, but they get extremely violent when they don't have any in the pack. Alice turned to Karl. It looks like you'll be at the front again, as fire magic is their weakness. Lead the way, and we will take them out before moving on. Karl followed Hawk's directions to the pack of what turned out to be Yeti, which were essentially furry orcs in Karl's mind. They were the same size, and though they didn't use weapons and preferred their claws and ice magic, they were on the same near-human intelligence level. The group of them stared down Karl as he approached alone out of the trees, then growled when he brought up refreshing lightning and flaming body. The fire magic enraged them, and the pure gall of this human to think that he could take on an entire Yeti clan on his own showed them that he did not respect them nearly enough. But Karl wasn't alone. He was just a distraction, and the others had surrounded the group while he postured and wasted time. "We're in place," Ray informed him, and Karl launched into action. His blade swatted away a flurry of ice bolts as the mages summoned their golems, then Ren blocked the claws of the largest Yeti. The beast was fast, blindingly fast with the swirl of snow and fog that surrounded it, making it hard for Karl to properly target as they traded strikes. He saw an opening, and went in for the kill, driving his blade straight into the chest of the oversized beast. But the blade found no purchase, and the ice-covered fur simply turned it aside with a cloud of steam as the clashing elements fought for dominance. The two of them were evenly matched in power, and the Yeti's claws caused Karl's lightning barrier to flicker as it took advantage of his overextension. The two of them moved back to regroup, completely focused on their own battle, while the other, weaker members of the Yeti clan were handled by the others. The Yeti's claws were surrounded by ice magic the same way that Karl did with Ren when he was fighting with claws, but against an opponent so much larger, it was better to use the two-handed blade. It could still throw attacks just fine, and he had the skill to use them without an actual weapon now. But the Yeti was born to the power of ice. It was no slouch in combat, and for a few minutes, neither of them could get through the other's defenses. The advantage changed as they fought, and offensive adaptation began to give Karl the edge, allowing him to reduce the power he was using in the fight, while the Yeti was getting tired. But the final decision was made by Ray, who finished her opponents and drove both sharp forelimbs through the back of the Yeti, impaling it through the heart and lungs, killing it before it even realized it had been ambushed. "You were taking too long," she complained. All the other Yeti were dead, and the group had moved up to make certain they were within range of circle of protection, in case something was attracted to the noise. "Hawk, what do we have out there?" Karl asked. "More big walking furry things. Once you get past the next hill, the mountains are all covered in snow, and they're scattered everywhere. I think they live in the caves. Hawk says there are many more Yetis around, and that they're living in caves in the mountains." Karl explained to the group. "That means this might be the spot. There shouldn't be Yeti here. There shouldn't even be snow here. But there is. I think that we will need to find a safe spot in the mountains and check for entrances to the caves tomorrow morning," Alice instructed. They still had a lot of daylight left, which would give Hawk time to search for a safe spot for the evening. "The black clothes people are fighting Yeti ahead on your left, then there are more Yetis coming from every direction except yours toward them," Hawk informed him in a helpful tone. "Hawk says that a fight between the Spellswords and the local beasts has attracted every Yeti for a few kilometers." Karl sighed. "We should go help. If there are that many, it could spell trouble for them. They're here to challenge a beast above their level, not do a mass clearance of the monsters. That's closer to our mission, though our primary purpose is to look for opportunities." Alice agreed. The way to the battle was clear, as everything was already headed their way, and Karl could hear the frantic battle, and feel the crackling of magic up ahead as the Spellswords fought. I will lead the way in, so they don't attack Thor and the others. He called back to the group. Tessa climbed on Thor, and Ray grabbed Lotus, while Dana and Alice caught rides from Dana's golems. It was the most energy-efficient way to travel for them, and it would get them to the battle much more quickly than walking. When Karl arrived, he found that the commotion was focused around Larry and Daryl. They were similarly built, dark-haired young men, though the commander, Larry, was a solid decade older, and Daryl was still a student close to Karl's age. The pair were engaged in a desperate battle against 5 ascended rank Yeti, similar to the one that Karl had been fighting earlier. The battle was not going well for them, and they were reduced to fighting back-to-back, despite Larry having a rank advantage on the beasts. The Cerro and Spider are mine. We're here to help. Karl called as he charged into the battle, activating the flames on his sword to distract the Yeti clans. Again, there didn't appear to be any females in the group, and what Lotus had said about the male monsters getting aggressive when there were no females around seemed to be true. The monsters charged Karl, but with the experience he had from the first fight, he knew the easy way to get one over on them. With the flaming body effect on his blade set to somewhat weak, Karl charged straight in. The weak attack would give the monster a false sense of superiority, and then at the last second, Karl launched Shred to break the ice barrier on the monster, before bringing the flames to full output and driving the blade deep into its chest. He kicked the beast away from him, sending it flying with his blade in its chest, knocking 2 more of the Yeti over. That took a lot of the pressure from the beleaguered Spellswords, who looked concerned that he had just kicked his blade across the battlefield. Karl dismissed the blade and brought it back to his hands, refreshing the flames over it as he used Ren to block the next 3 attacks from the other beasts. Thor was there now, and raised golems, which meant that Lotus and the Spider were somewhere nearby. Damn, it's good to see you. Can you get the clerics to treat Daryl? He's half paralyzed from the ice attacks, and he's too slow to fight properly. Larry asked. Thor charged over with Tessa, knocking the last of the Yetis away from the magic warriors, and giving her a chance to dismount while he fought. Tessa assessed the young mage. I will take care of him, you help Thor. He's got a circle of protection active, and it should include you. But his attack power is lower than his defense. The group moved to the middle of the clearing, while Karl and the spider golems forced the enemies back to give the mages time to recover and prepare for a drawn-out battle. Alice turned to the other commander, and Larry frowned. I take it that you have bad news for me. He asked before she could speak. All sorts of it. Your battle here attracted every monster for kilometers. Or perhaps something else in the area did, but they're all coming here. Don't burn through your mana too quickly, you'll need it soon. She warned. Is there any good news? Larry asked, smiling in a way that said he knew they were in trouble. We've got 5 golems to fight for us, a circle of protection, 2 clerics, and a lightning Cerro, who regenerates stamina. That's the best that I can offer. Some of these beasts are a match for an elite on the same level. Alice replied. Some of them are a match for an elite above their level. I had trouble with a high-ascended rank winged wolf earlier. As if summoned, Lotus dropped down from the trees on a string of spider silk. Do you know what those things are? I didn't recognize them. She asked. Larry shook his head. No, I've never seen anything like them. But it's as good a name as any. More sounds of combat reached them, as if someone were fighting a running retreat, so Karl had Thor bugle out a greeting that should bring the humans their way. If it were the other Spellswords, they should know that he had beasts with him, and if it were other elites, they might come to what sounded like a Cerro pack for safety. The animals were herbivores, but they would fight back viciously if other monsters attacked them. A second later, Prince Corbin was next to them, with a blood-covered blade in one hand and an unconscious Rose in the other. Tessa immediately began a healing prayer spell, and golden light surrounded the injured girl. What happened? Karl asked. The damned tunnels happened. The entrances were covered in ice until we passed, and then the Yeti clans came flooding out to fight. I killed hundreds of them until I started to run out of mana, and they broke the barrier over Rose. He explained. If they broke the barriers of a royal rank mage, that meant that they likely had multiple commanders with them, and that was bad news for everyone. How many are still following you? Alice asked, forming a battle plan that didn't involve being here in the trees when the Yeti attacked. Not more than 10, but I ran into more that were already headed this way. He sighed. About 30 now, counting the ones from the other sides. Hawk updated. Our scout says 30 in total, coming from 3 sides. The way we came from is still clear. Karl relayed. Corbin looked suspicious. Why are they all over us like fat kids on a cupcake, and there is no horde of angry monsters coming your way? Karl shrugged. They are now that we're standing next to you. It might be a smell thing, either your magic or something about all of you. Ray sniffed the air, but didn't detect anything. She could sense their magic, but that wasn't a long-ranged ability. The monsters spread out to circle them, roaring and grunting in a primitive language that was effective enough to arrange the battle. Any words of wisdom? Lotus whispered to Karl as the monsters came into view. Yeah, I don't think they can climb trees, so if things go sideways, get ready to pull you up out of sight. Karl whispered back. The tiny nature priestess smiled and patted him on the back, and Karl shifted position so that the golems, plus him and Thor, made up the outer rank of defenders. Prince Corbin needed a moment to catch his breath and recover his mana, while Rose was still recovering under the effects of Tessa's magic, and the other spells words were not tank-type fighters, so they would join after the first charge was blocked. We could use some more room to fight. Prince Corbin sighed as he assessed the dense trees in front of them. Thor gave a whistling snort in response, and when the first of the Yeti began to move forward, he smashed the ground with his tail, dropping a dozen trees with earthquake. Well, that's one way to do it. All right, once the fight starts, I will clear a few more trees from our path, so we don't have to dodge them as we fight. Ray was not a fan of that plan. She was intending to use the trees as a chance to ambush from above, but even if she had to go a few extra meters, it shouldn't hurt her tactics too much. The attackers paused as they saw the destructive potential of the lightning Cerro and the formation of humans arrayed against them. The Yeti clans might not often fight in large groups, but that didn't mean they were incapable of it, and after a few seconds, they began to shift positions, intending to swarm the 2 awakened rank golems, which were the softest target on the outer loop. That was a monumental mistake, as right behind them was Prince Corbin, and no sooner had the Yeti attack reached the golems than they were sliced clean in half by a blade of wind. The ones behind them couldn't understand what went wrong. The wind blades were nearly invisible, and with the swirling snow and fog, they had never even seen them coming. To the others, it looked like the 2 awakened rank golems had taken out the first to attack. So, they all charged at once, intent on overcoming the humans by pure force if a targeted strike wasn't going to work. Thor's circle of protection flared, surrounding the defensive formation. That was all the courage Karl needed as he sent the strongest, Shred, that he could into the incoming wave of Yeti warriors. Hey, these other ones have weapons. Hawk warned them just as Karl's, Shred, took out a trio of furred monsters. Hawk says that the next ones coming have weapons. Karl warned as he sent a rend attack straight forward with an overhand slice. Yeti don't use weapons. Corbin called back as he defended the point behind Dana's golems. Do you think someone forgot to tell them that? Karl asked, using a rend attack to highlight the fact that there were ones with weapons already in sight. Shit. That's not right at all. Alice cursed as she saw what Hawk was informing Karl of. How is our count? Tessa called as she refreshed the buffs on everyone's weapons and stamina. Not more than 12, all extra strong with weapons. I don't think that the count will matter for long. Daryl and Darren just paged for emergency rescue. They're too far from here for us to get to, but there are other elites nearby, and they're all having issues. Corbin informed them. He had an earbud in, so he could hear all the radio updates, and things were suddenly chaotic for everyone who was within communications range. Karl stared down a pair of oversized Yetis, who were wielding short swords in both hands, with eyes glowing like blue gemstones as they channeled magic. Karl stepped forward to give himself room to fight, but mentally made a note of Thor's circle of protection. If he was going to go 2-on-1 against Commander Rank monsters, he was going to need all the help he could get. He wasn't the only one that was about to be in trouble. All the armed monsters were Commander Rank beasts, and their ice magic was resonating with that of the ones near them, creating a swirling vortex of ice around the battlefield. Hawk, find us a way out of here. A nice cave, somewhere that we can't be surrounded by these things. Karl instructed as the bird circled overhead, still scouting until he was given orders to attack. Got it. I will look for something. The creature in front of Karl turned up its mouth into a sneer, and the two attacked in unison, sending a wave of ice Karl's way. A flick of his wrist sent a wave of flame toward them, intercepting the icicles, but most of them still made it through, slamming into his refreshing lightning barrier and draining his energy. That was the insidious part of the ice attacks. They tried to slow you until you were frozen, and they could eat you at their leisure. Tess's magic warmed him from the inside, and Lotus had cast a spell over the area that was counteracting the ice magic with plants, but it wasn't enough, as each of the beasts were individually stronger than she was, and their magic resonated. Another volley was partially blocked as Karl switched to using Rend, which had already optimized itself against the Yeti magic, and cut deep gouges into the closer of his two targets, but in return, Karl took a direct hit that punched through his lightning barrier, leaving a bleeding wound in his side that quickly closed under the effects of Lotus magic. We need to get out of here. Alice called as she took out one of the monsters fighting her golem. Larry was with Thor still, and Corbin was with Dana's golems, which she was using all her focus to keep active as they took continual hits from the ice magic. Hawk is on it. He will have something soon. Karl called back as Ray crept down the trees to launch a surprise attack on the Yeti's back before vanishing again. They weren't healing quickly, and within 10 seconds, the blood was beginning to pool at its feet from the wound. That was a good sign, and Karl expanded, Flaming Body, to cover all of himself over the lightning barrier. It would break first and wouldn't be available to attack for a bit afterwards, but the fire did a much better job of negating the damage from the ice attacks, and Karl couldn't afford too many more hits like the last one. If it wasn't for the flying spells, and the two spells words darting in and out to slice and chop at the beasts, it would almost look like a stalemate on the battlefield. But when Ray got a flurry of attacks into the back of the second beast that Karl was fighting, and her golems went on a kamikaze mission to support Larry on Thor's side of the encirclement, Karl knew that it was almost time for them to go. When there is a chance, run to Thor's side. 500 meters that way is a cave with nothing inside. Hawk explained. Everyone, get ready to move. Punch through on Thor's side and keep moving 500 meters to a cave. Got it. I will shift sides for a hard push, you take the rear guard. Everyone else, run as fast as you can, but stay together. Prince Corbin instructed. Prince Corbin attacked through the breach on Thor's side of the circle faster than most of the elite's eyes could follow, cutting down a swathe of Yetis and burning through his mana to get everyone clear of the encirclement. Tessa pulled Alice and Dana up on Thor's back, while Ray grabbed Lotus with a strand of silk and pulled her into the trees, escaping the encirclement before the furry monsters could even realize that the nature priestess was unharmed. The golems held their positions around Thor, while the spells words used their magic to increase their movement speed and keep in the protective circle around the lightning Cerro. Karl chased after them, using fire to keep the monsters at bay as everyone ran, ignoring their injuries and exhaustion to keep up with the Royal Rank Mage and the rampaging Cerro. The golems were the first to fall, forced to stop to hold off the wave of attackers. Then Daryl took an ice bolt to the knee that dropped him to the ground, leaving him far behind the main group. Karl picked up the wounded spells word as the man downed a healing potion, then hurled him back ahead and into the main group. At the back of the pack, they were taking too many attacks for the exhausted mage to keep his armor up, but Karl's lightning was still holding strong as he hurled attacks at the monsters approaching the sides of the group. The monsters were as fast as Thor, and they weren't giving up the chase, but the constant barrage of attacks was keeping them from closing in again, as 300 meters passed, then 400, and the cave came into sight. Lotus and Ray were already waiting for them, along with the spider golems, which Ray could only summon next to her after they had fallen in battle. Once they were closer, the mages created new golems to defend the cave mouth, and everyone dismounted from Thor as he stopped to guard the entrance. But the Yeti clans were no longer following them. Once they got within 50 meters of the caves, the beasts broke off the chase, milling about, but unwilling to get too close to the caverns. That was probably not a good thing, Karl decided. But for the moment, it was keeping them from being attacked, and Ray had disappeared inside to scout, but didn't find anything at all other than stone walls and some dripping water from the melting snow above. Once everyone was inside, they dismissed the golems, and Karl called Thor back into his space. The Yeti clan still weren't approaching, so it wasn't the defensive force that was keeping them away, but something about the area around the cave. Hawk, do you see anything threatening above? Something that might actually be a danger to a Commander Rank Yeti? Karl asked. Nothing. Other than them, there is nothing here. Not even mice. That didn't sound promising, but they would have to work with it. Ray returned empty-handed, but with insight about the caves. They extend another 15 meters, then they stop at a stone wall with water flowing down it. The water runs out somewhere at the bottom, but I'm too big to fit in there. We should be safe in here, she explained. Ray says the caves are empty, but there is a water drain at the back wall, so they're not completely sealed. We should be able to hide and rest here, then continue in the morning. Karl whispered to Alice, so he didn't alert anything outside. Corbin cast a spell over the entrance, creating a false stone wall, and Karl called Hawk back to his space. The three of you, get some sleep. If we're attacked, we will likely need all of you in your best shape again, he instructed. The trio settled into rest, and Karl turned his attention to the conversation between the commanders and Prince Corbin. There shouldn't have been commanders here at all, much less dozens of them with weapons. The anomaly was strong enough when we saw snow start to fall in these mountains, when it has never done that before, but to have sudden appearances of an entire force of Commander Rank Yeti. That's far too unnatural. Prince Corbin was muttering. For once, I actually envy Daryl and Darren, they managed to get a ride out of here. Larry replied quietly. Corbin shook his head. No, they didn't. The helicopter was attacked and was forced to turn back. They joined up with the other elite units in the zone to gather and retreat on foot. The radio communications say that they're still alive, but they've been attacked multiple times as well. The strength of the attackers is falling as they head out of the hills, so we have to be close to the core of the problem, but I have no idea how we're going to even investigate it. Daryl and Rose are in no shape to be going anywhere, and likely won't be until sometime tomorrow afternoon, and as we learned today, it's not even safe for me to travel alone here. I might be at the royal rank, but 10 or 20 on one, Commander Rank magic users are still going to overwhelm me. As he watched, Karl noticed that the healing of the group wasn't complete. Both Corbin and Larry were still showing distinct zones of cold, where the damaging ice magic was lingering in their body, weakening them internally. The strongest fighters had been on the front lines, so they had taken the most damage, and while Lotus and Tessa were excellent healers, they weren't strong enough to immediately counteract the magic of the Yeti ice. So he made his way over to the Whispering Group. Pardon my intrusion, but I think it might be best if none of us move too soon. I have thermal vision, and I can literally see the lingering ice magic damage to your bodies. The magic will resonate with the next attack you suffer, freezing you more quickly. Once that starts to happen, we're screwed. Karl whispered. Larry cursed, then softly laughed. You're one to speak. I can still see the ice on your armor. Karl looked down and realized that he had 10 times as much lingering damage as they had, despite the refreshing lightning that he still had active working to nullify it. The spell itself had cold spots where it was fighting off the lingering spell effects, and Karl frowned at the pernicious nature of the attacks. It had been hours, and the magic hadn't even made it through his defenses, but it was still lingering, and if he took down the lightning, it would succeed. Instead, he coated himself in flaming body, lighting up the cave like a beacon, and rapidly warming the area as well. That nullified the lingering magic on his body in only a few seconds, leaving a nice even warmth in the cavern. Problem solved. Karl checked on the beasts and their spaces, and found that both Hawk and Ray were predictably fine. They weren't frontline fighters, but Ray looked distracted. She was trying to learn something again, so Karl left her to it. She was the smartest of the three, and if it was possible for her to learn a new skill, she would have it soon. Thor still had cold spots all over his body, but he had increased the temperature of the springs in his space, and the holy stones were dissipating the lingering magic at a visible pace. The others in the group looked all right, though Rose was exhausted from the after effects of all the healing magic that had been used on her, and Daryl was hiding bruises all over his body that Karl could see as slightly flushed areas, where the warmer blood was close to the surface. Lotus still had an area healing spell active, so a few minutes ago, everyone would have been much worse, and Tessa looked like she was already half asleep after the effort of keeping everyone buffed and the healing work she had done during the battle. While it was their most important ability, saving someone of their own rank from a near-death state, or closing multiple critical wounds, was an energy-intensive activity. Doing it every 10 seconds for 4 different people must have stretched her abilities to the limit. As Thor relaxed in his pond, he activated Circle of Protection, which helped restore stamina, as well as reducing damage. That was what everyone needed the most right now, and it was no trouble for him to keep it active while he napped. "Who is in shape for first watch?" Corbin whispered to the other commanders as the circle of protection settled over them. "I am. My skills refresh stamina, so I will keep first watch while my beasts rest. I can also see in absolute darkness, so there is no need to keep a light on for me," Karl replied. Larry chuckled. "But it is for the rest of us. This place will be unnervingly black without one. Can you keep that flame spell of yours active, or is it draining even when it's not taking damage?" Karl smiled and took out his bonded sword, then walked to the wall beside the entrance and stuck it into the stone, with the flames surrounding it. He reduced them to a faint glow and returned to the conversation. "That should be a good enough night light for everyone, as well as a decent space heater. It doesn't take any effort to keep active, as it was intended to be a passive skill. Only when using it to attack or taking damage does it take effort." The blade was positively humming with energy today, after all the fighting that it had gotten to do. Karl hadn't noticed with his injuries, but the amount of life that it had stolen was really rather excessive. It was only a small portion of the energy from each kill, but Karl had downed a significant number of monsters alone, including multiple commanders toward the end of the battle. The energy hadn't been fully assimilated by his body yet, but it soon would be, and he was focusing it all into the 3 focal points in the beast spaces. It didn't take all of his focus, so as everyone ate their dinner, for which the spell's words were happy to have a nature priest, and then settled into bed, Karl continued the energy transfer. Once everyone was asleep, or on their way to it, he put most of his attention into it, leaving just enough to keep watching the tunnel entrance and the back wall, in case something came from that direction. The back wall of the cave was only very dimly lit, even to his night sight, but the trickle of water was steady, and as Ray had said, it had to be going somewhere, as it wasn't filling the cave. Karl let them sleep a bit longer, as they had started the rotation of night watches early due to exhaustion, and waited 4 hours before he woke Tessa for the second watch. "The light will stay on while I meditate. I need to absorb the leached energy from the battle," he whispered as she straightened her robes and brushed her hair. "Is there anything to report?" she asked. "Nothing at all. It is eerily silent out there, and I don't hear anything moving near the cave mouth. The wind has died down a bit, so the noise of the trees is quieter, and I can hear some small animals, but nothing else. Karl settled into a deep trance while laying in his sleeping bag, and was only vaguely aware that at some point Tessa had traded spots with Alice for the third watch. Alice had just traded spots with Prince Corbin when Karl felt something changing in his spaces. He had been stuffing them with excess energy that his body couldn't absorb quickly enough all night, and it was then, with a feeling that spread through his body like the ringing of a bell, just a subtle vibration that made every bit of his body sing with energy, they stopped changing, and a fourth space began to form. It already had a small focus in it, though it was otherwise barren and no larger than a bedroom, instead of the acres of space that the others now encompassed. The change immediately woke the beasts up to see what was going on in their homes, and they all noticed the new addition. So, our homes have reached the standard. Now, we just need to make it to Commander Rank, and we will be the powerful ones on the team. Hawk preened, already imagining the majesty of his feathers when he reached Commander Rank. Yes, all shall bow down before us when we are commanders. Ray agreed. She mentally added, maybe not that Overlord Drake guy, but she was otherwise confident that the humans would no longer be her match. Karl sensed Corbin's attention on him, and opened his eyes to acknowledge the Royal Rank Mage, who had carefully arranged himself, and even trimmed his beard a little to look more youthful and less disheveled than he had at the start of the evening. All signs of lingering ice magic were gone, Karl noted with pleasure, meaning that their strongest fighter was back in top shape. Did you make an advancement, or gain an epiphany of some sort? I sensed the surge of power. Prince Corbin asked. My beast spaces made a breakthrough. They shouldn't be holding the beasts back anymore, and in due time, the team will be able to make it to Commander Rank. He explained quietly. The mage looked impressed. You know, it's a shame that someone with your potential wasn't scouted as a mage. With that level of mental fortitude, you should have a rather easy time learning new spells. Karl smiled at the thought. The beasts have an even easier time. I have a skill that helps them learn by watching or being instructed by others. If it's a compatible skill, then within a day or two of watching they can usually get the basics of it down. We haven't had enough time to just stop and study new skills, but we also haven't come across many compatible skills so far, and that has limited the expansion of their talents. That made Prince Corbin a bit suspicious. So you're saying that your beasts are watching us and trying to steal our skills? Karl tried to laugh quietly so he didn't wake anyone else up. Doubtful. None of them have thumbs, so sword skills aren't exactly their forte, and none of them are actual mages. Hawk has an affinity for the fire element, but I didn't see any of you using it during the fight, but he's the only one who uses actual magic other than Ray's ability to summon golems. Corbin smiled at the memory of the wooden golems charging out of the trees to tear apart the Yeti warriors. Those are quite impressive, by the way. If they could use defensive magic or ranged attacks, they would be incredible. Karl nodded. Give us time, and we will find a spell that either I can cast on them, or that Ray can use herself to protect them. When they make it to Commander Rank, they might pick up a new skill, though. According to the studies I've done, many beasts do. Corbin nodded. It's common for them to get a skill at Commander, and almost mandatory that they learn something other than their racial ability to advance to Royal Rank. Royal Rank beasts can all use some sort of advanced magic, though for some it is hidden either as insane defense or some sort of physical change. Like the Yeti that we faced today. There is something called a King of Snow, which is an evolved version of that species. They can control ice and snow in all its many forms, but they can also use powerful wind magic, usually including either tearing winds or tornado. Karl understood the concept, and his pets should all be well on the way to that standard. They had all learned skills that weren't part of their racial abilities, and they just had to make it to that power level, unless there was some barrier to them as well, the way there was for humans. But the immediate concern was getting them to the Commander Rank standard. They were growing fast with the input of the vampiric sword, but Karl was certain that there was more he could be doing, other than hunting randomly for monsters to kill and random items to feed them. Prince Corbin smiled at him. Relax, you're thinking too hard. Sometimes what you need is not to push forward, but to build your base good and strong. Once you have a better foundation, you will find that it is easier to build the levels that come above it. Think of your potential like a pyramid. It needs to be broadest at the base to grow properly. You can make it look like an obelisk, but they're unstable, and a good hit can knock them over. That's not what you need for steady growth. Everyone else will be up soon, so if you want a bit more meditation time, get it now before they start cooking. Karl focused on his meditation as the last shift of the night ended, and the newly formed fourth space in his mind began to rapidly expand. It absorbed everything it could, along with the lingering remnants of energy Karl's blade had provided during the previous day's fight. With the other three spaces waiting for their occupants to advance, and this fourth space being so small, the change was immediately obvious. The enhancement of his focus was expanding the area much more efficiently than simply pouring energy into the space had. The monks certainly knew what they were doing. This was so far superior to trial and error that Karl felt silly for not having thought to ask them in the first place. The others began to wake, and Karl could smell food cooking, so he shifted most of his focus to the outside world, letting the new space form naturally. What sort of new friend are we getting? Thor asked as he took his cue from everyone else and began to eat breakfast. I have no idea. What sort of friend would you like? Karl asked. More lightning Sero, Thor replied confidently. Karl really should have seen that one coming. Thor was a pack animal, so of course he would want to be with more of his kind if given the option. Hawk chimed in with his opinion. All that we're going to find here are snowy things. Oh, the fluffy snow cats are all right, I think. They never finish their food. Ray wasn't picky. Just pick someone cool. All right, so we're looking for someone cool, maybe a snow cat, and potentially a friend for Thor. But we should cover the holes in our skills. We don't have anyone who enhances the group, except for defense. We don't have a healer, and we only have one long-ranged attacker. Ooh, I can be the healer. Healer sounds like a fun job, Thor volunteered. Well, all right, as soon as you learn healing magic, I will let you try out a run as the team's healer, and I will tank with the golems, Karl replied, indulging the Sero's idea. That shouldn't be hard. I have felt lots of healing already, Thor replied optimistically. If he really could manage it, the new cleric students at the seminary academy would never live down the shame of being outclassed in their own class by a lightning Sero. Karl was contemplating what would be best for the next addition to their team when breakfast was served, and it was time to start the serious part of their planning for the day. Everyone could use a bit longer to recover after yesterday, at least a late morning start, and the cave had been safe so far. That led to the natural idea to make it their base for the next few days of exploration. After the fiasco yesterday, they needed to know what was going on here, and if it was going to be an expanding threat to the surrounding areas. If the ice continued to spread, it would be everyone's problem soon, and they had a responsibility to at least try to find out the situation so that appropriate forces could be sent to deal with it. Lotus gestured to the back wall of the cave as she was finishing breakfast. Can you go grab some water and boil it for coffee? The runoff should be pure after being filtered by the sandstone around the cave. Karl walked to the back of the cave and extended the larger canteen toward the water flowing down the back wall. However, the moment his fingers touched it, the wall vanished, revealing an extensive tunnel network extending from the room on the other side. I thought you checked the area, Karl asked Ray as the spell vanished. You look with your eyes, not your limbs. Did you want me to check the water temperature when I could already see it was cold? Ray retorted. Sorry, you're right. But now we need to be on guard from this side as well. Minor issue, Karl called to the group, who turned to face the back wall that no longer existed. Fuck, Prince Corbin breathed. Couldn't have said it better myself, Alice added as she prepared defensive magic. A stale odor was coming from the caverns, and in the distance they could feel a pulse of magic, as if there was some grand spell active in the heart of the mountain. We will explore it after breakfast. The barrier over the entrance should keep anything from following us, and Corbin will feel if it is attacked, so at least one side is secure. Alice sighed as she looked at the meal that was just waiting for water to make coffee. Lotus made the water with magic, already heated, and got the meal served. Nobody wanted to go anywhere this morning, but now that they were looking at a huge tunnel complex and not just one small cave to hide in, they had to be proactive and ensure that they weren't about to get ambushed. Alice looked at the group they had assembled. "Are you lot going to head back out and try your luck to finish your goals?" she asked. Larry and Corbin shook their heads. "If you don't mind, we would prefer to stay with your group, strength in numbers. Yesterday's fiasco nearly cost our clan its most talented protégés, and we really can't afford to have another ambush when it's not safe for the helicopters to come extract us," Corbin replied. "See, he knows." Strength in numbers, Thor agreed. This day's trip might be rough on him and Hawk, neither of whom would have an easy time in the caves, so they would have to spend most of their time in the beast spaces. But Alice's golem would have issues as well, unless she knew how to shorten it. They had been fighting all taller enemies outdoors since he met her, so there really hadn't been a reason for her to do it before. Dana's golems were only a little taller than the tallest members of their group, but even their normal height would be a tight fit once they got further into the caves if Karl's guess was right. He had a lot of experience underground, and he was likely the only one who would be truly comfortable there, especially if the ceilings were high enough that he could stand properly upright and not have to use the miner's duck walk. Once the meal was finished and everything was cleaned and packed away, Karl led Ray in front of the group, as she was still a bit shorter than he was in her normal standing position, though much wider and longer. They could both see perfectly well no matter the light conditions, so they were the obvious choice to scout the area. They could move ahead of the group to check the multiple tunnels that joined the room on the other side of the now vanished barrier. Something felt wrong the moment that he stepped through, and when Karl turned to check on the group behind him, he saw the stone wall that had vanished on their side. His hand passed through it, so he wasn't trapped in here, but he would have to remember where it was, or they would end up lost in the tunnels. Ray had the answer to that. She used her forelem to carve her name into the stone by the door, so they would know if they saw it again. "You check the left side first, and I will start from the right. Don't get out of sight of each other, but look as far down the tunnel as you can," Karl instructed. The first one on the right made a steep downward slope, then a hard left, so he couldn't see far until he moved down the ramp away. Then he saw that it was a continued spiral downward. So, he returned to the main room and checked the next. It extended for 100 meters before making a 90-degree left turn, obviously constructed and not natural. At the far end of that hallway was a closed door, but he could see the flickering of flames on the other side, so something was likely alive in there, and probably not Yeti. Ray found a dead end, with a nice pit trap that she avoided due to her body design walking along the edges of the floor, and then another downward spiral that she didn't fully explore before returning to Karl. "Well, we know what is in the area now. Let's ask the others what we're doing." The rest of the group came to join him in the main room, and were briefly startled when the doorway appeared to be gone. Like Karl had, Alice stepped back through and found that she had no resistance. It was just an illusion, and touching the other side had broken it. The real question was whether the one who made it was trying to keep something out, or to keep something in. It hid the only way out of the tunnel complex, so it could be either. Should we see what set a fire in the room on this level, or should we see what's below us first? Alice asked Corbin and Larry, conferring between the three strongest fighters to see what they felt was safest. "Go with what we know could be a threat first." "The room with fire," Corbin suggested. Nobody else had an objection to that, and they wouldn't want to leave it unchecked when they went down, in case the tunnels were a dead end and whatever was in there either blocked them or did something like vent poisonous gas down them. Karl moved to lead the way, but Corbin stopped him. If we're going into an unknown room, I should go first. I might be a spellblade, but I'm also a royal rank mage, and my barriers are much stronger than yours are, he whispered. So, Karl and Ray moved to the second and third position, ready to flank Corbin once the door was open, and the others followed them down the narrow corridor to the decrepit wooden door. The coarse yellow sandstone had been crudely hacked at to create the doorway, and the fitment was terrible, suggesting that whoever made it was no skilled craftsman. But when Karl peeked through the gaps, he didn't see anyone inside, only a few flaming braziers near the walls. He shrugged at Corbin, indicating that he couldn't see anything, and the prince kicked the door open, rushing inside with Karl right behind him. Only to find that the room was empty. 5 meters on each side, with 2 braziers lit, and 1 door on the far side. The others followed them inside as Karl scanned the room for hidden traps, and the moment that Larry entered and everyone was inside, the door slammed shut and a set of runes appeared on the wall. Shit, we triggered a magical trap. How did I not notice that? Corbin muttered, trying desperately to decipher the writing. Trial begins in 10 seconds, he read out loud. Then, in front of Karl's watchful gaze, half the group disappeared. He was left with Ray, Tessa, and Lotus. Everyone else had vanished. Ascended, Lotus informed them, pointing at the wall. It says ascended. The trap split us up by rank. That should mean that Dana was with Daryl and Rose, while Alice was with Larry, but Corbin might be trapped alone in a trial. The room wasn't comfortably large enough for Thor or Hawk to be called out. Even Ray was enough to make it a bit cramped in here, so the awakened group, with Dana's 2 golems, would be similarly crowded. Then, the room surged with magic, and a whole battlefield appeared around them, an open, snow-covered field, with the bodies of slain soldiers and Yeti warriors scattered all around them. One last group was approaching, and Karl hesitantly called out Thor and Hawk, unsure how the magic worked. Hawk soared into the sky, confirming that inside this trial, there was actual room to fight. Tribesmen, embrace the curse of the beast. Drive these interlopers from our lands and return the eternal snow. The leader of the group, a massive warrior with a scar that ran from the left side of his chest to his right hip, was shouting. That was new. The Yeti couldn't speak. Once his encouragement was over, the warriors surged with power, and Thor activated his circle of protection as he prepared to meet their charge. Tessa climbed onto his back, while Lotus moved to stand behind Karl and Ray summoned her golems. They still had the numbers advantage, but these warriors were all on the low side of Ascended, other than their leader. Lotus spoke softly to the group. Attack in 3, 2, 1. Vines shot up from the ground, tripping the warriors when they were 10 meters away, close enough for Shred to make it to them in a split second, right before the spider golems were on them and Hawk's fireballs began to bombard the leader of the group. It wasn't enough to kill them, but the beasts were heavily wounded by the time that they fought their way free of the entanglement. Then Thor's charge reached the left side of their lines, impaling 2 and holding them in place for Tessa's chain mace to crush their skulls. Thor kept moving, circling back for another charge as the ice magic began to swirl around the warriors, forming the early stages of a blizzard. Karl drew his sword and charged, hacking deep into the chest of one target, then parrying the blade of another as the blizzard faded before it was even formed. These Yetis were terrible combatants. They lacked fighting instinct and experience. In half a minute, it was all over, and the beasts rejoined Karl and the clerics. Nobody said anything, not wanting to jinx their chances of getting out of here, but it looked like their odds weren't that good to begin with. There was more writing, this time appearing on the snow in front of them. Stage complete, Lotus read. Now what do we do? Karl asked, as Tessa rubbed Thor's scales, getting him psyched up for another fight. The words vanished, and new words replaced them. Rewards earned. Beginning stage 2. Karl wasn't certain what he got as a reward, but he did know that there were now 2 of those groups, with 5 low-ascended and 1 high-ascended fighter between them. If the other groups were facing these odds at their own power levels, this might be a nasty fight, and Karl hoped that they were going to get everyone back in one piece. Thor and Ray, take left. I will take right with Hawk, Karl instructed. Their opponents were weak to fire, and they hesitated as they saw Karl's body burst into flames, coating the lightning and melting the surrounding snow. Then the barrage of fireballs came down from the sky, and they charged, knowing that in order to focus on their ranged attacks, they were going to have to deal with Karl first. In the back, the leader was attacking Hawk, but between one spellcaster and a very agile bird, none of the attacks were even getting close to hitting. Tessa was chanting some sort of enhancement spell as they fought, and Lotus had trapped the leader's feet with vines on Karl's side, preventing him from avoiding the barrage of fireballs that Hawk sent his way. Karl hacked into the bodies of the warriors, using his overwhelming strength to overpower the beasts which were at the bottom of Ascended, while he was near the top. It could hardly even be called a fair fight when he had so many magical items on his side, and 2 clerics granting him buffs and restraining the enemies. The fight was quickly ended, and the group gathered to make a plan for how to deal with the third trial. Tessa considered the likely outcome of a third stage. 3 groups, the same as the first. That's going to be a lot of incoming enemies, and 3 of us isn't enough to cover every side, unless we have Ray and the spider golem split up, which leaves me and Thor short on damage dealers. Bah, send more of them, I'll give them an extra dose of find out, Hawk muttered in Karl's mind, getting annoyed by the constant ice attacks. Ice was just the evil cousin of the water family, and he was about done with their nonsense. This would be more fun if the lights were off, Ray agreed as she waited for the next development to take place. Even if there were more, it wouldn't be difficult to sneak up on them if it wasn't the middle of the day. Though, it was rather pleasant mixing all these whites and grays of armored bodies and snow with the blood red when she adapted her coloration to match the battlefield. As far as settings went, this was about the most pleasant one she had seen that wasn't filled with trees. The words changed again and Lotus frowned. It says rewards granted, basic testing passed, she explained. That sounds a lot like we should be let out, doesn't it? Karl asked. It does, and I'm wondering why we're still here, Lotus agreed. Then the symbols changed again. Beginning advanced testing. Advanced was all that Lotus said, as Karl and Tessa sighed. Oh, they want some of this, do they? Yeah, I'll give them some, stupid cold water magic people, Hawk cheered. Ray laughed at his enthusiasm. Of course, he was ready for the fight, he was way up there above it, where he had plenty of time to dodge the attacks. Again a clan of Yeti warriors appeared in front of them, but this time it was only one clan, but 9 warriors and a leader. By Karl's estimation, they were all low commander rank, including the leader, though he might qualify as mid-commander. Oh, this is going to suck, Tessa sighed as she realized what they were up against. It was basically a poorer version of the same force that chased them into the cave yesterday, but only 10 of them instead of 3 dozen or more. All right, we can do this. Stay close, so we're all in the circle of protection, with Lotus in the middle as our primary healer. Tessa, I'm not sure if you still want to be on Thor, since these ones are a bit taller, but that's your call. Everyone else, you know what to do, Karl insisted. The warriors began to spread out to surround the group, and Karl launched himself forward the moment they reached the edge of Thor's circle of protection. His sudden strike shattered the crude blade of his opponent, and the combination of shred and flaming body let the blade cut deep into the commander rank hide of the beast, leaving it gushing blood from the wound in its chest. The beast collapsed backward, holding its chest and trying to plug the wound, while Karl turned on another. Thor charged forward to assist, bringing the rest of the group running after him, while Ray's golems went after the one behind the Yeti that Karl was fighting. They traded one round of attacks with it, then went for their true targets. One leapt on the furry monster, blocking its sight, while the other went for the back of Karl's opponent, tearing it open with lacerate. These monsters regenerated slowly, and they would likely bleed to death if the group could hold out long enough. They just needed to inflict the necessary wounds first. The spiders broke off to defend Ray, who was now under attack from the monsters who had come around the back of the fight, and Karl noticed that one had doubled back to cast ice magic on the chest of the downed fighter, freezing the wound and stopping the blood flow. That might work to stop the damage from lacerate, but that particular target had its organs punctured and burned. Sealing the leak wouldn't help for long. Still, with the damage patched, the beast carefully got up and retreated from the battle. He didn't get far. Once he was away from the others, still too injured to defend himself, Hawk was raining fireballs at him from above, while taunting the monsters with his agility. Unfortunately, his arrogance cost him dearly, and Hawk took a direct blast with an icicle that sent him directly into his beast space, frozen stiff. He was still alive, but he had taken heavy damage, and Karl worked to increase the temperature of the space and thaw him as quickly as possible. What happened to Hawk? Lotus called. Icicle blast, Karl called back, without enough time to explain. He was facing 3 of the Yeti warriors now, each more powerful than he was, at least on the basic skills level. He still had the advantage in brute strength, and Karl was using that to keep them from being able to dictate the pace of the fight. Karl couldn't go far, or he would leave Lotus open, but he could move a few meters in a flash, out of the range of their attacks, and then back in to hack at any openings they left. A lucky strike took the leg off one of the Yetis at the knee, and though it was quickly frozen over by his companions, the warrior was out of the fight and dragging himself away. 2-on-1, Karl stood a much better chance, and he spared a glance to see how the others were doing. Lotus still looked reasonably fresh. She wasn't sweating or panting with exertion, and she had the whole area encompassed in a green glowing healing circle. Tessa was still riding Thor, as it was the best way to get at the vitals of the larger opponents, but they hadn't managed to take any down yet that he could see. The real winner in this fight was Ray with her golems. Not only had she crippled one near Karl, and blinded another, she had killed 2 of them outright since the battle began. There was a copious amount of black blood on the ground that could only have come from her, but the bloodbath spider was still fighting with all her might and relying on Lotus to keep her healed. Unexpectedly, blue light flashed over everyone, including Ray's golems, as Thor's refreshing lightning spread from himself to the whole group. I did it. I am the healer now. The lightning Sero screamed mentally while bugling in victory. While it wasn't technically a healing spell, it did increase your regeneration speed, so Karl was going to give him this victory. With the extra barrier, Ray no longer had to hold back as much. She could take some extra risks to land blows on the attackers, and one of her spider golems came to assist Karl, going for the back of his opponents after quickly using lacerate across the throat of the blinded Yeti who had retreated a dozen meters from the battle. Karl searched for the leader of the group, but couldn't see where he had gone. They all looked the same when you were fighting them. But Thor was having problems with his opponent, the only one he had left after everyone else had gone to support the fight against Ray. With a shout, the opponent on Karl's left cast a spell, and an ice spike launched up from the ground, slamming into Lotus and throwing her into the air, which caused her healing circle to fall as the priestess was knocked unconscious. Thor got the barrier back up before she hit the ground, but she would need time to recover, and Karl quickly realized that everyone had been relying on her to keep casting refreshing spells, and they were quickly running out of stamina due to the ice magic trying to freeze them. Karl could feel his body getting sluggish as another of the Yeti warriors fell to the spider golems, leaving him and a golem against only one opponent. But Tessa had been knocked from Thor's back, and was now fighting on foot while casting buffs that would hopefully counteract the freezing effect and heal Lotus enough to bring her back to consciousness. Karl tackled his opponent, leaving its neck open to the spider golem as its blade shattered both layers of his shield and cut into his armor. That was the end of another Yeti, and he turned to face the last few monsters just in time to see Thor gouge down his side, shattering his remaining lightning, and sending him frozen into his beast space. Ray, guard the clerics. It will just be me and the golems on a fence, Karl instructed. He was still fast enough, faster than any average human, but no longer faster than their opponents. It shouldn't matter, though, The golems were freshly summoned and not suffering from any ill effects, and both remaining targets were wounded. Lotus was conscious again, but barely, while Tessa had retreated to stand over her so the area that she needed to cover with her magic was reduced. Karl led the two golems forward as the Yeti leader roared, and suddenly, they were all standing in an empty battlefield. Task successfully failed. Partial reward granted appeared in the snow in front of them. It says that we failed successfully. Lotus commented, not quite sure that she had translated the ancient language properly. Well, nobody is dead. At least, I don't think they are, Karl replied as he checked on Thor and Hawk. Both were in bad shape, but the magic of the beast space had called them home on the verge of death, and they were slowly recovering. The ice was gone with the end of the trial, and the healing waters of his pond were rapidly bringing some life back to Thor as the hundreds of small wounds that had either cut through or slipped under his scales were closed. His personal lightning was active again, so he should be fine, but Hawk was looking pretty listless, and Karl couldn't call him out of the space for Lotus to heal. Hawk needs time to recover before I can ask him to come out again, but he is better than when he went in. Thor has his lightning barrier active again, so he will be fine soon enough, Karl explained. Ray was exhausted, but still functional, when Karl both felt and heard something snap inside her body, before the rear half of her outer carapace fell away, molted like some insects do, and replaced with an identical-looking body from underneath. Ray worked to pull the old layer off her legs and upper body, then shook the goop from her fur as Tessa cast a healing spell on her to help the new carapace recover and harden. And that's how a bloodbath spider reaches commander rank, she announced. Did she just shed her carapace to take on her adult form? Lotus asked weakly, excited to see Ray's transformation, but too weak to get up and inspect her properly. She did. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode.